Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 2243 to Chapter 2326. Qing Feiying knew that Yuan Ning was no match for her, so she turned around and fled. Yuan Ning ignored the other martial artists and chased after Qing Feiying. Although Qing Feiying was strong and fast, how could she escape from Yuan Ning? Seeing that Yuan Ning was about to catch up, Qing Feiying suddenly stopped. She turned around and covered herself with thick ice crystals. That's the frost battle body. I didn't expect Feiying to have condensed the elementary frost battle body. If that's the case, Xianxia won't be her match. She's definitely invincible among these examinees. The Orange Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master said excitedly. Xianxia has also condensed the elementary lightning battle body. There's nothing strange about that. Crimson Viper said unhappily. Then why isn't he attacking? Is he waiting for Feiying to die? The Orange Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master said angrily. Crimson Viper opened her mouth but said nothing. No matter how she looked at it, Xianxia had no intention of attacking. After Qing Feiying released the frost battle body, Yuan Ning's speed slowed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qing Feiying put some distance between herself and Yuan Ning. But it was useless. Even with the elementary frost battle body, the gap between Qing Feiying and Yuan Ning was still huge. Xianxia, why aren't you attacking? Qing Feiying shouted anxiously. Yuan Ning only wanted to kill her now. If the others attacked, they would definitely be able to damage Yuan Ning. But the troublesome thing was that many martial artists with lower cultivation were frightened. Xianxia, on the other hand, didn't want to save Qing Feiying. He even sneered and said, I can help you, but you have to promise to marry me after we get out. Xianxia had no idea that his actions were being watched by the people outside. How could he say such shameless words? For a moment, the Orange Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master just wanted to strangle this guy. Crimson Viper lowered her head and said nothing. She was too ashamed to defend Xianxia. You're shameless. Qing Feiying's pretty face reddened slightly, and then she quickly became resolute. You idiot, although the elders outside can't see what's going on inside, if I die, someone will definitely say that you didn't save me. How dare they? Xianxia sneered, I am a disciple of the Sand Clan. Later, I will kill all the disciples of the Orange Celestial Mountain and have them testify for me. You overestimated yourself and insisted on fighting Yuan Ning alone. That's why you were killed. It has nothing to do with me. Ha 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 ha. This guy laughed very arrogantly. However, what he did not know was that all of this was being witnessed by the people outside. Qi Lian and the Mountain Master of the Scarlet Fairy Mountain were so ashamed that they were unable to show their faces. The Orange Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master was extremely furious. The other mountain chieftains, as well as Lin Haoyu, were furious. Just because you're from the Xia family, you can be so lawless. What a bastard. Lin Haoyu said furiously, if he can live, I'll definitely make him die a horrible death. Even the Sand Race can't stop them. I'm afraid that Yuan Ning has already been bribed by the Sand Race. Lin Ruoxian said coldly, Desert Cloud told me that they bribed Yuan Ning. No wonder that kid is so fearless. After all this time, Yuan Ning won't do anything to him at all. Damn that guy. When the mountain chieftains heard this, they were even more furious. Deacon Lin, you can't just say things like that. Qi Lian looked at Lin Ruoxian and said. Of course I know that, but this is what Desert Cloud told me personally. A few days ago, Xianxia's brother, Xia Diao, went to the first floor of the ghost prison. That deacon should know. Lin Ruoxian said calmly. He did go there and even saw Yuan Ning, but I really don't know what he did. The deacon on the first floor of the ghost prison smiled bitterly. The truth is very clear now. The accident in this trial was caused by the Sand Race. Even if they are one of the 8 great ancient clans, they have to explain themselves. Lin Haoyu roared. That's right. The mountain chieftains all agreed. This time, the Xia family had angered everyone. This is bad. Feiying is in danger. She has reached her limit. The Orange Fairy Mountain chieftain stared at Qing Feiying. He had hoped for a miracle, but reality was cruel. At this moment, Qing Feiying's right hand was covered by Yuan Ning's magma power. It seemed impossible for her to dodge. Even if she didn't die from this attack, she would definitely be seriously injured. It seems that I'm going to die too. I can't accept this. Qing Feiying's eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness. She had come this far in order to enter the cycle of reincarnation. But now, she had to face the crisis of death. Did she regret it? Not to that extent. For the sake of martial arts, reincarnating was a path she had to take. But she really couldn't accept this. If she had a good helper, she might not have died today. This Yuanning might have been locked in the ghost prison for a long time. In fact, his combat ability had been greatly weakened. It wasn't impossible to deal with him. Feiying. The Orange Fairy Mountain chieftain cried out in pain. The others also lowered their heads. Qing Feiying would die. Unless a miracle happened. Thunderbolt Meteor Sword Art, Thunderbolt Fall. Suddenly, a martial artist covered in lightning appeared on the screen. He held a heavy longsword in his hand and descended from the sky like a thunder god bathed in lightning. Is that the thunder god? At that moment, Qing Feiying seemed to see an illusion. I didn't expect that I, Qing Feiying, would hallucinate because of the fear of death. Who is that? Outside, Lin Haoyu exclaimed. He suddenly felt touched like never before. It was so touching that even an old man like him couldn't help but cry. The thunder god? No, that's the lightning battle body. Could it be Shanghai? Has Shanghai made a move? Crimson Lotus said loudly, I told you, Shanghai wouldn't just stand by and watch. He'll definitely make a move. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Mountain Chieftain Crimson Lotus. That's not Shanghai, it's Ling Xiao. Lin Ruoxian's face was flushed with excitement. Even as a disciple of the Upper Eight Immortals, she had never worshipped anyone from the Upper Eight Immortals mountain. But at this moment, she was really excited. She felt her whole body tremble. She was extremely happy. Impossible. How could it be Ling Xiao? How could it be him? Crimson Lotus refused to believe that this was possible. How could Ling Xiao, that useless coward, appear here? Like a hero, like a god descending from the heavens. Everyone stared at the man in the sky. They wanted to see who he was. The sword fell, it slashed directly at Yuanning's neck. At this moment, Yuanning was wholeheartedly focused on killing Qing Feiying. He didn't expect someone to suddenly attack him from behind. A wound of nearly 3 inches appeared on his neck. Even his bones were exposed. The terrifying power of lightning ran through his body, causing Yuanning to flee in panic. He retreated several hundred meters before stopping. He stared at the person who dared to sneak attack him. It was impossible for Yuanning to forget Ling Xiao. Because Ling Xiao was one of his test subjects. He thought that this guy was already dead, but he didn't expect him to suddenly appear here. It's really him. Qi Lian's face was full of shock, but he couldn't believe it. How did this kid become so strong all of a sudden? Where did he get so many thunder elemental jades to cultivate the thunder battle body? He must have stolen them from Scarlet Deity Mountain. Qi Lian suddenly shouted. You've misunderstood, Mountain Lord Qi Lian. I gave him those thunder elemental jades. Lin Haoyu said indifferently, I knew this kid was a promising talent, so I gave him dozens of thunder elemental jades. I didn't say it because I didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Don't worry, I bought those thunder elemental jades from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, not for the Good and Evil Hall. Lin Haoyu knew very well that the thunder elemental jades stolen from Scarlet Deity Mountain were probably stolen by Ling Xiao. But judging from Ling Xiao's performance today, he had to protect this kid. This kid had a bright future. It doesn't matter if he stole it or not. As long as he can save the disciples of 8 Deity Mountain, he has done a good deed. Orange Deity Mountain Lord said loudly. He had originally looked down on Ling Xiao, but this time, Ling Xiao had stepped in to save his granddaughter, Qing Feiying. He was truly grateful. No matter what the final result was, Qing Feiying was still alive. That was something he was grateful for. That's right. This kid is much stronger than Shanghai. He also has the thunder battle body, but he didn't retreat. He made a move at the critical moment. I guess Yuanning was seriously injured. Green Deity Mountain Lord said. Apart from Scarlet Deity Mountain Lord Qi Lian and Purple Deity Mountain Lord, the other mountain lords present had completely changed their views of Ling Xiao. Qi Lian didn't say anything else. It was useless to say anything in this situation. In the eyes of these people, Ling Xiao was a hero. Lin Ruoxian's beautiful eyes looked around excitedly. However, Desert Cloud and Zhou Tong, who were also in the crowd, had ugly expressions on their faces. As a member of the Xia family, Desert Cloud wanted to wait for Ling Xiao to make a fool of himself and then die in Yuan Ning's hands. Now, the one being scolded for being shameless was not Ling Xiao, but their Xia family's young master, Xia Hai. The reason for Zhou Tong's displeasure was simple. He was looking forward to Ling Xiao dying in the ghost prison. At the very least, he wanted him to die in a pathetic manner. But what about now? A guy from a remote town had actually become a hero in the eyes of all the mountain chieftains. What the hell? Inside the ghost prison, Qing Feiying looked at Ling Xiao with shock and joy. She was shocked that she wasn't dreaming. Someone had really come to save her. And this person was actually the Ling Xiao that she had completely ignored before. This was really too dreamy, too shocking. Of course, he was happy because he didn't have to die, because this group of people might really be able to defeat Yuan Ning. Thank you. Qing Feiying looked at Ling Xiao and thanked him. No need. This Yuan Ning has done a lot of evil. Everyone has the right to punish him. I just did what I was supposed to do. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. Among the crowd, the disciples of Xia Hai and Scarlet Fairy Mountain wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but they weren't stupid in the current situation. Let that kid fight with Yuan Ning. If he's killed, it'll save us a lot of trouble. If he's lucky enough to defeat Yuan Ning, he'll probably be exhausted. Then, we'll make a move and kill him. Xia Hai lowered his voice and instructed the people of Scarlet Fairy Mountain. Yes. These people were basically his loyal lackeys. Naturally, they would listen to him. Not only did they not move forward, but they also retreated to avoid Yuan Ning's attack range. This was because they believed that although Yuan Ning was injured by the attack just now, it was impossible for him to be seriously injured. Ling Xiao already knew what these people were thinking before he made his move. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that he knew there were people watching from outside, he would have already killed Xia Hai and those people. But now, he needed a reason, a legitimate reason. He looked at Yuan Ning and said coldly, Demon, you wanted to harm me, but instead, you helped me condense the Thunder Battle body. You probably didn't expect this. Today, I'll completely end your plan that you've been planning for more than 10 years. Do you still think you can escape? Not a chance. You think you can? Yuan Ning had an arm that was holding an embroidery needle. At this moment, the embroidery needle was constantly moving behind him. After a while, his wound was completely closed. Even so, the power of thunder and lightning that Ling Xiao had injected into his body was still causing trouble. Although it wouldn't kill him, it made him feel very uncomfortable. Although he said it lightly, in reality, he really hated and feared Ling Xiao. This Ling Xiao in front of him was his biggest opponent and the most troublesome enemy. Of course I can't do it alone. Don't you have so many helpers here? Ling Xiao pointed at the disciples of the lower 8 immortals beside him and said loudly, if you want to live, listen to my command. Yuan Ning will definitely die today. If you want to die, continue to be afraid. Yuan Ning is a demon who kills without batting an eyelid. If he doesn't die, we'll all die. Listen to him. Qing Feiying stepped forward and led the remaining dozens of martial artists from Orange Immortal Mountain. From the moment Ling Xiao made his move, she had already determined that Ling Xiao would be the key to defeating Yuan Ning this time. Green Immortal Mountain will also join. Yellow Immortal Mountain will also join. Green Immortal Mountain will also join. Blue Immortal Mountain will also join. With Qing Feiying joining, many people were naturally motivated. However, there were still some people who didn't care about Ling Xiao. Humph, you bunch of trash. You actually want to listen to the command of a trash from Black Immortal Mountain. Shame on you. Red Immortal Mountain will definitely not join. Xia Hai led the people from Red Immortal Mountain and said loudly. Purple Immortal Mountain won't join either. It's better to trust ourselves than to give our lives to trash from Black Immortal Mountain. As a result, 5 out of the 7 mountains joined Ling Xiao's joint plan to fight the enemy, while Red Immortal Mountain and Purple Immortal Mountain chose to watch from the sidelines. If you don't join, you won't get the spoils when we kill Yuanning later. The leading disciple of Green Immortal Mountain said. Yes. This was unanimously agreed upon. Ling Xiao thought so too. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. It was too shameless to just watch from the sidelines and get a share of the spoils in the end. Xianxia didn't say anything, and neither did the people from Purple Immortal Mountain. They all seemed to want to take advantage of the situation. Everyone, listen up. It doesn't matter if they agree or not. They won't be able to get the spoils. Ling Xiao sneered and said, let's just focus on dealing with Yuanning now. While they were talking, Yuanning was also speeding up his recovery. Ling Xiao wasn't worried about Yuanning's recovery. Instead, he hoped to buy some time. This was because his lightning power had already entered Yuanning's body and was hiding. The longer it took, the more serious the damage to Yuanning's body would be. Alright, we'll listen to you. What do you think we should do? Qing Feiying asked. You and I will face Yuanning directly. What they need to do is very simple. They need to aim their strongest attacks at the ground and blast it. Ling Xiao replied. What do you mean? Qing Feiying did not understand. The others did not understand either. Ling Xiao wanted to explain, but Yuanning did not give them a chance and directly charged over. Kid, since you're alive, you should live. You really shouldn't have provoked me. Now, I'll start with you. Yuanning roared and used all his attacks on Ling Xiao. There's no time to explain. Do as I say. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he soared into the air and then said to Qing Feiying, when I run away, you attack. That guy can't catch up to me. After attacking, if he turns around, you immediately run away and I'll attack. He's alone and he's not very fast. Let's play him to death. All right. Qing Feiying nodded and began to condense her strongest attack. Behind her, a long flute that looked like an ice sculpture appeared, exuding a cold aura. That should be her martial soul. A very special martial soul. Then, she put the flute in her hand to her mouth and blew it. At this time, Yuanning had already pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao used the Moonstep Meteor Step. Combined with the power of thunder and lightning, his speed was so fast that only a lightning afterimage was left. When Yuanning was about to catch him, he easily dodged. His speed is too fast. Our eyes can't even keep up. Why don't we do as that kid said? The leader of the Green Immortal Mountain disciples said. Fine, since we've already agreed to cooperate with him, let's give it a try. Use your strongest attacks to blast the ground. The rest of the people agreed one after another. In any case, doing so was very safe and would not attract Yuanning's pursuit. Ha ha ha, what a bunch of idiots. They believe whatever that guy says. I've never heard of anyone being killed by blasting the ground. Xianxia laughed, full of mockery. The disciples of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain and the Purple Immortal Mountain all laughed out loud in disdain. Outside the ghost prison, the Scarlet Fairy Mountain's mountain lords and Purple Fairy Mountain's mountain lords lowered their heads. Regardless of whether Ling Zhao's plan was effective or not, the performance of the disciples of the Scarlet Fairy Mountain and the Purple Fairy Mountain was unacceptable. Our disciples must have been instigated by the Desert Sea. Crimson Viper finally decided to give up on the desert. Desert Sea had really disappointed her. Her series of actions had been seen by so many people present. Even if she jumped into the stormy ocean, she would not be able to clear her name. She had to make a statement. Otherwise, her Scarlet Immortal Mountain would no longer be able to raise its head in the Eight Immortals Mountain. I'm afraid that the people of our Purple Immortal Mountain have also been bewitched by the Sea of Sand. The Mountain Master of the Purple Immortal Mountain added. No one paid any attention to the two of them. Instead, he was extremely shocked by Ling Zhao's terrifying speed. That should be our Eight Immortals Mountain's low jade level martial arts technique, the moon-treading meteor steps, right? But how could he be so fast? That's right. Logically speaking, the moon-treading meteor steps might be good, but it shouldn't be this powerful. Even the origin energy couldn't catch up to him. I suspect that Ling Xiao not only condensed the lightning body, but even glimpsed the surface of the profound truths of lightning. You should all know that the profound truths of lightning not only have terrifying destructive power, but also terrifying speed. Lin Haoyu analyzed. If that's really the case, then this Ling Xiao is definitely a rare genius. Why did he reincarnate directly to a place like Yuhua Town? This doesn't make sense. The Orange Immortal Mountain Lord didn't understand. We all know that the more talented a martial artist is, the stronger the place they go to after reincarnating. Have you heard of the two great experts of the White Tiger continent, Tianhai Tyranny and Feng Fei? Of course we've heard of them. Even if those two youngsters were placed in the White Tiger continent, they would still be absolute geniuses. The crowd said. That's right. Of those two, one reincarnated to the powerful Heavenly King's Gate, the other reincarnated to the equally powerful Black Snake Devil sect. Ling Xiao definitely can't compare to them. The Green Immortal Mountain Lord added. I've heard that a young martial artist even more terrifying than Tianhai Tyranny and Feng Fei rose from the White Tiger continent. His name was Ling Xiao. But in the end, in order to save the woman he loved, he went mad and died in the 9 Heavens Palace. The Ling Xiao of our 8 Immortal Mountain shouldn't be him. Of course not. If it's really that Ling Xiao, the place he reincarnated to wouldn't be any weaker than the Heavenly King's Gate or the Black Snake Devil sect. Cough cough, we've gone off topic. Do you all think Ling Xiao's plan will succeed this time? Lin Haoyu corrected the topic. His plan is probably to team up with Qingfei to deal with the origin energy. Relying on his speed to make the origin energy lose focus, there's still a chance of success. After all, the origin energy speed isn't an advantage. Then why did he tell those people to use their ultimate skills on the ground? I don't think there's any special meaning behind it. He's just deliberately mystifying things so that the origin energy won't be able to focus on the battle. That's the only possibility. I really can't tell. While the people outside were discussing, Qingfei had already released her ultimate move. It slammed into the origin energy's wound. This time, the terrifying notes condensed into a ferocious ice tiger that bit into the origin energy's neck. In pain, the origin energy released his chi to shatter the tiger, but the wound that had already healed tore open again. This made him furious. Coupled with the fact that he couldn't catch up to Ling Xiao, he finally changed his mind and rushed towards Qingfei instead. Qingfei did as Ling Xiao said and hurriedly fled. By now, Ling Xiao had already stabbed his sword towards the origin energy. Brat, you've been tricked. Now you're dead. The origin energy who was chasing after Qingfei suddenly turned his head to look at Ling Xiao. He pushed his hands forward, and a huge lava hand blasted towards Ling Xiao. It turned out that he had deliberately made others think that he was chasing after Qingfei. In fact, he had deliberately set a trap for Ling Xiao to attack him and then seriously injure or even kill Ling Xiao. Oh no, this long-prepared attack is too strong. Qingfei won't be able to save him in time. Outside the ghost prison, many people panicked. Sigh, although they're all reincarnation realm martial artists, this origin energy is still too cunning. Ling Xiao is still a little naive. The master of Orange Fairy Mountain sighed. Hurry up and run, Ling Xiao. Lin Ruoxian almost shouted out loud. However, the Ling Xiao in the image didn't run away. Instead, a cold smile appeared on his face. However, no one saw this smile. Not even the origin energy was seen. If he had seen it, he wouldn't have attacked. Who's been tricked? You really don't get it. Ling Xiao sneered inwardly, but the long sword in his hand still flew out. If anyone knew Ling Xiao in the past, they would understand how terrifying this white circle was. Because this was one of Ling Xiao's profound meaning of light prison, and on the ground there was a huge black circle. It was the dark prison that corresponded to the light prison. The dark prison could absorb attacks, of course, there was a limit to how much it could absorb. But if it was strengthened by the array, it could completely absorb the attacks of all the candidates here. The light prison could release all these attacks at the same time. It was also strengthened by the array. The array that Ling Xiao set up was very exquisite. It concealed this exquisite move of his. So even if there were experts spying on them, they wouldn't notice anything unusual. They would only think that Ling Xiao had used the array. When Yuan Ning's magma hand touched the tip of Ling Xiao's sword, he suddenly understood something. his expression changed drastically. He wanted to retreat frantically. However, his feet were frozen in place by the cold ice. That was naturally Qing Feiying's doing. Although this freezing might only last for a few seconds, it was enough for Ling Xiao. An extremely terrifying attack was released from the tip of Ling Xiao's sword. The people who were confused just now seemed to understand the purpose of Ling Xiao's arrangement at this moment. That's my attack. Mine too. But why are they all gathered together? Those who had released their attacks just now realized that the power of their attacks was all condensed together and released at the same time to attack a single point. This was something that they absolutely couldn't do. But Ling Xiao did it. How is this possible? Even the powerhouses outside the ghost prison were shocked. Ling Xiao did something that they didn't even dare to think about. This was simply a miracle. It seems that this kid's talent has increased after he entered the samsara. He's actually so smart. Lin Haoyu sighed. This time, Yuan Ning is probably dead for sure. The Orange Fairy Mountain Master said excitedly, I never thought that this Ling Xiao would become the final savior. This is too ironic. Did any of you have even a little bit of expectation for him? No, this included Lin Ruoxian and Lin Haoyu. Even if they supported Ling Xiao, they would never have thought that Ling Xiao would have such a terrifying ability. This was really unexpected. Yuan Ning was equally shocked. The moment he touched it, he knew that he had been tricked. His arms were instantly destroyed by the attack. But at this moment, a strange word came out of his mouth, Netherworld. Ling Xiao didn't care at first. But after that, he understood what these two words meant. Suddenly, a black shadow emerged from Yuan Ning's body. That should be the Netherworld he was talking about. Ling Xiao's terrifying attack smashed Netherworld into pieces, and in the end, it collapsed and disappeared. However, it blocked most of the attacks for Yuan Ning. This allowed Yuan Ning to survive even though he had lost both his arms. Moreover, losing both arms was an extremely terrifying thing to others. It was so terrifying that it made one despair. However, Yuan Ning was not worried about losing both of his arms. That was because he had 18 arms behind him. 2 of them were directly attached to his body. One arm held a sword, and the other arm held a saber. The moment Netherworld was destroyed, he attacked Ling Xiao. He hated Ling Xiao to the core. He had almost been killed. If he hadn't killed so many people over the years and cultivated the Netherworld battle body, he would probably have died. However, the elementary Netherworld battle body could only help him block one fatal attack. If there were more similar attacks, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, he absolutely couldn't let Ling Xiao live, and he couldn't give Ling Xiao a chance to release a second powerful attack. Moonlight Meteor. At that moment, Ling Xiao avoided his vital points, but Yuan Ning's saber and sword still stabbed into his ribs. They were too sharp, and there was a suffocating gloomy feeling. Note Beast, Ice Lion. Just as Yuan Ning was about to launch another attack, Qing Feiying's attack came again. Yuan Ning felt his body become sluggish, and the coldness froze him for an instant. Not only that. The terrifying Ice Lion bit his neck again. Although his blood was frozen, the pain was bone-piercing. It's over. It's over. I didn't expect Yuan Ning to have cultivated the Netherworld battle body. Although it's only the elementary Netherworld battle body, he managed to avoid the fatal attack just now. I'm afraid Ling Xiao and the others don't have a chance anymore. The Purple Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord exclaimed, but there was a hint of schadenfreude in his exclamation. He was a little happy that Ling Xiao didn't kill Yuan Ning. Otherwise, the brat would have stolen the limelight. However, even if he was gloating, the others knew that Ling Xiao was injured. At this point in the battle, it was basically impossible to turn the situation around. Despair descended once again. The originally excited faces of the crowd were left with helplessness and unwillingness. Just a little bit more. The Orange Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord sighed and said, just a little bit more. He kept repeating the same words. The children haven't given up yet. How can we despair so quickly? Lin Haoyu suddenly pointed at the scene on the screen and said. Everyone looked up. Ling Xiao was blocked behind them. The disciples of the lower 8 immortals led by Qing Feiying, except for those from Scarlet Fairy Mountain and Purple Fairy Mountain, all stood up. Because they saw hope. They saw hope in killing Yuan Ning. Everyone, listen up. If there was a first attack just now, there can be a second. However, Yuan Ning's elementary netherworld battle body has lost its effect. Let Ling Xiao recover from his injuries and we can kill that guy. Qing Feiying said loudly. Yes. When everyone worked together, they were still very powerful. Moreover, Yuan Ning was now covered in injuries. His arms were destroyed just now. Although it didn't seem to affect him much, it still put a burden on his body. In addition, Qing Feiying left a few frostbites on Yuan Ning's body. And the power of thunder and lightning that Ling Xiao left in Yuan Ning's body. All of these made Yuan Ning's combat strength significantly lower than before. Although he couldn't be called a paper tiger, he was definitely not as strong as before. They could still hold on for a while and wait for Ling Xiao to recover from his injuries. However, at this moment, a terrifying shadow appeared behind Ling Xiao. It's Shanghai. What is that guy trying to do? Lin Haoyu said in shock. He's crazy. He's crazy. Is he trying to kill Ling Xiao? Even if they have some grudges, he's trying to destroy everyone's only hope at this time? The Orange Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord was about to go crazy. Shanghai had wanted to kill Ling Xiao for a long time. At this moment, although Ling Xiao was protected behind everyone, he was exposed in front of him. How could he give up such a good opportunity so easily? Go to hell, Ling Xiao. Trash like you doesn't deserve to steal my limelight. At that moment, Ling Xiao was fully focused on the origin energy. He did not expect Shanghai, this despicable person, to ambush him under such circumstances. When he realized what was going on, he could only block the attack hastily. Shanghai was not weak. Even if he managed to block the attack, he would definitely be injured. In the end, it would affect his combat ability. Shanghai should be hacked into pieces. How can there be such a shameless person? The Orange Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master roared. I didn't expect this either. Although Qi Lian felt that she was domineering sometimes, she was not that shameless. However, Shanghai was shameless in the truest sense. Even she felt embarrassed. In the ghost prison, the disciples of the Eight Immortal Mountain who wanted to protect Ling Xiao from the Origin Energy's attack were furious. However, there was nothing they could do. They were too far away to save Ling Xiao. Get lost. At this critical moment, an explosive shout sounded out. Shanghai and Ling Xiao turned their heads to look. A figure rushed over at an extremely fast speed. He blocked the punch for Ling Xiao and collided with Shanghai's palm. However, the figure was quickly sent flying. He fell to the ground. His arms were slightly withered as if they had been sucked dry. However, with his help, Ling Xiao finally had time to react. He lifted his leg and kicked Shanghai's abdomen. Shanghai spat out blood and flew backward. Ling Xiao did not care about Shanghai. He quickly ran over to check on Lin Yang's injuries. That's right. The person who came to save Ling Xiao was Lin Yang. Lin Yang's arms were strangely withered. Fortunately, they were not completely crippled. For a Yinyang realm martial artist, this was not considered a serious injury. However, that was just a punch. If it had been a little longer, Lin Yang's arms would have been completely crippled. Quick, take this blood qi pill. Ling Xiao shoved the pill into Lin Yang's mouth, then looked at Shanghai, who had yet to get up, and said, Bastard, I don't have time to deal with you now. I'll make you pay after I destroy Yuan Ning. Although he had been pierced by the elemental energy weapon, it wasn't a fatal wound, and it wasn't a vital part either. With the healing pill and the life martial spirit, it was very easy for him to recover. At this time, Yuan Ning was surrounded by Qing Feiying and the others. He had already gone crazy and injured many martial artists. He knew that this situation could not continue. If this continued, the flames of battle that had just been ignited would probably be extinguished again. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and carefully observed the current state of the origin energy. He could not help but smile. His origin energy was much weaker than before. He can probably maintain the strength of the first revolution Yin-Yang realm's second level of hell. That's much easier to deal with. Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. It was impossible to use the dark prison and light prison a second time. After all, they were only temporary formations. That was why he had been worried about how to deal with this guy. But now, it seemed that it was easier than he had expected. He glanced at Lin Yang and asked, "Brother, can you still move?" "I'm fine, boss. My arms are just hurting. After eating the blood chi pill you gave me, they're gradually recovering." Lin Yang replied. "That's good. Hide in a corner. I alone will be enough for the rest of the battle." Ling Xiao smiled coldly, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Everyone who was fighting a tough battle with Yuan Ning suddenly felt a terrifying aura pass by them. They were all stunned. Only Qing Feiying saw Ling Xiao's figure. She wanted to call out to Ling Xiao. Why did this person, who was clearly very intelligent, suddenly become so reckless? Why did he want to fight Yuan Ning head-on? She did not understand. But then, she quickly understood. The heavy longsword in Ling Xiao's hand was wrapped with an even more intense power of lightning. This power of lightning actually made Qing Feiying feel fear. The people outside the ghost prison might not be able to sense it, but Qing Feiying felt it very directly. No. Impossible. This guy's lightning battle constitution is not elementary. It's intermediate. She found it hard to understand. One had to know that the prerequisite to condensing an intermediate lightning battle constitution was that one's physical fitness had to be at least at the 6th level of the yin-yang realm. But Ling Zhao's cultivation was obviously not that strong. How could he condense such a terrifying intermediate lightning battle constitution? While she was shocked, the crazy lightning was still gathering on the heavy longsword in Ling Zhao's hand. Streaks of sharp, lightning-like sword chi revolved around the heavy longsword. More and more of them were gathering. "Idiot, you must have been beaten silly. You actually want to fight Yuan Ning head-on?" Qi Lian could not help but curse. Even now, she still looked down on Ling Xiao. She always felt that Ling Xiao was not good enough. "That's not necessarily true," Lin Haoyu said indifferently. "This kid naturally has his reasons for doing things. There's no harm in watching a little longer. Maybe we'll find a surprise." A surprise indeed came. The longsword in Ling Zhao's hand finally stabbed out. His timing was very good. Earlier, Yuan Ning wanted to chase down a disciple of the Green Immortal Mountain. Now that he was about to turn around to deal with him, it was naturally when his inner force was broken. If he took advantage of this opportunity to attack, the effect would be maximized. This kid is really smart. The Orange Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord could not help but praise. His ability to grasp opportunities is probably unmatched among the disciples of the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. "You're boasting too much. If it were Mo Feiyu, Yuan Ning would have died long ago," the Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord said unhappily. It was only because everyone was staring at Ling Zhao's attack that they didn't pay attention to his words. Otherwise, it would be strange if he didn't die. The lightning sword chi descended like heavenly fire and greeted Yuan Ning's body. Thunderbolt Meteor Sword Art, Thunderbolt Skyfire. The same attack could be used to deal with multiple enemies, but it could also be used to deal with one enemy. The terrifying attack power of multiple attacks gathered together and blasted on one person. At that moment, Yuan Ning was bombarded by countless lightning bolts. He let out a hysterical howl. He was already covered in wounds and did not have much of an advantage against Ling Xiao. After being hit by this attack, he was basically standing on the same starting line as Ling Xiao. "Qing Feiying!" Ling Xiao suddenly shouted. He did not say what he wanted Qing Feiying to do. But the girl was smart enough to play the flute. On the ground, a python condensed from ice wrapped around Yuan Ning's feet, giving him no chance to retreat. "Nice." Ling Xiao laughed and put away his longsword. Then, he performed a seal in the air. Dharma Image Seal, Third Prince Neza, Strike of the Universe. The power of the Strike of the Universe was still stronger than the first two moves of Ling Zhao's Meteor Sword Art. Moreover, it was combined with the lightning power of the intermediate Thunderbolt Battle Constitution. The back of Yuan Ning's neck had been slashed open by Ling Xiao and attacked by Qing Feiying several times. He was already covered in wounds. Now, he was attacked by Ling Xiao again. Yuan Ning's head was directly blasted off. Without a head, even a yin-yang realm warrior would die without a doubt. He succeeded? He actually succeeded. Everyone was very surprised, including the warriors inside and outside the ghost prison. Oh. After a moment of silence, everyone in the ghost prison cheered excitedly. Before Ling Xiao appeared, they didn't even have the slightest hope of defeating Yuan Ning. That despair was still fresh in their minds. However, after Ling Xiao appeared, hope seemed to follow. At this moment, he killed Yuan Ning. Everyone felt as if they were dreaming. However, after pinching themselves hard, they finally confirmed that this wasn't a dream. This was reality. They really succeeded. They successfully killed Yuan Ning. Everything was over. Great. My good granddaughter finally doesn't have to die. Outside the ghost prison, the aged Orange Fairy Mountain's mountain master was also tearing up. It seemed that he really loved his granddaughter very much. If Qing Feiying really died, he didn't know how much pain he would feel. That brat, he actually succeeded. This is too surprising. Lin Haoyu had always been good to Ling Xiao because of his relationship with Lin Ruoxian and Lin Yang. However, to be honest, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to achieve such a result. I was right to choose him to join the Eight Immortals Mountain. If it wasn't for him, all the disciples in the Eight Immortals assessment would have died tragically. Lin Ruoxian was also very excited because she did the right thing. Something that she should be proud of. Zhou Tong and Desert Cloud, who were in the crowd, had ashen faces. They couldn't have imagined such a thing. Ling Xiao could actually kill Yuan Ning, although it was because Yuan Ning was seriously injured, he was killed by Ling Xiao. This was an undeniable fact. Why isn't this guy a disciple of my Scarlet Immortal Mountain? Qi Lian was filled with jealousy as he looked at the gigantic image. In the past, she had never thought highly of Ling Xiao. But today, Ling Xiao had really stolen the limelight. From then on, the status of the Black Immortal Mountain would probably rise as well. Their status in the Eight Immortals Mountain would greatly increase. Her Scarlet Deity Mountain, on the other hand, would become a target of scorn because of that idiot Sha Hai. The Mountain Master of the Purple Deity Mountain didn't look too good either. However, the only thing he was glad about was that Lin Yang was also a disciple of the Purple Deity Mountain. Furthermore, he had saved Ling Xiao. No matter what, the Purple Deity Mountain still had some merit in this matter. Everyone's hearts were filled with emotions, each with their own thoughts. However, at this moment, a terrifying gale suddenly blew through the ghost prison. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere, causing people to tremble with fear. Everyone looked in the direction of the gale. Over there, the sea of sand was suspended in midair, surrounded by raging winds and sand. Between his eyebrows, a strange inscription actually appeared, sand. This ancient inscription represented his bloodline and his martial soul. The sand race's martial soul was the sand martial soul. This martial soul had many variations and could release many strange abilities. The stronger it was, the more abilities it could display. Sha Hai looked at Ling Xiao coldly. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He still felt the pain of being kicked by Ling Xiao previously. In addition, Ling Xiao had stolen all the limelight from him. It was hard for him to accept this. As the inscription between his eyebrows became brighter and brighter, the aura of Sha Hai also became stronger. It was as if he had turned into a god of war in the desert. It was a very strange scene. Even his body had turned into sand. This was the terrifying thing about a nature-type martial soul. Although a nature-type martial soul couldn't be said to be the strongest, it was definitely the most useful and the most terrifying. After all, it could control natural elements and turn one's body into elements. Just this point alone was enough to make countless people envious. Amidst the yellow sand in the sky, there seemed to be the power of lightning faintly appearing. In order to deal with Ling Xiao, Sha Hai not only used his bloodline martial soul, but also his elementary lightning battle body. His killing intent towards Ling Xiao was much stronger than his killing intent towards Yuan Ning. Oh no, what is Sha Hai trying to do? He actually used the sand race's divine inscription. To deal with Ling Xiao? The Orange Fairy Mountain's mountain master was the first to realize that something was wrong. This sand race's divine inscription can double Sha Hai's strength. This guy is already at the peak of the first level of the Yin Yang realm. If he continues to improve, he'll probably be infinitely close to the second level of hell. Moreover, the Sand Race's divine inscription can increase the martial soul's attack power by 4 to 5 times. Ling Xiao just fought Yuan Ning and must have used up a lot of energy. He's in danger. Lin Ruoxian's heart trembled uncontrollably. Although she trusted Ling Xiao a lot, Ling Xiao had just fought a battle. He didn't seem to be seriously injured. However, in order to kill Yuan Ning, he must have used up a lot of energy. Sha Hai chose to deal with Ling Xiao at this time. It was probably premeditated. Deacon of the first level of the ghost prison quickly opened the door. Yuan Ning is already dead. The door should be open now, right? Lin Haoyu also looked at the deacon of the first level and said loudly. Yes. At this time, the deacon dared not disobey. Fortunately, the disciples of the Eight Immortal Mountain weren't all killed by Yuan Ning. Otherwise, he would definitely be severely punished. However, opening the door of the first level of the ghost prison wasn't as easy as he imagined. Although Yuan Ning was already dead and the formation inside was starting to collapse, it still needed some time. During this time, they could only wait. On the other side, in the ghost prison, Qing Feiying stood out and pointed at Sha Hai angrily. Sha Hai, are you done being crazy? Ling Xiao saved all of our lives. What you're doing is simply shameless. Get out of my way, bitch. I don't need you to meddle in my affairs. Don't think that I won't dare to kill you just because you're related to that Nangong Song. I'm a warrior of the Sand Clan. If you push me too far, I'll kill you too. Sha Hai roared crazily as he gathered his strength. Everyone, Ling Xiao saved us. Shouldn't we help him? Qing Feiying said to the warriors who had joined forces to deal with Yuan Ning. Unfortunately, this time only the people from the Orange Immortal Mountain answered her. After all, Sha Hai wasn't Yuan Ning. He was a warrior of the Sand Clan and a member of the Eight Immortal Mountain. If they killed or injured him, it would be a big problem. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao laughed coldly. Originally, he had planned to give some of the spoils to these people. But now, he gave up. He would just give some to Qing Feiying and the people from the Orange Immortal Mountain. Miss Qing Feiying, please step aside. This is between me and Sha Hai. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm not afraid of him. Ling Xiao sneered and gave 3 of Yuan Ning's 18 weapons to Qing Feiying. One of them was the nether flute. As for the remaining 15, Ling Xiao planned to keep the nether ghost claw and give 1 each to Lin Yang and Ling Jiaojiao. The rest would be exchanged for contribution points in the sect. These were all mid-jade grade martial arts and fine spiritual weapons. They could definitely be exchanged for a large amount of contribution points. One must know that mid-jade grade martial arts and fine spiritual weapons in Eight Immortal Mountain were only suitable for martial artists above the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. This was the reason why Ling Xiao could only choose the low jade grade moon treading meteor steps. The falling star sword art was a martial art he found in Mo Fengzi's jade bracelet. Otherwise, with his cultivation, it would be impossible for him to obtain a mid-jade grade martial art. Of course, there were a few special cases in the lower Eight Immortal Mountain, such as Sha Hai and Qing Feiying. They were very talented and had strong backgrounds. That was why they could cultivate mid-jade grade martial arts. Even so, mid-jade grade martial arts were very rare in the lower Eight Immortal Mountain. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao defeated Yuan Ning with the falling star sword art and the Dharma idol seal. It was so shocking that people forgot about the grade of his martial arts. But now, Ling Xiao had actually taken 15 out of the 18 sets of jade grade martial arts techniques for himself. Naturally, this caused a lot of dissatisfaction. But so what, Ling Xiao didn't care. Those people refused to help him block Sha Hai. It was obvious what kind of people they were. He didn't feel guilty at all. Those nether weapons are all mine. None of you can have them. Sha Hai gloomily looked at Ling Xiao. At this moment, his aura had already reached its peak. A sandstorm spiraled up around him, and the air became turbid. It was impossible to see anything clearly. Ling Xiao, do you think you'll become the hero of Eight Immortal Mountain just because you killed Yuan Ning? You're wrong, and it was a huge mistake. In the future, the Eight Immortals Mountain will only sing praises of my Yellow Sea, and at most, Qing Feiying. As for you, you will only be one of the people killed by Yuan Ning. Up until now, Hai still didn't know that everything that had happened here had been clearly seen by the people outside. When the people outside heard these words, they were both angry and amused at the same time. Really? That's not necessarily true. Ling Xiao sneered. His body was bathed in resplendent lightning as he pointed the heavy sword in his hand at the sand sea. Hee, nothing is impossible. You can die now. Hai sneered. In the void, the howling of the wind grew louder and louder. It was as if a ferocious beast was constantly roaring. Many people held their breaths and distanced themselves from the battlefield. The strength that Hai had displayed was truly too powerful. This took many people by surprise. Is this the strength of one of the 8 great ancient clans, the Sand Clan? It's too terrifying. The desert sea is much stronger than we imagined. The Sand Clan's divine text is truly heaven-defying. Lin Haoyu frowned and said, Ling Xiao, what should we do to deal with this? Whoosh! A huge tornado was finally formed. Within this tornado, yellow sand filled the air and lightning crisscrossed. It was incomparably shocking. Sand Clan's secret technique, Yellow Sand Dragon Scroll. This was a special secret technique. In terms of rank, it was naturally higher than a mid-jade grade martial technique. Unfortunately, Hai's mastery was not enough. The power that it released was at most equivalent to a mid-jade grade martial technique. In the eyes of others, this power was enough to destroy everything in front of Hai. As the huge tornado roared, it rushed towards Ling Xiao. Hai's figure also disappeared. He should have merged into the yellow sand that filled the sky. Wherever the tornado passed, the ground cracked and the plants withered. There were even a few disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain who did not manage to escape in time. They were directly sucked dry and turned into dried corpses. In the end, they were crushed and merged into the yellow sand. The Sand Clan's mid-jade grade secret technique is even more powerful than a normal mid-jade grade martial technique. Combined with the Sand Clan's divine text, the attack power is too strong. Why didn't he use it just now? If he did, he would be the one to kill Yuan Ning. Qi Lian muttered to herself. She really wanted her disciple to become a hero, and not like now, where all the mountain lords saw his ugly actions clearly. Oh no. Qing Feiying also knew that Ling Xiao was in trouble this time. Not to mention that Ling Xiao had used up a lot of Yuan Ning's energy to defeat him. It would be difficult for him to block Hai's terrifying attack. Lin Ruoxian, who was outside the ghost prison, even wanted to rush in. But there was no other way. The gate of the ghost prison was still closed. They could only watch as Hai, this despicable and shameless guy, acted impudently there. Lin Yang, who was inside the ghost prison, wanted to help, but was stopped by Ling Xiao. Lin Yang, as my brother, you have to have confidence in me. You don't really think that I can't block Hai's attack, do you? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He had to admit that Hai's powerful attack was almost as powerful as Yuan Ning's attack after he was seriously injured. It definitely had the ability to hurt him. But so what, it was just a target for Ling Xiao to test his sword. The meteor sword technique has a total of 6 moves. I've only used 2 of them. One move, Fall, and the other, Heavenly Fire. Fall has reached perfection. Its power is boundless. Heavenly Fire, on the other hand, has only reached perfection. But just now, in the battle with Yuan Ning, I finally increased the power of these 2 moves. Death had already reached the pinnacle of perfection. Heavenly Fire, on the other hand, has reached perfection. The increase in power is not just a little bit, just right. I'll use Hai as a target to test my moves. Ling Xiao thought to himself. His body slowly rose up. The thunder and lightning on his body suddenly disappeared. What replaced it was a sudden burst of bright starlight. His entire body seemed to be bathed in the starry sky. The starlight behind him was especially dazzling. This dazzling light made many people close their eyes. Is Ling Xiao really planning to fight Hai head-on? Under Hai's attack, he should avoid it if he can. Doesn't he have a powerful movement technique? The Orange Fairy Mountain's mountain master asked, puzzled. I'm afraid it's not that he doesn't want to avoid it, but that he can't. The Purple Fairy Mountain's mountain master smiled and said, the most terrifying thing about the sand race's secret technique is that it can affect the entire space. Ling Xiao is already surrounded by the sandstorm. He can't escape at all. Since he can't escape, he can only fight it head-on. Even if it's an egg hitting a rock, there's no other way. I don't think so. Xiaohai's secret technique is powerful, but don't forget that the sword technique Ling Xiao used just now can injure Yuan Ning. Lin Haoyu reminded. Behind Ling Xiao, the ball of starlight grew brighter and brighter, bigger and bigger. Its aura actually gradually suppressed the madly charging sandstorm. It made people forget how to speak. This sword is to tell you that aristocratic bloodlines are nothing special. The so-called sand race's divine script is just a little inheritance left to you by your ancestors. You don't know how to carry it forward and only know how to make use of it. How can you become strong? Thunderbolt Meteor Sword Art, Thunderbolt Fall, Perfection. What's going on? Is his sword art an intermediate jade grade sword technique? Qing Feiying felt her lips tremble, and her whole body trembled. Her worry about Ling Xiao vanished in an instant. An intermediate jade grade sword technique that had reached perfection, this was something that even she couldn't do. One had to know that his sound talisman beast incantation was also a jade intermediate secret technique, but he had only cultivated it to the proficient level. Ling Xiao had actually honed this sword technique to the point of perfection. Was it really possible? Whether or not it was possible, the truth was in front of her. Qing Feiying didn't care whether she believed it or not. That was the reality. What a monster. This kid. Lin Haoyu sighed. To be honest, since I became the external hall master of the 8 Immortals Mountain's Hall of Virtue and Punishment, I've only seen one person as monstrous as him. That was Ling Yan, but Ling Yan isn't as good as him. Although many people wanted to refute Lin Haoyu's words, they didn't know how to. At the very least, the terrifying sword intent that Ling Xiao had displayed was enough to completely crush Xiaohai. The moment Ling Xiao's sword arrived, starlight filled the entire space. The originally roaring yellow sand tornado was instantly destroyed by the terrifying sword qi. It was like a snake being torn to pieces. The terrifying sword light covered the entire space. The only thing people could see was the yellow sand covered by the starlight. Ling Xiao's sword art had won. When the starlight disappeared, the yellow sand had completely stopped. Ling Xiao and Xiaohai were both standing in the void. However, the two situations were completely different. Ling Xiao's sword had already pierced Xianxi's throat. Xianxi was like a corpse hanging there, with only blood dripping down. This scene seemed to have been frozen in time, causing everyone to become dumbfounded. The ghost prison was completely silent. Outside the ghost prison, there was also a short period of complete silence. Young master. Suddenly, Desert Cloud, who was in the middle of the crowd, howled in pain. This voice startled the people outside. The door seems to be open. The deacon of the first floor of the ghost prison said. Hearing that the door to the first floor of the ghost prison had opened, everyone rushed inside. Desert Cloud and Zhou Tong also rushed in. Lin Ruoxian did not move for a long time. This scene caused her cheeks to turn red. Which girl doesn't like heroes? She doesn't like outstanding men. In the past, Lin Ruoxian helped Ling Xiao only because of Ling Xiao's outstanding talent, and because Ling Xiao helped Lin Yang. But this time, it was because of Ling Xiao's strength that she developed a sense of admiration. Seeing Desert Cloud rush in, she hurriedly followed. Ling Xiao killed Xiaohai with a single sword strike. Desert Cloud would not let this matter rest. That guy was Xiaohai's supervisor and also his bodyguard. With Xiaohai dead, Desert Cloud would definitely be the unlucky one. Therefore, Desert Cloud would definitely take revenge on Ling Xiao, even if it meant breaking the sect's rules. After all, in Desert Cloud's eyes, the Sand Tribe was more important than the sect. At this time, in the ghost prison, Qing Feiying was also in a daze for a long time. She felt that Ling Xiao's shadow had been deeply imprinted in her soul realm. She originally thought that this person would not have anything to do with her. But in reality, from the moment Ling Xiao saved her, this person's shadow became clearer and clearer in her heart. At this moment, it was completely imprinted in her soul. The disciples of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain were the ones who were the most afraid and unable to believe this fact. Hey, are you kidding me? How could Lord Xiaohai lose to Ling Xiao? And lose so miserably? In a head-on battle, Ling Xiao actually killed Lord Xiaohai after exhausting so much energy? They had mocked Ling Xiao more than once, saying that he was trash and not qualified to be compared to Sha Hai. But what could they say in this situation? Trash defeated the invincible Sha Hai in their hearts, they felt their faces burning, and their hearts were filled with fear. At this time, the people outside had already entered. Although he had seen the same scene on the screen just now, standing at such a close distance, he realized that it really wasn't a dream. The 7 mountain lords, including Lin Haoyu, felt like they had been slapped in the face. Especially Qi Lian and the mountain lord of Purple Fairy Mountain. They had praised Sha Hai endlessly, but in the end, Ling Xiao defeated Sha Hai so easily. They really felt their faces burning uncomfortably. Young master. Desert Cloud rose into the air and attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao dodged. Desert Cloud carried Sha Hai's corpse and placed it on the ground. A round, jade-like pill was placed into Sha Hai's mouth. It's the 9 transformations life recovery pill. Ling Xiao frowned. This pill was something that he could not refine now. It was an extremely high-quality pill. He did not expect the sand race to have it, and it was even used by trash like Sha Hai. The scariest effect of this pill was that as long as the person did not die for too long, the corpse would be kept warm. Furthermore, as long as the corpse's temperature was maintained at least 90%, it could be revived. This was simply a heaven-defying pill. It was said that only the alchemists of the Immortal Court could refine it. Ling Xiao had seen similar pills before, and that was when he had just arrived at the White Tiger continent. He did not expect to see it again today. This was probably the foundation of a big family. However, it was not a big deal. Sha Hai was just a defeated opponent to him. So what if he was revived? Since he dared to find trouble with him, he would naturally find a way to kill him. He believed that the people outside had seen the battle today clearly. He had a good reason to kill Sha Hai. Even if Sha Hai was a disciple of the sand race, it was useless. After all, the 8 Immortal Mountain was not controlled by the sand race, but by the 8 great ancient races. No matter what, Ling Xiao had saved so many disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountain today. Even if there were people who hated him to the core, he was still a meritorious person to the sect. This would not change. Whoever went against him would be slapping the 8 Immortal Mountain's face. Ruoxian, you have a good eye. This Ling Xiao will become a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain sooner or later if you nurture him well. Lin Haoyu smiled at Lin Ruoxian. With Ling Xiao's aptitude, the 8 Immortal Mountain would definitely nurture him. After all, in this era, it was the era of fighting for geniuses. No one would easily give a genius away. Hee, don't be delusional, Hall Master Lin. I admit that Ling Xiao is very strong, but don't forget the selection rules of the 8 Immortal Mountain. With Ling Xiao's aptitude, he is not bad, but it would be very difficult for him to pass. Don't even think about it. There's no way Ling Xiao can pass the selection of the upper 8 Immortal Mountain. The mountain master of the Purple Immortal Mountain sneered. Even though Lin Haoyu wanted to refute, he shook his head bitterly after opening his mouth. The upper 8 Immortal Mountain was the true core of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao might have the qualifications, but his strength and other conditions were far from enough. Heis, if only Ling Xiao had Desert Cloud's background. But, what a pity. Lin Haoyu sighed. That's right. Desert Cloud will definitely participate in the selection of the upper 8 Immortal Mountain this time around. And, he'll definitely pass. After all, he's from the sand race. As long as he passes the selection, he'll be accepted into the sand race. But, it's different for the others. To pass the selection, one has to be selected. Otherwise, no matter how good one's results are, it'll be useless. Lin Ruoxian shook his head. It seemed as though Ling Xiao's path of ascension had come to an end just like that. He was really indignant. Ruoxian, don't think too much about it. Ling Xiao has offended the sand race. Even if he were to be promoted to the upper 8 Immortal Mountain, he might not have a good ending. Don't forget what kind of a person Sha Diao is. This time around, Sha Diao was indeed killed by Ling Xiao. He was only saved by Desert Cloud with the 9 Transformations Life Return Pill. The 9 Transformations Life Return Pill was the same as the 9 Transformations Soul Return Pill. They were both treasures of the ancient race. They were non-renewable resources. This time around, the sand race had suffered a huge loss. There was no way Sha Diao would let him off. If Ling Xiao didn't enter the upper 8 Immortal Mountain, Sha Diao probably wouldn't care about him. He would only try to trip him up secretly or send his lackeys to deal with Ling Xiao. If that was the case, Ling Xiao would still be able to handle it. But, once Ling Xiao becomes a disciple of the upper 8 Immortal Mountain, Sha Diao would definitely not let him off. Lin Haoyu consoled Lin Ruoxian. Even though that's the logic, I still feel indignant. Lin Ruoxian sighed. He was about to talk to Ling Xiao about this so that Ling Xiao could be mentally prepared. But at that moment, Desert Cloud suddenly charged towards Ling Xiao. Even though Sha Hai had been saved, his eyes were devoid of life. It was clear that he was crippled. He was probably killed in front of so many people, and in such a miserable manner. Even if he was saved, he would be too ashamed. Nobles, after all, always valued their reputation very much. Therefore, Desert Cloud had to make Ling Xiao pay the price. Desert Cloud, what are you trying to do? Lin Ruoxian appeared in front of Ling Xiao. He looked coldly at the Desert Cloud and said, Ling Xiao has made great contributions to the sect. If you dare to touch him, I will kill you. Desert Cloud frowned, and his body came to an abrupt halt. Of course, he was not afraid of Ling Xiao. But against Lin Ruoxian, he had no chance of winning. After all, he was just a disciple of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain, while Lin Ruoxian was a disciple of the upper 8 Immortal Mountain. The gap between them was obvious. Ling Xiao, you trash. If you have the ability, don't stand behind a woman. Fight me one-on-one. Desert Cloud roared at Ling Xiao. Are you an idiot? You are just a dog of the Sha family. What right do you have to fight me? Do you know why I didn't participate in the life and death battle in Sha Hai? Many people thought that I was afraid. What a joke. I just wanted to tell everyone that I, Ling Xiao, am not a dog of Sha Hai. I don't need to be called to come and go. Ling Xiao looked at Desert Cloud and said contemptuously. You are courting death. Desert Cloud roared. Even a dog of the Sha family is worth more than a martial artist from a remote town like you. You don't understand how scary the Sha family is. Do you know who Sha Diao is? He is the brother of Sha Hai, and he is his biological brother. You touched Sha Hai, so he will not let you go. His methods are extremely cruel. If you die in my hands today, it might be a relief for you. You talk too much. What Sha Diao? I have never heard of him. Have you heard of Mo Feiyu? Ling Xiao asked. He is one of the top geniuses of the 8 Immortal Mountain. But what is the result of him going against me? He was really not afraid of Sha Diao. Because it was useless to be afraid. The 8 great ancient families sounded impressive, but compared to the true demonic empire of the past, it was nothing. Ling Xiao was not afraid of the true demonic empire's demon generals. Why would he be afraid of a small family? If he could not survive, he could just leave. Once he left the 8 Immortals County, the 8 Immortal Mountain was not impressive at all, let alone the Sha family. Therefore, Desert Cloud was really stupid to use such a thing to scare a reincarnated warrior who had seen the world. Who hurt my brother? At this moment, a cold voice came from the sky. Like a cold wind, it instantly blew through the entire space. Then, a figure wrapped in yellow sand attacked. He stood next to Sha Hai. This person was dressed in black, and there was also a mark of Sha Hai between his eyebrows. But his strength was many times stronger than Sha Hai's. There were several terrifying scars on his face. It was said that they were all left behind when he challenged someone of a higher level. However, others left insignificant scars on his face, but he caused others to lose their lives. Desert Cloud, who did it? The first thing Sha Diao did when he arrived was to ask his brother who hurt him. This was naturally very important. As he spoke, Ling Xiao was also looking at Sha Diao. This Sha Diao was not a reincarnated warrior, but he had to admit that he was really a genius. That terrifying body released an aura that caused him to be fearful. Of course, this aura seemed to be a little weaker than Mo Feiyu's. After all, Mo Feiyu did not belong to any of the 8 great ancient clans, but he became a special disciple of the 8 Immortals Mountain. His talent was really outstanding. Young Master Sha Diao, it was that guy who did it. Desert Cloud pointed at Ling Xiao and said. Lin Ruoxian? Sha Diao frowned. Perhaps it was because Lin Ruoxian was standing in front of Ling Xiao. Or maybe it was because Ling Xiao's aura was too weak, and Sha Diao did not think that he could defeat Sha Hai. So there was such a problem. No, it's that person. The person behind Lin Ruoxian. Desert Cloud said. Him? Sha Diao was stunned for a moment and said, "Are you sure? My brother will lose to that kind of trash?" Desert Cloud smiled bitterly and said, "It's true." Damn it. Sha Diao suddenly took a step forward and punched out. A storm wrapped in yellow sand rushed toward Ling Xiao. Of course, this attack was easily blocked by Lin Ruoxian. Sha Diao, since Sha Hai is not dead, let's call it a day. If we really want to investigate, Sha Hai's behavior is simply despicable. Lin Ruoxian looked at Sha Diao and said coldly. How dare you stop me? Bitch. Sha Diao said coldly, you don't want to marry me. Is it because you like this guy? He pointed at Ling Xiao and asked. So what? Lin Ruoxian was scolded so harshly by the idiot. In a fit of anger, she said something that wasn't appropriate at this moment. This made Ling Xiao stunned. Sure enough, kid. How dare you compete with me for the same woman? You have some guts. Sha Diao had an ugly expression on his face. He had come to seek justice for his younger brother, Sha Hai, but in the end, he had gotten himself into trouble. The woman he had chosen had actually fallen in love with another man. He really didn't take himself seriously. He glared at Ling Xiao with a murderous look in his eyes. It doesn't matter if you have guts or not. Most importantly, someone like you is really worthy of Deacon Ruoxian. Ling Xiao didn't have a good impression of Sha Diao either. Sha Diao had bribed Tong Yuanning to kill him. Although he hadn't succeeded, he had still done so. To Ling Xiao, this was already a death grudge. If he had to lower his head to such an enemy, he might as well die. Furthermore, Sha Diao wasn't strong enough to make him fear him. He still had the powerful Sky Tyrant martial soul and the Beast God transformation that he hadn't used yet. Even if he wasn't strong enough, there was still the Butterfly Lady. If the Butterfly Lady wasn't enough, there was still the Yuan Venerate. As long as he had enough spirit gems, the Yuan Venerate could help him. In short, Sha Diao wasn't someone he had to tolerate, so there was no need for him to tolerate. He understood the principle of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. However, if he only knew how to pretend to be a pig, then he would really be a pig. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have Lin Ruoxian backing you? Sha Diao said coldly. I don't think that way, nor do I intend to do whatever I want. In fact, aren't you the one who really wants to do whatever you want? You are a disciple of the Upper Eight Immortals and a member of the Sand Race, yet you actually barged into the Eight Immortal Mountains assessment and attempted to kill the person who obtained first place. Are you not taking the rules of the Eight Immortal Mountains seriously, or is the Sand Race trying to monopolize the Eight Immortal Mountain? Ling Xiao believed that the 8 great ancient clans of the Eight Immortal Mountain couldn't just be a fist. There was definitely competition between them and even some internal strife. If the Sand Race acted recklessly, the other clans would definitely step in to stop them. In fact, this matter was being discussed at the 8 great ancient clans meeting on the Eight Immortal Mountain. Sha Hai's actions are truly shameful. Although he is a disciple of the Sand Race, we cannot let him off so easily. That's right. Although Ling Xiao injured Sha Hai, he had no choice. Not only is he not guilty, but he has also performed meritorious deeds. The Sand Clan wouldn't forget the agreement between us, the 8 great ancient clans, in order to protect a disciple, right? Of course not. Everything will be done according to the rules of the sect. The one in charge of the meeting was Sha Hai's father, Sha Lin. In this small meeting, the Sand Clan's sworn enemy, the Zhen clan, was very active. They actually tried their best to protect that Ling Xiao and suppress his son. But as his father, there was nothing he could do. If it was something that had not been discovered, he could use some means to hide it. After all, they had done such things in the past. But now, the troublesome thing was that Sha Hai's actions were all seen by those who went down the Eight Immortal Mountain. Among them were the eyes and ears of the Eight Immortal Mountains and the 8 great ancient clans. There was no way to deny it. Therefore, he could only admit defeat. In any case, Sha Hai was his son, a disciple of the Sand Clan. Even if he admitted defeat, there would not be too severe a punishment. He could only let that brat Ling Xiao benefit from it. How hateful. Recognize that brat clearly. In the future, no matter what activities he engages in, as long as he is a member of the Sand Clan, he will suffer. If you can kill him, it's best to kill him directly. But don't be like my stupid son and do such a stupid thing. Speaking of this matter, Sha Lin gnashed his teeth in hatred. He hated Ling Xiao's audacity. He hated his son even more. How could he be so stupid? Sha Diao and Desert Cloud, who were trying to deal with Ling Xiao on the first floor of the ghost prison, received the same order. They were told to retreat. Brat, consider yourself lucky. But don't let me catch you. Otherwise, you will definitely die without a burial place. When Sha Diao left, his face was ashen. He had mustered a lot of people to find trouble with Ling Xiao. In the end, he did not do anything and left with his tail between his legs. This was really a little embarrassing. However, Lin Ruoxian revealed a worried expression. As the saying went, it was easy to dodge a spear in the open but hard to guard against a stab in the dark. She was afraid that the Sand Clan would not do anything to Ling Xiao on the surface. But it was hard to say behind their backs. Would Ling Xiao really be able to avoid this calamity? She turned around and glanced at Ling Xiao. She planned to find an opportunity to discuss with Ling Xiao to see if Ling Xiao could simply leave the Eight Immortals Mountain and be done with it. In the past, Lin Ruoxian had recruited Ling Xiao to join the Eight Immortals Mountain because they wanted talents. But now, she wanted Ling Xiao to lead the Eight Immortals Mountain purely for Ling Xiao's safety. Sometimes, people were contradictory. But this kind of contradiction was nothing more than liking someone. Alright, the trial has ended. This time, Ling Xiao has done a great job by saving all the disciples of the Eight Immortals. The 8 ancient tribes have already recorded his contribution. If anyone dares to gossip behind his back, they will be punished. If anyone dares to spread rumors, then don't blame the Hall of Good and Evil for being impolite. Lin Haoyu said a sentence at the right time. All of a sudden, many people were silenced. Originally, many people naturally wanted to tell Qi Lian that Ling Xiao had killed the disciples of the Scarlet Fairy Mountain and Qi Yan. But now, Ling Xiao was no longer the same as before. His outstanding aptitude and intelligence had attracted the attention of the Eight Immortals Mountain. Perhaps one day, he would make a meteoric rise and become a carp that leaped over the Dragon's Gate. It was really not worth offending him. Of course, more importantly, the 8 great ancient clans had just rewarded Ling Xiao. If they were to blame Ling Xiao now, it would be tantamount to denying the 8 great ancient clans. Who would be so bold to court death? Unless there was something wrong with their brains, no one would dare to do so. Everyone followed Lin Haoyu and the others out of the first level of the ghost prison. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was calculating his gains this time. 15 undead weapons. These undead weapons were all fine spiritual weapons with Jade-grade intermediate martial skills. In other words, Ling Xiao was definitely considered a rich man in the Eight Immortals Mountain. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. In Yuanning's body, he found a huge demon seed. This demon seed would be very beneficial for his cultivation breakthrough. Although he was now in the late stage of the first level of hell, his enemy was the entire Sand Clan. There was also Mo Feiyu who could be released at any time. He could not be careless. The stronger he was, the more likely he was to survive. His strength had always been reflected by his strength. Without strength, his strength was just a bluff. Ling Xiao did not have that kind of habit. Other than the undead weapons and demon seed, there was also a large number of contribution points. He did a rough calculation and found that there were as many as 500 contribution points. If he donated the remaining undead weapons to the sect, his contribution points might reach more than 1,000. By then, he would be able to exchange them for better things. This time it could be said that he had a great harvest. Ling Xiao, thank you for before. If you need anything in the future, feel free to look for me. In fact, in the process of killing Yuanning, Qingfei had helped Ling Xiao a lot. It was because of this that Ling Xiao had given her 3 undead weapons. I just wanted to come out alive. You don't have to thank me. Ling Xiao said with a smile. No matter what, thank you very much. At this point, Qing Feiying frowned and said, the sand race will never let you go. You must be careful. With that, Qing Feiying turned and left. Ling Xiao certainly knew that the sand race would not let him go. It was because of this that he needed to continue improving his strength. The threat of others could not make him afraid. Instead, it would only make him cultivate even more crazily. Desert Cloud. Sand Eagle. You want to kill me? It won't be that easy. Soon, the sand race will know the consequences of offending me. Ling Xiao, Mo Feiyu's clan will not be the first to be wiped out, nor will it be the last. Don't mess with me. I'm not a kind person. Ling Xiao had never been a person who would endure humiliation. If others bullied him, he would find a way to get back at them. Whoever liked to be a kind person could be a kind person. Anyway, the so-called kind people he had seen were all screwed over by those evil people in the end. People could not do evil, but they could never not do evil. What are you thinking about? Lin Ruoxian's voice suddenly rang in Ling Zhao's ears. At this time, Lin Haoyu and the others had already walked to the front. Only the two of them were left behind. Of course, this was the opportunity that Lin Ruoxian was looking for. Nothing much. Thank you, Deacon Ruoxian, for stopping the Sand Eagle. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be in one piece. Ling Xiao was very confident, but he also knew his limits. With his current strength, if some external factors were excluded, the Sand Eagle's strength could completely crush him. Without Lin Ruoxian's help, he would have been seriously injured. Naturally, words of gratitude had to be said. I brought you into the Eight Immortals Mountain, so I have to be responsible for you. Lin Ruoxian smiled and said, to be honest, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to kill Sha Hai so easily. However, it's time for you to leave Eight Immortals Mountain. Why? Ling Xiao asked in astonishment. You still don't understand after seeing the idiot? Although he can't do anything to you openly because of the sex order, the sand race is very powerful, unlike Mo Feiyu who is alone. If they really want to deal with you, you will have endless troubles. At that time, I'm afraid I won't even have the heart to cultivate. Lin Ruoxian reminded him, once you leave the Eight Immortals Mountain, with your talent, joining any sect is better than staying here. Your personality is really not suitable for such a sect. Attendant Ruoxian, I'll say something that you don't like to hear. Perhaps you didn't look down on me in the past. Even now, you're still looking down on me. Ling Xiao chuckled. Truth be told, I don't care about the idiot at all. The sand race is mediocre. Do you really think I'm afraid of them? Lin Ruoxian's jaw dropped. She suddenly realized that the person standing in front of her was a martial artist who had entered the cycle of reincarnation. Before entering the cycle of reincarnation, he had been at the peak of the life-seizing level, and had stepped into the reincarnation level. There was no way he would care about the sand race. She opened her mouth to speak, but suddenly found that she couldn't bring herself to say anything. After a long moment passed, she couldn't help but say, you might have been strong in the past, but you're still in the cycle of reincarnation. You haven't recovered your former strength. I understand that you care about me, Attendant Ruoxian, he said. But if a martial artist cowers in the face of anything, then his path of martial arts will be filled with obstacles. Don't worry, I'm not the type of person who doesn't know the height of the heavens and the depth of the earth. If I run into a problem that I can't solve, then I'll take the initiative to leave. Ling Zhao's way of thinking was simple. Although there would be difficulties, they wouldn't cause him to despair. Therefore, he didn't need to give up. If he gave up once, then there would be a second time and a third. If he gave up too many times, it would become a habit. That was a very scary thing. Fine. Since you've decided to stay, I'll do my best to give you as much information as possible. That way, you'll be safer. Lin Ruoxian knew that she might have been overthinking things. Ling Xiao was much more intelligent and rational than she had imagined. What information? Ling Xiao asked. Lin Ruoxian said, first of all, don't think that just because you easily took first place in the exam that you're the #1 genius in the lower 8 Immortal Mountains. You should know that this exam was only for the first level of the Hell of Yin Yang realm. At most, you'll only be the first amongst these people. In the Black Tortoise continent, geniuses were divided into several grades: gold grade genius, jade grade genius, earth grade genius, heaven grade genius, immortal grade genius, and divine grade genius. There's also a genius of the highest rank, known as the human king genius. Since ancient times, only a single human king has reached this rank. Even the true devil emperor of the true devil empire was only a divine genius. In the lower 8 immortal mountains, Qingfei is considered an earth rank genius. Shahai is only a jade rank genius. But there are 2 people with even higher potential than them, and they're sky rank geniuses. Oh, just who are they? Ling Xiao asked. Lin Ruoxian shook her head. That's a secret of the sect. I have no way of knowing. I only know that there are 2 of them. Sky rank geniuses. I know. Ling Zhao's expression didn't change at all. Back in the White Tiger continent, he'd met multiple immortal rank geniuses: Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, and Long Chen. All of them, he'd also been judged to be a divine rank genius. Thus, he didn't think there was anything special about sky rank geniuses. Lin Ruoxian shook his head with a wry smile. He could roughly guess Ling Zhao's past and didn't waste any more time on the topic. Then let's talk about the second question that concerns you. It's about the Devil Shadow sect. Lin Ruoxian's expression suddenly turned serious. What's wrong with the Devil Shadow sect? Instantly, Ling Xiao became extremely nervous. This was because the Devil Shadow sect was even more troublesome than the sand race in his eyes. Although it hadn't been long since its rise, it spread like a plague and created a terrifying Devil Shadow whirlwind in the Black Tortoise continent. You said before that the Devil Shadow sect has a deacon in the 8 Immortals prefecture, right? Yes. Did you find out who he is? Ling Xiao asked. Lin Ruoxian nodded. I don't know if you still remember the Heavenly Wind Society? Of course I do. The only faction in the 8 Immortals prefecture that has the qualifications to be mentioned in the same breath as the 8 Immortals mountain. It seems to be a sect directly under the imperial court. Ling Xiao nodded. It's good that you remember. Don't be scared when I tell you. The Devil Shadow sect's deacon in the 8 Immortals prefecture is the youngest son of the Heavenly Wind Society's leader, Xianxia. What? Ling Xiao was stunned. Although he might not be afraid of the Heavenly Wind Group, with his current strength, he was no match for the Heavenly Wind Group. The deacon of the 8 Immortal City was the son of the Heavenly Wind Group's leader, Xianxia. This was troublesome. Does Xianxia know about this? Ling Xiao asked. I don't know, but I think he knows. Lin Ruoxian guessed. Xianxia not only has a high cultivation, but is also very smart. It's impossible that he doesn't know what his son is doing. Then this is troublesome. Ling Xiao frowned. If Xianxia didn't know about this, he could still kill the deacon behind his back. But if Xianxia knew, then killing the deacon meant offending Xianxia. At that time, the 8 Immortals mountain wouldn't protect him. They would definitely send him away. Yes, it's very troublesome. Not to mention Xianxia, just the strength of the 8 Immortal City alone is not something you can deal with. Lin Ruoxian continued, I heard that although Xianxia's son's talent isn't very good, his cultivation is at the peak of the 3rd level of hell of the Yin Yang realm. He has 6 hall masters under him, all of whom are at the peak of the 2nd level of hell of the Yin Yang realm. 2 of them are at the 1st rank. Besides the hall masters, there are 12 protectors and thousands of town deacons. The protectors are at the peak of the 1st level of hell of the Yin Yang realm to the early stage of the 2nd level of hell of the Yin Yang realm. There are also 1st-rank martial artists among them. Most of the town deacons have just broken through to the Yin Yang realm, so there is no need to worry too much about them. There are also no 1st-rank martial artists, but there are many of them. Not to mention, there are hundreds of thousands of disciples. Lin Ruoxian said so much to tell Ling Xiao that he should try his best to escape from the Devil Shadow sect. Unless the 8 Immortals mountain helped him, Ling Xiao would be courting death if he tried to fight him by himself. Of course, I will help you. Lin Yang will also help you, but it's just a drop in the bucket. Lin Ruoxian added. Didn't the sect leader of the 8 Immortals mountain read the previous letter? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, but he doesn't care at all. He doesn't care about a mere Devil Shadow sect. Lin Ruoxian sighed. Haha, after all this time, I still have to deal with the Devil Shadow sect myself. Forget it, it's better to rely on myself than on others. In any case, I already have a death grudge with the Devil Shadow sect. If the Devil Shadow sect is not destroyed, I will never have a day of peace. So, they must die. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Actually, after hearing Lin Ruoxian's words, Ling Xiao was actually relieved. Within the Eight Immortal City, the strongest martial artist in the Demon Shadow sect was only at the peak of the Yin-Yang realm's third level of hell. Moreover, he was not even a rank 1 martial artist. He had the confidence to deal with such a person. Although the difference in cultivation between the first, second, and third levels of hell was huge, the difference in cultivation base between the first, second, and third levels of hell was huge. This was why one Yuan Qi could completely suppress hundreds of disciples of the Eight Immortals Mountain in the ghost prison. However, Ling Xiao wasn't an ordinary rank 1 martial artist. He was a rank 1 martial artist who had entered the Samsara realm. Challenging someone of a higher level was nothing out of the ordinary for him. No, to be exact, he had to be able to do it. Otherwise, the benefits of entering the Samsara realm would be too small. Of course, given his current cultivation base, he still couldn't deal with the Eight Immortal Cities Deacon unless his cultivation base broke through to the second level of hell or he used the power of a Yuan Venerate and the Butterfly Lady. However, dealing with the Devil Shadow sect wasn't something that could be done overnight. The Devil Shadow sect was probably focused on the vampiric sacrifice now. Instead, they didn't pay much attention to him and Yuhua Town. He had time. As the two of them chatted, they unknowingly arrived at the foot of the Black Immortal Mountain. Feng Ru was already waiting there. Feng Ru hadn't stopped cultivating during the past few days of assessment. Her cultivation base had clearly advanced to the Yin-Yang realm thanks to the Yin-Yang Hell elixir that Ling Xiao had given her. Although she had just broken through, it was obvious that Feng Ru was very happy. Her cultivation base, which had stagnated for a very long time, had broken through now. Anyone would be very happy. Junior brother, the Mountain Master is back. He said that you have made a great contribution to the Black Immortal Mountain and have gained face. Therefore, he wants to hold a special celebration for you. Feng Ru said excitedly when she saw Ling Xiao. Then I'll take my leave first. You should consider the matter of the Devil Shadow sect carefully. Don't act recklessly. Lin Ruoxian sent Ling Xiao to the foot of the mountain before leaving. I know. Ling Xiao watched Lin Ruoxian leave before following Feng Ru up the Black Immortal Mountain. The Mountain Master of the Black Immortal Mountain, the eldest disciple of the Black Immortal Mountain, Qi Ren Feng, and the second disciple of the Black Immortal Mountain, Zhou Tong, were already waiting there. A table with fine wine and delicacies was placed on top of the beautiful mountain peak. Feng Ru smiled. Junior brother, you guys eat. I'll take my leave first. Take your leave? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. He could tell that the dishes on the table were all cooked by Feng Ru. After all, he had stayed in the Black Immortal Mountain for some time. Ling Xiao had some understanding of Feng Ru's culinary skills. These dishes were clearly cooked by her with great care. Of course, unlike the food of ordinary people, these dishes were quite beneficial to one's cultivation after eating them. Some could increase the strength of one's body, while others could increase the upper limit of one's inner strength. In short, although the effects were not as obvious as pills, they were still good things. However, he could not sit down and eat the dishes cooked by Feng Ru. He had to take his leave. Ling Xiao did not understand this logic. He was very dissatisfied. Senior sister, sit down and eat together. Since it's a celebration for me, there's no reason to take your leave. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ling Xiao, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you got first place in this assessment. In our Chen nation, no matter how high a woman's status is or how powerful she is, she cannot sit with a man. This is the rule. Zhou Tong shouted sternly. Alright, since that's the case, I'll go celebrate with senior sister Feng. I'm sorry, Mountain Lord. Later, this disciple will apologize to you. Ling Xiao stood up and looked coldly at Zhou Tong. He had almost killed Shahai, but this Zhou Tong was still so arrogant. It seemed like he had a new backer. Was it the desert cloud? Ling Xiao sneered. Not to mention the desert cloud, even if it was an idiot, he, Ling Xiao, was not afraid. A mere desert cloud was nothing. Sit down, Ling Xiao. Feng Ru, come and eat with us. There are no outsiders in the Black Immortal Mountain. There aren't so many rules. The Mountain Lord of the Black Immortal Mountain smiled faintly. Mountain Lord, I admit that Ling Xiao is talented. However, his character is too impudent. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Moreover, he will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Sooner or later, he will harm our Black Immortal Mountain. Zhou Tong said loudly. Enough. I'm still the Mountain Lord of the Black Immortal Mountain, right? Zhou Tong shuddered, suddenly remembering what this mountain chieftain had done in the past. Only then did he shut his mouth. The Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain was not someone to be trifled with. Among the 8 Mountain Lords of the 8 Immortal Mountains, Qi Lian was not the strongest. It was not the Mountain Lord of Orange Immortal Mountain, but the Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao felt the extraordinary killing intent of the Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain. He thought to himself, this person is too mysterious. I have to be wary of him in the future. After he and Feng Ru sat down, the killing intent instantly disappeared. A smile as bright as the sun appeared on the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master's face. Ling Xiao, in the few days that I was not in the sect, you really did a few big things. Amazing. To be honest, even I, the Mountain Lord, was shocked. I did not expect you to have cultivated the lightning battle body. Rare, really rare. The Mountain Lord did not mean to say this. He was speaking the truth. To be honest, the Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain did think that Ling Xiao's talent was not bad. However, he only thought that he was a gold or jade immortal genius and could not be compared to Sha Hai and Qingfei. However, after this battle, he understood that an amazing person had come to his Black Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao's talent should be at least an Earth Immortal genius. As long as he was trained well, he would definitely become the absolute glory of Black Immortal Mountain in the future. Mountain Lord, you flatter me. I only have some cultivation experience because I reincarnated. It's nothing special. Ling Xiao said humbly. No matter what, it is true that you have contributed greatly to Black Immortal Mountain. After this trial, Black Immortal Mountain's status has greatly increased. Not only did the sect give us another 40 lightning elemental jades, but they also gave us a lot of spirit stones and resources. In the future, your cultivation conditions will also be better. The Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain found Ling Xiao pleasing to the eye. Perhaps in a few years, with his and Ling Xiao's hard work, Black Immortal Mountain could regain its former glory. I am originally a member of Black Immortal Mountain. It is only right for me to contribute to Black Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao said lightly, besides, ever since I joined Black Immortal Mountain, senior sister Feng Ru has been very good to me. Mountain Lord also helped me through a difficult time. I know how to repay kindness. No matter what intentions the Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain had, he was indebted to him. He did not care about anything else. Alright, let's skip the pleasantries. Let's eat. The Mountain Lord of the Black Immortal Mountain smiled, and everyone began to eat. Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain. What do you lack? What do you lack the most now? What do you lack now? What do you lack now? What do you lack is? What you lack now? What? What do you lack? What do you lack now with you? What is Lord? Immortal? Mountain Lord, didn't you say that you would only give him a mid-tier jade grade martial art technique? Zhou Tong could not help but ask. I. The reason the Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain had changed his mind at the last minute was because of Ling Xiao's gratitude. Ling Xiao was indebted to him, which meant that Ling Xiao was a loyal and affectionate person. He was treating Ling Xiao well now, so Ling Xiao would definitely repay him in the future. Although a mid-grade jade martial technique was good, Ling Xiao did not lack it. Giving it away wouldn't have much of an effect. That was why he had allowed Ling Xiao to make the request himself. Ling Xiao really needed a lot of things now. However, in order to increase his strength, there were 2 things that he couldn't do without. Then give me a spirit gem or a powerful beast martial soul. Spirit gems were for Yuan Venerates and divine scriptures. As long as he had enough spirit gems, Yuan venerates and divine scriptures would be of great help. Therefore, this was very important for his survival. A beast martial soul was because he wanted to maximize the combat strength of the beast god martialists. Given his current cultivation base, it was simply impossible for him to truly control the transformation of the 12 beast gods. He had also tried to use the sun god transformation in the past, but to be honest, it had been very awkward. Not only had it consumed a lot of energy, but its combat strength hadn't been as high as expected. It was like a child wearing an adult's clothes. The clothes were nice, but they couldn't control it. Therefore, he wanted to make his status as a beast god martialist even stronger. The best way was to find a suitable beast martial soul for himself. Of course, there was a limit to this. A beast martial soul could only be a beast of the same species as the 12 beast gods. Zi, Chou, Yin, Mao, Chen, Si, Wu, Wei, Shen, Yu, Su, Hai, Rat, Ox, Tiger, Rabbit, Dragon, Snake, Horse, Goat, Monkey, Chicken, Dog, Pig, even if they weren't of the same species, as long as they were of the same species, they could use them. Of course, he had also told the Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain about this condition. However, he didn't expect much when he said this, as such an item was very difficult to find even in the Hall of Good and Evil. It was unlikely that the Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain had it either. I really don't have a soul gem, nor do I have the beast martial soul you want. The Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain shook his head. As expected. Although he didn't have much hope, when the Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain really said it, Ling Xiao was still a little disappointed. However, don't be too disappointed. Although I don't have a beast martial soul, I know where you can find what you need. The Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain added. Please tell me. Ling Xiao hurriedly said. There is one in the Hall of Good and Evil. It seems to be a beast martial soul at the second level of Yin Yang Realm, Peak of Hell. It's called the Steel-Armored Bull Demon. This should be suitable for you, but I have to remind you that this Steel-Armored Bull Demon martial soul is very expensive. It's said that it's worth more than 5 million low-grade spirit stones in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. This beast martial soul is compatible with the second level of Yin Yang Realm, Hell. Even if you want to exchange it at the Hall of Good and Evil, it'll cost more than 500 contribution points. The Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain reminded, I can't help you with the contribution points, but if you need spirit stones, I can give you some. Also, if you want to exchange for the Steel-Armored Bull Demon martial soul at a cheaper price, you can do so as well. There's a mission in the Hall of Good and Evil that no one has completed. If you help, perhaps the contribution points for the Steel-Armored Bull Demon will only be 100, or even less. Hearing the Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain's words, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel delighted. Although he now had more than 500 contribution points, he couldn't possibly use all of them to exchange for the Steel-Armored Bull Demon martial soul. Moreover, this exchange for the Steel-Armored Bull Demon martial soul was just a trial. If he didn't succeed, it would be a waste. Therefore, he was absolutely willing to spend less contribution points. As for the mission in the Hall of Good and Evil, it was a small matter. He believed that he could complete it. After the banquet, Ling Xiao went straight to the Hall of Good and Evil. He really wanted to know what the mission of the Hall of Good and Evil was. Ling Xiao planned to give it a try as soon as he obtained the Steel-Armored Bull Demon martial soul. At the very least, he could use it until his cultivation reached the peak of the second level of the Yin Yang realm. He could change it when he obtained a better martial soul in the future. Although there was no difference in grades between martial souls, there was a difference in levels. The stronger the demonic beast, the more powerful its martial soul would be. Therefore, changing his martial soul according to his cultivation would be very helpful in increasing his battle prowess. In the Hall of Rewards and Punishments, Ling Xiao was warmly welcomed by the Outer Hall Master, Lin Haoyu. What surprised Ling Xiao was that the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master was also here. He came here specifically to talk about the Steel-Armored Bull Demon martial soul. Even if you didn't come, with my relationship with Ling Xiao, I would have kept the Steel-Armored Bull Demon martial soul for him. Lin Haoyu smiled and said, this is a small matter. Did you not tell him about the other matter? Hearing Lin Haoyu's words, Ling Xiao was clearly a little puzzled. Because I don't know what the outcome will be, I didn't tell him so that he wouldn't be happy for nothing. The Black Immortal Mountain's mountain master shook his head. What's the matter? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Seniors, can't you explain it to me? Actually, it's nothing. You should know that the 8 Immortal Mountain has a promotion test, right? I saw that your talent and strength have basically met the requirements, so I sent a request to the sect to participate in the test. To be honest, you offended the sand race, so I don't know if this request will be accepted. That's why I didn't tell you. The Black Immortal Mountain's mountain master explained. Thank you, mountain master. Ling Xiao smiled. He was very happy. If he could advance to the 8 Immortal Mountain, he would be able to obtain more resources, and his cultivation would increase even faster. This was definitely something that would only bring him benefits and no harm. You're welcome. However, since this matter has already been mentioned, I'll remind you that if you want to participate in the test, your cultivation must at least reach the peak of the 2nd level of the Yin-Yang realm. Or the early stage of the 2nd level of the Yin-Yang realm. Of course, if you have the same strength, you can also pass as an exception. The Black Immortal Mountain's mountain master explained. It doesn't seem that difficult. Ling Xiao said casually. This upper 8 Immortal Mountain was so mysterious. He thought that it was very strong, but it was obvious that he was thinking too much. Don't underestimate it, Ling Xiao. Do you know that the number of people who will be able to pass the examination of the 8 Immortals Mountain this time will not exceed 100? In the end, only 3 or 4 people would be able to pass the test. The probability of this was very small. Therefore, even if you pass the application, don't expect too much. This time, you are participating in the 8 Immortal Mountains assessment to see the world and exchange blows with other young masters. He, Ling Xiao, would never accompany the Crown Prince in his studies. Of course, he would not say this out loud, in case Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord and Lin Haoyu said he was too arrogant. It was meaningless to emphasize this. It seems that you don't think much of it. Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord's eyes were sharp. He immediately saw through Ling Xiao's thoughts. He sighed and said, Lin Ruoxian should have told you that there are 2 heaven-grade geniuses in 8 Immortal Mountain, right? She did, but she doesn't know who they are. Ling Xiao said. She doesn't know, but I know. The Mountain Master of the Black Immortal Mountain said, these 2 will also be taking part in the trial of the 8 Immortals Mountain. One is Desert Cloud from Scarlet Immortal Mountain, and the other is Akira from Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Both of them had reached the 2nd level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. You've seen Desert Cloud before, so I won't say much about it. As for Akira, his cultivation is at the middle stage of the 2nd level of the Yin-Yang realm. Although your senior brothers Chu Renfeng and Zhou Tong have higher cultivation, their actual combat power is not stronger than theirs. Moreover, they are a little older. This time, they will also participate in the test, but their chances of passing are very low. Of course, they are much higher than you. He thought that Ling Xiao would restrain himself after hearing his words. However, Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord clearly misunderstood Ling Xiao's character. Not only did the strong competitors not make him lose his courage, but it also stimulated his fighting spirit. No matter what, he had to raise his cultivation to the 2nd level of the Yin-Yang realm before the test. Moreover, Ling Xiao did not seem to care about the strength of those people, but the identity of one of them. Akira can't be related to Qi Yenner, right? Ling Xiao asked. Of course they are related, because Akira is Qi Yenner's sister. Although Akira is a reincarnation realm martial artist, they share the same mother, so they are related by blood. Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord replied. Hee, I hope she doesn't cause trouble for me. Otherwise, I don't mind letting her follow in Qi Yenner's footsteps. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Of course, he would not take the initiative to deal with Akira, but he hoped that Akira would not provoke him. Otherwise, with his character, he would not let it go. Qi Yenner would become Akira's role model. Ling Xiao, not only do you have to worry about Akira, but you also have to be wary of Desert Cloud. Lin Haoyu suddenly said. I know, the sand race hates me to the core, so Desert Cloud will not let me off easily. However, I will not let him off easily either. Ling Xiao would not forget Desert Cloud's attempt to kill him. Therefore, he would naturally kill Desert Cloud if he had the chance. Hearing this, Lin Haoyu could only smile bitterly. Ling Zhao's temper was like this, so what could he do? Alright, seniors, let's not talk anymore. I still plan to go to the Hall of Good and Evil to exchange for something, so I'll take my leave. Ling Xiao did not only want to exchange for something, but also wanted to exchange the remaining netherworld weapons for contribution points. He originally had 15 of them. He kept one for himself, one for Lin Yang, and one for Ling Jiaojiao. There were still 12 that could be exchanged. He reckoned that he could exchange them for a lot of contribution points. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Just as Ling Xiao was about to step out of the door, the Orange Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord and Qing Feiying arrived together. The one who called out to Ling Xiao was the Orange Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord. Senior, is something the matter? Ling Xiao asked curiously. This old man, how should I put it? Sigh, I'm a little embarrassed. The Orange Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord said bashfully, forget it, I'll throw away my old face. Actually, because Feiying was in danger in the ghost prison, this old man said that I would let Feiying marry anyone who could save Feiying. But now, it seems that it won't happen. Old man, are you going back on your word? Lin Haoyu asked with a smile. It was good that Lin Haoyu's promise couldn't be fulfilled. Otherwise, Ling Xiao really didn't know how to face Qing Feiying. In his life, he only loved Moon Maiden. As for other girls, they could only be his confidantes at most. If Lin Haoyu really wanted to marry Qing Feiying to him, he didn't know how to deal with it. However, the next words of the Orange Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord made Ling Xiao a little unhappy. The Orange Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord explained, there's really no other way. The Sand Clan's patriarch personally gave a betrothal gift for Feiying to marry Desert Cloud. Desert Cloud? Why is it this guy again? He's just a bodyguard of Desert Sea. How can he make the Sand Clan's patriarch personally propose marriage? Ling Xiao frowned. That's right. I didn't want to agree at first, but the other party is the Sand Clan's patriarch. This time, the sect punished Desert Sea because of your matter. I can only turn a blind eye to this matter. Sigh. The Orange Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord sighed. It was obvious that he didn't want his granddaughter to marry Desert Cloud. Is he targeting me? Ling Xiao sneered. He knows that you said such things, yet he still purposely came to propose marriage. This is clearly a slap to my face, to let me know that the Sand Clan is the one in charge of 8 Immortal Mountain. That's possible. After all, when I said those words, Desert Cloud was standing by the side. The Orange Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord nodded. Qing Feiying, I'm sorry this time. That Desert Cloud is someone I want to deal with. Your marriage won't happen. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Qing Feiying and said. If you really have the ability, I'd be happy to watch a show. Qing Feiying also didn't like Desert Cloud. She had her own crush, someone from 8 Immortal Mountain, but definitely not someone from the Sand Clan. It was a pity that this time, that person didn't stand up to oppose her marriage with Desert Cloud. This made her somewhat disappointed. Ling Zhao's sudden rise gave her some hope, making her feel a little strange about this martial artist from a remote town. After bidding farewell to everyone, Ling Xiao stepped into the Hall of Rewards, Virtues, and Punishments for Evil to exchange for contribution points. He exchanged the 13 netherworld weapons for 1,300 contribution points. In this way, his contribution points had reached 1,800 points. Among the disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountains, this was definitely an astronomical figure. With so many contribution points, Ling Xiao was no longer interested in rewarding the good and punishing the evil Hall. After all, the steel-armored bull demon martial soul was only worth 500 contribution points. After the exchange, he still had 1,300 contribution points left. It was enough to get something else. Just as he was about to find Lin Haoyu to exchange for the steel-armored bull demon martial spirit, his path was blocked by someone. It was actually a sea of sand. Hee, isn't this young Master Xianxia? You wasted a 9 transformations life rejuvenation pill to save your life. You should be recuperating. What are you doing out here? Ling Xiao sneered as he looked at Sha Hai, his eyes full of sarcasm and mockery. Boom, Sha Hai did not say anything. Instead, he released his powerful aura. First Revolution Yin Yang Realm 2nd level, early stage of hell. You broke through? Ling Xiao frowned. He did not expect Xianxia to benefit from this disaster. It seemed that the 9 transformations life rejuvenation pill could not only save lives, but also improve a person's physique. That's right, I broke through. Are you afraid? Xianxia looked coldly at Ling Xiao. This time, it was his turn to reveal a mocking smile. Afraid? Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao laughed happily. Your stupidity hasn't been cured yet? The last time you went against me, you were killed by me. Fortunately, the 9 transformations life rejuvenation pill saved your life. You didn't cherish it and actually came to provoke me. It seems like you're prepared to die again. However, your sand race shouldn't have the same kind of pill, right? Laugh to your heart's content. Wait for me to consolidate my current cultivation. Then, we'll meet at the 8 Immortal Mountains examination. Last time, I lost to you. Count it as my bad luck. However, this time, you won't have another chance. Xianxia said coldly, turned around, and left. Looking at his departing figure, Ling Zhao's expression gradually turned cold and gloomy. Do you think that the heavens are helping you by increasing your cultivation? No, God probably saw that I didn't manage to kill you and couldn't stand it anymore. He's prepared for me to do it again. Ling Xiao said coldly. With Xianxia's current cultivation, even if he did not break through, he could still kill him. One had to know that Yuan Ning was at this level of strength after he was seriously injured. However, he was still killed by him. Even so, Ling Xiao was still unhappy. He wanted to increase his strength as soon as possible and defeat Xianxia more decisively. He could not give Xianxia any false impression that he could surpass or defeat him. He wanted Xianxia to give up completely. After separating from Xianxia, Ling Xiao went to Lin Haoyu's place. He wanted to use 500 contribution points to exchange for the steel-armored bull demon martial soul. However, the result that he got disappointed him greatly. It was snatched away? Ling Xiao asked in shock. Xianxia took away the steel-armored bull demon martial soul with the order of the Sand Clan's patriarch. Lin Haoyu sighed. Is he targeting me? Ling Xiao asked. It should be. After Xianxia came here, he didn't want anything else but the steel-armored bull demon martial soul. Lin Haoyu replied, although I am the outer hall master, I can't refuse someone who used contribution points to exchange for it and the order of the Sand Clan's patriarch. Ling Xiao understood that Lin Haoyu was right. Lin Haoyu would not openly make an enemy of the Sand Clan for him. Moreover, there was no point in doing so. Lin Haoyu would not give it to him. As long as the owner of the steel-armored bull demon martial soul was willing, it would be fine. Zhou Tong, that guy, he must have leaked the news that I need the steel-armored bull demon martial soul. Ling Xiao immediately thought of the few people at the banquet. Zhou Tong was naturally the most suspicious. Chu Renfeng had a normal relationship with him. There was no enmity or kindness between them. Feng Ru had a very good relationship with him. The Black Fairy Mountain's mountain master had the intention to nurture him. Other than Zhou Tong, it could not be anyone else. Good, very good. Since you don't want me to become stronger, I will show you how strong I am. Fortunately, you don't know about my lava battle body. Then, I will use the remaining contribution points to exchange for herbs and lava origin jades. When Ling Xiao was in the ghost prison, his intermediate lightning battle body and intermediate lava battle body could naturally continue to improve. He still had a lot of thunder origin jades left. There was no need to exchange them, so he exchanged for a lot of lava origin jades. There were also soul gems. There were also supplementary herbs to refine the demon seed and materials to refine the yin-yang origin force pill. Ling Xiao understood this principle very well. If he wanted to make breakthroughs in his cultivation, he couldn't lack medicinal pills. How did his cultivation increase so quickly? Other than his outstanding aptitude, there was another important reason, which was that he knew how to refine pills himself. Refining pills to aid his cultivation allowed him to advance quickly. Ling Xiao planned to keep the remaining 1,000 contribution points. If Lin Haoyu had a martial soul similar to the steel-armored bull demon, he would have enough contribution points to exchange for it. A man without foresight would have immediate worries. After returning to his residence, Ling Xiao locked himself in the thatched cottage. Due to the breakthrough in his cultivation, he planned to try to integrate more thunder elemental jades and lava elemental jades to strengthen his lightning battle body and lava battle body. Previously, he had a total of 64 thunder elemental jades. After using 30, he was left with 34. This time, he bought 30 lava elemental jades. He had no choice. He wanted to buy more, but this was already the limit. In the 8 Immortal Mountain, there was a huge limit to how much contribution points could be exchanged for resources. In order to integrate the elemental jades more securely, Ling Xiao first refined dozens of fusion pills. This was a pill that Ling Xiao modified according to his own process of integrating the elemental jades and some of the content described in the Eternal Divine Pill scripture. The level of the pill was not high, but it was very practical. It could make the elemental jades easier to integrate with the body and reduce the pain. Cultivation wasn't torture. He didn't like it when he made himself suffer so much every time. After doing this, Ling Xiao began to integrate the thunder elemental jades. After swallowing the 31st thunder elemental jade and combining it with the fusion pill, he felt that the integration was so easy. There was no obstruction at all. After 2 to 3 minutes, the integration was complete. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that his lightning energy had increased a little. Although it was not much, it was still very obvious. Next was the integration of the lava elemental jades. His lava battle body relied on the special lava to condense, so he did not use the lava elemental jades before. Originally, he was worried that there would be a conflict. But obviously, he was worried too much. This process was much easier than he had imagined. The integration of the first lava elemental jade was completed easily. It felt similar to the process of the 31st thunder elemental jade. With such a smooth start, Ling Xiao was quite happy and continued the integration. The 32nd thunder elemental jade. The second lava elemental jade, when cultivating, time seemed to pass very quickly. Inside the thatched cottage, Ling Xiao no longer cared about the outside world, and only focused on fusing with the origin jade. When 40 thunder elemental jades and 10 lava elemental jades were fused, the difficulty of fusing them increased significantly. However, with the fusion pill, it was still acceptable. In order to make the fusion easier, Ling Xiao entered the sun god state to make his body more comfortable. He wanted to see what his current upper limit was. Could he directly break through to an advanced constitution? The elementary constitution was already very powerful, and the intermediate constitution was even more terrifying. What about the advanced constitution? He was looking forward to it. Once the fusion reached its limit, he was ready to start practicing the Nether Spirit's Claw. The Nether Spirit's Claw only had 2 moves, so it should be easier to practice than the Meteor Sword art. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't miss out on the opportunity to improve his combat strength. Moreover, in the process of practicing martial skills, it was also very helpful to increase one's cultivation. After finishing these 2 things, Ling Xiao planned to make a trip to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company to see if there were any soul gems and to inquire about the Devil Shadow Sect's movements. As the Devil Shadow Sect's so-called vampiric sacrifice got closer and closer, Ling Xiao felt a strong sense of unease in his heart. If he didn't completely eradicate the Devil Shadow Sect's forces in the 8 Immortals County, he felt that he wouldn't be able to cultivate in peace. He recorded his arrangements in an organized manner. He was very clear about what he should do. However, plans always couldn't keep up with changes. When Ling Xiao was preparing to fuse with the 41st Thunder Elemental Jade, the God Codex suddenly told him that Feng Ru was here, and she seemed very anxious. Ling Xiao knew very well that Feng Ru wouldn't disturb him unless it was something important. After all, Feng Ru knew that he was cultivating. Thinking of this, he stopped cultivating and opened the thatched cottage. "Senior sister, what happened?" Ling Xiao frowned and asked. Feng Ru hurriedly said, "I'm not very clear about the details. The shopkeeper of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company at the foot of the mountain, Lin Fengyuan, sent someone to bring the news. He said that he found a severely injured martial artist while transporting goods. After asking, he turned out to be someone from the Ling family of Yuhua Town." "What?" Hearing this, Ling Xiao immediately thought of Mo Feiyu. Could it be that Mo Feiyu went to Yuhua Town? Ling Xiao asked. "I don't think so. Mo Feiyu is still reflecting on his mistakes behind closed doors. I heard that after experiencing the destruction of his clan, Mo Feiyu calmed down instead. Furthermore, his cultivation improved greatly. It can't be him. Fengru shook her head. No matter what, I'll go to the Eight Immortals County first. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he rushed down the mountain. Fengru was worried that Ling Xiao would be in danger. Knowing that she wasn't strong enough, she went to find Lin Ruoxian. Lin Ruoxian was much stronger than her and was interested in Ling Xiao. He would definitely be able to help Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already arrived at the Eight Immortals County city gate through his private transportation formation. However, the more anxious one was, the easier it was to encounter trouble. There wasn't a single person outside this familiar East City gate. If it was the usual Ling Xiao, he would have easily noticed that something was wrong. However, he obviously overlooked it today. Something happened to the Ling family, which made him anxious. That was his first force in the Black Tortoise continent and also his home. Ling Jiaojiao, whom he cared more about, was there. By the time he realized that something was wrong, he was already surrounded by more than 10 people. What shocked Ling Xiao was that these people's cultivation had all reached the peak of the first level of the Yin Yang realm. 2 of them were even in the first transition. Who had such great power to mobilize so many assassins to deal with him? The other party didn't waste any time. After surrounding him, they launched an attack. As for Ling Xiao, he was too lazy to waste any time. He was in a hurry to go to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, so he didn't hide his strength. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted. The intermediate lightning battle body completely released its terrifying power. All of you, die. You shouldn't have stopped me at this time. Lightning Meteor Sword Art's second move, Heavenly Lightning Fire. He waved his sword and dozens of lightning sword auras fell from the sky like heavenly fire. Of the dozen assassins, only the 2 in the first transition of the Yin Yang realm at the peak of the first level of the hell were still alive. The rest were all killed. Ling Xiao removed the black cloth on their faces. They were 2 unfamiliar faces. He guessed that these people wouldn't reveal any flaws. How could he recognize them? He didn't even ask and directly used the 3-leaf demonic eyes, Soul Catcher. He searched the 2 assassins' soul realms for information about the mastermind. It's actually the Shen family's doing again. Looks like this Shen family is planning to be exterminated. Ling Zhao's expression was gloomy to the extreme. But there should be people from the Sand race behind the Shen family. Ling Xiao was very clear that the Shen family and Zhou family had very good relations with the Sand race. This matter was done by the Shen family on the surface, but the Sand race was definitely involved. After all, to send out so many experts all at once, it was still a little difficult for the Shen family alone. Forget it. Let's not think so much for now. Better go to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company first. Things had to be settled one by one. The most important thing now was to know what happened in Ascension Town. Before long, he had already arrived at the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Lin Fengyuan led him enthusiastically into the inner room. Along the way, there were many words of praise. They were all talking about the ghost prison trial. However, Ling Xiao did not listen to a single word. When he arrived in the room, he saw the still very weak and pale Old He. Old He was Ling Yuhua's most loyal servant. In the family, his strength was second only to Ling Yuhua. According to Lin Fengyuan, when he saved Old He was almost at his last breath. They used first-rate healing pills to heal him. Shopkeeper Lin, I can't thank you enough. Just put all of Old He's expenses on my account. Ling Xiao naturally would not let Lin Fengyuan suffer a loss. After all, the other party saved his people. Young hero Ling is too courteous. You guys chat first. I'll go out first. Lin Fengyuan tactfully left the room, leaving Ling Xiao and Old He here. Actually, what he said just now was not for money. He just wanted to get closer to Ling Xiao. However, since Ling Xiao already misunderstood, this was better explained later. Ling Xiao was not in the mood to listen to any explanation now. Old He, what happened? How did you escape with serious injuries? There were no outsiders in the room. However, for safety's sake, Ling Xiao still took out a formation refining stone and hid the space. He did not want too many people to know about his matters. It's the Devil Shadow Sect. Old Hay sighed and said, the Devil Shadow Sect made a move on Ascension Town. What's going on? Why did the Spectre Sect attack Ascension Town? Is it because of me? Ling Xiao stared blankly for a moment before asking. I don't think so. This Yuhua town is the closest town to the Eight Immortals city. I heard from the disciples of the Spectre sect that they are going to conduct a drill in Ascension Town to test the effects of the vampiric sacrifice. Old Hay explained. Blood-sucking sacrifice. Ling Xiao instantly understood. The Eight Immortals county was too big, and there were too many experts. If the Shadow Devil sect wanted to carry out the blood-sucking sacrifice in the Eight Immortals county, they had to be very careful. That was why they had chosen to conduct a drill in Yuhua town. It was likely that the entire process would be carried out according to the Eight Immortal City's blood-sucking sacrifice. There were two advantages to doing this. One was to increase the success rate of the vampiric sacrifice in the Eight Immortal City. The other was to attract everyone's attention to Ascension Town. This way, the vampiric sacrifice in the Eight Immortals County could be arranged more safely. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Although he didn't know what the vampiric sacrifice was, Ascension Town was probably in a very dangerous situation now. Old Hay, rest well here. I'm going to Ascension Town. Not for anything else, but simply for Ling Jiaojiao, he had to go back. Moreover, the Spectre sect had a great enmity with him. If he didn't get rid of the Spectre sect would find trouble with him sooner or later. It was better to do this cleanly. Sensing the cold-killing intent that Ling Xiao suddenly released, Old Hay hurriedly grabbed his sleeve. Young Master Ling Xiao, don't be impatient. I've only left Ascension Town for a day. I heard from those people that the vampiric sacrifice drill this time will be carried out completely according to the real vampiric sacrifice. Just setting up the formation and preparing the materials will take 3 to 4 days. Therefore, Ascension Town shouldn't be in danger now. I know you're anxious, but if you go there rashly, you won't be able to return. Hearing Old Hay's words, Ling Xiao suddenly calmed down. He was anxious just now because he was worried that he didn't have time. However, from what Old Hay said, he still had 3 to 4 days to prepare. In this case, he could listen to Old Hay's detailed explanation of the situation first. Ling Xiao had always been very calm. Even when he was extremely angry, he wouldn't let his anger affect his emotions. The angrier he was, the calmer he would be. Therefore, those who were familiar with Ling Xiao knew that if Ling Xiao suddenly stopped talking and became extremely calm, it meant that he was extremely angry. This was the calm before the storm. Tell me everything you know. Since the Spectre sect dares to behave atrociously in my territory, I can only make their power in the Eight Immortal City disappear completely. Ling Xiao's voice wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, it was extremely cold. That's right, with his current cultivation, he might not be able to do that. However, one couldn't forget that he had been hiding a terrifying martial soul. With the tyrannical martial soul, the bastards of the Spectre sect in the Eight Immortal City were no match for him. It is said that the blood-sucking sacrifice requires a large number of blood pigs. Yes, it is the warriors who provide the blood for them. The stronger the warriors are, the more precious their blood is and the more they need it. Now, Yuhua Town has been taken over by the Spectre sect. However, with the defensive array you set up, the Ling family can still hold on for the time being. The Spectre sect is wantonly capturing blood pigs in Yuhua Town. The battle is very chaotic, so I was able to escape. However, I am not here to look for you. I am here to look for the prefectural governor. Since Yuhua Town is in trouble, the prefectural governor should send reinforcements, right? The reason why Old Hay didn't look for Ling Xiao was because he didn't know Ling Xiao's true cultivation. When Ling Xiao had left Yuhua Town in the past, his cultivation hadn't been very high. He had only been in the Grotto Heaven realm and had been unable to contend with the Spectre sect. He had come to ask for help from the prefectural governor. You don't have to look for him. The prefectural governor can't help you. Ling Xiao shook his head. He knew that the prefectural governor of the Eight Immortals County was Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan's status in the Lin family wasn't the highest. He couldn't risk offending the Heavenly Wind group to eliminate the Spectre sect. Moreover, they might not believe Old Hay's news. Even if they sent someone to investigate, it would take a long time. Moreover, Ling Xiao didn't believe that the 8 Immortals County's army was a match for the Spectre sect. Therefore, he had to take action. Why? Old He asked, puzzled. Don't ask so many questions. Is that all you know? Are the Spectre sect all in Yuhua town? Ling Xiao asked. That's not the case. In Yuhua town, there is only one hall master of the Spectre sect and 3 guardians. There are also thousands of town wardens and tens of thousands of disciples. Their town wardens, hall masters, and guardians should still be in the Spectre sect's lair, waiting for the results of the drill. That's good. Ling Xiao suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. The only person he was wary of in the Spectre sect was the county city deacon, Chen Wuyan. Although he was Chen Chongqing's most useless son, he was still at the peak of the 3rd level of the Yin Yang realm. He couldn't be underestimated. That's good? Young Master Ling Xiao, don't tell me you want to face so many Spectre sect disciples alone? Old Black was dumbfounded. Even if the county governor can't help, as a disciple of 8 Immortal Mountain, can't you ask for help? There's no need to trouble 8 Immortal Mountain. I can handle it alone. If I trouble them, I'll owe them a favor. Ling Xiao shook his head. If he wanted help, he could find it. At the very least, Lin Ruoxian, Lin Yang, Qing Feiying, and Feng Ru would help him. Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord might help. Lin Haoyu might help too. Orange Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord might help too. However, the Spectre sect disciples in Ascension Town were just a hall master and 2 protectors. He didn't care about them at all. Even if he didn't use his overlord martial soul, he could still kill them all. I really shouldn't have told young Master Ling Xiao about this. Old Black sighed bitterly. I already told you not to inform you, but that shopkeeper Lin insisted on informing you. Sigh. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but with your strength, it's already very difficult to deal with a town deacon. You have no chance of winning against a protector, let alone a hall master. I'm begging you. Please find a way to contact 8 Immortal Mountain. If they help, you'll definitely succeed. If it's really not possible, I'll go. Find the county governor. Old Black didn't want to implicate Ling Xiao because of this. In fact, when he left Ascension Town, Ling Jiaojiao, who sent him out, had specially warned him not to affect Ling Xiao's cultivation. He couldn't let Ling Xiao get involved in this dangerous matter. But there was nothing he could do. He was injured, and he couldn't stop Lin Fengyuan from informing Ling Xiao. Old He, I know what you're thinking. However, you don't have to worry. Just stay here and recuperate. I'll be back soon. The Devil Shadow sect is unlucky to have offended me. Ling Xiao patted Old Black's shoulder and said with a smile, I'm afraid you don't know how much my cultivation has improved in the 8 Immortals Mountain. That's why you're worried. But, Blackie was still worried. He didn't know how much Ling Xiao's cultivation had improved. This was a fact. However, based on the normal speed of cultivation, he felt that Ling Xiao's cultivation wouldn't reach the Yin Yang realm at most. If he couldn't even reach the 1st level of the Yin Yang realm, how could he face the hall master who was at the peak of the 2nd level of the Yin Yang realm? At this moment, Ling Xiao heard a knock on the door. He couldn't help but frown. He removed the formation and opened the door. Outside the door stood Lin Ruoxian, Lin Yang, and Feng Ru. Why are you here? Ling Xiao sighed and said, someone in my family is injured. I'm just here to take a look. Ling Xiao, you don't have to say any more. Shopkeeper Lin has already told us the details. The people from the Shadow Devil sect broke into Yuhua town and captured blood pigs wantonly. However, the county city didn't do anything about this. You want to go back and deal with them alone, right? Lin Ruoxian said. Who is this lady? Blackie looked curiously at the fairy-like Lin Ruoxian and couldn't help but ask. He could feel the powerful aura in Lin Ruoxian's body and her gorgeous clothes. She was definitely not an ordinary person. Sir, this is the deacon of the lower 8 Immortals Mountain. She's also a disciple of the upper 8 Immortals Mountain. She's extremely powerful. A mere deacon of the Devil Shadow sect won't be able to withstand one move from her. Lin Yang introduced excitedly. Plop. When Blackie heard Lin Yang's introduction, he immediately jumped off the bed and knelt in front of Lin Ruoxian. Deacon, I beg you to save Yuhua Town. Blackie, what are you doing? Ling Xiao helped Blackie up. He didn't like kneeling for no reason. Although he had a good impression of Lin Ruoxian, he couldn't let his family members kneel for no reason. Most importantly, it wasn't necessary. He could solve the problem alone. Why should he owe someone a favor? Ling Xiao, I'll go with you. With me around, the Devil Shadow sect is nothing. Lin Ruoxian only said one sentence, but it made Blackie cry. He knew that the Ling family and Yuhua Town could be saved. The deacon was willing to help because she was giving face to Ling Xiao. After young master Ling Xiao left Yuhua Town and joined the Eight Immortals Mountain, how much had he improved? He could even get a deacon to help him. Deacon Ruoxian, Lin Yang, Feng Ru, I, Ling Xiao, appreciate your good intentions. However, I was the one who caused the Devil Shadow sect's problem. I'll settle it myself. If you really want to help, it's best to be vigilant in the Eight Immortals County. The deacon of Yuhua Town will start the rehearsal in advance. The real vampire sacrifice will be held in the Eight Immortals County. Ling Xiao was, of course, grateful for Lin Ruoxian's good intentions. He also knew that Lin Yang and Feng Ru would definitely offer to help. However, he really didn't need them. Because what he was about to do in Yuhua Town might be very cruel. He didn't want these people to see it. None of you can go. Including you, Ling Xiao. If you dare to go to Yuhua Town without permission and become enemies with the Devil Shadow sect, you won't be a disciple of the Eight Immortals Mountain. Just as Lin Ruoxian was about to insist, a cold voice came from outside the door. There were two people who came in at the same time. One was Zhou Tong, and the other was Desert Cloud. Who do the two of you think you are? Since when can you represent the entire sect? Ling Xiao looked at the two of them with disdain. He really didn't understand where the two of them got their confidence from. They actually dared to stop him from going to Yuhua Town to save people. We can't represent the sect, but this is an order signed by the 7 mountain masters of the Eight Immortals Mountain. As he spoke, Desert Cloud took out a paper order and showed it to Ling Xiao and everyone present. Ling Xiao glanced at the signature on it. Other than the mountain master of the Black Immortals Mountain, the other 7 people all had their signatures. This meant that the order was real. This was because such things were very difficult to fake. At this moment, his face was ashen, and he didn't speak for a long time. Don't worry, the two of you. Our young master won't care about this. This time, I didn't come to the Eight Immortals County to look for him. I'm looking for the county governor, so please don't blame him. Old Black felt that the situation seemed to have suddenly become serious, so he hurriedly struggled to sit up and said. Seeing Old Black's attitude, Zhou Tong suddenly became complacent. Zhou Tong continued proudly, and with your strength, you want to deal with the Demon Shadow sect? You should know who the deacon of the Demon Shadow sect is, right? He is the son of the leader of the Tianfeng group, Qin Chongxing, Qin Wuyan. If things go wrong, your Yuhua Town will be wiped off the map and cause a lot of trouble for the Eight Immortal Mountain. Scram. If you two continue to talk nonsense, do you believe that I will kill you? Ling Zhao's sudden roar showed just how angry he was right now. He wanted to save his family in Yuhua Town, he wanted to save his territory. Clearly, someone was not helping him, but wanted to stop him. How could he not be angry? Zhou Tong. Desert Cloud. You two dogs, listen carefully. I, Ling Xiao, am from the Black Immortal Mountain. This order does not have the signature of the Black Immortal Mountain Lord, so it does not count. Using a piece of scrap paper to pressure me, the two of you are really courting death. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with killing intent. He had met many annoying fellows, and these two were among the top. You. Zhou Tong's face was red from the scolding. After a long time, he only pointed at Ling Zhao's face and said 3 words. At this moment, Old He was shocked. Ling Xiao was talking to these two people who obviously represented the higher-ups of the Eight Immortal Mountain. Was he not afraid of being killed? Could this young master of the Ling family, who was not valued in the past, have grown to the point where he could fight against those mountain lords? Old He was both confused and excited. He really wanted to know what cultivation level Ling Xiao was at now. Could he have reached the yin-yang state? Wasn't his cultivation speed a little too fast? How many days had it been? It was not even a month. However, thinking of Ling Zhao's performance in Yuhua town, Old He felt that it was not impossible. Young Master Ling Xiao had always been an unexpected genius. Everyone had misjudged him. What about you? Didn't you hear what I said? Scram. Don't make me repeat the same words twice. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Ling Xiao coldly stared at Zhou Tong and Desert Cloud. His killing intent filled the entire room, making Zhou Tong feel as if he was being stared at by a huge poisonous snake. Ling Xiao, you're crazy. Did he not understand the good intentions of the 7 mountain chieftains? What are the consequences of provoking the devil shadow? Sect? Desert Cloud saw that Zhou Tong was listless, so he said this to give Zhou Tong some courage. As he spoke, his aura was completely exposed. The aura of a Yinyang Realm Level 2 Hell Peak was released, causing Blackie's already recovered body to tremble. He felt a sharp pain in his throat and spat out another mouthful of blood. My lord, please show mercy. Our family's young master is just a deacon. He's just too concerned. Please, don't kill him. Blackie sensed the powerful aura released by the Desert Cloud and immediately fell into an endless abyss of fear. He knew that Ling Xiao was definitely no match for this person. He had to plead for Ling Xiao. He knew that Ling Xiao was stubborn and refused to give in, but Old Black didn't mind. He was pleading for his master, so it didn't matter even if it was embarrassing. Hearing this, Desert Cloud's face instantly showed a proud expression, as if his power had been verified. Ling Xiao would definitely admit defeat in front of him like Blackie. But in the next moment, Desert Cloud suddenly retreated. At the same time, Zhou Tong's body flew out and crashed heavily into the doorframe, breaking it. His mouth was full of blood, and he looked very pathetic. The person who attacked was Ling Xiao. Right now, half of his body was bathed in lightning and the other half was flowing with boiling lava. He was as terrifying as a demon god. Staring at Desert Cloud, Ling Xiao said coldly, "Go back and tell your master that if 8 Immortal Mountain doesn't allow what I, Ling Xiao, want to do, then we'll go our separate ways. I'm a person, not an animal. If a person hears that his family is in danger and doesn't dare to save them, then he's worse than an animal. Blackie, listen up. If you act humble in front of this kind of person again, I'll kill you." Yes. Blackie looked at Ling Xiao in a daze and said yes twice. This was because he was truly frightened. Ling Xiao's strength seemed to be even more terrifying than he expected. Zhou Tong's aura was already at the 2nd level of the Yinyang realm, but he was sent flying by Ling Xiao. Desert Cloud was even stronger. Although he dodged Ling Xiao's attack, he was actually frightened by Ling Xiao's aura. This was too surprising. Ling Xiao, I'll kill you. Desert Cloud retreated in fear because Ling Xiao's aura was too powerful, not because of his strength. In fact, with his current strength, it should be easy for him to deal with Ling Xiao. So when he came back to his senses, he would find Ling Xiao to settle the score. Ling Xiao, leave. Leave the sect's matters to me. I'll explain this to the sect. Lin Ruoxian stopped Desert Cloud. His powerful aura made Desert Cloud not dare to move. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Thank you, Deacon Ruoxian. However, don't be too hard on me. If I'm removed from the 8 Immortal Mountain because I went to save my family, then I, Ling Xiao, will have no more attachment to this sect." With that, he carried Blackie on his shoulder and walked outside. Lin Yang, Feng Ru, stay in the 8 Immortal Mountain obediently. Don't ruin your future because of me. After speaking, Ling Xiao broke through the sky and left. In an instant, he disappeared into the sky. After leaving the 8 Immortal City, Ling Xiao went straight to Ascension Town. When he came, his cultivation was much weaker than now. However, when he returned, his cultivation was much stronger. Therefore, they traveled at an extremely fast speed. It would take an ordinary Yinyang Realm warrior a day to travel from the 8 Immortal City to Ascension Town. However, Ling Xiao only used an hour to arrive outside Ascension Town. The illusion formation he had set up seemed to have been broken. It seemed that the Demon Shadow sect was really full of talents. They even had people who knew formations. This was really not easy to deal with. He was now very worried that the Ling family's formation had been broken and everyone in the Ling family would face a disaster. Ling Yuhua should be very strong. He was at the early stage of the second level of the Yinyang realm. However, he could not compare to a hall master of the demon shadow sect in the Eight Immortal City. Not to mention, there were more than 10,000 people from the demon shadow sect who came to Ascension Town this time. There were more than 1,000 Yinyang realm warriors. This was a force that could easily destroy a town. No wonder the demon shadow sect dared to scheme against the Eight Immortal City. If all the towns fell into their hands, then sooner or later, the Eight Immortals County would fall into their hands as well. This was not something impossible. Young master, what level has your cultivation reached? Old Hay suddenly asked. Advanced stage of the first level of the Yinyang realm. Actually, there was nothing to hide from Old Hay. It was just cultivation. This cultivation was nothing to him. Perhaps he could break through again tomorrow. You might think that my cultivation is not as good as that old man Ling Yuhua, but don't forget that I'm a transformation stage 1 martial artist. Every time I break through, I'm stronger than him. Also, I have many secrets that I can't tell you for now. However, I can tell you that in the ghost prison trial of the Eight Immortal Mountain, I've already killed a transformation stage 2 martial artist at the peak of the first level of the Yinyang realm. Therefore, that hall master is no big deal. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, Old Hay really thought that he was dreaming. That's impossible. I thought it was already very impressive that you could break through the early stage of the first level of the second level of the Yinyang realm. I really didn't expect this. You said that you killed such a strong opponent. Is that true? Old Hay really didn't dare to believe Ling Zhao's words. He felt like he was dreaming. Is there a need to talk to you? Do you think that I'm the kind of person who likes to die? Ling Xiao looked at Old Hay indifferently and said, I value my life more than anyone else. To be honest, the only person in your Ling family that I care about is Sister Jiao Jiao. I really won't risk my life for anyone else. Haha, you're right. You're right. Old Hay smiled awkwardly. He knew how the Ling family treated Ling Xiao in the past. Other than Ling Jiao Jiao, they didn't take Ling Xiao seriously. Of course, the Ling family is now my force. Since the Phantom sect wants to destroy the Ling family, I, Ling Xiao, naturally won't let it go. If they had come 1 or 2 months earlier, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have been able to do anything. But now, they can only wait to be destroyed. At the very least, the Phantom sect in the Eight Immortal City will be completely destroyed by me. Ling Xiao added. Young master is right. Blackie wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Ling Xiao's strength was beyond his expectations. However, even if what Ling Xiao said was true, the deacon of the Ghost Shadow sect in the Eight Immortal City was Chen Wuyan. Chen Wuyan's cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd level of hell. Ling Xiao was still no match for him. However, let's not care about that for now. We'll talk about other things after saving Yuhua Town. If we really can't do it, we'll just move the entire town. Young master, there seems to be someone guarding outside the town. That damn devil shadow sect, do they think this is their territory? Young master, let me lure those guards away for you. You can go in directly. While Blackie was still talking, another shocking scene happened before him. Outside Yuhua Town, dozens of disciples were killed by Ling Xiao before they could even see their faces clearly. Ling Xiao did not show any mercy to these disciples. This was a battlefield. No mercy was allowed. Otherwise, they would be the ones to suffer. Stepping into Yuhua Town, it could be described as being filled with complaints. Although not many people died, a large number of martial artists were tied up with heavy handcuffs and shackles. They were being moved to the big square in the center of the town. These should be the blood pigs captured by the Ghost Shadow sect. This group of fellows actually wanted to turn everyone into blood pigs and hold a blood-sucking sacrifice. This was just a drill. It seemed like most of the martial artists in Yuhua Town had been captured. If the Eight Immortal City, which was much bigger than Yuhua Town, really held a blood sacrifice, how terrifying would it be? Blackie did not even dare to think about it. They were really a bunch of beasts. Go directly to the Ling family. Although Ling Xiao sympathized with these people, the most important thing now was the Ling family. It would not be too late to save these people after saving the Ling family. He still had to prioritize. When he arrived near the Ling family, he saw a group of people fighting. The leaders were naturally Ling Yuhua and the two guardians of the Ghost Shadow sect. One of the two guardians was at the early stage of the second level of the Yin Yang realm, while the other was at the peak of the first level of the Yin Yang realm. The two of them surrounded Ling Yuhua. This made Ling Yuhua's situation very dangerous. As for the rest of the Ling family, they were still being protected by the damaged array. Ling Yuhua had blocked the only gap and was fighting to the death. As long as he did not fall, the Ling family would be fine. However, what made Ling Xiao feel strange was that Ling Jiaojiao was not among these people. Did something happen to Jiaojiao? He was instantly anxious. In the Ling family, the one he loved and cared about the most was naturally Ling Jiaojiao. Even if something happened to the others, nothing must happen to Ling Jiaojiao. This was his most simple thought. At the entrance of the Ling family's defensive array, Ling Yuhua's face was ashen. He looked at the two people in black robes with skull patterns on their arms. He did not know where the Ling family would go, but he, Ling Yuhua, would not give up so easily. Ling Jiaojiao had already been captured. Now, he was the only pillar of the Ling family. Once he fell, everything would be over. The two guardians of the Ghost Shadow sect happened to be one fat and one thin. The thin man looked coldly at Ling Yuhua and said, "Old thing, I think you should give up and obediently submit to the Ghost Shadow sect. Then, you will have a chance to live. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Your cultivation is not bad. Our Ghost Shadow sect likes martial artists with powerful cultivation. In the future, you can be the deacon of Yuhua town. What do you think?" It seemed that the people of the Ghost Shadow sect felt that Ling Yuhua was not easy to deal with, so they wanted to persuade him. Ling Yuhua's hair was a little messy. His expression was a little sad and angry. "Shut up. You captured my dear granddaughter, and you actually want this old man to work for you? What wishful thinking! Even if I die today, I will drag one or two of you down with me." Ling Yuhua roared angrily. His heart was filled with despair. 2 days ago, Ling Jiaojiao had accidentally awakened the martial soul of the saber sword Shenhuang. It was the martial soul of the only expert in Yuhua town who had become a human immortal. Although the previous martial soul had disappeared, the new martial soul was incomparably powerful. Ling Yuhua was very happy about this. With the martial soul of the saber sword Shenhuang, whether it was cultivation or battle, he would be much stronger. If the previous Ling Jiaojiao could only be considered a jade-grade genius, then with the saber sword Shenhuang, Ling Jiaojiao would become a heaven-grade genius, or even an immortal-grade genius. This leap was too big. Unfortunately, this happiness did not last long. Because the Ghost Shadow sect was here. They seemed to have taken a fancy to Ling Jiaojiao's martial soul. Ling Yuhua was filled with regret. Why hadn't he been the one to be captured? Ling Jiaojiao was his granddaughter and the future hope of the Ling family. She might even be more outstanding than Ling Xiao. In the end, she had been captured and her fate was unknown. The protector of the Phantom sect in the 8 Immortals County wanted to recruit him. Did he think he was an idiot? "Oh, your granddaughter? Don't worry. She won't die. Our deacon is prepared to nurture her into the most perfect blood pig." Did you know? When a person possessed a martial soul for a long time, their blood would also become special. Your granddaughter has awakened the sword and saber divine emperor martial soul. In the future, her blood will naturally become special. Our county city's deacon likes it very, very much. The skinny man laughed strangely as though he was talking about something insignificant. He didn't care how hard it was for others to accept. You crazy people will suffer retribution sooner or later. The gods are watching. The heavens won't let you off. Ling Yuhua roared. Gods? Haha, if there are gods in this world, why don't you try shouting them out? The skinny man sneered. You're already so old. Why are you still so naive? Even if there are gods in this world, they're powerful martial artists, just like the 7 sovereigns and the king of sovereigns. In this place, I'm a god, our hall master is a god, you blaspheme the gods. You should be punished by the heavens. The skinny man's face was filled with mockery and ridicule. It was as though he was mocking Ling Yuhua's ignorance and overestimation of his own abilities. Come, let's not talk nonsense. I, Ling Yuhua, will die as an apology. Ling Yuhua's heart was filled with pain and despair. As a grandfather, he had failed to protect his granddaughter. He really wanted to die. But before he died, he had to make the Phantom sect pay the price. He would kill as many people as he could. Look at your eyes. You're determined to become enemies with the Phantom sect. Fine, I'll let you have a taste of despair and fear. Don't worry, the two of us won't kill you easily. You will definitely be the last person to die in your Ling family. Your Ling family should be the strongest in Yuhua town. As the blood pig for the blood-sucking sacrifice, you are the most suitable. I really want to see your figures wailing in pain in the blood pool. Ha 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 ha. Bullshit. As Ling Yuhua raged, a huge sword martial spirit appeared behind his back. In his hand, there was a sharp long sword that emitted a frightening light. That's not right. This is a Jade grade martial skill. How could a small clan like Ascension Town have a Jade grade martial skill? Are you an outer disciple of the Mystic Snake Devil sect? Generally speaking, the possibility of the Mystic Snake Devil sect recruiting disciples in a small town like this was extremely low. However, it wasn't that there weren't any. Some children who were considered to have good aptitude would be taken to become outer sect disciples and cultivate Jade grade martial arts. For example, the two geniuses of the Ling family who had been killed in the past, one was an outer disciple of the Mystic Snake Demon sect, while the other was an outer disciple of the Ling Long Palace. However, they definitely couldn't pass on the martial arts they knew to others. Once they did, the clan would be finished. That's not right. How could the Mystic Snake Devil sect have such an old disciple like you, whatever? So what if you know a Jade grade martial skill? You're still not a match for the two of us. Although the two guardians of the Spectre sect were shocked by Ling Yuhua's sword art, they quickly regained their composure. In fact, Ling Zhao's sword art was just the Falling Star sword art that he had modified before he left. With Ling Zhao's current strength, the strongest martial arts that he could modify was a Jade grade martial skill. Therefore, the Falling Star sword art was the strongest sword art in the Ling family. Die. The first sword of the Falling Star sword art, Star Flash. Ling Yuhua had only cultivated the first and second sword of the Falling Star sword art to the greater success stage. The rest were only at the lesser success stage. He had no choice. His aptitude wasn't outstanding. His cultivation would probably stop at the Yin-Yang realm for the rest of his life. To be able to cultivate the Falling Star sword art to this level was already very impressive. The first sword, Star Flash, was extremely fast. When the sword pierced over, the skinny guardian was shocked. He hurriedly pulled over a disciple from the side to block in front of him. Even so, he couldn't completely dodge the sword. His arm was still cut by the tip of the sword, and blood flowed endlessly. Kill him. Kill this old man. The skinny guardian lost control of his emotions after being injured. He called out to the fat guardian and pounced towards Ling Yuhua. The martial skill they were using was a Jade grade martial skill and not the vampiric demonic technique. Although the vampiric demonic technique was a Jade grade martial skill, the side effects were too great. It was good for cultivation, but not suitable for attacking. Ling Yuhua's face was filled with determination. He didn't care about the fat guardian's attack and continued to stab his sword towards the skinny guardian. Falling Star sword art, second move, Star Fall. The sword that was originally stabbing towards the skinny guardian suddenly changed its angle and a terrifying sword aura fell from the sky. The skinny guardian didn't expect the sword art to be so strange. He also didn't expect Ling Yuhua to be so fearless of death. If Ling Yuhua were to kill him now, he would definitely be hit in the head by the fat guardian's huge hammer. He would definitely die. Ling Yuhua didn't have any intention of withdrawing his move or dodging. He just wanted to drag someone down with him before he died. The skinny guardian realized that he had misjudged the old man's courage. He wanted to block it, but it was too late. The sword aura pierced through his head and came out from the bottom of his feet, destroying his internal organs. Although there didn't seem to be anything wrong on the surface, he was already on the verge of death. Damn it. So cowardly. Those were the skinny guardian's last words before he died. However, when he saw the huge hammer smashing down on Ling Yuhua's head, he was able to accept it a little. After all, Ling Yuhua was dead. He had someone to accompany him to the underworld. However, when his eyes were about to close completely, he suddenly saw a figure appear out of thin air and blocked the huge hammer with a palm. Just like that, the skinny guardian widened his eyes and died with remaining grievances. Ling Yuhua killed the skinny guardian and was prepared to face death calmly. Perhaps he would have the face to meet his granddaughter Ling Jiaojiao after he died. As the strongest warrior in the Ling family, he couldn't take it lying down that he couldn't protect the family. However, so what if he couldn't take it lying down? No one would come to save him. Even if Old Black escaped to get help, it was impossible for him to rush over in such a short time. He closed his eyes and prepared to welcome death. However, the huge hammer didn't fall for a long time. Ling Yuhua turned his head to look at the sky. Over there, a tall and straight figure was floating in midair, easily holding the giant hammer that weighed over 1,000 kilograms with one hand. The fat protector wanted to kill Ling Yuhua to avenge the skinny protector, but at this moment, not only did he fail to kill Ling Yuhua, but the giant hammer in his hand seemed to be restrained by something, unable to move at all. The fat protector was extremely shocked and confused. Who was this young man? What was his relationship with the Ling family? Why was he so strong? In fact, Ling Yuhua was even more shocked than the fat protector. How could he not recognize the young man's proud figure? This was the pride of the Ling family, the most outstanding young man in the Ling family. In name, he was also his grandson. Unfortunately, he felt that he was not worthy to be this person's grandfather, not because of his strength, but because he had never cared about this young man before. The fat protector stared at Ling Xiao, trying his best to take back the giant hammer, but his face was red, and he could not do anything. Suddenly, a terrifying force came from the giant hammer, sending him flying. The fat protector got up from the ground in a daze, and before he could understand what was going on, he was lifted up by the neck. "Young hero, please spare my life. Young hero, please spare my life. I think you don't know that we are from the Shadow Devil sect. If you do this, the consequences will be very serious." The fat protector begged for mercy in horror. He knew that he was no match for the young man in front of him, who was too strong. "Spare your life? Although that old thing is a good-for-nothing, he is still my grandfather in name, and is now an important subordinate of mine in the Ling family. You want to kill him, and now you are begging me for mercy. Do you really think I will let you go?" Ling Xiao looked at the fat protector in his hand with a mocking smile. What? What? The fat protector was completely dumbfounded. It was not that he had never heard of Ling Yuhua's grandson. That Ling Xiao was also the target of their Devil Shadow sect. Not only had he killed 2 of their city guards, but he had also destroyed the Bloody Cave stronghold bandits under their control, causing a huge loss. He had even promised the hall master that as long as he met this brat, he would definitely kill him without mercy. But today, he was being carried by this youth and did not even have the strength to resist. That's not right. You can't be that Ling Xiao. When you left Ascension Town, you should only be a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. How did you suddenly become so strong? The fat protector was still unwilling to believe that everything in front of him was real. He was even more unwilling to believe that he had been caught so easily like a pig. He was used to catching blood pigs, but now he had become a pig in someone else's hands. You're surprised, aren't you? Unfortunately, it's too late. Ling Xiao sneered and directly twisted the guy's neck, then casually threw him out. Of course, he had already extracted the demonic seeds from the bodies of the 2 protectors. These demonic seeds were the key to his breakthrough, so he couldn't just throw them away. Next? It's your turn. Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the thousands of disciples surrounding the Ling family. Under such circumstances, there was no mercy. On the battlefield, mercy was a kind of poison. Ling Xiao raised his hand, and a heavy long sword appeared in his hand. Then, the long sword fell. Meteor sword skill, heavenly fire. There was no need to use the lightning combat body and lava combat body to deal with these disciples. When the heavenly fire descended, not even a blade of grass could survive. Thousands of disciples had almost completely evaporated. Ling Xiao had already done such a massacre, so his expression did not change at all. However, Old He and Ling Yuhua, who were standing beside him, were trembling all over. They were not only afraid of Ling Zhao's decisive character, but also Ling Xiao's terrifying strength. How could he be so ridiculously powerful? Old man, where's Sister Jiao Jiao? After killing those people, Ling Xiao turned his head to look at Ling Yuhua unceremoniously and questioned, before I left, I reminded you to take good care of Jiao Jiao. Why are you fine, but she was abducted instead? You. Are you really Ling Xiao? At this moment, Ling Yuhua was still in a state of great shock and disbelief. He could not believe that the person standing in front of him was Ling Xiao. Master, he's the real young master Ling Xiao. There's no mistake about it. However, young master's cultivation seems to have improved greatly. Old He was also shocked, but after all, he had foreshadowed this before, so he could barely accept the shocking scene in front of him. This improvement is too great. It's so great that I don't even dare to admit it. Ling Yuhua exclaimed. Old man, I'm asking you a question. Where's Jiao Jiao? Ling Xiao shouted coldly. She was taken to the 8 Immortal City by the Shadow Devil sect, but I'm not sure where exactly. Ling Yuhua sighed and said, due to an accident during cultivation, Jiao Jiao awakened the sword and saber Shenhuang martial spirit. As a result, she was taken to the Shadow Devil sect's lair in the 8 Immortal City by the Hall Master of the Shadow Devil sect. I really want to scold you, but forget it. With your strength, you won't be able to stop them. Not to mention scolding Ling Xiao, he even had the intention to kill Ling Yuhua. However, he knew that it would be useless to do so. What he needed to do now was not to deal with Ling Yuhua, but to think about how to save Ling Jiao Jiao. Oh right, they still have a Hall Master here. He should know the location of the Shadow Devil sect's lair. Capture him and he might be a good hostage. Ling Yuhua suddenly said. He was not angry at Ling Zhao's scolding at all. Speaking of which, he deserved it. In the past, he did not treat Ling Xiao well. Today, it was good enough that Ling Xiao could save him. Moreover, he was indeed responsible for Ling Jiaojiao's mishap. This was something that he could not shirk away from. Where is he? That Hall Master? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. In the big square in the town, presiding over the blood-sucking ritual. Old He suddenly answered. It seemed like he had seen the Hall Master before he left. However, young Master Ling Xiao, you must be careful. The Hall Master is much stronger than the 2 protectors. With your strength, you have to be careful when dealing with him. Old He said hurriedly. Don't say any more. He's already gone. The rest of you, guard this mountain pass well. Old He, come with me to the plaza. Help as much as you can. I'm worried about Ling Xiao being alone. Ling Yuhua did not treat Ling Xiao well in the past. However, his current attitude was not bad. This was probably the only reason why Ling Xiao saved him. There was a huge platform built in the square of Yuhua town. On the platform, there was a guy in a black robe and wearing a strange mask. The person sitting on the high platform was one of the Hall Masters of the Phantom Sect branch in the 8 Immortal City. In the 8 Immortal City, the position and strength of the Hall Masters were second only to the Wardens. This person's cultivation was at the early stage of the 2nd level of Hell. This cultivation was similar to Sha Hai after his resurrection. To be honest, it was really difficult to deal with him. However, Sha Hai should be stronger than this guy. Ling Xiao found that this guy's cultivation was extremely unstable. It seemed that he had used the vampiric demonic technique to increase his cultivation, so he was not strong enough. He could not even be considered a true Yin-Yang realm cultivator at the 2nd level of Hell. In other words, it was much easier to deal with this guy than Sha Hai. After all, there was a huge gap between them. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. Previously, he was able to kill Yuan Ning because Yuan Ning's attention was attracted by other martial artists. Today, Ling Xiao planned to launch a sneak attack again. He would use the simplest method to do the most important thing. He would severely injure him and then capture him alive because this Hall Master definitely knew about the Phantom Sect's base in the 8 Immortal City. Ling Xiao's body gradually changed. His face turned into that of the skinny protector from before. The secret technique that he obtained from killing the Yin-Yang Demon King on the White Tiger continent could finally be put to use again. Hall Master, that old man Ling Yuhua refused to surrender and even brought help from the 8 Immortal City. We are no match for him. Please help us. Ling Xiao's body was covered in wounds. He was in great pain. What a useless piece of trash. What kind of help can he get? The hall master said disdainfully. I heard that his name is Ling Xiao, a disciple of the Eight Immortals Mountain. However, he just joined the Eight Immortals Mountain a month ago. Ling Xiao replied. Oh? That guy? I've heard of him. The warden of the Eight Immortals City said that as long as we capture him alive, it will be a great achievement. You guys continue to prepare for the vampiric sacrifice. I'll be back soon. The hall master gracefully flew down from a high place, and without even looking at Ling Xiao, he headed in the direction of the Ling family. Ling Xiao followed behind with a cold smile on his face. Although this transformation technique did not have any offensive power, it was extremely useful. Seeing that there was no one around, Ling Xiao suddenly attacked from behind. He didn't use a sword. Because the sword chi was too strong, it was easy to detect. He formed a seal with both hands and released a ferocious howling celestial dog that was condensed from energy. This was naturally the heavenly howling dog technique of the seal of eternal life. Although its power might not be stronger than the universe strike, the howling celestial dog's strength was that once it bit an enemy, it would not let go until the enemy lost the ability to resist. The hall master was no ordinary person. When the howling celestial dog was about 4 to 5 meters away from him, he suddenly turned around. Noticing the danger, he hurriedly retreated and at the same time condensed a move in an attempt to resist. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's attack could be said to be well prepared. Not only was it extremely fast, but it was also from a tricky angle. The hall master had no way to resist at all. Before the attack could be blasted out, his neck was bitten by the howling celestial dog. His entire body was penetrated by a terrifying electric current, and his body was instantly paralyzed. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to pounce forward. 2 flashes of sword chi crippled the hall master's cultivation. With his cultivation crippled, it was more miserable than a snake having its fangs pulled out. This guy definitely had no way of posing a threat to Ling Xiao and the rest of the Ling family. Right at this moment, Ling Yuhua and Old Black arrived and looked at this scene in astonishment. That appearance was completely like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Master, looks like the clan head can be saved. Young Master Ling Xiao's strength is really unfathomable. To an ancient martial art practitioner of Old Black's level, being able to easily defeat the hall master of the Eight Immortals County could be called unfathomable. After all, he only had so much experience. If you told him that there was a martial art practitioner more powerful than Ling Xiao in this world, he would not have a direct impression of it. He might even think that you were joking. That's right. Right now, I'm a little glad that he controls the Ling family. Otherwise, we would probably become the demon shadow sect's blood pigs this time. It's said that other than Yuhua town in the Eight Immortals County, all the other towns have already been taken over by the demon shadow sect. However, some are done in secret, while others are done openly. Ling Yuhua was extremely emotional. In the past, he was indeed unhappy about being controlled by Ling Xiao, but now, his dissatisfaction was gone. Instead, it was replaced by excitement and gratitude. His only confusion now was what level Ling Xiao's cultivation had reached. How strong was he? It was said that he was at the late stage of the first level of hell of the Yin Yang realm, but was that true? To be able to so easily subdue a martial art practitioner at the early stage of the second level of hell of the Yin Yang realm, although he had used some tricks and schemes, if his attack power was not strong enough, he probably would not have been able to do it. Tell me, where is the Demon Shadow Sect's base in the Eight Immortals County? He had captured the Hall Master of the Demon Shadow Sect's branch in the Eight Immortals County to obtain some information. Ling Xiao did not want to kill him for the time being. Therefore, he brought him back to the Ling family and interrogated him secretly. As for the square, he believed that if the Hall Master did not go, no one would dare to start the vampiric sacrifice test. Humph, kid, give up. I will never betray the Demon Shadow Sect, you idiot. He did not expect the Hall Master to be so stubborn. Even though Ling Xiao had destroyed his cultivation, he still stubbornly resisted Ling Xiao and refused to answer Ling Xiao's question. Xiao, let me deal with this guy. I have interrogated all kinds of prisoners before. For such a stubborn guy, only torture can make him yield. Ling Yuhua said. This old servant can help too. Old He nodded. Both of them hated the demon shadow sect to the bone. Since there was a chance to deal with this group of people, they would not miss it. Ha 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 ha, even if you kill me, don't think that you can make me yield. You really underestimate the demon shadow sect. The hall master laughed loudly as if he could face death with equanimity. Is that so? Perhaps it's because you've suffered too little. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and suddenly stuffed a life and death illusion powder into the hall master's mouth. This was naturally the powder that Ling Yuhua and Old He had eaten before. Ling Xiao did this for two reasons. One was to get useful information from the hall master's mouth. The other was to let Ling Yuhua and Old He know the consequences of betraying him. The life and death illusion powder took effect after a short while. Ling Xiao used his mind and the powder was completely released in the hall master's body. At first, the hall master gritted his teeth and endured it, as if he wanted to fight Ling Xiao to the end. However, after a few minutes, as he scratched his skin until it tore, he finally howled in pain. Let me die. Let me die. If you want to die, then tell me what I want to know. Otherwise, I guarantee that you will suffer more painful torture than this, but you won't die. There was no expression on Ling Xiao's face, only indifference and indifference. Even Ling Yuhua and Old He, who were at the side, were trembling in fear when they saw this. They originally had no intention of betraying Ling Xiao. Now, they were even more determined to do so. This kind of feeling was worse than death. It was better to die. I'll tell you everything. I beg you, let me die quickly. Others were begging for mercy to live, but this hall leader was already begging for death. Because he did not want to suffer that horrible torture anymore. Very well, answer my first question. Where is the lair of the Ghost Shadow sect in the Eight Immortals County? It's in the Eight Immortals County. The hall leader shouted in horror. You're lying. How can the Eight Immortals County be a place to hide evil? Ling Yuhua shouted. I'm not lying. It's true. Under the Eight Immortals County, there is a city wall built by the Night Men. Now that the Night Men have left, our deacon used it as our base. It will also be the place where the vampiric sacrifice will begin. At that time, the entire Eight Immortals County will be affected by the vampiric sacrifice. The hall leader really did not hide anything. He even said these words. Then, whatever Ling Xiao asked, he would naturally tell him. Needless to say, Ling Xiao was really taken aback when he heard this. He was originally wondering how the Ghost Shadow sect would arrange the vampiric sacrifice with the Eight Immortals Mountain and the Tian Feng group in the Eight Immortals County. Now, he completely understood. It turned out to be underground. Perhaps the people in the Eight Immortals County would gradually become weak and everyone would think that it would be an epidemic. In the end, their blood would be sucked and they would gradually become dry corpses. Thinking about it, it was really scary. Ling Yuhua and Old He were even more dumbfounded when they heard this. They felt that this matter was simply unbelievable. When does the vampiric sacrifice start? Ling Xiao asked again. The time will be 2 days later, which is when the Yuhua town's vampiric sacrifice test ends. We will inform the Eight Immortals County's branch of the results. They will make improvements to the existing formation and then officially begin the vampiric sacrifice. The hall master explained everything in detail. At this moment, he no longer had that unyielding attitude from before. He was completely answering whatever Ling Xiao asked, like a question-answering machine. It seems like I still have plenty of time. I'll just fake the data for Yuhua Town's vampiric sacrifice test. Ling Xiao thought about it and continued to ask, how do I get to your Eight Immortals County branch? According to what I know, the cities of the Night People are basically located in small worlds. Without the correct method, it's impossible to enter, right? I advise you not to think about sneaking in. You ambushed me and defeated me. I can't accept it. In our Eight Immortals County, there are 5 hall masters who are stronger than me. There is also a powerful county city deacon, Lord Chen Wuyan. If you go, only death will await you. The hall master said coldly, don't say that I look down on you. Your cultivation is really not that good. Of course, if you really want to go, it's easy. As long as you have a guardian-level token, you can open the small world. Others have to pass an inspection before they can enter. I see. But you don't have to worry about whether I will die in there. It seems that you are hiding something about this issue. No matter who lied, it was impossible to fool Ling Zhao's Taiji. He keenly noticed that the hall master was deliberately hiding important information when he was talking about this. He knew how to goad him. Obviously, the hall master wanted him to go there and die there. That was why he mocked him, looked down on him, and made him angry. Things had already come to this point, and this person was still trying to play tricks. It was really rare. I'm not hiding anything. The hall master shook his head and said. Is that so? Ling Xiao didn't talk nonsense with him at all. With a thought, torture more terrifying than before was applied to the hall master. Stop, stop. I'm hiding it. I'm really hiding it. In fact, there is an envoy from the headquarters in the Eight Immortals County. His strength is even more terrifying than the deacon. Wouldn't it be fine if you said it earlier? Ling Xiao said coldly. Xiaoer, this guy is dishonest. He clearly wants to lure you to that place and then kill you. Ling Yuhua said hurriedly. Obviously, he had also discovered the hall master's scheme. Actually, he doesn't have to do that. Even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, I will definitely go there. Who asked me to love Sister Jiao Jiao the most in the Black Tortoise continent? I can't allow anything to happen to her. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Kid, you have guts. Then I'll just tell you everything. Then I'll wait for you in the Yellow Spring. The hall master sneered. Wait for me? It's a pity that I'm not destined to die. However, you really have to go first. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He basically knew everything he wanted to know. There was no use for him to keep this hall master. Oh, right, I have one last question. The Sister Jiao Jiao I mentioned. Just now is the girl you captured and sent to your deacon. Do you know where she is kept? Ling Xiao asked in the end. I really don't know. But with the deacon's importance to that girl, I'm afraid she'll be kept in the most heavily guarded place. The hall master shook his head and said. If you don't even know this, what's the use of keeping you? Ling Xiao sighed and said. Although I don't know where this woman is, I can help you sneak into the Eight Immortals County more safely and help you find the woman you're looking for. The hall master said with a strange smile. He seemed to know that Ling Xiao would definitely need him. In this way, he would have a chance to live. For him, losing his cultivation was nothing. As long as the blood-sucking ritual succeeded, his cultivation would be restored quickly. The key now was to live. You really want to live? Ling Xiao looked at the hall master sarcastically, then shook his head and said, What a pity, I really don't need you. While speaking, Ling Zhao's figure began to change again. Gradually, he became the same person as the hall master. Even their tones and accents were exactly the same. How is it? Not bad, right? I'll take your token and sneak into the lair of your Eight Immortals County. I think it won't be a big problem, right? Ling Xiao sneered. You actually have such a rare martial soul. Who the hell are you? Although the transformation martial soul did not have any attack power, it was very terrifying. Who are you? The hall master was terrified, especially by Ling Zhao's terrifying transformation. If he wanted to destroy an organization, he could do it easily with his martial soul. Who am I? Aren't I Yuhua Town's Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao smiled and pressed a hand on the hall master's head. No. I don't believe it. In the past, there was a peerless genius called Ling Xiao in the White Tiger continent. Rumor has it that he died in the Nine Heavens Palace. We all thought it was true. We never thought of you, a fellow with the same name as him. Now it looks like we were wrong, very wrong. You must be that Ling Xiao. Before the hall master died, he finally realized and saw through Ling Zhao's true identity. You're not stupid at all. That's right, I'm that Ling Xiao. But you found out too late. Ling Xiao said with a smile. I'll accept being killed by you. But I don't understand why a genius like you would reincarnate in such a small place. It's illogical and doesn't conform to the laws of the profound world. The hall master smiled bitterly. Who knows? Maybe I offended some ruler and these people purposely didn't let me be happy. But perhaps they don't know that the more I sharpen myself, the more I can forge my fearless spirit and strength. When he finished speaking, Ling Xiao gently circulated his internal energy. A powerful lightning force blasted into the hall master's body, completely destroying him. Before the hall master died, he had a bitter smile on his face. Perhaps this bitter smile was a form of remorse for being blind. You're really that Ling Xiao? Ling Yuhua, who was standing behind Ling Xiao, was both agitated and fearful. That Ling Xiao from the White Tiger continent had long spread his name throughout the Black Tortoise continent. After all, Ling Xiao's defeated opponents, Tianhai Tyranny and Feng Fei, were immortal-ranked geniuses in the Black Tortoise continent. How could people who were stronger than these two great geniuses not be noticed? If this was true, then hadn't he been blind all this time? That's right. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid that Ling Yuhua would reveal this matter. After all, the restrictions he had on Ling Yuhua and Old He weren't just simple loyalty control, but also the terrifying life and death illusion powder. Under the effects of that terrifying drug, it was impossible for Ling Yuhua and Old He to expose his secret. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ling Yuhua smiled bitterly. If you had told us about this earlier, our Ling family would have nurtured you with all our might. Hee, you're really realistic. You were in the past, and you're still the same now. Ling Xiao did not doubt Ling Yuhua's words at all. This was because Ling Yuhua was an emotionless person. Everything he did was very realistic. If Ling Yuhua knew that he was that Ling Xiao, he would definitely support him with all his might, even if it meant offending the other members of the clan. But in that case, Ling Xiao's identity would be exposed. That was the reason why Ling Xiao didn't say it out loud. Ling Yuhua was a little embarrassed by Ling Xiao's teasing. Although he had changed a little, he had to admit that sometimes, he would still subconsciously revert back to his past self. Alright, I don't want to talk about the past anymore. It's meaningless. Next, listen up. I will secretly eliminate all the disciples of the Shadow Devil sect in Yuhua town. Then, I will completely seal off this news and pretend to be that Hall Master Lu Tai. I will head to the Shadow Devil sect branch in the 8 Immortal City and wait for an opportunity to rescue Sister Jiao Jiao. What you have to do is to seal off this news completely. Because once this news is leaked out, I will be in trouble. Ling Xiao didn't want to talk about Chen Sesame's trivial matters anymore. People still had to look forward. Since the Ling family was already under his control, there was no need to fuss over such a small matter in the past. No, definitely not. Ling Yuhua shook his head. Xiao, since I know your true identity, I can't allow you to take the risk. Even if you want to go, you have to let this old man accompany you. If you die, it will be the greatest loss to our Ling family. Moreover, don't you think about your heavenly empire? From what I know, they have already nibbled away the White Tiger continent and become stronger day by day. Even the forces of the Black Tortoise continent don't dare to underestimate them. To put it bluntly, you will only be a burden if you go. Ling Xiao spoke very directly. Although it was a little cold and heartless, it was the truth. If I go alone, I can guarantee that I can come and go freely. Even if the Shadow Devil sect wants to keep me, it is impossible. Once you follow me, I can't guarantee that it will be so easy. Moreover, I need someone to seal off the news of Yuhua town. If you go with me, who can guarantee that there won't be chaos when the strongest cultivator of Yuhua town leaves? But. No buts. If you insist on going, I can only kill you first to prevent you from delaying my work. Ling Xiao said coldly. Alright, since you have such thoughts, I won't say much. But you must be careful. Even Jiao Jiao's life can't be compared to yours. Although these words might sound a little heartless, it is the truth. This old man doesn't wish for you to throw your life away just to save Jiao Jiao. That isn't friendship, that is stupidity. Ling Yuhua sighed. Do I still need you to teach me? Ling Xiao looked at Ling Yuhua indifferently and said, Alright, you guys bring people to seal off the entrance of Yuhua town. I will go to the plaza. After speaking, Ling Xiao broke through the sky and left. 15 minutes later. Yuhua town was completely sealed off by the Ling family and the cultivators who had submitted to the Ling family. Arrays, mechanisms, and the most basic defense. At this moment, Ling Xiao had also finished his extermination in the plaza. On the plaza, countless cultivators knelt on the ground and looked at the godlike Ling Xiao in the sky. Just a moment ago, this young man had easily exterminated tens of thousands of Shadow Devil sect disciples by himself. Killing people was like cutting grass. They had never seen such godlike methods before. Is that Ling Xiao? Yes, Ling Xiao of the Ling family has already grown into a godlike figure. I heard that he joined the 8 Immortal Mountain. That's a sect of immortals. No wonder he's so powerful. This time, Shadow Devil sect will suffer. The people below looked at the young man's figure excitedly. From today onwards, Ling Xiao was the new symbol of Yuhua town. And he left a deeper impression than the sword and saber Shenhuang. It wouldn't be long before the statue on the plaza changed from the sword and saber Shenhuang to Ling Xiao. Everyone, I'm going to the Phantom Sect's lair in the 8 Immortal City and kill them all. You'll stay here and help the Ling family guard Yuhua town. If Ling Xiao had said this in the past, he would have been treated as a lunatic. No one would have listened to him. But today, when he said this, there were countless people who would listen to him. This was the benefit of strength. After speaking, Ling Xiao flew into the sky. He was like a god. Ling Yuhua, who was guarding the entrance of Yuhua town, also saw Ling Xiao's figure flash past. Master, do you think young Master Ling Xiao will succeed? Old He asked worriedly. Succeed? There's no doubt about it. Ling Yuhua was like a child who worshipped his idol. He said excitedly, don't forget who he really is. Don't forget that he used 15 minutes to kill tens of thousands of disciples of the Phantom Sect. Among those people, there were thousands of martial artists in the first level of hell of the Yin Yang state. Do you think someone with his level of cultivation would be able to do that? That's true. It seems like the Phantom Sect is really in trouble this time. Old He's eyebrows finally relaxed. However, we still have to try our best to block the news. The longer, the better. We can't be a burden to that genius. Ling Yuhua said seriously. Master, you used to criticize him. Do you think it's really unkind of him to use drugs to control us? Old He asked with a smile. That's right. That was the case in the past. However, I'm glad he did it now. Because no one can resist the control of the life and death illusion powder, he doesn't have to worry about our loyalty. He won't suspect us. We don't have to worry about him targeting us. We can do things in peace. Ling Yuhua said. This is true. Old Black smiled bitterly. His master's change was really fast. Through personal experience, Ling Xiao could confirm that Hall Master Lu Tai's words were true. About a kilometer below the 8 Immortal City, there was a large city. The city still looked a little dilapidated from the past, but most of it had been repaired. The scale of the city was huge, not at all inferior to the 8 Immortal City. The overall color tended to be black, solemn and intimidating. Ling Xiao made use of Lu Tai's Hall Master token to enter the city. However, he was quickly discovered by 2 disciples from Spectre sect. The 2 men didn't know if it was fake, so they came out from the dark and bowed. Greetings, Hall Master Lu. Yes, Yuhua Town's vampire sacrifice test has ended. Where is the deacon? I need to personally report to him. When Ling Xiao transformed into Lu Tai, he used the Yin Yang Demon King ability to extract a portion of Lu Tai's memories. In fact, he could have extracted all of Lu Tai's memories. That way, he wouldn't have to interrogate him. But that would consume a lot of soul force, and Ling Xiao would have to face a big battle, so he didn't want to do it. However, he could still retain some of his memories. For example, Lu Tai's catchphrase, his habits, and the people he knew. This would help him play the role of Lu Tai more perfectly. Great, the deacon is waiting for Hall Master Lu's message. However, the deacon received a message earlier, so he temporarily returned to the 8 Immortal City. Hall Master, why don't you wait for a while? These 2 sentries' status was actually not low. They were actually second only to the Law Protector. Therefore, they had basic respect for Lu Tai, but they didn't flatter him. Ling Xiao nodded and said. You guys go ahead. I'll go back by myself. After rushing for so long, I'm a bit tired. Hall Master, please do as you wish. The two sentries didn't doubt Ling Zhao's identity at all. Because they had no reason to doubt him. Ling Zhao's current appearance was almost completely Lu Tai. Due to his confidence in his strength and transformation, Ling Xiao was able to appear absolutely relaxed. The more relaxed he was, the harder it was for the enemy to see through his disguise. He casually walked around the huge underground city. At the same time, he opened his Tai Chi eye and searched for Ling Jiaojiao's whereabouts. Actually, in the past, there weren't many people in the underground city. It was just a place where the core upper echelons of Spectre sect gathered. But now, it was different. The vampiric sacrifice was about to begin. Spectre sect disciples from all over the place were rushing here. The vampiric sacrifice wasn't just an operation targeting the 8 Immortal City. It was also a reward gathering for the Spectre sect disciples in the 8 Immortal City. Ling Xiao could see that the prizes had already been placed on the high platform. However, they were bound by a formation. If anyone wanted to steal them, they would have to break the formation. There really were formation experts in Spectre sect. The richness of the prizes was really beyond imagination. Other than a large number of Jade-grade low-tier martial arts, there were also very rare Jade-grade mid-tier martial arts. There were also mountains of spirit stones. There were also various divine weapons. This kind of reward gathering was indeed a bit tacky. However, it was indeed able to attract many people to participate and risk their lives for the organization. Normally, the Spectre sect's disciples had a single line of communication. They had their own person in charge to manage them. Therefore, disciples from other places basically didn't know each other. They could only use a token to confirm their identity. Of course, there was also the demonic seed in their body and the skull mark on their arm. These weren't a problem for Ling Xiao. The reason why the Yin-Yang Demon King's transformation martial soul was so terrifying was that other than being unable to possess the strength after transformation, it could possess everything else. If one wanted to distinguish the real from the fake, they would have to have a special eye technique or a cultivation much higher than Ling Zhao's. However, it was clear that in the Spectre sect, those whose cultivation was higher than Ling Zhao's were not much stronger. It was just that eye techniques were more troublesome. However, he didn't have to worry too much. Those with low cultivation couldn't see through his identity even if they had eye techniques. They didn't dare to use them on him. After all, he was the Hall Master. He was second only to the Deacon of the 8 Immortal City. Whoever offended him, he could kill them mercilessly. Thief, give me your life. When Ling Xiao walked to a more remote place with Lu Tai's identity, he suddenly heard a loud shout. A person came out from a hidden place. His strength wasn't bad, but his assassination method was laughable. Ling Xiao didn't even look at him. He directly stretched out his hand. Not only did he instantly break the weapon in the other party's hand, but he also grabbed the other party's neck. Then, there was a crisp crack. That person's neck tilted to the side. Then, Ling Xiao casually threw that person out. This scene was seen by the nearby Spectre sect disciples and they were all amazed. This place was remote, but there were still people. Although the Spectre sect disciples weren't familiar with each other, they still knew the Hall Masters. After all, they were all important figures and they often saw portraits of these people. That must be Hall Master Lu Tai. He's ruthless and strong. The person who ambushed him was at least at the late stage of the first level of the Yin-Yang realm, but he was easily killed by him. Yeah, that's a big shot. After killing someone, he wasn't anxious at all. He didn't even look at him. He's really amazing. Ling Xiao was very calm in the face of the attention of the Demon Shadow sect disciples. Probably because he was used to transforming into a demon. Therefore, it was very easy for him to show a fierce and powerful appearance. He turned around and left indifferently, but intentionally or unintentionally, he glanced at the place where the person he had thrown fell and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. About a few hours later, the underground city was completely dark. It turned dark earlier here than in the surface city. The originally bustling city suddenly became much emptier. Only the lights in the many buildings were on, and the sound of finger guessing and laughter could be heard. This was the carnival night of the Demon Shadow Sect branch in the Eight Immortals County. Therefore, it was very normal to indulge in debauchery. Hall Master Lu Tai's manor was also very quiet at this time because Ling Xiao gave everyone a day off to enjoy this rare carnival day. He had already visited the Demon Shadow Sect's Deacon Chen Wuyan in the Eight Immortals County. This person was indeed very strong, but he could still deal with him. He reported the false information about Yuhua Town to Chen Wuyan without changing his expression. Obviously, this guy did not suspect him at all. However, what worried Ling Xiao a little was that there was another more powerful aura behind the screen in Chen Wuyan's room. If he guessed correctly, it should be the messenger sent by the headquarters that Lu Tai had mentioned. This kind of person who he had never met before was the most worrisome. Because he had no idea what this guy's background was. He also did not know what his personality was. However, at this point, Ling Xiao would not back down because of this person. At least that person did not expose him on the spot, which meant that he did not suspect him for the time being. After all, with his Yin-Yang Demon King transformation ability, the possibility of him being exposed under normal circumstances was very low. At this time, Ling Xiao was alone in the manor's hall, drinking wine while waiting for the guests to arrive. Since you're already here, why hide? There is no one else in the manor. Why don't you come in and have a drink? Suddenly, Ling Xiao toasted outside the door and said with a smile. At this time, the door of the living room suddenly opened, and 2 gusts of wind rushed toward Ling Xiao. These 2 gusts of wind came from 2 people. One was a woman in white, and her cultivation level was at the peak of the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. The other was a man in black, and his cultivation level was at the middle stage of the second level of the Yin-Yang realm. In terms of strength, these 2 people were about the same. Ling Xiao faced with the 2's attacks, and then he threw the wine cup in his hand. The wine in the wine cup in the air turned into a fire dragon and charged toward the 2. The black and white duo resisted with all their might, and only then did they manage to disperse the fire dragon. However, a lot of his hair and eyebrows had been burned away. That's right. I heard that he's only at the early stage of the second level of the Yin-Yang realm. He's only slightly stronger than you. The black-clothed man was equally shocked. They had thought that they would be able to kill Lu Tai instantly if they worked together. However, they had not expected that a casual attack from Lu Tai would be able to overwhelm them. He was almost killed. And Lu Ming had obviously shown mercy. Alas, we sneaked into the underground city of the Devil Shadow Sect today with the intention of killing that bastard Chen Wuyan and saving our daughter. Who would have thought that our son would be killed by that bastard Lu Tai? If we can't even deal with Lu Tai, how can we save our daughter? The woman in white let out a long sigh, and her expression was filled with despair and helplessness. No matter what, we can't let our son die like this. Lu Tai, that bastard, we have to fight him. The man in black gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with madness. It was obvious that he wanted to fight Lu Tai to the death, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Why are the 2 of you so angry? Why don't you sit down and have a drink? Just as the man was about to fight to the death, Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. He refilled his cup and said to the 2 of them. Bastard, we have nothing to say to you. The man in black said angrily. Ling Xiao smiled. He knew that the person they were scolding was Lu Tai and not him, so he didn't mind at all. Little brother, you can come out now. If you don't, your parents will tear me apart. Hearing this, the man in black and the woman in white were stunned. Then, they saw a young man walking out from behind. It was the person who tried to assassinate Ling Xiao during the day, but was killed by Ling Xiao. In fact, it was just a performance. Ling Xiao did not kill him. Instead, in front of all the disciples of the Shadow Devil sect, he played a trick of swapping the crown prince with a leopard cat. The moment Ling Xiao caught the assassin, he swapped him with a wild beast in the beast ring. At the same time, he turned the wild beast into the assassin and killed him on the spot. The corpse was necessary, and the more miserable the death, the better. It had to look like Lu Tai had killed him. Therefore, the corpse was so shriveled that it looked like it had been sucked dry. Ling Zhao's actions were all for the sake of safety. He was worried that the people of the Devil Shadow Sect would investigate the corpse. If he couldn't kill the assassin on the spot and let him go, or pretended to kill him, he would be in trouble. In fact, the corpse was placed on a straw mat in Chen Wuyan's room. One of them was checking the corpse. Is there any problem? I've already said that it's Lu Tai. Chen Wuyan said to the man. There's no problem with the corpse, but I'm just doing my job. Every one of the 6 hall leaders has to be investigated. We can't let anyone with ulterior motives sneak in. The man said coldly, get rid of the corpse. Lu Tai can pass for now. Lord Demon Envoy, you're really cautious. I'm not afraid to tell you that even if someone sneaks in, it's impossible for them to disguise as a hall leader or a guardian. These people are too obvious and there are many people who know them. There's a high possibility of them giving themselves away. On the other hand, the ordinary disciples have to be careful. Someone might sneak in. Chen Wuyan said. What you said makes sense. Therefore, I've already set up a good way to distinguish the real from the fake. If someone sneaks in, he won't be able to pass. The demon envoy sneered. Seeing the corpse being carried away, he started drinking again. At the same time, in Lu Tai's manner, Ling Xiao had already returned to his original appearance. He felt that the black and white duo were quite strong and could definitely help him. The key was that these 2 people were willing to risk their lives to save their daughter. It would be easier for them to complete the task given to them. I've already told you the details. What do you plan to do next? Ling Xiao returned to Lu Tai's appearance. At this moment, black and white were still extremely shocked. Ling Xiao's true appearance was much younger than they had imagined. And this young man's strength was so strong that it was really shocking. The most frightening thing was that this person was actually a lone hero, trying to break into the demon nest of the 8 Immortals County alone. This was simply too daring. Moreover, he disguised himself as Hall Master Lu Tai. The key point was that this disguise was not seen through. Little brother, we were a little reckless before. Please forgive us. After the shock, there was hope. With Ling Xiao's help, black and white were also more confident and hopeful of rescuing their daughter. They sincerely apologized. It's not your fault. I just wanted to test your determination and strength. Ling Xiao smiled and said, if your strength and determination can't meet my expectations, I won't cooperate with you, and I won't expose my identity. Well, let's not talk about that now. Let's talk about the next plan. Although the Demon Shadow Sect's strength in the 8 Immortals County is not comparable to the 8 Immortals Mountain and the Tianfeng Group, it is comparable to the 3 major clans of the 8 Immortals County. What are you going to do? Young hero, the 2 of us, together with our son, should be considered the true disciples of the Demon Shadow Sect. Our family has a special mental cultivation method that can guarantee that we will not be brainwashed by the Demon Shadow Sect. This is also the reason why, although we are true disciples of the Demon Shadow Sect now, we will not really serve the Demon Shadow Sect. This has been going on for more than 3 months, and we have been studying this sect all the time. To be able to say this, it meant that the 2 of them were sincerely planning to cooperate with Ling Xiao. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done this. After all, if these things were revealed, it meant that they could be exposed at any time and be killed. I see. You have worked hard. Ling Xiao sighed and said, my name is Ling Xiao. I don't know how to address the 3 of you. In the next operation, perhaps some of you will die. If you survive, bury the others and set up a tombstone so that no one will know when you die. The white-cloaked woman said, I'm Feng Huan. This is my husband, Wang Qing. That's our son, Wang Peng. Well, I'll be frank. My main purpose for coming here is to save my sister. In addition, if possible, we can also destroy the Devil Shadow Sect's blood-sucking sacrifice. Ling Xiao said. Young hero Ling's courage is truly admirable. However, aren't you afraid of being discovered by pretending to be a hall master? This is very dangerous. Feng Huan asked. I have my ways, so I won't talk about it. Since you guys have joined the Shadow Devil sect, you should know more about the underground city than I do, right? Ling Xiao went straight to the point. He didn't want to explain anything else. Because even if he explained, others might not believe him, and it would be a waste of time. Feng Huan took out a map and said, this is the map that we spent a lot of effort and money to get. But there are some patterns and symbols on the map that we really don't understand. Let me see. Ling Xiao took the map and then opened his Tai Chi eye. Noticing that Ling Xiao's left eye was a little strange, Feng Huan and the other two were a little surprised, but no one said anything. At this time, they didn't want to disturb Ling Xiao. Although they didn't know Ling Xiao's background, Ling Xiao was so powerful that he might really be able to save the people they wanted to save. I see. Ling Xiao looked at the map and said coldly, the core of the blood-sucking sacrifice is here, which is also Chen Wuyan's residence. That's where the entire formation is activated, and it's also the eye of the formation. It's also the place to break the formation. As long as we can destroy that place, we can break the formation and stop the blood-sucking sacrifice. The imprisoned blood pigs are distributed in the 8 formation areas of the formation. The most important formation area is near the core. Chen Wuyan, the remaining 5 hall masters, and an envoy from the Shadow Devil sect headquarters are guarding there. It's not easy to deal with them. The Tai Chi eye could indeed analyze any information that others couldn't. Ling Xiao believed that since Ling Jiaojiao was so important, she must be imprisoned in the formation area not far from the core. Next, he would have a direction to go for the rescue. He wouldn't have to run around like a headless fly. His Tai Chi eye could see very far and even had the ability to see through things. However, the envoy from the Shadow Devil sect headquarters was an expert in formations. Many places were blocked by formations and spirit formations. If he couldn't break the formations or spirit formations first, he wouldn't be able to see the situation inside. This map was too important. He took the risk to have a showdown with these 3 people. It seemed to be the right decision. Just as Feng Huan was about to speak, a voice suddenly came from outside. Hall Master Lu, Lord Deacon has asked all the Shadow Devil sect disciples to gather in the main hall. There's an important matter. That voice was very unfamiliar. It should be Chen Wuyan's servant. This wasn't important. The important thing was, why did Chen Wuyan suddenly ask everyone to gather? There must be a conspiracy. However, as the hall master, he couldn't shirk this matter. Since Chen Wuyan wanted to gather everyone, he would go and take a look. There might not be anything important. Feng Huan, Wang Qing, follow me for now. Just treat them as my subordinates. Anyway, it's normal for a hall master like Lu Tai to take in other disciples as his subordinates. As for your son, is it okay to temporarily change his appearance? Ling Xiao looked at Feng Huan and Wang Qing and asked. We'll listen to young hero Ling. As long as we can save our daughter, we don't mind even if we have to die. The 2 of them nodded their heads firmly. Perhaps things aren't as serious as you think. Ling Xiao stood up and used the Yin-Yang Demon King's transformation technique to change Wang Peng's appearance slightly. Anyway, Wang Peng was an insignificant person. Even if there were changes, no one would care. Then, they stepped out of Lu Tai's manor and walked towards the main hall. The main hall was the largest gathering place in the underground city. Today, all the disciples above the half-step Yin-Yang realm in the 8 Immortals County were gathered here. The number of people reached tens of thousands. Under the illumination of the huge light absorption array, everyone's expression was solemn. Ling Xiao saw Chen Wuyan sitting on the throne on the high platform with a lazy look. Another person was sitting beside him. He was wearing a long black robe. Ling Xiao couldn't see his face, as though he didn't have a face. That person should be the so-called demon envoy. Hall Master Lu. Reporting to Lord Deacon, these 3 people were recruited by me after I came to the underground city. If Lord Deacon likes them, I can give them to you. Ling Xiao sat down and smiled faintly. Ha 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 ha, I can't take what others like. I asked you to come here today so that you can watch a good show. Lord Demon Envoy said that there might be spies among these people. Although his next method is simple, it can instantly test whether these people are our loyal disciples or spies. Chen Wuyan seemed to trust and respect Lu Tai a lot. After all, the 8 Immortals County's branch relied on the 6 Hall Masters to share Chen Wuyan's burden. It would be funny if Hall Master Lu's subordinates turned out to be spies. The one who spoke was another Hall Master of the Spectre sect, Chen Feng. This person's cultivation was similar to Lu Tai's. He was the 2 strongest among the 6 Hall Masters and also the most capable. The contradiction was really huge. If he said that they were enemies, some people would believe him. Haha, Hall Master Chen, you should worry about yourself. don't worry about others. Ling Xiao sneered. Then, he looked at Chen Wuyan and said, Deacon, let my people take the test first to prevent people from gossiping. After all, the three of them are new recruits. I also want to know if they are spies. Chen Wuyan nodded. He dared to say this because he believed that Feng Huan and the other two could pass the test. Apart from their thinking patterns, they were the same as the Spectre sect's disciples. Alright, Hall Master Lu is indeed one of my most trusted people. In that case, let's start with the three of them. Chen Wuyan nodded, as if he had already prepared for this. The demon envoy stood up and said with a smile, the test is very simple. All the disciples of the Spectre sect must have learned the blood-sucking demonic art and have a demonic seed in their bodies. Then, they can increase their cultivation by sucking blood. Today, you can try it on the demonic beasts. After saying this, he waved his hand. Immediately, 3 cages were brought out. There was a very small mouse-type demonic beast in the cages. Anyway, it was just a test. This kind of weak and slack demonic beast would suffer a great calamity. Feng Huan, Wang Qing, and Wang Peng were tested at the same time. In an instant, the 3 demonic beasts became dried corpses. As for their skills, they had also improved a little. Looks like my subordinates are true disciples of the Spectre sect. I'm afraid Hall Master Chen will be disappointed. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Hall Master Chen, you and our deacon are family. Don't lose face for him. Chen Feng frowned and said indifferently, naturally, you don't have to worry about this. Next, it's my subordinate's turn. He had a lot of subordinates, but only 4 of them were qualified to stand on this high platform with him. Among the 4 of them, one of them was the cruelest. Although he had not been following Chen Feng for long, he had killed a lot of innocent people. He was even believed to have the highest possibility of becoming the #1 general under Chen Feng. He had a sallow face and a thin face, which made him look a little cunning. Although his body was skinny, his strength was not weak at all. It was just that his steps were a little shaky. It was said that this person liked to go to places where men went and indulge in a life of luxury every day. It was very taxing on his body. As for the other 3, they passed the test. Chen Feng looked at Ling Xiao proudly and said, Lu Tai, did you see that? The subordinates under me are all good. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and looked at that skinny monkey. The ultimate move of the 6th profound art, Reverse Eye, this was a move of light and shadow profound that Ling Xiao had not used for a long time. Although other moves might reveal his true identity, this Reverse Eye was something he rarely used even before he reincarnated. Hence, he was not afraid of revealing anything when he used it now. Moreover, this was merely an eye technique. It was very hard to discover. Especially when he used it with his current level, even that demonic envoy would not be able to detect it. What Reverse Eye could do was very simple. It could turn darkness into light, light into darkness, truth into falsehood, and falsehood into reality. The extent of its effect depended on the comprehension of the profound art of light and the strength of the user's soul power. With Ling Zhao's current level, it was still possible for him to make Chen Feng's skinny monkey lose his ability to use the demonic blood-sucking art. In any case, neither Chen Feng nor that skinny monkey were good people. Ling Xiao might as well use this opportunity to get rid of that skinny monkey and avenge those girls that had been harmed by him. Naturally, Chen Feng was unaware of all this. He was still looking at Ling Xiao proudly. How is it, Ling Xiao? Since your subordinates can pass the test, so can mine. Isn't there one more that hasn't been tested? Ling Xiao said faintly. It is impossible for that skinny monkey to be a spy. Although he hasn't been following me for a long time, he is extremely loyal to the Devil Shadow sect. Chen Feng said loudly. That might not be the case. As the saying goes, one may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. He hasn't been following you since the beginning. There were 2 reasons why Ling Xiao had chosen this skinny monkey. The first reason was that this skinny monkey was the one who had done the most evil. The second reason was that there was indeed a possibility that this skinny monkey was a spy. After all, the other 3 had been following Chen Feng since the beginning. The possibility of them being spies was too low. If things went wrong, he might end up shooting himself in the foot. Bullshit. If this skinny monkey is a spy, I will eat your shit in front of everyone here. Chen Feng said furiously. That's too disgusting. I can't do that in front of everyone. How about this? Since Hall Master Chen has already said so, I won't make you do something so embarrassing. You might as well eat that rat. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Alright, I promise you. Chen Feng was obviously in a fit of anger. He had completely fallen into Ling Xiao's trap. Naturally, it was also possible that Chen Feng was extremely confident in that skinny monkey and was sure that this skinny monkey wasn't a spy. Skinny monkey walked toward a cage and placed his hand inside. MHM? Skinny monkey, who was originally full of confidence, suddenly frowned. He activated the demonic blood-sucking art. However, not only was he unable to absorb any blood from the beast, his own blood was even injected into the beast's body. Impossible. Skinny monkey tried again. However, the result was still the same. Cold sweat started dripping down his forehead. This is impossible. He tried again. However, it still didn't work. Currently, his face was pale. It was unknown if it was due to his blood being sucked away or due to fear. As for Chen Feng, his face was ashen. Bastard, I didn't expect that I would trust you so much. You are actually a spy. Chen Feng suddenly leaped up and charged toward Skinny Monkey. Skinny Monkey still wanted to explain, but his skull was smashed by Chen Feng's palm and he died. Chen Feng was absolutely loyal to the Devil Shadow sect. After all, the deacon of the 8 Immortals County was part of his family. Now that a suspected spy had appeared under him, he was not willing to explain himself. He was only anxious to get rid of this scourge to prove his position. To prove that he was not a person who tolerated spies and nurtured spies. He was merely deceived by them. Hall Master Chen is indeed formidable. You are not showing any mercy to spies. Ling Xiao sneered as he looked at Chen Feng. You don't have to mock me. It's my responsibility to nurture a spy. Killing him is eliminating a scourge for the Devil Shadow sect. Chen Feng said righteously. Then, are you going to eat this demonic beast rat or not? Ling Xiao said casually, actually, I'm just saying. Hall Master Chen can choose not to eat it. I don't think anyone would dare to say that our Hall Master Chen is a person who goes back on his words. Chen Feng's expression was even more unsightly than before. This rat that the devil envoy had fed him was probably one of the dirtier ones. Moreover, the troublesome thing was that as a human, the era of eating raw meat and drinking blood had long passed. He really did not want to eat that rat alive. Chen Feng, eat it, Chen Wuyan said coldly. Chen Feng did not care. He could not let Chen Feng ruin the reputation of the Chen family. Even if he did something bad, in the eyes of the Devil Shadow sect's disciples, he should be someone who kept his word. Otherwise, who would risk their life for him? Deacon. Lu Tai tricked me. Chen Feng was absolutely unwilling to eat a dead rat. He tricked you? Is this something you agreed to? Just a few words from him can make you lose your sense of direction. Treat today as a lesson, Chen Wuyan said coldly. Chen Feng's face turned pale. Chen Feng's face was pale as he grabbed a dead rat and started eating it. His gaze towards Ling Xiao was filled with a terrifying murderous intent. However, Ling Xiao merely sneered. Chen Feng wanted to kill him, but he wanted to kill Chen Feng as well. Otherwise, Chen Wuyan would not be easy to deal with. After all, Chen Feng was the #1 general under Chen Wuyan. The reason Ling Xiao wanted Chen Feng to eat the rat was not only because he wanted to humiliate Chen Feng. That's too boring. In fact, he was the one who chose the dead rat, and he was the only one who knew about the seasoning added to the rat. Dealing with the Devil Shadow sect required not only courage, but also strategy. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy for him to do it alone. Naturally, at present, Chen Feng did not appear to be anything special. However, within his body, a huge trouble had already been buried. Young hero Ling, these people from the Shadow Devil sect are really cruel. They even killed their own people. Moreover, they are so merciless. I wonder if our plan will succeed? When Feng Huan saw Chen Feng kill that skinny monkey, he thought that the skinny monkey was truly a spy. He felt somewhat sympathetic toward the death of a rabbit. What you see might not be the truth. don't think too much. I'll take care of everything. As long as your daughter is still alive, I'll definitely save her. Ling Xiao exhorted. This conversation was naturally carried out through soul transmission. At such a close distance, they did not even dare to whisper. If they were heard, it would be a fatal disaster. Feng Huan carefully savored the meaning behind Ling Xiao's words. Suddenly, he realized something. The sympathy he had for the skinny monkey's corpse instantly turned into hatred and hatred. While they were talking, Chen Feng had already finished eating the dead rat. He even wiped his mouth and sneered at Ling Xiao, as if saying, "See, I'm not as unreasonable as you think I am." Ling Xiao smiled. He truly felt sorry for this Chen Feng. Humiliating himself was a small matter. Chen Feng did not know that the rat had been poisoned by Ling Xiao. How laughable. He was truly pitiful. The demon envoy intentionally or otherwise glanced at Ling Xiao, but he didn't say anything. The test continued. Due to the large number of participants, the following tests were carried out in groups of 100. Naturally, most of them passed the test. However, there were indeed spies among the ordinary disciples. More spies have been exposed. This move of Lord Devil Envoy is truly powerful. The number of spies that were exposed this time was a total of 10. These 10 people had similar cultivation levels. They should be from the same group. Ling Xiao looked at them and could not help but sigh inwardly. They were truly a group of people who overestimated themselves. They were only at the first level of the half-step yin-yang realm, yet they dared to sneak in. He really did not know what they could do. This was called praiseworthy courage, but it was truly foolish. Ling Xiao wanted to save these 10 people, but he knew that he could not do so. Because once he did, he would definitely be exposed and his entire plan would be ruined. The moment the 10 of them were exposed, they decided to kill Chen Wuyan together. However, it was a pity and pitiful thing. Everything they did was in vain. There was no need for Chen Wuyan to make a move. In fact, there was no need for the Hall Master or the Guardian to make a move. Just a few ordinary disciples of the Devil Shadow sect easily subdued these 10 people. Bastard, let us go. You demons, you harmed our families. One day, the rulers of the Immortal Court will definitely know. You will definitely be punished. The 10 people were captured and pressed to the ground in humiliation. They could only roar and vent their dissatisfaction with their voices. But what was the point of that? To put it nicely, this is called bravery. To put it bluntly, this is overestimating yourself. Ling Xiao sighed and said, "Don't blame me for being vicious. Wang Peng, your previous method of assassinating Lu Tai was the same as this. If I were the real Lu Tai, not only would you have killed yourself, but you would also have killed your parents. I believe that even your sister would not allow you to act so recklessly." He sympathized with those 10 people, but sympathy did not mean agreement. Those 10 people were very stupid. He was not wrong. Do you really think that the rulers will pay attention to a bug like you? Don't be so naive. In the mystic world, strength is everything. Whoever is strong can be a supreme, a ruler, or even a god. Chen Wuyan looked disdainfully at these 10 people who overestimated themselves. He walked forward and stomped one of them to death as if he was stepping on a bug. In the crowd, many people had gloomy faces and were filled with anger. It was obvious that many brave cultivators had sneaked in to destroy the Devil Shadow sect. Unfortunately, these were all weak cultivators. There were no experts from the 8 Immortal Mountain or the Tianfeng group. If there were experts from those two forces, the Devil Shadow sect would not be so arrogant today. It was really lamentable. After stomping one person to death, Chen Wuyan's expression became even more ferocious and terrifying. He laughed coldly as he thought of another person. He let out a strange laugh, and another person's head was crushed by him. You really are a bug. How dare you behave so atrociously in my Devil Shadow sect? Kill them all. Perhaps it was because he was too bored, Chen Wuyan sat back on his seat and waved his hand indifferently. Under Chen Wuyan's command, 8 heads fell to the ground. This scene made Feng Huan, Wang Qing, and Wang Peng tremble with fear. Was this the fate of the spies? This Chen Wuyan was too terrifying and cruel. Next, all the spies will be turned into blood pigs. Anyway, the more blood pigs, the better. Chen Wuyan gave another order. In the following test, hundreds of people died. There was no other way. They couldn't escape. Once again, although only one spy was found, his cultivation had reached the early stage of the third level of hell of the Yin Yang realm. Even the Hall Master of the Eight Immortals County would find it difficult to subdue him. However, Chen Wuyan grabbed him by the neck and raised him high in the air with one move. Join the Demon Shadow Sect or die. Chen Wuyan took a fancy to this martial artist because he felt that this martial artist's cultivation was very good and worthy of his nurturing. Bullsh *T, you disgusting guy. How can I join the Demon Shadow Sect? You will die a horrible death. As he spoke, the martial artist detonated the hell in his body. He tried to kill Chen Wuyan with his own life. At that moment, Chen Wuyan did show a panicked expression. However, the demon envoy, who had been sitting there silently, suddenly attacked. A ball of energy easily enveloped the detonation and dissipated it. This guy is so strong. A drop of cold sweat dripped down Ling Zhao's forehead. The strength displayed by the demon envoy really made him feel pressured. He had easily dissipated the terrifying power of the self-detonation of a martial artist at the early stage of the third level of hell of the Yin Yang realm. If he felt this way, the others would tremble even more. As soon as the demon envoy attacked, almost all the spies lost their will to fight. They desperately turned around and fled. Looking at those people, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. It was really sad. Could they escape at this time? This was the headquarters of the Demon Shadow Sect in the Eight Immortals County. Hundreds of figures in the void were suddenly grabbed by tentacles that reached out from the ground and sucked dry. Mighty! Mighty! Long live the Demon Shadow Sect! The Demon Shadow Sect is invincible. The Devil Shadow Sect has ruled the profound world for 10,000 generations. The Spectre Sect's disciples, who were extremely excited by this shocking scene, let out earth-shattering shouts. They were extremely excited, but Ling Zhao's face was ashen. The tentacle that suddenly stretched out should be the core of the blood-sucking Great Array. It should be some kind of huge blood-sucking demon beast that had been transformed by the demon envoy into the core of the terrifying blood-sucking Great Array. Continue the test. The demon envoy's cold voice rang out. Chen Wuyan also sneered ferociously. Those who betrayed him deserved to die. No matter how cruel his methods were, he would still use them. With the support of Lord Demon Envoy and the powerful blood-sucking demonic beast, he would definitely be able to achieve great things. He believed that after this blood-sucking sacrifice, the Ghost Shadow Sect would no longer have to be sneaky in the Eight Immortals County. They would be able to directly confront the Eight Immortals Mountain and the Tianfeng Group. Or even stronger, out of tens of thousands of people, hundreds of spies were eliminated. This was the final result. The test is over. Next, everyone, go back to your residences and start your life of debauchery. Believe me, as long as you are loyal to the Ghost Shadow Sect, your future will be bright. Chen Wuyan said loudly. Lord Deacon, the 6 hall leaders have not been tested yet. The demon envoy suddenly said. Hearing this, Feng Huan, Wang Qing, and Wang Peng's hearts tightened. This was because they knew that Lu Tai was Ling Xiao in disguise. How could Ling Xiao know the blood-sucking demonic skill? This time, they would definitely be exposed. I don't agree. Ling Xiao suddenly said, Lord Demon Envoy, I'm afraid that your actions will disappoint us. We are hall leaders, the strongest people in the Ghost Shadow Sect in the Eight Immortals County other than Lord Deacon. Do you have a guilty conscience? The demon envoy said coldly. Guilty conscience? Although Lord Demon Envoy was sent by the higher-ups, you can't slander our loyalty to the Ghost Shadow Sect. Do all loyal people have to be suspected like this? Ling Xiao was very good at fanning the flames. His words put the Demon Envoy in a very awkward position. The reason why the Ghost Shadow Sect was so powerful was because of their brainwashing techniques. They made all the disciples believe in their superiors and the Ghost Shadow Sect's sect master. They believed that the Ghost Shadow Sect would fulfill their promises. They believed that their dreams would become reality. However, what if the people who joined the Ghost Shadow Sect went back on their words? Their beautiful dreams would instantly become illusory and illusory. This would be a huge blow to the Ghost Shadow Sect's rule. Even the demon envoy's expression was unsightly. Hall Leader Liu, don't misunderstand. This is for the sake of fairness. Everyone else has already been tested. It's normal for the 6 hall leaders to be tested. Chen Wuyan seemed to have a lot of trust and admiration for the demon envoy. Therefore, he agreed to whatever the demon envoy said and was willing to do as he was told. Ling Zhao's lips curled up into a sneer. Suddenly, with a thought, Chen Feng, who was standing near the demon envoy, suddenly launched a surprise attack. He directly charged toward the demon envoy. This scene was too sudden and too shocking. Even the demon envoy, who had suspected Lu Tai, did not suspect Chen Feng. After all, Chen Feng was one of them. However, this carelessness caused him to be punched in the back by Chen Feng, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Evidently, he was heavily injured. However, Chen Feng was still unwilling to stop. It was as if he wanted to kill the demon envoy. Bastard, we are loyal to the Ghost Shadow sect, yet you suspect us. I'll kill you, you dog. As Chen Feng attacked, he roared at the same time. Naturally, he was not the normal Chen Feng. Rather, he was the Chen Feng who was hallucinating after being controlled by the illusory life and death powder. Ling Xiao wanted to use him to heavily injure the demon envoy. This way, his strongest enemy would be severely weakened. Naturally, it would be even better if he could kill the demon envoy. Unfortunately, Chen Feng's performance was too poor, and the demon envoy was too cunning. Apart from spitting out a mouthful of blood, he was not injured. Instead, he killed Chen Feng with a single palm. Lord Demon Envoy, this isn't appropriate. Although Hall Master Chen is in the wrong, his crime doesn't warrant death. Although there is some enmity between Hall Master Chen and I, we are all loyal to the Ghost Shadow sect. What you are doing is too chilling. Ling Xiao said in a timely manner. Enough. Chen Feng attacked the demon envoy. It is not wrong for him to be killed. The rest of you, start the test, Chen Wuyan suddenly said. Everyone, start the test, Chen Wuyan said coldly. It seemed like the future promised to him by the demon envoy had given him a huge temptation. Even when one of his own was killed, he did not feel any heartache. So be it. Do you think I'm afraid? Ling Xiao walked up the stage in disdain and participated in the test. Naturally, he passed. A small trick like the demonic blood-sucking art was nothing to him. In fact, he could learn it with a single glance. Could he really not be a spy? Looking at Ling Xiao, the demon envoy's face was gloomy and somewhat pale. Although he had dodged Chen Feng's follow-up attack, he was still injured. Moreover, the injury was not light. Alright, let's go back and continue enjoying ourselves. Chen Wuyan waved his hand and said loudly. The group of disciples turned around and left. Some were confused, some were excited. They were confused because Chen Feng, the hall master, had actually attacked the demon envoy. They were excited because the spies had been eliminated. The following blood-sucking ritual would be safer. How could they not be excited when they thought of the huge benefits they would obtain after the blood-sucking ritual? Ling Xiao brought Feng Huan and the rest back to his manor. Although he had dealt with Chen Feng and injured the demon envoy today, which could be said to be a double blessing, Ling Zhao's expression did not relax at all. The strength displayed by the demon envoy had exceeded his expectations. Young hero Ling, let's not talk about that Chen Wuyan for now. However, that demon envoy is really terrifying. We have to think of something. Otherwise, not to mention saving them, even finding them will be difficult. Why don't we wait until the day of the blood-sucking ritual before making our move? At that time, the Devil Shadow sect will be at their weakest. They will place most of their attention on activating the blood-sucking ritual and will neglect other threats. This is probably the reason why we have to find the spy thoroughly today. Young hero Ling, you have the most ideas. You should make the decision. Feng Huan, Wang Qing, and Wang Peng analyzed the situation one after another. Obviously, they had decided to make their move on the day of the blood-sucking ritual. Your thoughts are correct. Ling Xiao nodded and said, if we make a move now, we will be walking into a trap. Although the demon envoy is injured, Chen Feng is killed, and the Devil Shadow sect's strength seems to be severely weakened. However, we don't know the extent of the demon envoy's injuries. We don't know the strength of the blood-sucking beast either. We can't make a move now. Let's wait until the blood-sucking ritual starts tomorrow. We are relieved now that young hero Ling has said so. Feng Huan and Wan Qing were originally worried that Ling Xiao was young and impetuous. Coupled with his relatively strong strength, he would underestimate the enemy. However, from the looks of it, Ling Xiao was very steady. By the way, young hero Ling, we have a favor to ask of you. Would you agree to it? Feng Huan suddenly asked. We're already comrades in the same trench. We even have to entrust each other with life and death. What's the point of asking for help? As long as it's something I can do, I'll do my best to help. Ling Xiao nodded. Actually, it's not a difficult task. The two of us aren't as strong as young hero Ling. If you need us, just push us out. We're willing to be your pathfinders. Even if you are killed for something, you don't have to avenge us. Just remember one thing. Help us take good care of our son and daughter. We don't have much to pursue in this life. We only have this little thought of happiness. Feng Huan said very seriously. Yes, that's what I'm thinking too, Wan Qing said. Sometimes, there was no such thing as a perfect plan. There would always be people who had to be sacrificed. In the dark art of war, there was a move called young master offering his head, which was a method of self-sacrifice. Although it was similar to the ruse of injuring oneself to gain the enemy's confidence, it was even more vicious. The ruse of injuring oneself to gain the enemy's confidence was at most being beaten up. But the young master offering his head was even sacrificing his life. Under such circumstances, the enemy's suspicion would be minimized. Feng Huan and Wan Qing's meaning was very simple. If they had to make a sacrifice, the two of them were willing to die. Father. Mother. Let your son die. Anyway, your son won't be able to go far on the path of martial arts in this life. The most pitiful thing is mother. You're a rank 1 martial artist. As long as you don't die, you'll definitely be able to step into the rebirth realm. Wang Peng couldn't help but say. Some people say that in the mystic world, those without strength are equivalent to trash. In fact, I don't agree with this saying. Not to mention that you're a good martial artist, even if you don't know any martial arts, in the eyes of your parents, you're still a treasure. Feng Huan's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at her son dotingly. This made Ling Xiao sigh with emotion. Even in the mystic world where the weak were prey to the strong, where the winner was king, there were still true feelings. Don't worry. For others, there may not be a perfect plan, but for me, Ling Xiao, perfection is my goal. Ling Xiao said faintly, sacrificing you to save my sister will put heavy shackles on both her and me. It will hinder our progress on the path of martial arts. I won't do that. But. No buts. Just listen to my arrangements. The three of you have to do something very simple. You just have to help me relieve the pressure. Feng Huan, Wan Qing, can the two of you deal with a hall master? Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. Of course. The two of them nodded. Good. Then the two of you will deal with a hall master. The remaining threats to us are the 3 hall masters. One is Chen Wuyan, one is the demon envoy, and one is the blood-sucking demonic beast. The blood-sucking demonic beast is under the control of the array, so it can't move freely. Wang Peng, your next task is to let the outside world know about everything here. If you are lucky, the 8 Immortal Mountain and the Tianfeng group will send people to help us. It will be much easier for us to save them. Although the Heavenly Wind group might protect Chen Wuyan, they did not dare to openly support such an evil vampire sacrifice. Can you do it? Ling Xiao asked again. I will do it even if I die. Wang Peng was very clear that his task was the easiest because on the day of the blood-sucking sacrifice, there would be no disciples of the Devil Shadow sect guarding outside. Ling Xiao gave him this task because he wanted him to run away. But he would never run away. He would do his best to complete this task. Feng Huan, Wan Qing, the two of you remember, no matter whether you can kill a hall master or not, don't worry about me. Go and save them. That is your real task. This is my sister's portrait. Look carefully. If you can't release all the blood-sucking pigs, then save your loved ones first. Ling Xiao turned around and said. Are you crazy? Can you really face so many experts alone? Feng Huan carefully analyzed Ling Xiao's plan. This was basically using Ling Xiao himself as bait. So, whether I can survive or not depends on whether you can save the people first. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I am betting my life on you. Don't let me down. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief after making the necessary arrangements. In fact, although this mission seemed dangerous, it was not as difficult as imagined. He did not care about the 3 hall masters at all. Moreover, Feng Huan and Wang Qing could help him in time after killing one of the 4 hall masters. The one he was most afraid of was the demon envoy. To Ling Xiao, having a lot of enemies was not a problem. It all depended on whether he played it well or not. After a moment of silence, Feng Huan and Wang Qing looked at each other and kowtowed to Ling Xiao at the same time. Young hero Ling, we will never forget your great kindness. If we have the chance to meet again in the future, we are willing to do anything for you. Let's talk about the future in the future. Have you heard my arrangements clearly? Ling Xiao asked. Understood. The 3 of them nodded their heads. They were extremely excited and moved by the gesture. If they hadn't met Ling Xiao, they wouldn't have had such an easy opportunity to save people. Because none of the 3 of them could be the bait. The bait must be strong, have excellent movement skills, and be able to attract the attention of many people. Only Ling Xiao could do it. But if Ling Xiao did this, the possibility of him being killed was very high. Feng Huan, Wang Qing, and Wang Peng all thought that Ling Xiao was sacrificing himself to save people. They were moved and admired him. Such a person was really rare in today's world. Young hero Ling, the process of the blood-sucking sacrifice is actually very simple. First, the disciples worship the portrait of the Devil Shadow sect master. Second, start the blood-sucking array and feed the blood-sucking beasts with blood pigs, so that the blood-sucking beasts' strength will reach their peak state. Finally, the blood-sucking beasts will cooperate with the blood-sucking array to release countless tentacles and begin the blood sacrifice of the entire 8 immortal city. Once they succeed, not only will all the blood pigs die, but even the entire 8 immortal city will become a purgatory on earth. Many people may be unknowingly sucked dry of blood. At the beginning of the second step, Chen Wuyan, the demon envoy, and several hall masters will bathe in the blood pig's blood and receive the blood baptism from the blood-sucking beasts. If we want to take action, we can only choose to do it before this step begins. Otherwise, if the blood pigs are killed, our rescue mission will be declared a failure. While speaking, Feng Huan's face was very gloomy and his body was trembling violently. Although there was no clear distinction between good and evil in the mystic world, there was no so-called righteous or evil sect, but a sect like the Devil Shadow sect was definitely in existence that everyone despised. Their cruelty and ruthlessness were simply outrageous. Raising humans as blood pigs to feed blood-sucking demon beasts, this kind of practice should be punished by the heavens. That's right, a bunch of animals worse than pigs and dogs. Now, no amount of cursing is of any use. Since we know that they are worse than pigs and dogs, there is no need to show mercy. Let's have an underground blood sacrifice, but the target of the blood sacrifice is not the blood pigs, but the disciples of the Shadow Devil sect. Ling Xiao's killing intent was boiling in his body. He was not a chivalrous hero, but he was still a young warrior with a sense of righteousness and conscience. Moreover, the Phantom sect had offended him and captured his sister from the Black Tortoise continent. How could he not understand killing intent? A terrifying killing intent filled the entire manor. Feng Huan, Wang Qing, and Wang Peng couldn't help but shiver. With such a terrifying killing intent, just how strong was Ling Xiao? Their hearts were filled with doubts. What had this young man experienced? His killing intent was comparable to that of a fierce general who had killed thousands of enemies on the battlefield. No, it should be said that it was stronger. Wang Peng, you go first. Try to go to the governor's mansion, the Tianfeng group, and the 8 Immortal Mountain for help. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he took out a formation refining stone. Then, a cocoon-like light circle appeared in the hall. This is a transmission array? Feng Huan and Wang Qing were shocked. Yes, it can directly transmit to the surface, but it can only transmit 2 people at a time, and it will consume a lot of spirit stones. It can't be used again for 15 minutes. Ling Xiao sighed. This is already very powerful. I heard that the demon envoy seems to be able to make the same transmission array, but his transmission array can only transmit one person at a time, and it can't be used again for an hour. Feng Huan still maintained a shocked expression. The surprises that Ling Xiao brought her were simply too many. Now that her son had left, she and her husband had no worries. They only needed to do their best to save their daughter. Watching Wang Peng leave the transmission array, Feng Huan and Wang Qing made up their minds. After saving their daughter, they would die for Ling Xiao. In that case, Ling Xiao could use the transmission array to send their daughter out of the devil's lair. Even if they died, they would be satisfied. The next day, the preparations for the vampiric sacrifice were coming to an end. Once again, someone ordered all the disciples of the Shadow Devil sect to head to the place of prayer. The so-called place of prayer was the place where Chen Wuyan and the demon envoy lived. That place had been transformed into the core of the array. When the time came, the array would be activated and its power would be greatly enhanced. In addition to the vampiric demonic beast, it would also require the prayers of many disciples. To put it bluntly, it was the power of the soul. After all, this vampiric sacrifice array was targeted at the entire Eight Immortal City. If the power of the soul was not strong enough, it would be difficult to succeed. It's time for us to set off. Ling Xiao stepped out of the manor and smelled the thick smell of blood. Although the blood in the hall last night had dried up, the thick smell of blood still lingered in the air. Although the spies who had been killed had been stupid and impetuous, they had all been brave warriors who had tried to annihilate the Shadow Devil sect. Ling Xiao could not save them, but he would help them fulfill their wish. This way, even if they died, they would be able to rest in peace. A bunch of beasts in human skin. Looks like I, Ling Xiao, will be able to go on a killing spree today. Ever since Ling Xiao had entered the samsara realm, he had kept a very low profile. However, time and time again, he had been forced to reveal his ruthless side. He had killed over 10,000 disciples of the Shadow Devil sect in the Ascension town. He had actually felt a little uncomfortable. After all, most of those disciples had been ordinary martialists. However, after seeing the actions of the Shadow Devil sect and hearing Feng Huan and the others' introduction, he had been filled with hatred. He only hated himself for not killing those guys earlier. Ordinary martialists had committed evil, but they had also committed evil. Just because they were ordinary didn't mean that they deserved sympathy. That would be too unfair to the people who had been killed or harmed. Many hypocritical sects had always advocated that even those from the heterodox Tao had dignity and rights. They could not be beaten or killed just because they were from the heterodox Tao. However, they had never considered whether the people who had been killed by these demons had received the dignity and rights they deserved. Ling Xiao abhorred this kind of thing. A life for a life was a matter of course. People who tried in vain to pretend to be pitiful and innocent after killing people were even more disgusting than those vicious fellows. Let's split up. You won't be able to stay with me from now on, but remember my plan. Ling Xiao, Feng Huan, and Wang Qing separated for the time being. In addition to the rules of the Shadow Devil sect, Ling Xiao also arranged different tasks for each of them. Ling Xiao would focus on dealing with the experts of the Shadow Devil sect and attract their attention, while Feng Huan and Wang Qing would focus on saving people. However, considering that the Shadow Devil sect would send a hall leader to deal with Feng Huan and Wang Qing, Ling Xiao asked if the two of them could kill a hall leader. This was crucial. If they couldn't kill a hall leader, this plan couldn't be carried out. Ling Xiao had to stop the others and prevent more experts from dealing with Feng Huan and Wang Qing. Young hero Ling, be careful. Feng Huan and Wang Qing nodded. They didn't believe that Ling Xiao was a match for those people, so they had to save Ling Jiaojiao and their daughter as soon as possible. In this way, Ling Xiao could choose to escape. With Ling Xiao's strength and the strange teleportation formation, it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape. As for the vampire sacrifice that would destroy the Shadow Devil sect, they didn't even dare to think about it. Unless the Eight Immortals Mountain and the Tianfeng group could really help. However, they were very clear that neither the Tianfeng group nor the Eight Immortals Mountain would believe Wang Peng's words. At this time, Wang Peng had been kicked out by the Tianfeng group. He had been slapped in the face and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. What kind of big sect are you? The Eight Immortals County is in danger and you don't plan to do anything? Get lost, or I'll kill you. The Tianfeng group's martial artist kicked Wang Peng away. Wang Peng fell to the ground and wanted to fight for his life. However, on second thought, he couldn't die. The Tianfeng group's reluctance to help might have something to do with Chen Wuyan. So, he went to the Eight Immortals Mountain. However, when he arrived at the Eight Immortals Mountain, the situation was almost the same. The pitiful Wang Peng suffered another round of beating and was seriously injured. Luckily, Lin Ruoxian intervened and saved him. Lin Ruoxian listened to Wang Peng's words. Although she had some doubts, she still planned to report this matter to the sect. Of course, Wang Peng did not mention Ling Xiao because it was a secret that he did not want to reveal. It was a pity that Lin Ruoxian's report was still shelved by the sect. They did not take it seriously at all. Although he said that he was doing research, he didn't seem to care at all. Young hero Ling is also a disciple of the Eight Immortals Mountain, but why is there such a big gap between us? Wang Peng couldn't help but mutter out of frustration. Did you say young hero Ling? Lin Ruoxian asked. No, I didn't say anything about young hero Ling. Since your Eight Immortals Mountain didn't help, then just wait for your bad luck. Perhaps nothing will happen to the Eight Immortals Mountain and the Heavenly Wind Group, but your people in the Eight Immortals County will suffer. Wang Peng said angrily. Follow me. Lin Ruoxian picked up Wang Peng and went straight to the Eight Immortals County Governor's office to find Lin Yuan. He asked Wang Peng to explain the situation. Words are not proof. Even if this official believes you, your words cannot convince the other members of the Lin family, let alone those soldiers. Lin Yuan sighed and said, it would be great if the people outside could see the scene underground. In that case, I'm afraid that the Heavenly Wind Group and the Eight Immortals Mountain will have to take action. Hearing this, Lin Ruoxian's eyes lit up and said, good idea. Uncle Lin can do this. The Uncle Lin she mentioned was Lin Fengyuan, the shopkeeper of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company in the Eight Immortals County. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Company had broadcast various martial arts competitions to the entire Black Tortoise continent. There was no shortage of equipment. Lin Fengyuan told Lin Ruoxian that because there were no elemental towers in the city of the Night Dwellers, there was no way to transmit signals. Therefore, someone had to take the risk to sneak into the underground to broadcast, wearing a portable elemental tower would suffice. I'll go. Lin Ruoxian knew that the young hero Ling Wang Peng mentioned was Ling Xiao. How could she let Ling Xiao take the risk alone, going through thick and thin together, sharing blessings together? This was what friends should do. As long as she could broadcast what was happening underground, it would be a great help to Ling Xiao. At that time, under the influence of public opinion, the Eight Immortals Mountain and the Heavenly Wind Group would have to take action. Ling Xiao naturally did not know what was happening outside. He did not have the leisure to care about that now. The vampiric sacrifice had begun, and his plan had also begun. Although the plan was perfect, if there was even the slightest mistake, it would lead to Ling Jiaojiao's tragic death. Even his life had to be forfeited. Therefore, it was impossible to say that he was not nervous at this time. It was just that Ling Xiao was good at controlling his emotions. He kept himself in a state of calmness. This way, he could more accurately carry out his plan. The vampiric sacrifice is the grandest ceremony of our Shadow Devil sect. This time, the sect master used the Eight Immortals County as a test. We must not disappoint him. Now, let's begin the first task, kneel down and worship the sect master's portrait. The so-called portrait of the sect master could not be seen clearly. It was just a person wrapped in a black cloth. However, the disciples of the Shadow Devil sect were very sincere in their worship. Ling Xiao pretended to squat there, but his Tai Chi eye was searching for the whereabouts of Ling Jiaojiao and Feng Huan's daughter. Since he had promised the two of them that he would help them find their daughter, he would not go back on his word. Because there were too many martial artists who had been arrested, this created a big problem for Ling Xiao. However, he still found the Feng Huan couple's daughter and informed the two of them to go rescue her. However, Ling Jiaojiao's whereabouts were still unknown. Without finding Ling Jiaojiao, Ling Xiao did not dare to act rashly. Because if he was exposed at this time, his plan would be ruined. After the worship, all the disciples of the Shadow Devil sect began to pray. A special prayer came out of their mouths. This prayer condensed into a blood shadow in the void, which was then injected into the vampiric array. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the vampiric array was slowly activating. Fortunately, a formation of this level was not so easy to deal with. This also gave Ling Xiao some opportunities, allowing him to have more time to find the person he was looking for. Since the Tai Chi I was not working, Ling Xiao simply released his Gemini martial souls to search together. After all, this was the most important purpose of his trip this time. Loyal disciples, your loyalty to the Shadow Devil sect will definitely be rewarded. Now that the prayer has begun and the array has been activated, the 8 Immortals County will completely belong to our Shadow Devil sect. Chen Wuyan began to give his speech excitedly. His words had a special magical power that made the disciples even more excited. Even the speed at which they recited the prayers became faster. As the prayer sped up, the activation of the vampiric array also sped up. Ling Xiao became even more nervous. Ling Jiaojiao had not been found yet, which made him feel uneasy. Young hero Ling, we found our daughter. According to him, a girl was imprisoned in the eye of the array, right between the eyebrows of the vampiric beast. Because the girl has the bloodline of the Swordsaber Divine Emperor, she can make the vampiric beast stronger. Feng Huan and Wang Qing successfully rescued their daughter. This was because everyone's attention was on the vampiric sacrifice. Moreover, the Demon Shadow sect believed that the spies had been eliminated. This was why their actions were so relaxed. Hearing this, Ling Xiao came to a sudden realization. His gaze abruptly shifted to his feet. This was the eye of the array, where the head of the vampiric monstrous beast was. This vampiric monstrous beast looked like an octopus, but it had many more tentacles. Its face was also more terrifying. Between the vampiric monstrous beast's eyebrows was the light of an array. Ling Jiaojiao was imprisoned there. At this time, Feng Huan and Wang Qing were also discovered. No matter how weak the Demon Shadow sect's vigilance was, they still had a set of surveillance methods. After Feng Huan and Wang Qing rescued their daughter, they were discovered. At the start, the Hall Masters planned to deal with the spies. However, the suspicious demon envoy ordered, send a Hall Master to bring some people over. The other Hall Masters are to stay here. Be on guard against the enemy's plan to lure us away. Hearing this, Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. The two of you hide our daughter well and then go save Jiao Jiao. I'll delay them here. Ling Xiao transmitted mentally. No, young hero Ling, listen. Your sister's situation is rather special. She seems to be imprisoned by an array. The two of us don't understand arrays, so it's impossible for us to save your sister. Listen to us. In a while, take advantage of the chaos and go save her. We'll be the bait. Our daughter and son are entrusted to you. Feng Huan said very calmly, you're a smart person. You understand what I'm saying, right? Although he was unwilling to admit it, Feng Huan was right. The plan had to be changed. He took a deep breath. Remembering the affection of Feng Huan and Wang Qing, he transmitted mentally, take care. No matter what, I'll protect your daughter and son. As for the two of you, I said that we'll leave together alive. I'll definitely do it. You don't have to fight head-on. You just have to stall for time. With your familiarity with this place and the fact that the Demon Shadow sect has to send a large number of martial artists to guard the array, it shouldn't be a problem to last for an hour. We'll do our best. At this point, the plan had changed. Ling Xiao was no longer the bait. Instead, he had to save Ling Jiaojiao first. However, he only made minor adjustments to his plan and did not reject it completely. Since he said that he was going to save her, he didn't want to go back on his word. He couldn't care less about the others, but Feng Huan, Wang Qing, their daughter, and Ling Jiaojiao had to stay alive. Stupid rat, you still dare to behave atrociously at this time. The blood-sucking Grand Array had been activated, and the entire 8 Immortals County was within the array. Even the 8 Immortals Mountain and the Heavenly Wind Group won't be able to escape this calamity. How can one or two rats overturn the heavens? The demon envoy's cold voice rang out, filled with confidence and cruelty. I know that some of the spies are very clever and managed to avoid my screening, but it's useless. After today, other than the people from the Shadow Devil sect, everyone else will become our blood pigs. Lord Demon Envoy, this seems to be different from what you told me. Chen Wuyan's expression changed greatly. Deacon Chen, why are you so surprised? I promised not to hurt Qin Chongsheng, so I won't hurt him. However, the other people from the Heavenly Wind group have nothing to do with you, right? The demon envoy sneered. The 8 Immortals County is the test of the Shadow Devil sect. If it doesn't succeed, it will affect the blood-sucking Grand Array and other places of the Shadow Devil sect. Therefore, I naturally have to maximize the range and power of the blood-sucking Grand Array. Do you have any objections? No. As if he had been brainwashed, the little bit of doubt that Chen Wuyan had disappeared in an instant. It seemed that he was really under the control of the demon envoy. Activate the altar, and use the divine power of the sword and saber Shenhuang to assist the blood-sucking demonic beast to complete the blood-sucking ritual. Chen Wuyan's expression became cold again. He waved his hand and one of the hall masters pressed a certain mechanism. The altar rose. The huge head of the blood-sucking demonic beast appeared in front of everyone. It was ugly, repulsive, and extremely terrifying. Everyone was looking at the ferocious demonic beast in shock. However, Ling Zhao's eyes were fixed on Ling Zhaojiao, who was between the demonic beast's eyebrows. At this moment, Ling Zhaojiao had already woken up from her coma. Seeing this terrifying scene, she was trembling all over. She had once thought that she could protect her family and her most beloved brother, Ling Xiao, after awakening the martial soul of the sword and saber Shenhuang. However, the disaster began from that moment. Although she did not know what would happen to her, the possibility of her death was very high. Chen Wuyan said coldly, "Do you know this woman?" "Her name is Ling Zhaojiao, a girl from the Ling family of Yuhua town." "Of course, you don't know such an insignificant woman. In the past, I was even more dismissive of her. However, not long ago, she awakened the martial soul of the sword and saber Shenhuang. She has a noble bloodline that no one in the 8 Immortals County can surpass. Nobler than the 8 big families of the 8 Immortals Mountain. The martial soul of the sword and saber Shenhuang." In a dark place on the periphery, a woman exclaimed in her heart. At the same time, the small elemental tower that she was wearing successfully broadcasted the scene on the big screen in the 8 Immortals County Square. At this moment, everyone in the square was looking at the scene on the screen in astonishment. This is the rumored scene of the demon Shadow Sect's blood sacrifice. Do you see it? That is the terrifying blood-sucking demonic beast. It will activate the blood-sucking formation and eventually turn the 8 Immortals County and the surrounding thousands of miles into the paradise of the demon Shadow Sect. All the warriors will become their blood pigs for them to suck blood. Lin Ruoxian explained in a low voice. In fact, this was not the first time she had done such a thing. She had also been the host of the martial arts conference in the 8 Immortals County. Therefore, many people in the 8 Immortals County knew her. Isn't that Lin Ruoxian? What is she doing? What demon Shadow Sect? What blood-sucking sacrifice? The people were still in a state of confusion and did not know what was being broadcasted on the screen. But soon, they understood. Chen Wuyan said it herself. Do you know? Before finding this girl, the success rate of the blood-sucking sacrifice was only 50%. But with her, to be exact, with the bloodline of the Sword Saber Divine Emperor in her body, the success rate will instantly soar to 90%. Basically, the success rate is 100%. Chen Wuyan said excitedly, not only that, the range of the blood-sucking formation will also be greatly expanded. Originally, we were only targeting the 8 Immortals County. But now, even the 8 Immortals Mountain and the Tianfeng group will be included. Now, do you understand how important she is? Not only that, after the blood-sucking sacrifice is completed, all the demon Shadow Sect disciples who participate in the prayer will be promoted by 3 to 5 realms. Some will directly break through to the Yinyang realm. Those who are in the Yinyang realm will definitely be promoted by 1 realm. In other words, after the blood-sucking sacrifice, the demon Shadow Sect will become a force second only to the 8 Immortals Mountain and the Tianfeng group in the 8 Immortals County. Of course, the premise is that the 8 Immortals Mountain and the Tianfeng group can survive this blood-sucking sacrifice. Chen Wuyan laughed maniacally. The disciples of the Spectre sect below were also shouting wantonly, like a group of crazy cultists. Especially for those half-step Yin-Yang realm level 10 disciples, entering the Yin-Yang realm was like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. They were completely reborn. Then, Chen Wuyan looked at Ling Xiao and the other hall masters and said, "You've worked hard and contributed greatly, so you'll naturally receive more benefits. Perhaps he would soon reach the third level of hell, or the peak of the second level of hell of the Yin-Yang realm. At that time, you'll become important figures in the Eight Immortal City. Even the Eight Immortals Mountain and the Tianfeng group will have to be wary of you. A crazy scene appeared again. The hall masters and tens of thousands of disciples prostrated themselves on the ground and shouted loudly. The demon shadow sect will last for thousands of generations. Our sect leader will live forever, unify the mystic world and achieve hegemony. Lin Ruoxian broadcasted this to the people in the Eight Immortal City. That's Chen Wuyan, the youngest son of the Tianfeng group's leader, Chen Chongsheng. Why does he seem to be doing some cult ritual? It must be a joke. Our Eight Immortal City is unbreakable. That's right. It must be a joke. Up until now, most of the people still didn't take what they were seeing seriously. In their opinion, it was just a joke. If they did not take it seriously, those powerful families and warriors would not take it seriously either. Ling Jiaojiao opened her eyes and looked at this scene in despair. She was like a leaf in the cold wind, helpless and helpless. She did not know what to do. In the past, when she was in danger, it was Ling Xiao who saved her and the Ling family. But today, in this underground city, Ling Xiao would not know that something happened to her. Even if he knew, he would not be able to save her. The feeling of being all alone was not good. Ling Jiaojiao felt that she was too useless as the clan leader. Not only could she not protect the Ling family, but she might even implicate her brother, Ling Xiao, who she cared about the most. In Ling Jiaojiao's opinion, the demon envoys, deacons, and hall masters of the demon shadow sect were all terrifying figures. They were existences that could reach the heavens. They were the top experts in this world. After all, she was not a reincarnation realm warrior, so she did not know that there were existences that were much stronger than these people in the outside world. Despair, it was true despair. Ling Jiaojiao despair not because she might die, but because she could not tell her brother, Ling Xiao, how terrifying the demon shadow sect was. She could not let Ling Xiao escape. Lane. This was probably the only regret she had before she died. After all, of course. She was only a little girl in her age. However, when fear and strong longing collided, the longing for Ling Xiao won out. Her body, which was trembling violently, gradually stopped trembling. Ling Xiao knelt on one knee. Looking at Ling Jiaojiao, he heaved a sigh of relief. Of you. Wu Yan Yan. Wu Yan. He didn't even release the slightest killing intent. He had already begun to analyze the mysteries of the formation. A strange light kept flashing in the Taiji eye. But at this time, the situation was very chaotic, so no one noticed his left eye under the black cloak. Anger was useless. Ling Xiao was very clear about this. After saving Ling Jiaojiao, he would turn the underground city of the demon shadow sect into ruins. Boom! Suddenly, a corpse fell onto the high platform. Everyone saw it clearly. It was one of the hall masters of the demon shadow sect. This hall master had just received orders to deal with the rats that had sneaked in. But now, he was killed and his corpse was thrown on the stage. The scene was dead silent. Someone dared to slap the demon shadow sect in the face at such an important moment. That was impressive. Two figures, one black and one white, attacked the moment the corpse fell. Feng Huan and Wan Qing knew that Ling Xiao would only have a chance to save Ling Jiaojiao if they attracted everyone's attention. Their daughter had been hidden. But if the vampiric sacrifice was not stopped, she would still die. So, they were fighting with their lives on the line. They did not hold back at all. They did not think that killing ordinary disciples would affect them much. So, they directly attacked the protectors. Perhaps it was too sudden. Perhaps it was because they were stronger than the protectors. Or perhaps it was because the hall master's corpse attracted too much attention. Feng Huan and Wan Qing attacked at once and killed almost all of the protectors. The power of their combined moves was still very terrifying. And at this moment, they had successfully attracted everyone's attention. Including Ling Jiaojiao's. Ling Jiaojiao raised her head, looked at Feng Huan and Wan Qing, and sighed helplessly. At this moment, she was extremely conflicted. She hoped that someone would come to save her. She hoped that her brother, Ling Xiao, would appear like a god. But on the other hand, she was worried that Ling Xiao would not be a match for these people. He would definitely be courting death if he came. On one hand, she was disappointed. On the other hand, she was worried. A girl's heart was so strange. All of you, attack together and kill those two people. Chen Wuyan gave the order for the remaining 4 hall masters to attack together. Naturally, one of them was Ling Xiao, disguised as Lu Tai. After receiving the order, the 4 of them attacked at the same time. However, at this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared from behind and charged toward Chen Wuyan. Chen Wuyan was shocked by the sudden attack. At this moment, the demonic envoy could not save him because the demonic envoy was controlling the formation. And because he was not prepared, he could only hastily deal with this attack. Even if he did not die, he would definitely be seriously injured. Chen Feng. Someone saw the appearance of the person who ambushed Chen Wuyan and could not help but cry out in alarm. Currently, Chen Feng's eyes were lifeless. They were cold and empty, as if he was a corpse. However, his movements were very agile and swift, exactly the same as when he was alive. Lord Deacon, I'm here to save you. Ling Xiao turned back halfway, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Naturally, Chen Feng had turned into a demonic corpse because of him. However, this ambush could not kill Chen Wuyan. Hence, Ling Xiao turned back and tried to gain Chen Wuyan's trust. With trust, when the situation became more serious, he would have a chance to approach Ling Jiaojiao openly. If he went to save Ling Jiaojiao now, the demonic envoy would definitely stop him. Puchi. The sharp weapon in Chen Feng's hand pierced through Ling Zhao's body. Ling Xiao blocked a seemingly fatal attack for Chen Wuyan. In fact, this was merely a performance. Bastard. Many thanks, Lord Deacon. This subordinate was just doing what I should do. Ling Zhao's face was deathly pale, cold sweat flowing down his forehead. Even the demon envoy was deceived by the scene. Originally, he still had some doubts about him, but now it was completely gone. He smiled at Ling Xiao and said, Hall Master Lu, I wronged you previously. In a while, I'll invite you to share that girl's flesh and blood. Share flesh and blood, Ling Xiao immediately felt nauseous. He had long been used to killing people, but sharing flesh and blood was truly an extremely disgusting method. He found it hard to understand, let alone accept it. Ha ha ha, Hall Master Lu looks like you don't quite understand. It's normal. Generally speaking, our fiend shadow sect purely sucks blood because the most nutritious part of the human body is blood. However, this girl is somewhat special. Her bloodline is very special. It can be said that her entire body is a treasure. If you can devour it, it will be greatly beneficial to your cultivation. The demon envoy laughed loudly. Ling Xiao suppressed the anger and disgust in his heart and said to the demon envoy, Many thanks for Lord Demon Envoy's kindness. I will definitely sacrifice my life for the fiend shadow sect. Good. Ha ha ha, good. Little girl, you're very honored. When the time comes, you'll become a delicious meal in our stomachs. You'll die a worthy death. The demon envoy looked at Ling Jiaojiao and laughed loudly. You guys are worse than beasts. You'll definitely die a horrible death. It's best if you're cut into pieces and chopped into mincemeat. Definitely. Ling Jiaojiao gnashed her teeth and cursed loudly. The demon envoy laughed very proudly and made a strange sound. Then, he said disdainfully, Die a horrible death, I've heard such words too many times. It's a pity that I've lived for decades and am still living well. If you want to talk about dying a horrible death, it should be you, little girl. Soon, you'll die very miserably. Ling Jiaojiao gritted her teeth and did not speak. In fact, she also felt very powerless about her cursing. If cursing was useful, this demon envoy would have died thousands of times already. It was impossible for him to live until now. Was there really no one who could deal with these bastards from the fiend shadow sect? She sighed helplessly. Her belief that evil people would be repaid with evil gradually became less firm. It's good that you don't say anything. You can only accept your fate. The demon envoy sneered. He closed his eyes and began to focus on controlling the great blood-sucking array. Due to Feng Huan and Wan Cheng's sudden appearance, the prayers of the Spectre sect's disciples were temporarily disrupted. However, this situation would soon pass. Feng Huan and Wan Qing were already surrounded by the three hall masters. They could only keep dodging, but the injuries on their bodies were still increasing. At this time, Ling Xiao suddenly jumped up from the ground and rushed to the forehead of the blood-sucking demon beast. His speed was extremely fast. Moreover, it was a sudden burst of strength. At this moment, no one realized what he was going to do. It wasn't until Ling Xiao undid the formation and released Ling Jiaojiao that the demon envoy and Chen Wuyan suddenly reacted. Lu Tai, what are you doing? Chen Wuyan said furiously. Lu Tai? Ha 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 ha, Lu Tai, that bastard, was killed by me in Yuhua town long ago. A mere disguise was enough to fool you idiots. The Spectre sect is just SOSO. Ling Xiao pretended to tear off the disguise on his face, but in fact, he just changed back to his original appearance. Ling Xiao. At that moment, the most shocked person was Ling Jiaojiao. At first, she didn't understand why Hall Master Lu would suddenly save her. Now that she saw that familiar face, her eyes were completely blurred in an instant. Her tears soaked her clothes, and she cried like a tearful person. Hey, you're an elder sister. Don't cry like that. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Who told you that an elder sister can't cry? You idiot, why did you come? Although I'm very happy, do you know that you can't get out now that you're here? Idiot. You're such a big idiot. Ling Jiaojiao shouted loudly. That was a kind of extreme happiness that came from the bottom of her heart. Of course, there was also a strong sense of worry. Her complex emotions completely exploded in an instant. Young hero Ling, save them and leave quickly. Feng Huan shouted loudly. However, Ling Xiao had no intention of moving. Standing on the head of the blood-sucking beast, Ling Zhao's expression was confident and cold. Of course, he had to save them, but he had to destroy the blood-sucking sacrifice. It wasn't because of a righteous and noble sentiment. It was because if he didn't destroy the blood-sucking sacrifice, even he wouldn't be able to survive. After all, the blood-sucking formation covered such a large area. Even if he had the array refining stone, he wouldn't be able to escape in time. You still have the mood to care about others? Go to hell. Seeing Feng Huan and Wan Qing suddenly stop running, the three hall masters of the Spectre sect of the 8 Immortals County attacked together. They wanted to kill the two in an instant. 3 attacks were launched at the two of them at the same time in an area of effect manner. Young hero Ling, leave quickly. Feng Huan and Wan Qing knew that they couldn't escape this time, so they planned to use all their strength to kill one of the hall masters. In this way, they could reduce Ling Zhao's burden. However, at this moment, a dazzling sword chi fell from the sky and landed in front of the two of them. One sword chi had taken 3 lives, the 3 hall masters were all killed on the spot. Their throats were all pierced by the sword chi. Because they died too quickly, they were still in the attacking position. The scene was very strange. Feng Huan and Wan Qing looked at the scene in shock. They couldn't believe it. They knew that Ling Xiao was very strong, but they didn't expect that Ling Xiao was so strong. He killed the 3 hall masters of the Spectre sect with 1 sword. This strength was probably outstanding among the disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain. Stay here and heal well. When the sword chi landed, Ling Xiao also landed near Feng Huan and Wan Qing. Then, he raised his right hand and took out an array refining stone. It turned into a strange Vajra array, protecting Feng Huan, Wan Qing, and Ling Jiaojiao. Since your injuries have healed, let's start killing. There are no innocent people here. All of them are worse than beasts. But young hero Ling, you're facing so many people alone. How can you be a match for them? Feng Huan said in shock. Don't worry about me. We've been forced into a desperate situation today. Even if we escape, we can't escape the Vajra array. So, it's already a situation where either you die or I live. Ling Xiao shook his head gently. Since there was no way out, he became even calmer. When the only choice was to kill, then he would do his best. Whether he could win or not would only be known after the battle. After saying that, Ling Xiao reached into the corpses of the 3 hall masters and took out 3 demonic seeds. In addition to the demonic seeds that he took out from Yuan Zhang's body, there were 4 of them. These demonic seeds might be useless to others, but to him, they were great supplements. he swallowed the 4 demon seeds. The energy released from Ling Xiao's body turned into a terrifying blood-red color in an instant, as if he was a devil. His current strength was barely enough to deal with Chen Wuyan, but to deal with the demon envoy, he had to increase his cultivation to a higher level. Otherwise, there was no hope at all. Therefore, he swallowed the 4 demon seeds in order to break through his cultivation. Normally, he wouldn't dare to do this, but today, there were so many people in front of him who deserved to die for him to vent his anger. Even if the demon seeds were too powerful, he could perfectly integrate them. At this time, more and more people gathered in the square of the 8 Immortal City. Among them were people from the 3 big families and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. There were also some disciples from the 8 Immortals Mountain and the Heavenly Wind Group. Someone recognized Ling Xiao. That person seems to be Ling Xiao, a disciple from the 8 Immortals Mountain. He was in the limelight during the ghost prison trial. Why is he fighting with Chen Wuyan again? Isn't he afraid of Qin Chongqing? He really doesn't know what death is. I think he's quite powerful. For his sister, he barged into the demon's den alone. What a romantic thing to do. Among the crowd, there were people who looked down on Ling Xiao. Naturally, there were also women who were infatuated with him. However, until now, no one felt that it was a big problem. They even treated themselves as bystanders, watching a good show on the live broadcast. No matter how much Lin Ruoxian tried to explain, it was to no avail. If they didn't experience the real danger, they wouldn't know that Lin Ruoxian's words were true. Lin Ruoxian hid in the dark and didn't intervene in the battle, but she was ready to help Ling Xiao at any time. It wasn't time for her to take action yet. You're Ling Xiao? Chen Wuyan looked at Ling Xiao, his eyes were bloodshot. He was furious because he felt that he was fooled. This was absolutely intolerable. Where's Lu Tai? And those disciples of the Shadow Devil sect who went to Yuhua town, what happened to them? They're dead. Ling Xiao said lightly. Impossible. With your strength, how could you kill so many people? Could it be that the 8 Immortal Mountain interfered? Chen Wuyan frowned. He was really worried. If the 8 Immortals Mountain really interfered, then today's situation would not be easy to deal with. I only represent myself. It has nothing to do with the 8 Immortals Mountain. Ling Xiao said indifferently, oh right, let me tell you something interesting. Chen Feng's subordinate, Skinny Monkey, is not a spy. The testing method of your Lord Demon Envoy is really useless. Also, Chen Feng's sneak attack on the Devil Envoy was also my doing. Hee, are you happy now? The reason why he said all this was to disturb the other party's mind. After all, since he was weaker than the other party, he could not resort to normal means. Chen Wuyan, kill him quickly. That brat is stalling for time. He should be trying to break through. The demon envoy suddenly roared. Chen Wuyan was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. Then, he rushed toward Ling Xiao. Tisk. Seeing that his intentions had been seen through, Ling Xiao immediately used the moonlight meteor steps and started moving among the crowd at lightning speed. Every time he touched a disciple of the Devil Shadow sect, one of them would be killed. Ling Xiao was probably the only one who could kill people in the process of cultivation. Instead, Chen Wuyan was blocked by his own people. His movement technique was not as good as Ling Xiao's. Facing so many obstacles, he was still unable to catch up with Ling Xiao. Trash, come over and control the blood-sucking Grand Array. Activate it as soon as possible. Don't worry too much. Even if the effect is not as good, it can still envelop the 8 Immortals County. Leave this brat to me. When the demon envoy saw that Chen Wuyan was unable to catch up with Ling Xiao, he became anxious. He roared and called Chen Wuyan over. Chen Wuyan controlled the blood-sucking Grand Array for him while he was free to deal with Ling Xiao. Blood Spirit. The demon envoy roared and released countless blood-red ghost-like things from his body. They charged into the crowd to capture Ling Xiao's figure. He knew that his movement technique was definitely not as good as Ling Xiao's. However, such means were enough to kill Ling Xiao. From the moment Ling Xiao killed the 3 Hall Masters and blended into the crowd until now, everyone gradually came back to their senses. Ling Jiaojia was still a little confused. Was that really my brother Ling Xiao? But how can he be so powerful? Although she saw Ling Xiao attack, she was a little doubtful. After all, when Ling Xiao left Yuhua town, compared to now, there was a huge difference. They were not on the same level at all. It should be. Feng Huan also found it hard to believe. She had already thought highly of Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, she realized that she did not understand Ling Xiao's strength at all. Even if she did not understand a little bit. That shocking sword strike was still reverberating in her mind. It was difficult to erase it for a long time. What are you all still standing there for? Kill those 3 people. The demon envoy roared as he chased Ling Xiao. The disciples of the Shadow Devil sect could pray and fight at the same time. This was not a problem. Hearing the demon envoy's order, they remembered that they could still fight. Thus, tens of thousands of people rushed toward Feng Huan, Wang Qing, and Ling Jiaojiao. Boom! A large number of attacks landed on the King Kong array. However, the King Kong array shone brightly and was not damaged at all. Instead, it seemed to have become even harder than before. Damn it, this King Kong array can actually absorb the attacker's internal energy and become even more unbreakable. You all hide, I'll do it. The demon envoy was the only one among them who was proficient in formations. Since the King Kong array could not be broken by force, he might as well use his ability to break it. He could see that Ling Xiao cared a lot about the girl called Ling Jiaojiao. As long as he captured Ling Jiaojiao, Ling Xiao would definitely not dare to continue escaping. The demon envoy rushed toward the King Kong array. Ling Xiao naturally knew that this was an extremely dangerous thing to do. He could feel that his cultivation was close to breaking through the first cycle of the Yin-Yang realm's first level, the peak of hell. Just a little bit more. However, at this time, he did not have the time to think about it. Although he knew that this was a trap, he had to stop the demon envoy. Of course, the method was a little different. In his fury, Ling Xiao's body flickered with lightning. Like a thunder god, his speed was extremely fast. He directly blasted toward the demon envoy's back. The demon envoy clearly did not expect Ling Xiao to be so fast. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the time when Ling Xiao arrived to kill Ling Xiao. However, at this time, he had no choice but to hastily dodge. If Chen Feng could injure him, Ling Xiao would undoubtedly be able to injure him as well. Therefore, the demon envoy did not dare to be careless. Thunderbolt Meteor Sword Art, Thunderbolt Heavenly Fire. After failing to hit the demon envoy, Ling Xiao's attack did not stop there. The terrifying sword aura transformed into dozens of lightning bolts that directly landed among the crowd. Dozens of Devil Shadow sect disciples were killed on the spot. The 4 demonic seeds from before were enough for Ling Xiao to break through. Now, the demonic seeds of dozens of Yin-Yang realm disciples had fused into his body. His cultivation had already reached a critical point. What a pity. I was so close. It looks like I'll have to fight the demon envoy face to face. Ling Xiao was very clear that the time when his cultivation rose the fastest was when he constantly battled with various powerhouses. Every time he fought, he would benefit greatly from it. Today, facing the demon envoy, Ling Xiao wanted to break through. Whether or not you're that trash Ling Xiao from that remote town, you've killed so many people from the demon shadow sect today. You'll die without a doubt. The demon envoy's expression became extremely ugly. He was here, and yet, all of the hallmasters had been killed, as well as all of the town-level executors. That left him with no face at all. It made him feel even more humiliated. I'll die? I don't think so. Ling Xiao was slightly disappointed that he didn't break through. However, after killing so many Yin-Yang realm martial artists with one strike, his heavenly fire had finally reached the transformative realm. It had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Once any move reached the transformative realm, not only would its power increase greatly, but it would also have some special effects. The special effect of Fallen was the gravitational pressure. When using Fall of the transformative realm, it would make the enemy feel a terrifying pressure. It would be as if their body was being pressed down by something terrifying, making them unable to move. Their internal strength would also become sluggish. He hadn't used the special effect of heavenly fire yet, so he would use the demon envoy as a test subject. No, you'll definitely die. But before I kill you, I want to know who you are and why you're using Ling Zhao's name to make an enemy out of the demon shadow sect. The demon envoy questioned coldly. We're the clearest about Ling Zhao's strength. Killing my devil shadow sect's Mo Fengzi and those from the Mo family is already his limit. Who are you? I'm Ling Xiao. I'm the real deal. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Impossible. The demon envoy harshly said, forget it. It doesn't matter if you don't want to reveal your true identity now. Soon, I will make you speak the truth. Is he really not Ling Xiao? Feng Huan and Wang Qing were also confused. They did not recognize Ling Xiao from Yuhua town, but they had heard of this person before. He was a young martial artist who had killed Mo Fengzi, a disciple of the Devil Shadow sect. However, his cultivation base shouldn't be at half-stepping young realm yet. It had only been a month, and he was already able to kill the Hall Master of the Shadow Devil sect. No matter how he thought about it, it was impossible. No, he's Ling Xiao, my little brother. The confusion on Ling Jiaojiao's face disappeared and was replaced by conviction. Perhaps Ling Zhao's strength confused her, but she understood Ling Zhao's character too well. There was no mistake. Looks like we really underestimated Ling Xiao back then. He's 10 times stronger than we thought. Feng Huan smiled bitterly. If they had known this earlier, they might have acted more calmly and not made some mistakes that they should not have made because they were anxious. Yes, young and promising. This Ling Xiao must be a disciple of the Eight Immortal Mountain. Wang Qing sighed. No, unfortunately, I'm just an insignificant ordinary disciple of the Eight Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao looked at Wang Qing and smiled faintly. However, you don't have to worry. I, Ling Xiao, said that I would let you out alive, and I won't go back on my words. You still want to go out alive? You really don't know how strong you are. The demon envoy sneered and unleashed his aura. At that moment, the disciples of the Devil Shadow sect were overjoyed. However, Feng Huan, Wang Qing, and Ling Jiaojiao's expressions changed drastically. Third level of hell, Yin-Yang realm. This was the demon envoy's true cultivation base. His strength was enough to make people despair. Even Ling Xiao himself felt that he had no hope of winning, let alone the three of them. The only way was to expose his identity and ask the butterfly lady for help. The difference in strength was too great. Even if Ling Xiao used the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he wouldn't be the demon envoy's match. This was probably the most dangerous of the countless dangers he had encountered. I didn't expect the demon envoy to be so powerful. I'm really surprised. Ling Xiao had no intention of revealing what he was thinking. His expression remained cold and detached. He didn't seem to be afraid of the demon envoy. Pretentious. Without the help of the Eight Immortal Mountain, you're just a clown. The demon envoy looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. Whether I'm a clown or not, you'll know once you try. There's no need to talk nonsense. Ling Xiao stood there as his aura continued to rise. A terrifying killing intent formed a terrifying blood-red aura around his body. The people standing next to him began to tremble. What a strong killing intent. Looks like you've killed a lot of people. But it's a pity. You could have had a beautiful future. But today, you won't have the chance to regret. The demon envoy was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he was somewhat afraid of Ling Zhao's killing intent. Although his strength and cultivation were stronger than Ling Zhao's killing intent could crush him. Once the killing intent came into contact with him, his strength would be greatly reduced. Cut the crap. Let's do it. Ling Xiao hooked his finger and said. Die, arrogant brat. The demon envoy soared into the sky and roared. Countless blood spirit condensed into a huge skull and pounced towards Ling Xiao. The air was filled with the aura of death. There were also ghostly wails and howls. At the same time, on a street in the Eight Immortal County, a tentacle suddenly stretched out. A martial artist who was walking on the street didn't have time to react and was sucked dry on the spot. In a luxurious manner, a group of martial artists in luxurious clothes were drinking and chatting. Dozens of tentacles suddenly stretched out and sucked the dozens of martial artists present dry. This scene happened almost simultaneously in the Eight Immortals County. Of course, there were powerful martial artists who avoided the tentacles, but they still couldn't avoid the effects of the blood-sucking array. They could clearly feel their blood qi constantly weakening. If a person's blood qi decreased to a certain level, they would definitely die. Even powerful yin-yang realm martial artists were no exception. Finally, the 8 Immortals County panicked. The martial artists in the 8 Immortals County square understood that what they were seeing was not a game. It was a true evil sacrificial ceremony targeting the 8 Immortals County. Dozens of corpses that had been sucked dry already appeared on the square. The truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. At this moment, everyone looked at the big screen at the same time. They looked at Ling Xiao on the screen. Their hopes were actually placed on this little-known little martial artist. They didn't know if they were lucky or unlucky. However, at this moment, they could only support Ling Xiao. Stop the blood-sucking array. Ling Xiao, I beg you. The 8 Immortals County needs you. Don't be sarcastic. It's our fault. As long as we can survive, we will do anything Ling Xiao asks us to do. At this time, many people silently swore and prayed in the crowd. They pinned their hopes on Ling Xiao. Of course, there were also some people who disdained Ling Xiao. For example, the Heavenly Wind Group and the 8 Immortals Mountain. The Heavenly Wind Group sent out their gold members, while the 8 Immortals Mountain sent out their disciples. However, they only sent one person. The gold member of the Heavenly Wind Group was called Chen Fengxiao, while the disciple of the 8 Immortals Mountain was Sha Diao. In their opinion, the Devil Shadow sect could be easily destroyed by these two people. However, when Chen Fengxiao and Sha Diao arrived at the underground city under Wang Peng's lead, they did not immediately take action. A meaningful sneer appeared on the faces of the two men. Why aren't you helping? Ling Xiao alone is definitely not the Devil Envoy's match. Wang Peng shouted anxiously. Shut up. Sha Diao knocked Wang Peng out with a palm. It's ridiculous. Haven't you heard that heroes always appear at the last moment? Even if we want to take action, we have to wait until more of the people in the 8 Immortals County die. Then, those lowly guys will be grateful to us. Sha Diao sneered. Agreed. Chen Fengxiao nodded with an indifferent face. The lives of ordinary martial artists were insignificant in their eyes. In fact, they wanted to see Ling Xiao killed by the Devil Envoy, and then they would take action. This way, their influence would be greater. The two of them looked at the battlefield at the same time. Although Ling Xiao could deal with the Devil Envoy with the Moonlight Meteor Step and Thunder Battle Body. But after a while, he was suppressed by the Devil Envoy's huge blood spirit to a corner. Run? Why don't you run? Your movement skill is good, but unfortunately, in this world, it's not enough. Maybe I'm the nemesis of martial artists who are good at movement skills. The demon envoy coldly looked at Ling Xiao, a smug expression on his face. Although his attacks did not hit Ling Xiao, he relied on his familiarity with the terrain to trap Ling Xiao in a corner. This time, Ling Xiao had no chance at all. Everything is about to end. Kid, your death is at hand. If you are willing to tell the truth and tell me who you are, perhaps I can spare you. The demon envoy said indifferently. You're crazy. I've already said it many times. I'm Ling Xiao, a disciple of the Black Immortal Mountain of the 8 Immortal Mountains. Ling Xiao said grumpily. Since you're so stubborn, then you can die. This next move is my strongest move. It's also a move that I've condensed my blood and qi for many years. Using it to send you on your way is a supreme honor for you. With ridicule and anger, the phantom of a giant scythe condensed behind the demon envoy. The phantom was wearing a black cloak and looked like a skeleton from head to toe. Only its eyes flickered with a blood-red glow, as if they could steal one's soul. The Death Deity Martial Spirit. This is the martial spirit that my sect leader bestowed upon me. Its strength is comparable to the 9 great dragon souls and the 12 immortal martial spirits of the Archean era. As the demon envoy spoke, a giant blood-red scythe appeared in his hand. On the blade, a cold glow flickered as energy continued to condense. Then I'm really lucky to meet you. However, your Death Deity martial spirit should be a replica made by your sect leader. Although it's quite powerful, it's a pity that it can't be compared to the 9 great dragon souls. Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi eye, so he could see that the demon envoy's martial spirit was not the real thing. It was a replica made with a very powerful technique. Although martial spirits were not unique. Many people could have the same martial spirit. However, there were some martial spirits that were very special. They were unique and there was no second one. For example, the 9 great dragon souls, the 12 immortal martial spirits, the death deity martial spirit, etc. Of course, there was also the tyrannical martial spirit. If one wanted to obtain these martial spirits, they would have to die. How dare you blaspheme the sect leader's reward? You deserve death. The demon envoy was very angry. He could not accept that someone dared to say that his martial spirit was a replica. His aura became even more strange and powerful. Ling Xiao, leave quickly. I believe that with your strength, you will be able to escape successfully. Don't worry about me, leave. Ling Jiaojiao wanted to believe in her brother, Ling Xiao. However, the cruel reality in front of her told her that Ling Xiao was not the demon envoy's opponent. She did not want to harm Ling Xiao because of her, so she screamed hysterically. Her cries resounded throughout the underground. I, Ling Xiao, have never done something like leaving my family behind to escape. I have never done it before and I will never do it in the future, moreover, I will never die. Ling Jiaojiao only heard this sentence before she saw the demon envoy launch an attack on Ling Xiao. Blood filled the sky. Ling Xiao's figure seemed to be swallowed by the huge god of death. That kid is dead for sure. Should we make a move? In the dark, Sha Diao glanced disdainfully and said to Chen Fengxiao. Your 8 Immortal Mountains disciples are too useless. I was hoping that he would be able to seriously injure the demon envoy before he died. That way, it would be easier for us to deal with him. Chen Fengxiao sneered and rushed out. That kid is not worthy to be a disciple of the Devil Shadow sect. Sha Diao snorted and rushed out at the same time. These two people were extremely powerful. Their terrifying auras were stronger than that of the demon envoy. When the two figures appeared on the big screen, many people forgot about Ling Zhao's existence and became incomparably excited. It's Chen Fengxiao. It's Sha Diao. Great, the Tianfeng Group and the 8 Immortal Mountain have finally sent experts. With them, we can finally be saved. That Ling Zhao's performance was not bad. It's a pity that he died. After his death, he will be posthumously conferred as the hero of the 8 Immortals County. Hee, that's true. No matter what, he tried his best, although he didn't achieve anything. Why are you saying it so nicely? That Ling Xiao is a trash who overestimated his own capabilities. He should have reported to the 8 Immortals Mountain when he knew that the Devil Shadow sect was doing such a thing. He deserved to die. Yes, he deserved to die. Most of the people who said such heartless words were from the Zhou family and the Shen family. There were also some disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain who were related to the Sha family and the Tianfeng Group. They thought that Ling Xiao was a trash who was greedy for merit. Not only did he not contribute, but he also ruined the reputation of the 8 Immortals Mountain. His death was too good for Ling Xiao. Death scythe, bloodlust. There was a loud bang, and the big screen seemed to shake for a moment. The demon envoy not only wrapped Ling Xiao with a terrifying bloody light, but also released a terrifying attack. When the demon envoy attacked, the bloody light was too strong. Hence, many people's vision was blocked and they couldn't see what was happening inside. No one knew what was happening to Ling Xiao. However, most people thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure. Who's there? The demon envoy who was attacking Ling Xiao suddenly felt two terrifying auras. Turning his head, he saw Chen Fengxiao and Sand Eagle charging at him from both sides at the same time. At that moment, all the disciples of the Shadow Devil sect were shocked. The square of the 8 Immortals County was filled with cheers. Boom! The terrifying attack hit the demon envoy instantly. The body of the demon envoy was smashed into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. Done. Sha Diao and Chen Fengxiao looked at each other with complacency. This is too easy. What a lousy Shadow Devil sect. It's not even worth mentioning. Sha Diao said disdainfully. That's right. After killing this demon envoy, there shouldn't be any powerful people left in the Devil Shadow sect. Chen Wuyan, you've really been blinded by the devil. How can you associate yourself with such an evil creature? Chen Fengxiao looked at Chen Wuyan and shouted. Little nephew, don't talk nonsense. The Shadow Devil sect is a supreme sect. If you offend them, you will be in trouble. Chen Wuyan was Chen Fengxiao's uncle. Hence, it was reasonable for him to call Chen Fengxiao his nephew. Why are you still so stubborn? Brother Xia, do you have any objections if I take Chen Wuyan away? Chen Fengxiao asked. Of course not. However, someone is broadcasting this scene here. You have to explain yourself. Xia Diao and Chen Fengxiao had carried out missions together in the past. Although the Heavenly Wind Group had a grudge against the Eight Immortals Mountain, they had always been on good terms. Moreover, the two of them had done some shady business together. They were birds of a feather. Don't worry. I will. Wait. Chen Fengxiao was about to speak when he suddenly noticed that the mist around them hadn't dissipated. Logically speaking, the bloody mist should have dissipated after the demon envoy was killed. However, it hadn't dissipated yet. This meant that something was wrong. The gold members of the Heavenly Wind Group are indeed powerful. It's a pity that you discovered it too late. How can the two of you possibly escape from my blood mist formation? The one who spoke was actually the demon envoy that had clearly been killed just now. That guy who was good at formations. Oh no, neither of us knows anything about formations. There was no doubt that Chen Fengxiao and Sand Eagle were stronger than the demon envoy, but the problem was that they were trapped in the array because of their carelessness and arrogance. Not only could the blood mist formation trap them, it could also continuously absorb their blood qi, making them weak and powerless. The appearance of the two of you really gave me a fright. It seems that this place has been exposed. But it doesn't matter. I've just changed the method of entering the underground city. No one else can come in. Just obediently become nutrients for the blood-sucking demonic beast, you two idiots. The demon envoy looked coldly at Chen Fengxiao and the Sand Eagle. If he hadn't been prepared, he would have really died today. It seemed that he had to be more careful. Invincible. The devil envoy is invincible. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Devil Shadow sect shouted excitedly, while the warriors of the Eight Immortal City all turned pale and despair appeared on their faces. Those who had just been bragging about how powerful Chen Fengxiao and the Sand Eagle were had completely collapsed. Ling Xiao is dead and those two idiots are trapped. It seems that it's impossible to destroy this blood-sucking formation. Why don't we fight? Wang Qing looked at Feng Huan and asked. Just now, everyone was paying attention to Chen Fengxiao and the Sand Eagle. They all thought that Ling Xiao had died in the terrifying attack of the demon envoy. Therefore, Wang Qing was ready to make a final gamble. Let's go all out. Ling Xiao died for us, so we can't live either. Feng Huan nodded and said. Count me in. There were no tears on Ling Jiaojiao's face, only coldness and determination. With Ling Jiao's death, her world seemed to have turned dark and colorless all of a sudden. At this time, what was the point of living? It was better to die. In fact, Ling Xiao was not dead at this time. But he was indeed injured. He clashed head-on with the demon envoy and released the move Heavenly Fire. Then, a terrifying wound appeared on his abdomen, so deep that his bones could be seen. He was injured by the terrifying sickle qi. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely be eroded by the death qi and gradually lose their vitality. But Ling Xiao had the heavenly demon battle body. The death qi had no effect on him at all. In addition, his life martial soul had a strong recovery. He was recovering his combat strength at an extremely fast speed. And he was observing the demon envoy's every move. Although the performance of those two idiots, Chen Fengxiao and Xia Diao, really opened my eyes, fortunately, everything is going according to my plan. Ling Zhao's heavenly fire did not seem to have any effect on the demon envoy, but in fact, the special effect had already taken effect. It was just that outsiders could not see it. Feng Huan, Wang Qing, and Ling Jiaojiao were about to step out of the Vajra formation. Ling Xiao was a little anxious. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the three of them walk back. Although he did not understand why, this was the best choice. He just needed a little bit more and he would be able to fully recover. In fact, the three of them had heard Lin Ruoxian's warning. Lin Ruoxian only said 4 words, Ling Xiao is not dead. As for why she knew this, it was because she had once left a strand of her own divine sense on Ling Xiao. Once Ling Xiao's life was in danger, she would be able to sense it. For Ling Xiao, she had put in a lot of effort. Many times, Lin Ruoxian could not explain why she was so good to this kid. But Ling Xiao had never let her down. He had won glory for her time and time again. His performance was really amazing. With the time Lin Ruoxian bought, Ling Xiao finally recovered completely. At this time, the demon envoy had already turned to look at Ling Jiaojiao. Ha ha ha, as I said, you can't escape the reality of becoming a blood-sucking demon beast sacrifice. But that Ling Xiao, if it weren't for you, he wouldn't have died. I think he's at least a heaven-grade genius. What a pity, what a pity. As he spoke, the demon envoy walked towards the Vajra array. Although there was a small interlude, everything would go smoothly according to his plan. But at this moment, a strong murderous aura pierced through the blood light, completely dispersing the surrounding blood light. Old dog, you want to kill me with your little tricks? You're dreaming. Ling Xiao's figure appeared in the bloody light, completely unscathed. How is this possible? The demon envoy saw that Ling Xiao did not show any signs of injury and was so shocked that his soul almost flew out of his body. Even the appearance of Qin Fengxiao and the sand eagle did not make him so shocked. Ling Xiao could actually take his death scythe attack and not die. This was unbelievable. One had to know that the same move could easily kill a martial artist of the first transformation second level of hell. Qin Fengxiao and Sand Eagle made a high-profile appearance, but they were easily trapped by the demon envoy. Even the entrance to the underground city was sealed. It was almost impossible for people outside to enter. On the 8 Immortals County Square, everyone showed a look of despair. They wanted to escape from the 8 Immortals County, but they found that the county was already trapped in a bloody light. No matter where you go, you will eventually return to the city. And in this bloody light, you have to face the attacks of the terrifying tentacles again and again. If you are not careful, you will die and turn into a dried corpse. They can't escape. The two people who had high hopes can no longer pin their hopes on them. What should they do? Despair once again spread throughout the 8 Immortals County. It was in this critical situation that Ling Xiao was resurrected. Ling Xiao, who was thought to be dead for sure, was actually standing there unscathed. His battle prowess seemed to have increased as well. Old thing, you want to kill me? You don't have the ability. Ling Xiao looked at the demon envoy, his fighting spirit skyrocketed. If the attack just now was the demon envoy's strongest attack, then he could rest assured. Relying on the mysterious world body, sun god transformation, intermediate thunder and lightning battle body and intermediate lava battle body. Now, it would not be easy for him to die. Ling Xiao's body began to change. His original human appearance turned into a cold monster. Terrifying scales appeared on his body and his eyes emitted a cold light. His sharp teeth and claws looked particularly strange under the bloody light. Beast warrior? Everyone who saw Ling Xiao's transformation let out the same exclamation. Didn't they say that beast warriors have long been extinct in the Black Tortoise continent? Who knows, but rumor has it that beast warriors are incomparably powerful. Under the same cultivation, whether it is combat strength or defense, they are shockingly strong. But what kind of beast warrior is this Ling Xiao? I can't see his transformation. Who cares, as long as this kid can save us, he is the hero of the 8 Immortals County. Yes. At the same time, many people on 8 Immortal Mountain saw the same scene. The mountain master of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, Qi Lian, was extremely vexed. Such a genius has actually fallen into the hands of the mountain master of the Black Immortal Mountain. Why didn't I recruit him back then? What a pity. The Orange Fairy Mountain's mountain master was even more regretful. If I had known that this brat was a heaven-ranked genius, I would have married Fei Ying to him. Sigh. Even the Sand Race, who had always been unhappy with Ling Xiao and wanted to get rid of Ling Xiao, also sent out a secret order, try to recruit Ling Xiao as much as possible. Give him the same treatment as a disciple of the family. If he's sensible, train him vigorously. If he doesn't know what's good for him, get rid of him as soon as possible. Such a person must not be allowed to live after becoming our enemy. For Desert Sea and Desert Cloud, who had a grudge against Ling Xiao, such a secret order was naturally very unpleasant. But so what if he was unhappy? They would never dare to disobey the family's secret order. Now, they could only hope that Ling Xiao would fail to adapt to the situation. In the underground city, on the altar, the demon envoy was more shocked than anyone else. But in the next moment, his shock turned into malevolence. Brat, you were lucky to escape from that attack just now, but it's definitely impossible for you to do it again. The demon envoy was furious. In any case, there was no need to worry about outside experts coming to stop him. He finally stopped holding back. Terrifying blood chi filled the air again, and the terrifying blood-red scythe continued to gather terrifying power. Ling Xiao, please don't let anything happen to him. Ling Jiaojiao really wanted to go out and help, but she was firmly held back by Feng Huan and Wan Qing. The difference in strength was too great. If she went out now, she would only be a burden to Ling Xiao. Ling Jiaojiao's tears flowed again. Ling Xiao had survived, and she was very happy. But in the blink of an eye, she had to face the demon envoy's terrifying attack again. This time, would he be able to survive by luck? Idiot, with your strength, what right do you have to fight him? Don't you know formations? Hurry up and think of a way to save us. Sha Diao shouted loudly in the blood mist formation. Brother Ling, now is not the time to be swayed by emotions. If the three of us work together, we can definitely destroy the blood-sucking formation easily. Chen Fengxiao also shouted. At this time, this guy's attitude immediately changed. He became like this when he had a favor to ask of others. It was really quite laughable. However, Ling Xiao didn't look at them at all. It wasn't that Ling Xiao didn't want to break the blood mist formation. He was a calm person, and knew that Sha Diao's words were right. But the problem was, would the demon envoy give him this chance? He had saved Ling Jiaojiao before because the demon envoy had let down his guard against him and succeeded. But now, the demon envoy's eyes were fixed on him. If he really went to save them, then the first to die would be him. Death Scythe, Bloodlust. The same attack attacked Ling Xiao. The power was no weaker than before, and even seemed to be slightly stronger. Ling Xiao held the sword in his right hand, and stabbed out. Lightning Fall. Terrifying sword chi turned into shocking lightning and blasted on that scythe. The scythe instantly became extremely heavy, and finally fell to the ground with a loud crash. This was the special effect of the outer tier fall. The additional gravity was really useful. However, what made Ling Xiao unhappy was that although he could block the demon envoy's attack, he couldn't hurt the demon envoy at all. He couldn't do anything else under the demon envoy's attack. For example, stopping Chen Wuyan from activating the blood-sucking formation. At this moment, the demon envoy sneered and said loudly, "All disciples, begin the blood sacrifice and kill the blood pigs. I don't believe that this kid can block my attack after I obtain the power of the blood-sucking formation." The demon envoy saw that his attack couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. So he thought of another way. Once the blood-sucking formation was activated, the blood and qi would be absorbed into the body of the blood-sucking demonic beast. Then, his power would increase. The longer it lasted, the faster it would increase. Although the blood-sucking formation's effect would be greatly reduced without Ling Jiaojiao, he didn't care anymore. Yes. The disciples of the Shadow Devil sect let out a deafening roar, followed by the blood-sucking screams of the blood pigs. Hearing these screams, Ling Xiao's veins couldn't help but bulge. This Black Tortoise continent would definitely become his, Ling Xiao's, Black Tortoise continent. Those blood pigs would also become his people. If he could do it and didn't do it, he would definitely regret it. Moreover, once the blood-sucking formation was fully activated, Ling Jiaojiao would definitely die. This was also something that he absolutely couldn't tolerate. It seemed that he had to release an even more powerful force. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stop the demon envoy. Ha 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 ha, how do you feel, Ling Xiao? Are you very depressed? Very anxious? Speaking of which, you're just a turtle with a stronger defense. Although I can't kill you, I can firmly imprison you. And you can't hurt me in the slightest. The demon envoy laughed loudly and said, "When the blood-sucking sacrifice is over, I will truly have the cultivation of the late stage of the first transformation of the third level of hell. At that time, let's see who dares to look down on me." The demon envoy's cultivation had to be strengthened by the vampiric sacrifice. Ling Xiao knew this too. The demon envoy's cultivation was the same as most of the demon shadow sect's disciples. He relied on the vampiric demonic technique to raise his cultivation. Although his cultivation was at the third level of the yin-yang realm, his actual combat power was only at the early stage of the third level of the yin-yang realm. Even so, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to defeat him. The only thing he could do was attract the demon envoy's attention. Damn it, do I really have to expose myself here? Ling Xiao really didn't want to expose himself in front of so many people. Once exposed, the consequences would be unthinkable. There would be a lot of trouble in the future. But could he not expose himself? Could he just watch as Ling Jiaojia was killed? Could he just watch the demon shadow sex beasts be so smug? Ha ha ha, kill, kill. You bloody pigs are only fit to be our demon shadow sex cultivation materials. You want that Ling Xiao to save you? Stop dreaming. He can't even protect himself now. Tonight belongs to the demon shadow sect. It belongs to all of the demon shadow sect's disciples. Ha ha ha. Smug roars sounded one after another, followed by screams. Lin Ruoxian, who was streaming, couldn't watch anymore. She tried to kill the demon shadow sect's people. However, at this moment, her heart suddenly trembled. It was as if something terrifying was about to happen. She looked in horror at the source of the power that made her heart palpitate. Ling Xiao? The demon envoy was just as shocked as her. The demon envoy was enjoying the power boost from the vampiric formation and Ling Xiao's anxious and helpless expression. He was enjoying the screams of countless bloody pigs. However, at this moment, his expression instantly turned solemn. A terrifying power that he had never seen before exploded from Ling Xiao's body. It made his heart tremble. This power seemed to come from ancient times. It was wild and ferocious. What's going on? The demon envoy looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. He wanted to know what this kid was doing. At this moment, Ling Xiao's body was suspended in midair. The originally black scales on his body had turned a scarlet color. Behind him was the boundless universe. A huge claw reached out from the universe. Then there was a deep roar. It was as if there was an earthquake, causing the entire 8 immortal city to shake. Dong. Dong. Heavy footsteps came closer and closer. After the huge claw was followed by a huge head. It was an extremely strange and huge demonic beast that looked like a combination of a rat and a black tortoise. It had the shrewdness of a rat and also the aggressiveness of a black tortoise. In particular, the monster's body had a strange aura that could destroy the world, causing the demon envoy's heartbeat to accelerate. Blood chi was blood. The demon envoy's internal energy to shadow roar. The monster walked out of the pitch-black universe and let out a roar that reverberated through the world. Then, the most terrifying thing happened. The demon envoy to demon blood Lu Lin's demon blood Lu Lin's envoy was an extremely powerful demon beast. Its cultivation was at least equivalent to a warrior in the 4th layer of hell. But facing this monster, it couldn't help but tremble. Even the demon blood-sucking array stopped. All the disciples of the demon shadow sect felt fear and palpitations. They trembled as they watched this scene. The butcher knives in their hands had already stopped. It wasn't that they didn't want to continue killing, but that they had no other choice. The terrifying pressure released by the demon envoy wasn't something they could withstand. Kill. Ling Xiao opened his scarlet eyes and spat out a word. The huge demon envoy waved its claws and slapped the demon blood Lu Lin's envoy. The demon blood Lu Lin tried to resist, but the demon envoy's snake-like tail bit down on its vital point. Mournful howls continued to ring out. If it was a one-on-one battle, the demon envoy could easily kill Ling Xiao. But at this moment, it was suppressed by the demon envoy's beast god power and couldn't use its strength. Moreover, in order to prevent the demon envoy from acting recklessly, the demon envoy also restrained the demon envoy, making it unable to attack. By the time the demon envoy wanted to release the demon envoy, it was already too late. The demon envoy's blood was sucked dry by the demon envoy in one gulp and turned into a dried-up skin bag. The demon blood-sucking array stopped completely. What's going on? The demon envoy's blood was sucked out instead? What exactly is that monster? This scene made everyone who saw it feel incomparably shocked. Even Ling Xiao himself was dumbfounded. In fact, Ling Xiao originally planned to release the Sky Tyrant martial spirit and fully unleash his strength to fight the demon envoy. But the moment he released the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, the demon envoy actually reacted. The demon envoy was originally incomparably powerful. After obtaining the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, it instantly evolved into the Sky Tyrant demon envoy. It became stronger than before and also obtained some characteristics of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. As the beast god of the Black Tortoise continent, it originally controlled all the beasts of the Black Tortoise continent. The demon envoy was also a beast and would naturally submit to the beast god's power. Ling Xiao had thought of this, which was why he had released his sun god martial spirit and killed the blood-sucking demonic beast in one strike. The moment he killed the blood-sucking demonic beast, Ling Xiao could clearly feel the blood-sucking demonic beast's power being transmitted to him through his sun god martial spirit. It merged into his body. The tightly locked promotion gate finally opened again. What are you waiting for? These are the murderers who killed you. Kill them and you'll be saved. Ling Xiao's cultivation had finally reached the peak of the first layer of hell. But he still needed to consolidate it. At this moment, he cooperated with the Sky Tyrant demon envoy to put all the demon shadow sect's disciples in an indescribably terrible situation. Their blood chi flowed backward and their internal energy was chaotic. Not to mention fighting, they couldn't even keep their bodies from collapsing. Some half-step Yin-Yang realm disciples of the demon shadow sect directly exploded and died on the spot. The demonic seeds flew directly into Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao's cultivation continued to rise. The power in his body was constantly strengthening. Kill. Finally, the blood pig's imprisonment was completely broken and they started a crazy counterattack. Feng Huan, Wang Qing, and Ling Jiaojiao happily charged into the midst of the demon shadow sect's disciples. Their revenge, their hatred, they wanted to vent it all at this moment. Seeing this, Zhen Wuyan was scared out of his wits. He turned around and fled. The demon envoy wanted to stop this massacre, but he found that Ling Xiao, wearing the Scarlet Sun God armor, had already appeared in front of him. Ling Xiao was the one who was anxious before, but now the demon envoy was anxious. It's all your fault. It's all your fault for ruining my plan. I'm going to kill you. The demon envoy roared and tried to use the blood light to kill Ling Xiao. But at this moment, he found that because the demon envoy was killed, his soul was connected to the demon envoys, causing him to suffer a backlash. The blood-sucking beast was killed and the demon envoy's soul was injured. His strength had shrunk once again. He would be thankful if he could reach the middle stage of the second layer of hell. Humph, you only relied on the blood-sucking array and the blood-sucking beast. Now that the blood-sucking beast is dead and the array is destroyed, what else can you do? Ling Xiao looked coldly at the demon envoy. He was confident that he could defeat the demon envoy now. Even if I'm not as strong as before, I'm still confident that I can kill you. The demon envoy was still stubborn. Ha ha ha, you couldn't kill me just now. You can't do it now. Ling Xiao looked disdainfully at the demon envoy and laughed. But don't worry, I'll let you watch all the disciples of the Shadow Devil sect die before I kill you. In the following time, Ling Xiao kept the demon envoy busy, dodging and obstructing him. He waited until all the disciples of the Shadow Devil sect were dead. Then he stopped and deactivated the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. The Sky Tyrant martial spirit also returned to his original state. The demon envoy felt that the terrifying pressure had disappeared. But when he saw the corpses all over the place, he was like an enraged beast that wanted to make Ling Xiao pay a heavy price. The captured blood pigs all had excited expressions on their faces. No one was afraid. They had been raised and tortured like pigs. Today, Ling Xiao had given them a chance to take revenge. They all knelt down and shouted Ling Xiao's name. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's name would be heard throughout the Eight Immortals County from today onwards. Lin Ruoxian was also happy for Ling Xiao. After today's incident, even if some people from the Eight Immortals Mountain wanted to deal with Ling Xiao, they would have to think twice. After all, Ling Xiao was the hero of the Eight Immortals County. If they attacked him without any reason, it would arouse the anger of the people. Neither the Eight Immortals Mountain nor the Tianfeng group dared to do that. In the dark tunnel, Chen Wuyan fled desperately. The moment Ling Xiao unleashed the tyrant son of heaven god, it had given him a terrifying shock. He had lost his will to fight. Right now, he only wanted to run for his life. However, in the darkness, a ray of light flashed, and Chen Wuyan was killed silently. The one who attacked was Lin Ruoxian. How could she let a scum like Chen Wuyan escape so easily? Moreover, as long as Chen Wuyan was alive, she would bring great trouble to Ling Xiao. She didn't want to see Ling Xiao being targeted by Chen Chongqing. You're worse than a beast. You deserve to die. Looking at Chen Wuyan's corpse, Lin Ruoxian snorted coldly. Of course, this scene was not broadcasted live. She was not stupid. If she killed Chen Wuyan, she would definitely offend Chen Chongqing. She didn't want Ling Xiao to get into trouble, and she didn't want to get into trouble either. This kind of assassination was actually the best method. On the other side, Ling Xiao was facing the demon envoy. A sneer appeared on his face. Oh, demon envoy, you've used up all your tricks, but in the end, you're all alone. How do you feel? It wasn't that Ling Xiao didn't want to use the tyrant son of heaven god to intimidate the demon envoy, but he couldn't do it. Although the demon envoy would also be affected by this kind of pressure before the blood-sucking beast was devoured, and his strength would decrease, he was definitely not an easy opponent. However, this was also good. He could fight face to face, one-on-one. It would also let Ling Xiao know how much his combat strength had improved after his cultivation breakthrough. In the darkness, Lin Ruoxian hesitated for a moment and directly cut off the broadcast. In the previous battle, Ling Xiao had shown shocking strength, which was enough to make Ling Xiao famous. Facing the demon envoy next, many people would probably want to see Ling Xiao's performance. However, Lin Ruoxian thought further. This time, Ling Xiao was going to participate in the 8 Immortal Mountains disciple test. He couldn't completely expose his strength. Although the tyrant son of heaven god was powerful, to be honest, even she didn't know whether that was Ling Xiao's strength or the god that originally existed in the underground city. The whole battle was between the tyrant son of heaven god and the blood-sucking beast. Ling Xiao didn't make a move. It wouldn't expose Ling Xiao's true strength. In the future, there would definitely be people who would say that Ling Xiao had gotten lucky. That would be a good thing for Ling Xiao. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know this. He just wanted to kill the demon envoy in front of him to vent his anger. At the same time, it was also a trial for him to improve his cultivation. This guy actually dared to attack his sister. He absolutely couldn't be forgiven. Of course, in contrast to Ling Zhao's confidence, Feng Huan, Wang Qing, Ling Jiaojiao, and the countless blood-sucking pigs were extremely nervous. Because as long as the demon envoy didn't die, it wouldn't be over. The demon envoy could kill all of them by himself. The demon envoy naturally understood this point. He coldly swept his eyes over everyone and said, "Good, very good. You guys really have some ability. You actually dare to resist, you've killed so many of my disciples. You're really savage. But don't forget, a debt of blood must be paid in blood. I'll make you all die here. Especially you, Ling Xiao. Although I don't know how you swallowed the blood-sucking beast, with you as the core of the blood-sucking formation, you should be able to make the formation even more terrifying. Perhaps I've profited from this disaster." For the 8 Immortals County branch of the Spectre sect, only the demon envoy sent by the headquarters was a true member of the Spectre sect. Only with his death would the Spectre sect in the 8 Immortals County be completely eradicated. But killing this guy was easier said than done. Young hero Ling will help you deal with him. The blood-sucking pigs were grateful that Ling Xiao had saved them. They loudly shouted and several of them flew into the air to kill the demon envoy. They wanted to use their lives to help Ling Xiao defeat the demon envoy. Stop. By the time Ling Xiao wanted to stop them, it was already too late. Although the demon envoy's strength had decreased due to the backlash, it was still easy for him to deal with these blood-sucking pigs. In addition, the demon envoy was proficient in formations and had a very strange martial soul. He was probably much stronger than a martial artist at the second stage of the Yin-Yang realm. The moment Ling Zhao's voice rang out, the demon envoy's attack was already released. He didn't make a move. The blood-sucking pigs were sucked dry in midair. Only Ling Xiao saw clearly that the demon envoy had a blood-sucking secret technique that was even more terrifying than the other disciples of the Spectre sect. It could suck blood within a certain range. Ha ha ha, a bunch of ants worse than pigs and dogs actually dared to challenge the authority of the Spectre sect. It seems like you're really anxious to die. Come, all of you, come at me together. I'll definitely let you die very quickly. The demon envoy laughed wildly and was extremely arrogant. Don't move. This guy should have some kind of secret technique that can suck your blood and chi within a certain range to increase his strength. Don't be afraid. With me here, he won't be arrogant for long. You guys can enjoy this moment of relief. Ling Xiao waved his hand and signaled the blood-sucking pigs, Feng Huan, and the others to move aside. Young hero Ling, don't do anything rash. Although this guy looks weaker than before, he is still an expert from the second layer of hell. You are definitely not his match. Feng Huan shouted anxiously. I said I can deal with him alone. Trust me. Ling Xiao turned around and looked at everyone, revealing a confident smile that was as bright as the sun. But Feng Huan wanted to say something, but Ling Xiao's confident smile made her unable to say anything. She could only watch as Ling Xiao walked towards the demon envoy. A bunch of idiots. He wants to die, don't you know how to stop him? Attack together, kill that old dog and it will be over. Sha Diao shouted in the blood mist array. However, no one paid attention to him. Although Ling Xiao now had the chance to save Sha Diao and Chen Fengxiao, he would not do it. Because the only enemy left was the demon envoy. He had enough confidence to deal with him. How could he give up such a good test subject to others? He, Chen Fengxiao, Sha Diao, it's useless for you two to be anxious. After I deal with this idiot, I will naturally kill the two of you. I believe that the blood of the disciples of the Eight Immortals Mountain and the gold members of the Tianfeng group must be very nutritious. The demon envoy looked at the anxious Chen Fengxiao and Sha Diao with a cold smile and said proudly. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao with hatred and anger. Brat, that evil martial spirit of yours really gave me a shock. However, you should only be able to use such a powerful move once, right? You have ruined my plan and the heavy responsibility that the sect leader has given me. Our vampire sacrifice may be delayed for years or even decades because of this huge failure. It's all your fault, you cannot escape from your punishment, although I may not be able to escape death when I return to the sect, as long as I capture you alive, I can change my fate. Unfortunately, you may not even be able to return to your Devil Shadow sect. Ling Xiao looked at the demon envoy indifferently. The opponent's strength had been greatly reduced. But his strength had reached the peak of the first layer of hell. This was the true cultivation of the first layer of hell. The power he possessed was many times stronger than before. Previously, when he faced the demon envoy, he had no chance of victory. He could only barely keep his life. But now, with the difference in strength, he was filled with confidence in defeating the demon envoy. Brat, you're arrogant enough, but the more arrogant a person is, the sooner they die. Today, you will definitely die. A brutal bloody light once again erupted from the demon envoy's body, but the range was not as large as before. And this range was still shrinking. In the end, it completely fused into the demon envoy's body. This was the complete recovery of the energy that had leaked out, and it looked like it wanted to get rid of Ling Xiao completely. Everyone, just you wait. The blood-sucking sacrifice will start again. Blood pigs will always be blood pigs. None of you can escape this fate, die. In that instant, the demon envoy's body turned into a bloody fog of nothingness that hurtled towards Ling Xiao. Blood mist barrier. With a furious roar, the demon envoy's blood fog turned into a fierce beast that rushed towards Ling Xiao. It clearly wanted to wrap around Ling Xiao and suck him dry. Let's try out the body movement after the improvement of my cultivation. Moonlight meteor step, quick. As Ling Xiao's internal force circulated, his body suddenly left its original position. This speed was 10 times faster than before. Still want to escape? Your moonlight meteor step is only a deacon's low-grade jade martial skill. How can it be stronger than my mid-grade jade martial skill, blood mist illusionary step? The demon envoy could attack others at this time. But in his heart, he knew very well that if he did not kill Ling Xiao, it would be meaningless to kill others. And Ling Xiao would not allow him to do so. Plus, he was very confident in his body movement. His blood mist illusionary step had already reached the Desheng level. Even a martial artist of the same cultivation level might not be able to catch up with him. Not to mention a mere Ling Xiao. But when he really chased after him, he was shocked to find that Ling Xiao's speed was much faster than before. Not only that, it was clearly a low-grade jade martial skill, but when used, it was not inferior to his mid-grade jade martial skill. In fact, it was obviously faster. Could it be that I misjudged? The demon envoy's shocked voice came from the blood mist. Yes, you did misjudge, and it was a serious misjudgment. As his voice rang out, Ling Xiao suddenly turned around and stabbed at the demon envoy's side with even more terrifying speed. The demon envoy panicked, the blood-red sickle against the heavy sword filled with the power of thunder and lightning. The underground city could not help but shake. Then the two returned to their original positions. If it wasn't for the demon envoy's astonished expression being too obvious, people would have thought that nothing had happened. Of course, the demon envoy would be surprised. Not only did Ling Xiao's speed increase a lot, even his attack power increased a lot. Just now, although he reacted hastily, the terrifying power of the sword really cracked the web between his thumb and index finger. He did not want Ling Xiao to see his embarrassment, so he deliberately pretended that there was no problem. Your cultivation level has broken through? You actually reached the peak of the first layer of hell, but you can't be thinking that with just this little bit of cultivation, you can compete with me, right? Don't think that after my strength decreased sharply after the backlash, you can bully me. Don't forget, you should know very well that I am still stronger than you. The demon envoy did not immediately attack, but circulated his internal energy to heal his injuries, and looked at Ling Xiao at the same time. Ling Xiao ignored him, he just stretched his limbs and smiled. After breaking through to the first rank, even if it's a small rank, the power it brings is very terrifying. I've struck gold. In the past, Ling Xiao was worried that his gains would not make up for his losses, but now it seemed that the situation was much better than he imagined. With his current cultivation level, although it was still not as good as the demon envoy, it was enough if he combined it with the sun god martial spirit transformation, the mid-grade lightning body, and the mid-grade lava body. To Ling Xiao, the demon envoy was just a small stepping stone on his path of improvement. Defeating him was a must, it was also a must. But he also understood that for those who were full of expectations for him, this battle could not be lost. If he failed, it would be death and destruction. Not only would he die, the entire 8 immortal city would be turned into ruins, no one would be able to survive. Because Ling Xiao understood what he represented. If the demon envoy used him as the core of the blood sucking great array, it would be hundreds or even thousands of times stronger than using Ling Jiao and the blood-sucking demonic beast. After all, the Sky Tyrant martial spirit was not just for show, it was really incomparably powerful. You were the one attacking just now, now it's my turn. After trying to improve his movement skill, Ling Xiao wanted to test how much the power of his sword skill had improved. Idiot, you're faster than him. Just waste time with him. Why do you have to fight face to face? You're courting death. When the idiot heard Ling Xiao's words, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought he had never seen such a stupid guy, and he didn't expect that he would have to entrust his life to such an idiot. He's a little stupid. It's understandable that young people lack combat experience. But it's okay normally, but now he's being stupid. It's really intolerable. Chen Fengxiao also thought that Ling Xiao was being stupid. Even the demon envoy felt that his chance had come. If it was a competition of speed, the demon envoy knew that he couldn't catch up to Ling Xiao. The process of chasing Ling Xiao just now made him so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Now that Ling Xiao was being stupid and wanted to fight him head-on, he was really happy. Happy? You won't think so later. Sensing the smile on the demon envoy's face, Ling Xiao secretly sneered. The next moment, his intense sword. On the heavy sword in his hand, the purple-blue divine codex and the crimson lava converged together. It erupted with an even more powerful aura than before. And this aura was still rising. The demon envoy was obviously not intimidated by Ling Xiao's sword intent, and the terrifying death scythe condensed again. Kid, you probably don't know. Although my cultivation was high before, most of my power was used on the vampiric array. The Death Scythe's attack looks powerful, but in fact, it's not the strongest. Now my strength is sharply reduced, but I don't need to care about the vampiric array or the vampiric beasts. I only need to pour all my power into this terrifying Death Scythe. You're dead. Of course, the demon envoy didn't say these words. He wouldn't give Xianxia any chance to be on guard. This was what he thought deep in his heart. It was also his truest thought at this moment. Die, Xianxia, Death Scythe, all or nothing. Damn it, it's you, thunder lava, heaven and earth change, heavenly fire. It was still the second style of the meteor sword art, but it was infused with the power of the intermediate thunder battle constitution and intermediate lava battle constitution. Lava and lightning became the main theme of the heavenly fire. The countless sword chis gradually fused into one, transforming into a massive black and beautiful meteor that smashed towards the demon envoy. This again? How laughable. The demon envoy was not afraid of Xiao's move because he had already tried it before. However, Xiao only smiled indifferently. It was a confident smile. Simply speaking, his yin and yang elemental energy had already reached the level of the early stage of the first transformation, second level of hell. Even though his cultivation base had yet to reach the required level, the quality of his essence energy had already reached the required level. Coupled with the terrifying intermediate lightning combat body and intermediate lava combat body, the power of this sword had definitely reached the intermediate stage of the first transformation, second level of hell. But if that was all, Xiao might not necessarily be able to kill the demon envoy, he could only fight to a standstill. Don't forget that Xiao's current state was still the sun god martial soul transformation. In addition, when Xiao had used heavenly fire, he had fused it with the special effect of fire-fearing body. This special effect sounded pretty useless. But in reality, it was very powerful. This was because he could increase the damage his opponent received by several times. Unfortunately, the demon envoy did not know this. When he realized that the meteor sword chi released by Xiao's sword was 10 times more powerful than before, he was shocked. He finally panicked. This was not the strength of a first revolution yin-yang realm cultivator at the peak of the first level of hell. That's not it. That's not it. The demon envoy was incomparably panicked. But at this moment, an arrow had already been knocked on the bowstring. If he chose to flee, he would die an even more miserable death. Therefore, he chose to resist. The two powerful attacks collided in an instant. This time, the demon envoy's expression became even more unsightly. Because in his opinion, even if Xiao's attack was 10 times more powerful, he should only be injured and then take the opportunity to escape. But when this terrifying attack came into contact with his death scythe, he was stunned. That heavenly fire special effect hidden in his body took effect. 10 times became dozens of times more powerful. How could this not shock the demon envoy? Unfortunately, the shock this time couldn't change anything. The moment the death scythe came into contact with the terrifying meteor sword chi, it was completely torn apart and turned into a bloody mist. Then, the sword chi blasted the demon envoy's body without any resistance. A huge bloody hole was left there. Xiao did not forget to take out the demon seed from the demon envoy's body. Then, he used the power of lava to completely melt the demon envoy and completely destroy him. Before dying, the demon envoy could only show a look of shock and disbelief. He could not do anything else. I told you, the one who should die is you. Xiao looked at the demon envoy's corpse that had turned into ashes and said indifferently. In this battle, Xiao was unscathed and easily killed the demon envoy. This not only shocked Ling Jiaojiao, Feng Huan, and Wang Qing, but even the Sand Eagle and Chen Fengxiao were dumbfounded. Returning to his original appearance, Xiao looked at Ling Jiaojiao and said, "This is the fate of those who bully my sister, so don't be so unconfident in me in the future, okay?" Even though the battle was over and Xiao even made a teasing sound, the surroundings were still deathly silent. After a long time, the rescued blood pigs let out earth-shattering cheers. Lin Ruoxian, who was hiding in the dark, smiled and started the live broadcast again. In the square of the 8 Immortal City, the big screen showed only the scene of Xiao being held up by the blood pigs in celebration. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that Ling Xiao killed the demon envoy? It seems so. Otherwise, how could those people worship him so much? But is this possible? Yes, is it possible? Even if the demon envoy's soul was injured because the blood-sucking fiend beast was swallowed and his strength was greatly reduced, he was still around the middle stage of the first transformation second layer of hell. Is Ling Xiao his opponent? Speculations continued to form among the people, but whether or not Ling Xiao killed the demon envoy was not important. Because as long as one was not blind, one could see that this time, it was Ling Xiao who saved the blood pigs. He destroyed the blood-sucking array and saved the 8 immortal city. This was a true hero. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao was suddenly grabbed by the neck by a black shadow. It was the Sand Eagle. After the demon envoy died, the blood fog array naturally disappeared, and he and Chen Fengxiao escaped. Although Chen Fengxiao frowned slightly, he did not do anything. However, the Sand Eagle was very angry and wanted to deal with Ling Xiao. Bastard, if you had saved us earlier, the demon envoy would have been killed long ago. You greedy bastard, do you want to take all the credit for yourself? Ling Xiao was grabbed by the Sand Eagle and felt that the internal force in his body seemed to be imprisoned. Ling Xiao's neck was being gripped by the Sand Eagle and he could die at any moment. This was an extremely dangerous situation. The slumbering Yuan Venerate woke up. The playful butterfly lady also looked outside. They were ready to help Ling Xiao get rid of this fellow who might threaten Ling Xiao's life. However, at that moment, Lin Ruoxian appeared. Sand Eagle, how dare you? I am in the middle of a live broadcast. I really don't know what people will think if they see your ugly face. She looked at the Sand Eagle with disdain, feeling even more disgusted by him. Compared to Ling Xiao, the Sand Eagle was simply worthless. Apart from the fact that his cultivation base was slightly higher than Ling Xiao's, he could not compare to Ling Xiao in any other aspect. I don't care. I will kill anyone who dares to mock me. Perhaps he was used to being arrogant and despotic. Coupled with the fact that Lin Ruoxian had come out to speak up for Ling Xiao, the Sand Eagle became even more irritable. He exerted more strength in his hands, as if he wanted to crush Ling Xiao's neck. Lin Ruoxian was about to make a move when a sword light suddenly shot over from afar and pierced straight at the Sand Eagle. If the Sand Eagle wanted to kill Ling Xiao, his body would definitely be pierced by the sword light. He had no choice but to dodge. The Sand Eagle did not know that he had actually narrowly escaped death. If Ling Xiao had not wanted to borrow the power of a Yuan Venerate and the butterfly lady for the time being, the Sand Eagle would have died long ago. However, now that he had narrowly escaped death, he was immediately put on Ling Xiao's death list. Ling Xiao would never show mercy to those who tried to kill him. Jian Lufeng. Lin Ruoxian and the Sand Eagle both looked at the owner of the sword light. It was actually Jian Lufeng from the Sword Tribe, one of the 8 great families of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Not only was this person stronger than the Sand Eagle, but he also had a better character. Therefore, he was very famous in the 8 Immortal Mountain. Sand Eagle, don't you know that he has already become the hero of the entire 8 Immortal County? Kill him now? Even your Sand Race's patriarch can't save you. Jian Lufeng looked at Sand Eagle coldly and said, I am under the orders of the sect master to stop you from doing such a foolish thing. Damn it. Sand Eagle coldly looked at Ling Xiao. He knew that with Jian Lufeng and Lin Ruoxian protecting Ling Xiao, it was impossible for him to kill Ling Xiao. Cursing under his breath, he turned around and left. After the demon envoy died, the entrance outside naturally opened. In a moment, there would definitely be more people coming in. He did not want to lose face. Thank you for saving my life, Brother Ling. We'll meet again. Chen Feng glanced at Ling Xiao with a smile, narrowed his eyes, and left. Although this person seemed to have a good attitude, his smile was fake no matter how one looked at it. It gave people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. It was completely putting on an act. Ling Xiao ignored him and looked at Ling Jiaojiao. Sister Jiaojiao, it's time to go back. Yuhua Town's Ling clan is still waiting for you to preside over the situation. Ling Yuhua, that old fellow, was really sad that you were captured. This is the first time I saw him so emotional. That old fellow is gradually becoming an emotional animal and is no longer a cold-blooded animal. No matter what, he is still a grandfather. You don't have to be so harsh. Ling Jiaojiao shook her head and smiled bitterly. She naturally did not want to correct Ling Zhao's words. She was just helpless. Ling Xiao had let Ling Xiao down. He couldn't blame Ling Xiao for not respecting him. Let's not talk about him. Black and white heroes, we'll meet again. Ling Xiao was not willing to talk about Ling Yuhua. Instead, he looked at Feng Huan and Wan Qing and cupped his hands. We'll meet again. Feng Huan and Wan Qing originally thought that this trip to the underground city would be a trip of despair, filled with tragedy and misery. The chances of rescuing their daughter were extremely low. Even if they could be rescued, they would definitely die. However, the current situation was that they were not dead. Their daughter and son were also very safe. And all of this was because of Ling Xiao. Because of this mysterious and unpredictable young man, they brought their daughter and met up with Wang Peng, who had just woken up from her coma. They were about to leave. As for those sanguine pigs, they also bade farewell to Ling Xiao. From today onwards, they were no longer sanguine pigs. They were real humans, martial artists. That humiliating title was about to bid farewell to them. Young hero Ling, if you have any instructions in the future, just let us know. We aren't very capable, but we aren't afraid of death. They bade farewell to Ling Xiao and left. Only Wang Peng and the rest were left. Wang Peng walked to Ling Zhao's side and whispered, "Young hero Ling, you have to be careful of Qin Fengxiao and that idiot. When they saw you in danger, not only did they not help, they even knocked me out. Thank you for the reminder." Ling Xiao patted Wang Peng's shoulder lightly and said, "Cultivate well. If you really have no place to go, go to Yuhua town. The Ling family will take you in." These words were said to Wang Peng, and also to those martial artists who had just been released. If Ling Xiao wanted to expand his strength, he had to strengthen the Ling family of Yuhua town. With these people and families, although the Ling family of Yuhua town still couldn't be compared to the 8 Immortal Mountain and the Tianfeng group, it would definitely reach the level of the 3 major families. We understand. Goodbye. Feng Huan, Wan Qing, and Wang Peng finally left. At this moment, Ling Xiao looked at Lin Ruoxian and said, "Deacon Ruoxian, thank you for your help. Actually, I didn't do much. I just announced your heroic deeds to the public. The one who saved you from the idiot was this person." Lin Ruoxian pointed at Jian Lufeng, warning Ling Xiao with his eyes that this Jian Lufeng was extraordinary and must be dealt with carefully. Ling Xiao naturally knew that this Jian Lufeng wasn't simple. To be able to make the idiot retreat in the face of difficulties with a single sword, this person's strength was imaginable. He was also an expert with the sword, so he clearly knew how powerful this Jian Lufeng was. Even though he was just standing there, his body still emitted a terrifying sharpness, as if he was a sharp divine weapon, constantly maintaining a terrifying sword intent. This person wasn't just stronger than the idiot, he was much stronger. Even if he didn't know that this person was a member of the 8 Immortal Mountain, he must be a very powerful person. To be honest, Ling Xiao had seen someone stronger than this Jian Lufeng, and that madman Mo Feiyu was the only one. Even Lin Ruoxian couldn't be compared to him. "Thank you, senior brother Jian Lufeng, for saving my life." Ling Xiao still knew how to say polite words. No matter what, objectively speaking, Jian Lufeng did help him. Jian Lufeng still had that indifferent expression as he looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, "To be honest, your performance really surprised me. You were able to save so many blood pigs. You were also able to kill the demon envoy, destroy the blood-sucking array, and even Qin Fengxiao and the idiot were saved by you. However, if a person's cultivation isn't enough, he will suffer if he stands out too much." Jian Liufeng's self-righteous and arrogant words caused Ling Zhao's good impression of him to instantly drop. Anyway, he hated such self-righteous people the most. They always liked to put themselves in the position of an elder or a teacher. "Hee, I don't need an outsider to point out my martial path." Ling Xiao laughed and said, "It's true that you saved me, but it doesn't mean that I should be casually reprimanded by you." Jian Lufeng sneered and said, "If it weren't for your ability, I wouldn't have bothered to say another word to you. Do you really think of yourself as a hero? In the eyes of the 8 great families, you're just a despicable person who is good at currying favor. I'm here today specially for Ling Jiaojiao." As he spoke, Jian Lufeng looked at Ling Jiaojiao and said, "Ling Jiaojiao, congratulations. You've become a specially recruited candidate of our sword tribe. When he said this, Jian Lufeng still had an arrogant look on his face. It was as if as long as the sword tribe said it, others had to accept it. They couldn't even question it, let alone reject it. Sorry, I'm not interested. Ling Jiaojiao shook her head and said. What? Hearing this, Jian Lufeng thought that he had heard wrongly. There was actually someone who could reject the recruitment of one of the 8 great families of 8 Immortal Mountain. There was actually someone who dared to do so. Are you sure? Jian Lufeng revealed a dense killing intent. You have the saber sword Divine Emperor Martial Soul. If you join our sword tribe, it will be extremely beneficial to your development. We think highly of you, so we came to recruit you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you think that your brother Ling Xiao is very powerful? If you join our sword tribe, you can easily surpass him in less than a year. In our sword tribe, there are too many people who are more outstanding than him. Jiao, accept him. Ling Xiao suddenly said. To be honest, although Jian Lufeng was arrogant and rude, this was a common problem of those high and mighty great families. It wasn't a big problem. He didn't have any deep hatred with the sword tribe. If Ling Jiaojiao could join the sword tribe, it would be an extremely fortunate thing. How could he let Ling Jiaojiao reject such a good opportunity for him? But Ling Xiao, I don't like the way he treats you. Ling Jiaojiao shook her head. That's just a small matter. It's more important to learn the skills. Didn't you say that you want to protect me in the future? Ling Xiao said with a smile. But. No buts. If you ruin your great future because of me, it will make me carry a heavy mental burden. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, listen to me. Don't forget, you are the head of the Ling family. If you are not strong enough, how can you protect so many people in the Ling family in the future? There was naturally a profound reason why he strongly recommended Ling Jiaojiao to join the sword race. One had to know that he had worked hard to become a disciple of the lower 8 Immortals Mountain. He wasn't even considered a disciple of the upper 8 Immortals Mountain. As long as Ling Jiaojiao joined the Jian clan, she would have a direct ticket to the 8 Immortal Mountain. Even the assessment was just a process. As long as one's cultivation reached a certain level, one could smoothly advance to the next level. Moreover, once she joined the sword race, regardless of whether it was resources or martial arts, she would be the best among her peers. Unlike the disciples of the lower 8 Immortals Mountain who had to look at other people's faces for a few pieces of lightning elemental jade. Can I let my brother, Ling Xiao, join the sword race as well? Ling Jiaojiao looked at Jian Lufeng and asked. Although Jian Lufeng gave her a lot of pressure, she still made this request in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. No. Jian Lufeng shook his head and said, Ling Xiao is a person who refuses to be disciplined and loves to be in the limelight. Our sword race will not accept him. However, you can rest assured that as long as you join the sword race and become a disciple of the sword race, your brother, Ling Xiao, will also benefit as long as he is within the 8 Immortals County. Our sword race will be able to help him. Alright then. I agree to join the sword race. However, if there is anything that displeases me, I will immediately withdraw. Ling Jiaojiao said very clearly and seriously. Of course. Jian Liufeng's face turned ugly and he was even more furious. What did Ling Jiaojiao take the sword race for? A clan that couldn't recruit disciples, a beggar that begged for food. If it wasn't for his family's secret order, he would have brought Ling Jiaojiao back no matter what. He really wanted to teach this arrogant girl a lesson. Jian Lufeng, you don't have to feel so wronged. The sword saber Divine Emperor Martial Soul is a special martial soul. My sister Jiaojiao joining the sword race is your fortune. You can refuse to admit it now. However, many years later, you will understand that this grievance is nothing. Ling Xiao looked at Jian Lufeng and said indifferently. Jian Lufeng was unhappy with Ling Xiao's words. However, he had to admit that it was extremely rare to be able to recruit Ling Jiaojiao into the sword race. It's hard to say what will happen in the future. However, I can tell you with certainty that Ling Jiaojiao will not regret joining the sword race. Jian Lufeng said coldly. Hehe, that's true. Ling Xiao smiled and said, how about this, I will return to the Yuhua town with sister Jiaojiao to settle some family matters. After that, I will bring her back to the 8 Immortal Mountain. How about that? Up to you. However, you have to be careful. There are still many remnants of the Devil Shadow sect. They now see you as a thorn in their side. There might be someone who will take the opportunity to attack you. Jian Lufeng glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "Goodbye, Ling Jiaojiao. I will wait for you in the sword race." After saying that, he turned around and left, just like how he had come. Ling Xiao, Jian Lufeng is just like that. Don't mind him. Although the sword race didn't take a fancy to you, I believe that the 8 great families will take a fancy to you. With your strength, you will definitely be able to enter the 8 Immortal Mountain. After Jian Lufeng left, Lin Ruoxian said with a smile. She had witnessed the battle between Ling Xiao and the demon envoy. She knew how strong Ling Xiao was. Although he might not be as strong as the 2 geniuses, Desert Cloud and Akira, he was stronger than the others. Unless the 8 Immortal Mountain only required 2 people, Ling Xiao would definitely be able to enter. I will do my best. Ling Xiao nodded. Lin Ruoxian opened her mouth, wanting to say something. However, she didn't say anything in the end. This was because she knew that if she told Ling Xiao that the 8 Immortal Mountains assessment was unfair to ordinary disciples, it would definitely affect Ling Xiao's confidence. Therefore, she might as well not say it. Goodbye. You should go back and visit your family. Lin Ruoxian cupped her hands and turned to leave. Ling Xiao also left the underground city with Ling Jiaojiao and returned to Yuhua town. At this moment, Yuhua town was already decorated with lanterns and streamers. It was bustling with noise and excitement. Ling Yuhua, Old He, and the others were guarding outside. They had already learned some things from the blood pigs that had submitted to the Ling family. They knew that Ling Xiao and Ling Jiaojiao weren't dead and that they had eliminated the leader of the Shadow Devil sect in the 8 Immortal County. Xiao, this old man was unfair to you in the past. Today, I regret it. It's a pity that time can't be turned back. Let me make up for my past mistakes. However, even so, I still have to say that the Ling family is really fortunate to have you. You are also our greatest pride. Ling Yuhua looked at Ling Xiao emotionally and said with tears streaming down his face. I'm nothing. Compared to me, Sister Jiaojiao is more powerful. She has already received an invitation from the Sword Tribe. As long as she goes to report, she will officially become a disciple of the Sword Tribe, one of the 8 great families of the 8 Immortal Mountain. One was a great hero who destroyed the Devil Shadow sect and saved the people. The other was a genius who was directly recruited into the 8 Immortal Mountain Sword Tribe and became an elite. Ling Xiao and Ling Jiaojiao's return caused Yuhua town to become a sea of jubilation. The celebration had already lasted for a day and night, and the townspeople didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. However, Ling Xiao was already prepared to return to the 8 Immortal Mountain. In Yuhua town, he could get whatever he wanted. No one dared to go against him because he was the strongest here. It was really boring to be a monkey king in a mountain when the tiger was not around. What he wanted was continuous breakthroughs in the martial Dao, so he had to constantly welcome new challenges. He also wouldn't forget that he wanted to find the Moon Lady. The Eternal Palace was a mysterious and powerful place to him now. It was like an ant looking up to the heavens. If he wanted to truly step into the Eternal Palace, he had to become stronger. The current him was still too far away. In the dead of the night, many people were drunk. Ling Xiao called Ling Yuhua and Old He to his room and carefully instructed them. Ling Yuhua was temporarily the Ling family head and continued to manage Yuhua town. Then, Ling Xiao and Ling Jiaojiao set off. When they arrived at the 8 Immortal City, the sky was already bright. What surprised Ling Xiao was that Jian Lufeng was actually waiting for Ling Jiaojiao outside the city gates. This was enough to prove how important Ling Jiaojiao was to the Sword Tribe. Standing beside Jian Lufeng was Lin Ruoxian. He was also a famous figure. The appearance of the 2 people at the same time couldn't help but cause many passers-by to speculate. Jian Lufeng and Lin Ruoxian appeared at the same time. Could it be that they are welcoming some expert? When Ling Xiao and Ling Jiaojiao appeared at the same time, the entire crowd was in an uproar. It's him. The hero who destroyed the Devil Shadow sect and saved the 8 Immortal City. Yes, that's right. It's Ling Xiao. No wonder Jian Lufeng and Lin Ruoxian appeared. Only Ling Xiao deserves such high treatment. But what's the background of that girl? She seems to be weak, only a half-stepping young realm cultivator. That should be the girl who awakened the saber and sword Shenhuang martial spirit. I think her name is Ling Jiaojiao, Ling Zhao's elder sister. TSK, Ascension Town's Ling family can finally hold their heads high this time. Impressive. There were those who praised him, but there were also those who poured cold water on him. Humph, a tall tree attracts the wind. Who knows what kind of disaster that Ling Xiao will encounter. People who are too ostentatious usually don't live long. That's right. There's also that Ling Jiaojiao. She's merely a half-stepping young realm cultivator. She's nothing in the Eight Immortals County, let alone in the Eight Immortals Mountain. She's just a drop in the ocean. No matter what others said or did, Ling Xiao and Ling Jiaojiao didn't care too much. Ling Xiao was already used to being pointed at and gossiped about by others. He had been in the spotlight in the Heavenly Dragon Continent, the Divine Phoenix Continent, and the White Tiger Continent. All of them had once been the focus of attention of the people. This scene was nothing at all. Ling Jiaojiao was a little nervous, but she gradually calmed down after following Ling Xiao. While everyone was discussing, Jian Lufeng opened the teleportation array to the Eight Immortals Mountain. I'm sorry, Ling Xiao. You're not a disciple of the Eight Immortals Mountain yet, so you're not qualified to enter. Jian Lufeng glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently and said. Of course, I know. But it shouldn't be a problem for me to say a few words to my sister, right? Ling Jiaojiao was different from Ling Xiao. She wasn't a reincarnation realm cultivator, so Ling Xiao was worried that she was too naive. Hence, he pulled her to the side and specially reminded her, you've been chosen by the sword race as an exception. You'll definitely attract the jealousy of many people, especially the saber sword divine emperor martial soul that you've awakened. That's something that many people covet. After entering the sword race, not everything will be fine. You have to be careful. If you encounter any trouble, remember to look for me. Remember, no matter who the enemy is, you can tell me. No one can bully my, Ling Zhao's, relatives. Ling Jiaojiao was very clear that although she was Ling Zhao's sister in name, she was nothing compared to Ling Zhao's experience. Ling Zhao's words were definitely not wrong. Don't worry, you're my only relative in the Eight Immortals Mountain. If I don't look for you, who else can I look for? Ling Jiaojiao nodded and then stepped into the teleportation array. Ignorant. After Ling Jiaojiao left, Jian Lufeng, who was standing at the side, suddenly sneered and said, Ling Xiao, don't think too highly of yourself. After joining the sword race, Ling Jiaojiao's enemies are all stronger than you. They're not people you can afford to offend. You just have to work hard and don't embarrass your sister. As for Jiaojiao's safety, I, Jian Lufeng, will naturally be responsible for it. It's not up to you to meddle in other people's business, moreover, you can't do anything about it. After saying that, he also left. Looking at the teleportation array that was already closed, Ling Zhao's lips curled into a sneer. It's just the Eight Immortals Mountain. Is there anything that I, Ling Xiao, can't do? Jian Lufeng, oh Jian Lufeng, let's wait and see. Ling Xiao, although Jian Lufeng's words are unpleasant to hear, to be honest, your current strength is definitely not enough to protect that girl. Lin Ruoxian reminded. Probably because he was worried that Ling Xiao would become arrogant and complacent because of the Shadow Devil sect, Lin Ruoxian's words could be said to be well-intentioned. Don't worry, Deacon Ruoxian. I know better than anyone what strength means. Ling Xiao smiled and said, without strength, any solemn vow will become a joke and overestimation of one's capabilities. And with strength, any joke will become wisdom. It seems that I'm overthinking. You're more determined and calm than I thought. Lin Ruoxian said with a bitter smile. Deacon Ruoxian seems to have forgotten that I'm a cultivator who has entered the reincarnation realm. The things that I've experienced are definitely not something that you can imagine. Therefore, I desire strength more than anyone else. Today, Jian Lufeng looked down on me. In the future, he won't even have the right to flatter me. Ling Xiao said coldly. I'm really more and more curious about your past now. Lin Ruoxian looked at Ling Xiao in a daze. A crimson blush hung on her beautiful face. The domineering aura that was released from Ling Xiao's body from time to time dazzled her. You'd better not be curious about my past. You'll die. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Lin Ruoxian. His expression became incomparably cold. Soon after, he smiled and said, "I'm just joking. If I'm indebted to Deacon Ruoxian, I naturally won't do that. But if it's someone else, I won't be polite. If it's possible, when my cultivation recovers to the reincarnation realm, I'll personally tell you about my past." "You've really scared me to death." Lin Ruoxian felt that she was still trembling with fear. The terrifying murderous aura that Ling Xiao released in an instant had actually frightened her, a disciple of the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain who was much stronger than him. "By the way, Deacon Ruoxian, I'll be returning to Black Immortal Mountain. I'll take my leave first." Ling Xiao didn't return to Eight Immortal Mountain to flirt with anyone. He came to improve his strength. After returning, he planned to make some preparations before heading to the second floor of the ghost prison. According to the sect's rules, the first floor of the ghost prison was prepared for Yinyang realm cultivators who had reached the first floor of hell. In principle, the second floor of the ghost prison required one to reach the second floor of hell to enter. However, this was only in principle. If it was a reincarnation realm cultivator, there would definitely be an exception. The reason why he wanted to enter the second floor of the ghost prison was because he received a secret letter when he killed the demon envoy. No one else had seen this letter. Only he knew about it. The letter mentioned that there was a blood pool on the second floor of the ghost prison that could help the demon envoy fuse with the power of the blood-sucking demonic beast and then break through in cultivation to obtain even more terrifying power. Regardless of whether this was true or not, Ling Xiao planned to try. Now that he had relied on the Tyrant son of Heaven God to devour the blood-sucking demonic beast, he still needed a trick to completely fuse with the beast's power. This secret letter might be the key to unlocking this trick. Naturally, he wouldn't let it go so easily. Moreover, he didn't have a lot of contribution points at the moment. He only had 1,200 points, but there were many things he needed to exchange for. Killing prisoners and demonic beasts on the second floor of the ghost prison would give him more contribution points. He would just earn as much as he could. After returning to Black Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao was surprised to find that his residence had been changed. The original straw hut had been replaced with a clean and spacious house. Although it wasn't as good as the manor of the Eight Immortal Mountain's disciples, it was several times better than before. This was naturally because his cultivation had increased. In any sect, the higher your cultivation, the better the treatment you would receive. Ling Xiao had been through this in the past, so he naturally understood now. Feng Ru was cultivating. Zhou Tong didn't dare to provoke Ling Xiao anymore. Ho Renfeng was a martial arts fanatic. He was preparing for the Eight Immortal Mountains test with all his might. The Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain was as mysterious as ever. He was still not on the mountain. With nothing to do, Ling Xiao headed straight for Ghost Prison. The most important thing now was to quickly convert the energy of the blood-sucking demonic beast in his body. Otherwise, it would not be a good thing to hide in the body of a tyrannical demonic beast. What's more, he was about to participate in the assessment of the Eight Immortal Mountain. If he could increase his strength one level at a time, it would count. At present, transforming the energy of the blood-sucking demonic beast was the most direct way to increase his strength. Outside the ghost prison, there was a hubbub of voices. The ghost prison's first level had a lot of people. It was probably because most of the Eight Immortal Mountain's disciples were below the first level of the Yinyang realm. When they reached the second floor of the ghost prison, the number of people decreased significantly. What Ling Xiao saw were all unfamiliar faces. It was said that this ghost prison had a total of 5 floors. The first layer corresponded to the first layer of hell, the second layer corresponded to the second layer of hell, the third layer corresponded to the third layer of hell, and so on. The higher they went, the stronger the prisoners and demonic beasts were. Ling Xiao didn't have the qualifications to go to the third level yet. Even if it was the second level, he had already received a lot of strange looks. Many people felt that he didn't have the qualifications to step into the second level of the ghost prison. Has the ghost prison become so easy to enter? A piece of trash at the first layer of hell dares to come up? That's right. Don't think that you're a hero just because you destroyed some insignificant sect. In fact, you're nothing. Perhaps in the eyes of most people in the Eight Immortal City, Ling Xiao was indeed a hero. However, in the eyes of these proud disciples of the Eight Immortals Mountain, Ling Xiao was just a greedy and shameless bastard who overestimated himself. These proud fellows were jealous of Ling Xiao, so they didn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao. At this moment, a disciple wearing a scarlet robe appeared in front of Ling Xiao. His cold face revealed a sinister intent. Advanced stage of the second layer of hell of the Yin-Yang realm? Ling Xiao glanced at the person in front of him and knew that he should be an outstanding disciple of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. At the very least, he was much stronger than the group of people who participated in the first level of the ghost prison. To be honest, his cultivation wasn't bad. However, it was a pity that he wasn't even a rank 1 martial artist. He thought too highly of himself if he wanted to find trouble with Ling Xiao with such a cultivation. Stop. The second level of the ghost prison is reserved for Miss Akira today. Unless you're a disciple of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, no one is allowed to enter. That person looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "Get lost." Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this lackey and said directly, "What did you say?" That person was stunned. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to speak to him in such a manner. He was a little surprised. "I asked you to get lost." Ling Xiao lifted his head and said plainly, "You're asking for a beating." That person was a martial artist at the second layer of hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Although he wasn't a rank 1 martial artist, he was still a reputable person in the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. How could he tolerate Ling Xiao's impudence? He immediately raised his fist and punched at Ling Xiao. Nether Ghost Claw, Yiksha. Ling Xiao's left hand instantly turned into a sharp claw. He had used the Nether Ghost Claw that he had obtained from the elemental hand. Originally, this set of martial skill was a mid-grade jade martial skill like the Meteor Sword skill. However, Ling Xiao practiced it because it was very suitable for the transformation of the Sun God martial spirit. The first move of the Nether Ghost Claw was used. The huge claw emitted a dense black gas and the ferocious appearance of a Yiksha appeared. Ling Xiao hadn't practiced this move for a long time and hadn't used it before. Therefore, it was only at the proficient level. Even so, the claw still managed to cripple one of his opponent's arms. The arm was entangled by the black gas and was instantly corroded into bones. "Get lost." Ling Xiao withdrew his hand and shouted coldly, "If you don't get lost, I'll kill you." That person was terrified. He turned around and ran, but he accidentally bumped into someone. "Miss." Ling Xiao also looked at this so-called Mississippi. Wasn't she Qi Yenner's elder sister, Akira? How impressive. Akira looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "I'm not as impressive as you. You want to monopolize the second floor of the ghost prison." Ling Xiao retorted, "That's because I have the strength." Akira sneered and said, "Don't think that others will never know what you've done, my poor sister, you killed her, right?" Ling Xiao didn't answer. He knew that this matter would be exposed sooner or later, so he didn't intend to explain. "It seems that you don't intend to explain." Akira said coldly, "If that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. I'm not a trash like Qi Yenner who only knows how to follow behind men. Are you done? Can I enter the second floor of the ghost prison?" Ling Xiao looked indifferently at Akira and said. His words instantly stirred up a wave in the crowd. Is this Ling Xiao crazy? Akira clearly wants to deal with him. Entering the second floor of the ghost prison at this time? Is he courting death? To Ling Xiao, the slander and sarcasm in the crowd were nothing more than barking. He did not care at all. Just like when he offended Shanghai, many people said that he was doomed, but in the end, he returned victorious. You have guts. I can give you a chance to enter the second floor of the ghost prison, but whether you can come out alive depends on whether you have the ability. Akira sneered and stepped aside to open the path to the second floor of the ghost prison. Of course I have the ability. Ling Xiao walked to the second floor of the ghost prison without hesitation. Although Akira was much stronger than Qi Yenner, and even stronger than Shanghai, he did not have the ability to suppress Shanghai. However, as long as there was no absolute strength that could overwhelm him, he would not be afraid. By the way, Ling Xiao, I almost forgot to tell you. Do you still remember Shanghai? Just as he took 2 steps, Akira's mocking laughter came from behind him. Of course, he was defeated by me. Ling Xiao answered confidently. Don't think that you can defeat him a second time just because you defeated him once. Let me tell you, Xianxia not only broke through to the first transformation, second level of hell, but also became a disciple of the upper 8 immortals. You won't have a good life after offending him. You think it's over, but it's just the beginning. Akira sneered, no matter how talented you are, you're just a lowly person from a remote town. You don't have the right to compare with Xianxia, who has noble blood. So you're planning to throw yourself into Xianxia's arms? Ling Xiao turned around and smiled. Hearing this, many people in the crowd almost could not hold back their laughter. Akira's admiration for Xianxia was a bit like his sister, becoming Xianxia's new lover. Akira's face turned cold, but then he smiled, so what? Xianxia is not someone you can compare to in terms of strength or status. As the saying goes, a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. Isn't it normal for me to like him? It's normal. Ling Xiao smiled and said, if he wants to enjoy this blessing, then it's best that he doesn't provoke me. Otherwise, I guarantee that he won't have a chance to resurrect. After saying that, Ling Xiao stepped into the second floor of the ghost prison. Akira looked in the direction where Ling Xiao had disappeared and gritted his teeth. Brat, you won't be able to run rampant for long. I don't dare to kill you outside. After all, you're a hero. But once you enter the ghost prison, you can't blame me if you die. You really don't deserve to be an enemy of the desert sea. Let's go too. After saying that, Akira waved her hand, indicating for the other disciples to follow her into the second floor of the ghost prison. After they left, the crowd outside was still discussing. Ling Xiao was lucky enough to beat the desert last time. I didn't expect him to become so arrogant. He doesn't even care about Akira. That's right. He'll pay the price for his arrogance very soon. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't hear these people's discussions, but he could guess. Their mouths were on their bodies. No matter what they said, it wouldn't affect him. What he needed to do now was to continue increasing his strength. If he faced the desert sea for the second time, he naturally had to achieve a crushing victory. Only then would the desert sea completely give up. This would make Akira completely terrified. The strongest prisoners and demonic beasts in the first floor of the ghost prison were only at the early stage of the second floor of the Yin-Yang realm. Yuan Ning was an exception. The strongest prisoners and demonic beasts in the second floor of the ghost prison were at the early stage of the third floor of the Yin-Yang realm. Of course, there would only be one of these prisoners and demonic beasts. They would usually be released during the trial. Under normal circumstances, the prisoners and demonic beasts in the second floor of the ghost prison were ordinary prisoners and demonic beasts in the second floor of the ghost prison. Demonic beasts wouldn't reincarnate, but they could evolve. A one-star demonic beast was equivalent to a first revolution martial artist. At most, it could evolve to a 10-star state, which was equivalent to a martial artist with 10 reincarnations. It could be said that it was quite dangerous for Ling Xiao to enter the second floor of the ghost prison alone. However, with the Tai Chi Eye, he could completely avoid danger. He avoided enemies that he couldn't deal with and specifically picked the weakest ones. Moreover, from the entrance to the deepest part, the strength of the enemies would change gradually. Unless something unexpected happened, as long as you didn't rashly enter, you wouldn't be in too much danger. This was a man-made area. Unless it was during the trial, those strong fellows wouldn't come to the outer area to cause trouble. They were all confined within a certain area by the formation. The most important thing to do after entering the second floor of the ghost prison was to find the blood pool. As for killing the prisoners and demonic beasts here to earn contribution points, that was secondary. Along the way, Ling Xiao met many 8 Immortal Mountain disciples who were earning contribution points in the second floor of the ghost prison. It seemed that the group of people from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain was deliberately finding trouble with him and didn't really seal the entrance to the second floor of the ghost prison. Thinking about it, Akira didn't have the guts and strength to do so. After all, the deacons of the second floor of the ghost prison were all extremely powerful existences. Ling Xiao basically wouldn't greet strangers when he met them. He had his own goals and would naturally go straight to them. He didn't care about anything else. Ling Xiao, don't you think that this ghost prison is a little strange? Yuan Venerate's voice was suddenly heard. I think so too. This ghost prison should be a special spatial treasure. Furthermore, it is very likely that it is the key to the foundation of the 8 Immortal Mountain. The Xindian also took the opportunity to express his opinion. Great minds think alike. The sects of the present era either have an extremely powerful ancestral master or are built on the foundation of extremely powerful ruins or the treasures of powerhouses. I suspect that the martial souls of the 8 great families of the 8 Immortal Mountain were plundered from this ghost prison. Ling Xiao lamented, "It's a pity that we were a step too late. I reckon that we won't even get to drink the soup. At the very least, there isn't any other special place on the first floor of the ghost prison apart from the lava field. There might only be one blood pool on the second floor of the ghost prison. I actually found out about this through the secret letter of the demon envoy." Qingfei? Ling Xiao was chatting with the Yuan Venerate and Xindian while searching for the whereabouts of the blood pool. However, he happened to see a familiar figure fighting a terrifying beast about a mile away from where he was. This person was Qingfei. Qingfei's cultivation base had already broken through to the early stages of the first revolution in Yang's second level. Of course, Qingfei wasn't the only one fighting. Besides her, there were dozens of other people whose cultivation bases were actually comparable to Qingfei's. They should all be disciples of the Orange Immortal Mountain with a cultivation base at the second level of hell. The huge beast they were facing had a cultivation base at the mid-stage of the first star second level of hell. Its combat strength was extremely formidable. Even though dozens of people were besieging it, they still couldn't take it down. Ling Xiao had no intention of interfering in other people's business. He went around and went straight to the blood pool. Near the blood pool, there was a strong prisoner guarding. He was soaking in the blood pool and seemed to be absorbing the energy in the blood pool. Seeing Ling Xiao appear, a contemptuous smile appeared in his eyes. "Here comes another one to die. Kid, get lost. I'm in a good mood today and have no intention of killing. You can leave now." The prisoner waved his hand as if he was chasing away a mosquito. Ling Xiao did not talk nonsense with him. The prisoner's cultivation was in the middle stage of the second level of hell, but he was not a reincarnation realm martial artist. He was not afraid at all. Using the moonlight meteor steps, he turned into a bolt of lightning and fell into the blood pool. After that, the prisoner's eyes popped out. Even until his death, he did not know how he died. He did not look like a strong opponent. How could he be crippled in one move? It did not matter if he did not understand. Ling Xiao did not need him to understand. He threw the corpse out and dived into the blood pool. In the blood pool, energy surged and there was an incomparable smell of blood. An ordinary martial artist would not be able to withstand such an aura. However, Ling Xiao had the killing god white blade martial spirit. What kind of mountain of corpses had he not seen before? How could he be frightened by the smell of blood in the blood pool? He immersed himself in it and soon entered a state of cultivation. The blood-sucking demonic beast in his body seemed to come alive when it saw the fresh blood. However, it was suppressed by the tyrannical martial spirit and could only transfer its energy into Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao could feel that the gate to the second level of hell was slowly opening as the energy of the blood-sucking demonic beast was being absorbed. Unlike the first opening, the opening this time around was much more difficult. Moreover, the energy released from the gate to hell that disturbed cultivation was stronger than before. Ling Xiao had to deal with it carefully to prevent himself from going berserk. At the same time, the blood in the blood pool was decreasing as if it was being consumed. By the time the second layer of Hell's Gate was half open, the blood pool had completely dried up. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh. In the end, he was still a little lacking. Looking at the gate to the second level of hell that had yet to fully open, he slowly stood up. If it was a demon envoy, I'm afraid he would have already succeeded in breaking through. But for me to break through, I need a lot more materials than others. This was probably the price of being stronger than others every time he made a breakthrough. The heavens are indeed fair. But now, even without a breakthrough, Ling Xiao's strength was still much stronger than before. He stood up and prepared to look around to see if there were any other pools of blood on the second floor of the ghost prison. If there was another similar blood pool, then he would be able to break through. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed Qingfei standing not too far away. She was holding her weapon and looking around vigilantly. It was obvious that he was protecting her. "Miss Fei, why are you being so nice to this guy?" He offended someone from the sand race. Sooner or later, he won't have a good ending. Don't get implicated. Voices of objection came from the crowd. That's right, Miss Feiying. This kid actually ran to the second floor of the ghost prison alone. He's tired of living. If he doesn't want to live, why are you protecting him? Someone else said. Shut up, all of you. This is my business. If you don't want to stay, then move on and do what you should do. Qing Feiying shouted coldly. Hearing this, Ling Xiao was a little touched. He had set up a formation to protect himself when he was cultivating in the blood pool. Even if there was no one to protect him, nothing would happen. But he was really grateful for Qing Feiying's kindness. He lifted his foot and walked over. This time, he took a closer look at the people with Qing Feiying. The oldest was only 20 years old, and the youngest was only 16 or 17. But their cultivations were all at the second level of hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Some of them were even reincarnation realm martial artists. They were probably the backbone of Orange Immortal Mountain, not the brats who participated in the trial on the first floor of the ghost prison. Miss Feiying, thank you for your kindness. I've finished my cultivation. Ling Zhao's voice sounded. Qing Feiying turned her head. At first, she looked pleasantly surprised, but then she complained, do you know where this is? This is the second floor of the ghost prison. If you cultivate like this, you'll easily lose your life. Although her voice was stern, Ling Xiao could hear the concern in it. He smiled and said, Ling Xiao has learned his lesson. I won't dare to do this again. That's more like it. Qing Feiying couldn't help but laugh. You don't seem to be someone who accepts mistakes so easily. Why have you changed? Because I have a good impression of you. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He didn't know that while he was talking and laughing with Qing Feiying, the disciples of Orange Immortal Mountain were gnashing their teeth in jealousy. In Orange Immortal Mountain, Qing Feiying was like a goddess. If the person who pursued Qing Feiying was a disciple of Upper 8 Immortal Mountain, they would accept it because they were inferior to others. But what was Ling Xiao? He was just a disciple of Black Immortal Mountain, ranked last in Lower 8 Immortal Mountain. They looked down on him. When did you become so glib-tongued? Qing Feiying blushed. She felt a little regretful when she thought about how her grandfather had promised to marry Ling Xiao and later broke the engagement. In fact, Ling Xiao was much more powerful than Desert Cloud. Her grandfather was also frightened by the name of the Sand Clan. I'm just telling the truth. How is that glib-tongued? Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Okay, let's not talk about this. I see that you don't have any helpers. Why don't you come with us? The second floor of the ghost prison is different from the first floor. There are dangers everywhere. The more people, the better. Qing Feiying took the initiative to suggest. Ling Xiao thought about it. Qing Feiying had protected him before. If he didn't agree, he wouldn't be giving her face. In front of so many people, Qing Feiying wouldn't be able to back down. Besides, this trip was indeed dangerous. If he could join forces with Qing Feiying, he might be able to go further. Thinking of this, he nodded and said, okay. Miss Feiying has such good intentions. If I don't agree, it would be unappreciative of me. Qing Feiying smiled and said, I was worried that you would refuse. Don't worry, we won't be a burden to you. These are all experts. Each of them stepped into the second floor of hell before I did. Miss Feiying, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate. If such a person comes with us, he will be a burden. Among the crowd of Orange Immortal Mountain, there were people who were mad with jealousy of Ling Xiao. Qing Feiying said faintly, Ling Xiao saved me and dozens of Orange Immortal Mountain disciples in the last ghost prison trial. His strength is beyond doubt. Why would he cause trouble for us? The last trial was on the first floor of the ghost prison. This time, it's on the second floor. Besides, we have our own matters to attend to. It's not appropriate to let an outsider get involved, is it? That's right. We're all earthly and jade geniuses. This kid is nothing. Even if he's our benefactor, we can't compromise like this. What's the point of bringing a burden along? Another person said. Qing Feiying's expression became very awkward. Those people who looked down on Ling Xiao were the same as looking down on her, Qing Feiying's taste. To her, it was a humiliation. Moreover, her friend was slandered and looked down on by her own people. It made her feel guilty. I'm sorry, Ling Xiao. I didn't expect this. Qing Feiying knew that she had been too reckless and lacked thought. It's not your fault. There are too many people who look down on others. There's nothing I can do. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. After experiencing too many similar things, Ling Xiao had long been indifferent to it. He wouldn't get angry over such a small matter. It would be his own fault if he got angry. However, his words caused the people from the Orange Immortal Mountain to be utterly exasperated. One of the hot-tempered burly men jumped out and pointed at Ling Xiao's nose, scolding, "Kid, for Miss Feiying's sake, I'll let you go if you crawl under my crotch today. Otherwise, I'll beat you up and show you who's boss." Ling Xiao chuckled and walked over. He suddenly attacked, punching the 2-meter-tall burly man until he bent over. Then, he punched the man's back with both fists, easily knocking him to the ground and immobilizing him. He sat on the man's body and said with a smile, "Qing Feiying is my friend, Ling Xiao. If you dare insult her taste, I won't hold back." This scene shocked many disciples of Orange Immortal Mountain. The burly man's strength was only below average among them. However, he was easily beaten to the ground by Ling Xiao. This was enough to prove that Ling Xiao's strength was extremely terrifying. Now, does anyone still say that he'll be a burden? Qing Feiying said coldly, "We have a mission on the 2nd floor of the ghost prison, but if we join Ling Xiao, not only will our combat power not be reduced, but it will also increase our power. Moreover, I'm the commander of this mission. Do you want to disobey my orders?" Originally, she did not want to use her power to oppress others. After all, they were all disciples of the Orange Immortal Mountain. However, these people did not put her in their eyes, which made her very dissatisfied. If a tiger did not show its might, did they really think that she was a sick cat? Hearing Qing Feiying's words, everyone came back to their senses. They were not afraid of Ling, they were Qing Feiying, of course. However, he absolutely could not go against the orders of the Orange Immortal Mountain. Otherwise, once he left the 2nd level of the ghost prison, he would die without a burial ground. Since then, they did not say a word and allowed Qing Feiying to make the decision. However, a few of them cast hateful glances at Ling Xiao. Clearly, they already hated him. Ling Xiao returned their cold killing intent without hesitation. They quickly lowered their heads in fear. In the end, Ling Xiao was just a young man in his teens. Even though they had already reincarnated once, the youths were still full of vigor. Young and frivolous, if they were not wild when they were young, they would naturally regret it when they were old. Sigh, looking at you reminds me of the top genius of 8 Immortal Mountain. Perhaps only he can compete with you. Qing Feiying and Ling Xiao walked at the front of the group. The two of them were still chatting happily. Oh? Who is that person? Ling Xiao already had an answer in his heart. However, he still wanted to ask to confirm it. Qing Feiying sighed and said, "That person's name has now become a taboo of 8 Immortal Mountain. However, I can tell you that his name is Ling Yan." It really is him, Ling Xiao thought to himself. Among the geniuses of 8 Immortal Mountain, apart from you, I really can't see anyone who can compare with him. Rumor has it that Ling Yan was once a disciple of Black Immortal Mountain. Later, he was promoted to 8 Immortal Mountain and rose through the ranks. Relying on his terrifying cultivation speed, he finally defeated the 8 great families and became the sect master of 8 Immortal Mountain. Unfortunately, sigh, let's not talk about what happened later. It's all recorded in the sect's archives. Qing Feiying sighed and said, compared to Ling Yan, whether it's Desert Cloud or Akira, they are not even worth mentioning. Oh? It sounds like you admire Ling Yan a lot. Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Of course. Ling Yan can be said to be the strongest sect master in the history of 8 Immortal Mountain. He is the only one who has cultivated to the rebirth realm. Don't you think he is strong? The more Qing Feiying spoke, the more excited she became. Perhaps it was because of her trust in Ling Xiao that she didn't have any misgivings. His latent talent is incredible. I'm afraid he's already an immortal-ranked genius. In the 8 Immortals County, and perhaps even in the Black Tortoise continent, that's the highest level of latent talent. In any case, I've never heard of anyone with godly ranked latent talent. Before entering the cycle of reincarnation, he was already in the life-seizing level at the age of 15. How terrifying is that? Back then, there was no one on 8 Immortals Mountain who could match him in terms of cultivation base. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to rebel, and was grateful to 8 Immortals Mountain for raising him, they would have long since taken his surname. After all, he could single-handedly destroy 8 Immortals Mountain. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Apparently, Ling Yan had kept a low profile in the Ling clan in Ascension Town because he didn't want to be noticed by 8 Immortals Mountain. Moreover, the command medallion Ling Yan had given him was only that of an ordinary disciple of 8 Immortals Mountain. It didn't bear Ling Yan's personal mark. Ling Xiao had found it strange at the time, assuming that Ling Yan was hiding something from him. Now that he thought about it, it was clear that Ling Yan was afraid of getting him into trouble. That's why he didn't do it. He had put a lot of thought into it. This person's latent talent could indeed be considered an immortal-ranked genius. He was on the same level as Tianhai Tyrannical Ambition and Feng Fei. Since he's already reached that level of cultivation, there shouldn't be any reason for him to stay in this tiny 8 Immortals county, right? Ling Xiao asked curiously. I'm not too sure about the specifics. Rumors say that Ling Yan stayed because of the 8 magical treasures of the 8 great clans. Those 8 magical treasures not only have powerful effects, but also come with the 8 strongest martial arts of 8 Immortals Mountain. They're the foundation of 8 Immortals Mountain. Qing Feiying explained. How laughable. With his cultivation base, he could just take any magical treasure by force. Why go through all that trouble? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. I think so too. I'm afraid there's a huge secret involved here. It's a pity that Ling Yan no longer has a chance to clear his name. Qing Feiying sighed. What do you mean? Ling Xiao asked curiously. I'll tell you, but don't tell anyone. Qing Feiying said in a low voice. Don't worry. I, Ling Xiao, am a tight-lipped person. How could I leak this information for no reason? Ling Xiao shook his head. Actually, I heard from my grandfather that the 8 Immortals Mountain has been searching for Ling Yan's whereabouts since he entered the samsara cycle. Later, they found a youth with the same name in Ascension Town. Although they couldn't be completely sure, the sect would rather kill 10,000 innocents than let one go. They secretly captured that youth and locked him up on the 5th floor of the ghost prison, which is also known as the Abominable Cage. The strongest prisoners and terrifying Yao beasts are locked up there. Even among the disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain, very few dare to enter. Qing Feiying replied. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but reveal a hint of dissatisfaction. This made Qing Feiying suddenly recall Ling Xiao's identity. She couldn't help but feel regret. Oh no, I forgot that you're also a member of the Ling clan of Ascension Town. How could you not know Ling Yan? Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. With my current strength, entering the abominable cage is tantamount to suicide. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Although I'm an impulsive person, I'm not stupid. This matter naturally needs to be considered at length. He wasn't trying to placate Qing Feiying, but was speaking the truth. With his current strength, let alone the abominable cage, he couldn't even pass the 3rd or 4th floor of the ghost prison. There was no way he could save Ling Yan. However, Ling Yan had only been imprisoned, not killed. This meant that some people of the 8 Immortals Mountain wanted to obtain some secret from him. As long as they couldn't obtain it, Ling Yan wouldn't die. He still had time. In the Black Tortoise continent, Ling Xiao didn't have many friends. Ling Yan was definitely one of them. No matter what, he couldn't let his good brother suffer in the 5th floor of the ghost prison for too long. If an ant wants to overturn the heavens, it first needs to become stronger. Ling Xiao smiled. Although he was worried, he would never put on a frown. He also wouldn't let his heavy heart affect his cultivation. In any case, doing that would not help in rescuing Ling Yan, so he might as well improve his strength. According to the layout of the 2nd floor of the ghost prison, the prisoners and demonic beasts we encounter from here onwards will be extremely dangerous for us. So, everyone, stay alert and protect yourselves. I'm not as strong as you. If you really encounter danger, I won't be able to help you. After walking for about 10 minutes, Qingfei suddenly stopped. She turned around and said to the disciples of the Orange Immortal Mountain. A solemn and serious expression appeared on everyone's face. The second floor of the ghost prison was still very dangerous for martial artists of the second floor of hell. They could not afford to be careless. Miss Fei, if something happens, we won't have the time to protect that Ling Xiao. Don't blame us for that. Suddenly, a rather handsome young man with a red mole between his eyebrows spoke up. When Ling Xiao heard this, he found it laughable. With this kid's strength, he wanted to protect him? Don't you understand the concept of unity? If you don't want to help him, he won't help you when you encounter danger later. Qingfei was so angry that she had a headache. These people were too arrogant. They obviously weren't that strong, but they were all looking up to the sky. No need. Many people on the other side shouted. Ling Xiao smiled and looked at Qingfei. Miss Fei, you heard them. They said there's no need. If I don't help later, you can't blame me. He wasn't the kind of person who would only repay evil with good. Others hated and detested him so much, so why should he ask for a rebuff? He just needed to protect Qingfei later. Why would I blame you? Protect yourself later. This place is very dangerous for all of us. Don't worry, I won't let you face danger alone. Just stay by my side. Qingfei didn't think that she was stronger than Ling Xiao. She just thought that among these people, she was the only one who would help Ling Xiao. Therefore, Ling Xiao was naturally the safest to stay with her. By the way, I haven't asked you what mission you're going to carry out. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with other people's gazes. The only reason he was still walking with these people was because of Qingfei. This girl was affectionate and righteous. He couldn't be heartless. Besides, following Qingfei this time, he had also received news about Ling Yan. This was considered a big gain. Miss Fei, you can't tell that guy. He must be thinking about our mission. That's right. Miss Fei, don't be fooled by this kid. He's just a little more handsome. Shut up, all of you. You can't control who I tell, and you have no right to control. Qingfei had been able to patiently explain to these people before, but now, she couldn't even be bothered to explain. She just shouted back at them. These people were simply asking for a beating. They were too hateful. Ling Xiao, ignore them. They've been sitting at the bottom of a well for too long. They don't know how fast the outside world is developing. Also, you might not know this, but the sect's publicity was a little problematic after the Spectre sect incident. Qingfei sighed and said, the sect said that they'd been eyeing the Spectre sect for a long time. They've already sent Chen Fengxiao and Shadiao. They're just one step away from completing the mission. But you're eager to make a contribution. Not only did you alert the enemy, but you also ruined the sect's plan and caused many people to be killed by the blood-sucking array. Shameless. Hearing this, Ling Xiao felt that the 8 Immortal Mountain was shameless to the extreme. There's nothing we can do. The current sect master is just a puppet of the 8 great families. He can't compare to the old Ling Yan. Qingfei sighed. No wonder when I returned to the sect today, those people looked at me with disdain. So that's what happened. Ling Xiao was really disappointed in the 8 Immortal Mountain. He knew that the 8 Immortal Mountain was doing this to force him to leave so that they could deal with him. But he refused to leave. This was the sect that Ling Yan had once been in. Moreover, it had once strengthened the 8 Immortal Mountain to an extremely high level. Even if he wanted to leave, he would have to return the sect to Ling Yan. It's quite shameless. Forget it, let's not talk about those unhappy things. You asked us what our mission was. It's actually very simple. We came to the second floor of the ghost prison to kill an ironback thorn beast. That guy's strength has reached the early stage of the first star second floor of hell. Most importantly, its defense is very terrifying. Even martial artists of the same cultivation level would be helpless against it. I want to forge a weapon and need the shell of this ironback thorn beast. Qingfei changed the topic and said, under normal circumstances, we should be able to kill it if we work together. But I'm afraid of accidents. After all, this is the ghost prison. If nothing goes wrong, today's mission to kill the ironback thorn beast should be easily completed. Feiing said with a smile. Ling Xiao nodded, thinking that he might not have to do anything today. Among these people, only Feiing alone can contend with the ironback thorn beast. Although they may not be able to defeat it, they won't be defeated easily. With the help of others, success is guaranteed. One must know that there are dozens of people here. He plans to quietly leave after the battle begins. Anyway, he has achieved his goal of escorting Feiing. Roar. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the huge natural cage. This made everyone's heart tremble. Just this roar alone contains a powerful force. As long as one has a little bit of analytical ability, they can tell that this is definitely not the level of the ironback thorn beast according to the information. Damn, could it be that there's another change? Last time it was Yuan, this time it's the ironback thorn beast? Ling Xiao frowned and opened his Tai Chi eye to look in the direction of the roar. Feiing, I'm afraid you're in trouble. This ironback thorn beast seems to have eaten something and its body has mutated. Its whole body is blood red and its strength has skyrocketed. If I'm not wrong, its cultivation is at least around the middle stage of the 1-star 2 layers of hell. I'm afraid the dozens of you are no match for it. Ling Xiao said with a frown when he saw the ironback thorn beast approaching them from afar. No way, no wonder its roar is so terrifying. In the crowd, the disciples of the Orange Immortal Mountain began to feel afraid. Miss Feiing, since the situation has changed, let's retreat first. There's no need to fight a mutated monster. That's right, Miss Feiing. Our mission is to deal with ordinary ironback thorn beasts, not this mutated guy. Some of the people who were full of confidence earlier were now a little afraid. They didn't believe Ling Zhao's words. The key was that the roar of the ironback thorn beast was really scary. Whoever wants to leave, leave. Anyway, this mission is not necessary to complete. I don't believe that with the strength of so many people, we can't kill a mutated ironback thorn beast. This is not a danger, but an opportunity. Although Feiing was a little worried, she was not afraid. There were 46 of them. Among these people, there were as many as 6 first transition martial artists. 2 of them were stronger than Feiing, while the other 4 were on par with her. Among the remaining 40 people, there were some at the late stage and peak stage of the 2nd layer of hell. Such a powerful lineup was actually afraid of an ironback thorn beast. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if word got out? Ling Xiao didn't want to hurt Feiing, so he didn't say anything. However, he, who had originally planned to leave, stood there without moving. If Feiing was in danger, he would naturally lend a helping hand. Although the ironback thorn beast at the middle stage of the 1-star 2 layers of hell was terrifying, if he used his intermediate lightning battle body, intermediate lava battle body, and mystic world physique at full strength, it wouldn't be able to withstand the ironback thorn beast. Combined with the sun god martial spirit's transformation, there was no problem in resisting it. Coupled with Feiying's attacks, it wouldn't be difficult to kill the ironback thorn beast. Roar. As they spoke, the roar had already reached them. Everyone saw the ironback thorn beast, which was as tall as a small mountain. It was estimated to be at least 6 to 7 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. As it crawled on the ground, it was like a small mountain constantly squirming, and its speed was extremely fast. Only Ling Xiao, who was used to dangerous situations, was able to remain calm. However, the others were not as calm as him. That terrifying ironback thorn beast looked like a giant lizard, but its body was covered in spikes, which were pitch black and hard. That was the ironback thorn beast's most terrifying weapon. If they couldn't destroy those spikes, not only would they not be able to kill this guy, they would also be injured. The moment the ironback thorn beast appeared, its scarlet eyes were like huge fireballs as it glared at everyone. White gas was coming out of its mouth, and huge droplets of saliva kept dripping down. The ground was corroded and festered by the saliva. Just hearing the roar earlier, many Orange Immortal Mountain disciples were already scared out of their wits. Now, seeing this hill-like beast appear in front of them, a few female disciples were so scared that they fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. They were the typical flowers in a greenhouse. It was only because they cultivated an 8 Immortal Mountain and had never gone out to experience the world that they became like this. One must know that even if this ironback thorn beast did not mutate, it was definitely a top existence among the demonic beasts in the early stage of 1-star 2 layers of hell. Especially its terrifying strength and defense, it could be said to be invincible among those of the same level. Now that it had mutated, its strength had skyrocketed. It was not surprising that those people would be afraid. If it was an ordinary ironback thorn beast, they would still dare to try to deal with it. This was also the reason why Orange Immortal Mountain issued this mission. But now that the situation had changed, it was beyond their expectations. Many people panicked. The ironback thorn beast was very smart. When it appeared, it actually passed by the calmest Ling Xiao and Qing Feiying, and rushed into the crowd. Ling Xiao looked at the group of people coldly, with no intention of helping. Because these people had mocked and ridiculed him before, which was really disgusting and annoying. He was not the Virgin Mary. Why would he save these idiots who were always targeting him? But even if he did not help, Qing Feiying had to. Qing Feiying was the eldest daughter of Orange Immortal Mountain. She was the granddaughter of Orange Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord. She was different from Ling Xiao. Seeing the ironback thorn beast pass over her head and rush into the crowd, she chased after it and shouted, "Don't just stand there. Attack. It's not as strong as you think." Unfortunately, the crowd was in chaos. Those young people who had not experienced reincarnation were inexperienced little brats. When they saw danger, they immediately broke down. They could do nothing but run and scream. Some were even dumbfounded on the spot. As for those martial artists who had experienced reincarnation, they were afraid of death and were unwilling to attack. Instead, they turned around and tried to escape. But how could their speed compare to the ironback thorn beast's leap? This guy jumped at least 100 meters with each leap. Seeing this scene, Qing Feiying was a little desperate. She did not expect that these people, who were usually so arrogant, would become so useless in the face of real danger today. She gritted her teeth and spat out blood. She forced herself to consume her qi and blood to increase her speed. Finally, she caught up to the ironback thorn beast and stabbed the sharp sword in her hand into its body. However, this was of no use. The most terrifying thing about the ironback thorn beast was its defense. Its attack was not that impressive. Qing Feiying's attack only left a few sparks on the beast's body. But even so, Qing Feiying had angered the ironback thorn beast. Get out of the way and attack with musical notes. Although this guy's physical defense is strong, it should be afraid of your musical note attacks. Ling Xiao couldn't bear to watch any longer. He didn't care about the life and death of the people of Orange Immortal Mountain, but he couldn't ignore Qing Feiying's life and death. Qing Feiying had lost her composure in order to save someone. She actually gave up her best technique. Hearing Ling Xiao's reminder, she remembered that she still had her best attack. But at this moment, the ironback thorn beast's huge tail was like a terrifying black shadow. She couldn't resist at all, let alone attack. Just at this critical moment, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. A figure flashed past her like a bolt of lightning and slammed into the tail of the giant beast. The giant beast was knocked to the ground, and at the same time, the figure was sent flying dozens of meters away. Only now did Qing Feiying see clearly who that person was. The person who dared to face the ironback thorn beast head-on was none other than Ling Xiao. It was Ling Xiao, the person who was mocked by her Orange Immortal Mountain disciples. Qing Feiying wasn't the only one who was shocked by this scene. Those Orange Immortal Mountain disciples who were panicking and even wet themselves saw it clearly. Their faces instantly flushed red. That was shame, inferiority. Are you okay? Qing Feiying released her martial soul and began to play the guzheng. She kept releasing musical notes and finally had some effect on the ironback thorn beast. Only then did she have the opportunity to show concern for Ling Xiao. I'm fine. Ling Xiao got up from the ground, looking a little battered. But obviously, he wasn't injured. He was absolutely unharmed. What exactly is your body made of? Qing Feiying was both shocked and pleasantly surprised. Ling Xiao surprised her again and again. This was why she fell in love with Ling Xiao. She originally thought that her dream was to marry a disciple of 8 Immortal Mountain. And that person was someone she thought about day and night. He was Jian Lufeng of the Sword Tribe. But now, Qing Feiying realized that perhaps Ling Xiao was more suitable for her. Jian Lufeng was too arrogant. She had always been in love with him. Moreover, she now felt that if Ling Xiao continued to develop like this, he would surpass Jian Lufeng sooner or later. He might even reach the level of Ling Yan in the past. Today's incident was a good example. Ling Xiao stared at the ironback thorn beast in the distance. His hands were still trembling. In this collision, he had only used his mystic world physique. He hadn't used his thunder and lightning body and martial soul transformation. Therefore, his entire body was in extreme pain from the collision. It had to be said that this ironback thorn beast was really tough. Is it okay? Was that Ling Xiao jest? Some of the Orange Immortal Mountain's disciples still hadn't come to their senses. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. How can he is of the worlds? The burly man Immortal Mountains of the way Immortal Mountain, of the Immortal perhaps among these people, he was the only one who understood Ling Xiao's strength the best, of the I think it's just because the ironback thorn beast is weak. Aren't we a little too cowardly? We were saved by someone from the Black Immortal Mountain. What a shame. The one who spoke was a first transition martial artist. His strength was even stronger than Qing Feiying's, and he was considered one of the best in this group. He had only cared about protecting himself. He hadn't expected Ling Xiao to steal the limelight. Naturally, he was very unhappy. Brother Feng, do you think so too? I also think that Ling Xiao was just lucky to encounter an ironback thorn beast that wasn't very strong. That's why this happened. Brother Qin, why don't we join forces to destroy that ironback thorn beast? That way, we can gain face in front of Miss Feiying. We can't let that kid from the Black Immortal Mountain steal the limelight. That's exactly what I was thinking. After Feng and Qin finished their discussion, they jumped out at the same time and charged at the ironback thorn beast. Qing Feiying had been able to suppress the monster with the help of musical note's soul power. However, Qin and Feng's actions infuriated the monster. It roared at the sky, as if to say, "Do you really think I'm a sick cat that anyone can bully?" Qin and Feng had just jumped into the air when they were so scared that their bodies stiffened and they couldn't move. Although they weren't weak, they didn't have Ling Xiao's powerful soul power and domineering aura. Facing the ironback thorn beast, they were scared before they even fought. If they had really attacked, they wouldn't have died. But they turned and ran. In the end, they were brutally slapped to death by the ironback thorn beast's claws. The two corpses fell to the ground. The others from the Orange Immortal Mountain instantly shut their mouths. Those who had been complaining about Ling Xiao's good luck didn't dare to utter a word. The two people who had been killed by the ironback thorn beast were the two strongest among them, yet they had ended up like this. What else did they have to show off? Scram to the side. Don't be a hindrance here. Ling Xiao jumped out. His whole body began to change, transforming into the sinister sun god martial spirit transformation. Although it was only a partial transformation, his ferocious appearance still shocked everyone. So the rumors were true. This Ling Xiao is a beast warrior. That's an extinct existence in the Black Tortoise continent. Although this appearance is terrifying, it's very cool and eye-catching. Some female disciples of the Orange Immortal Mountain have already become Ling Xiao's fangirls. You're really a beast warrior? Qing Feiying asked in surprise. That's right. Ling Xiao nodded and didn't deny it. Beast god martial artists are also beast warriors. They're just the strongest beast warriors in the Black Tortoise continent. Be careful, that guy is coming. Qing Feiying suddenly shouted. Even if you're coming, you still have to stop for me. Ling Xiao roared. Like a ferocious beast, he stepped forward and pressed down on the ironback thorn beast's two huge claws with both hands. The ironback thorn beast was unable to restrain its anger and ruthlessly whipped its tail at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's tail also stretched out from behind him like a python and ruthlessly bit the ironback thorn beast's tail. This scene caused the Orange Immortal Mountain disciples to be dumbstruck. What a beast! A true monster. Although I feel embarrassed, Senior Brother Feng and Senior Brother Qin really can't compare to him. The Orange Immortal Mountain disciples weren't idiots. They mocked Ling Xiao before because they didn't understand Ling Xiao. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's cultivation is indeed lower than theirs. Of course, the most important thing was the 8 Immortal Mountains' false propaganda. Especially the Sand Race's malicious defamation of Ling Xiao. This caused these people's impression of Ling Xiao to be extremely bad. Now that they've seen Ling Xiao display such formidable strength, even if they're not convinced verbally, they have no choice but to admit that Ling Xiao is powerful. Miss Feiying, do you mind if I snatch this mutated iron blackthorn beast? The reason Ling Xiao asked this is to give face to Qing Feiying. If it were someone else, he would have directly attacked without any nonsense. Of course I don't mind. Without you, we wouldn't have only lost 2 people today. Qing Feiying nodded and said, but don't you need my help? No need. You can search nearby. There should be other ironback thorn beasts here. It should be enough for you to complete your mission. Ling Xiao said loudly. After all, this was the ironback thorn beast's cage. There couldn't be only one ironback thorn beast here. Who knew that as soon as he said this, he saw another beast smaller than the mutated ironback thorn beast appear and charge towards the Orange Immortal Mountain disciples. This time, the Orange Immortal Mountain disciples weren't as flustered as before. Qing Feiying, in particular, released a musical note that instantly bound the ordinary ironback thorn beast. Although it was only for a moment, it allowed the Orange Immortal Mountain disciples to regroup. Miss Feiying, let's see if I can kill this guy first or you can kill that guy first. Ling Xiao grinned. Suddenly, a cold aura of death appeared on his sharp claws. Consecutive nether ghost claws bombarded the mutated ironback thorn beast's claws. The behemoth kept retreating. In terms of strength, Ling Xiao wouldn't lose to such a monster. Ling Xiao, you're going to lose this time. No matter what, the ordinary ironback thorn beast is much weaker. Qing Feiying was also competitive. She didn't want to always be suppressed by Ling Xiao. Brothers and sisters of the Orange Fairy Mountain, this time, even if we don't fight for the bread, we have to fight for our pride. We have more people, and the ironback thorn beast we're facing is weaker. If we don't beat the others before they do, it'll be too embarrassing. Ling Xiao smiled. In fact, the competition was just to liven up the atmosphere. There was no need to compete with Qing Feiying. But to be honest, he really wanted to see if he could defeat the mutated ironback thorn beast before him faster than the people of the Orange Immortal Mountain. Meteor Sword Art, Fall. Ling Xiao took a step forward. His body flashed and a long sword appeared in his right hand. After all, the nether ghost claw wasn't mature enough. This sword art was more convenient to use. The heavy sword and the mutated ironback thorn beast collided. Once again, there was a shocking explosion. But this time, due to the special effect of fall, the ironback thorn beast was smashed to the ground. Even the thorns on its back seemed to have small cracks. Although the crack was small, it meant that the attack was effective. I want to see how many times you can take my attacks. Relying on his speed advantage, Ling Xiao used the Moonlight Meteor Steps. His body was like a shooting star as he began to attack the mutant ironback thorn beast. The sword light kept flashing on the ironback thorn beast. The ironback thorn beast howled in anger. It wasn't because of the pain, but because she couldn't catch Ling Xiao. S's course, SS Teat. The ironback thorn beast's defense was not to be underestimated, especially when it used all of its wild beast strength for defense. Ling Xiao's attacks became difficult to break through. With Ling Xiao's speed, he should be fine. I can deal with the ordinary ironback thorn beast in front of me with peace of mind. Qing Feiying was still very concerned about Ling Xiao. After all, if it weren't for Ling Xiao, she would have been seriously injured by the mutated ironback thorn beast even if she didn't die. Now that she saw that Ling Xiao wasn't in danger, she was slightly relieved. She planned to join forces with her brothers and sisters to kill the ordinary ironback thorn beast in front of them before going to help Ling Xiao. Everyone listen up. Let's deal with the ordinary ironback thorn beast in front of us and then go help Ling Xiao. Do you have any objections? Qing Feiying turned around and asked. No. Although some people were still unwilling, they had to admit that if it weren't for Ling Xiao blocking the mutated ironback thorn beast, not only would Qing Feiying have died, but they would have also died. At this moment, when they thought about the sarcasm they had directed at Ling Xiao before, everyone felt a little uncomfortable. Could it be that the sex judgment was wrong? Many of the Orange Immortal Mountain disciples now began to doubt the sex judgment of Ling Xiao. In fact, for a martial artist like Ling Xiao, because he was fast enough, it was easy for him to deal with powerful but clumsy monsters. Moreover, his strength and the toughness of his body weren't inferior to the ironback thorn beast at all. In fact, he was even stronger, seeing that the sword technique couldn't take effect. Ling Xiao sneered. His body suddenly flashed with a crimson lava light. His whole body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of lava armor. Not only was he more handsome than before, but he was also more eye-catching. His combat strength had also suddenly soared. This was the real benefit. The power of lava had long been integrated into every cell of Ling Xiao's. As long as he circulated his inner force, he could use it with a thought. The Yin Yuan force in his entire body turned crimson and even turned into a viscous liquid. If he touched the enemy, he could burn the enemy. At this time, he was only using the elementary lava battle body. Because for the time being, he didn't need to use the intermediate lava battle body to deal with this ironback thorn beast. Coupled with his powerful mystic world body and sun god martial soul transformation, he had no problem directly fighting this mutated ironback thorn beast. The disciples of the Orange Immortal Mountain stole some time to turn their heads to take a look. Each and every one of them was so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Ling Xiao held the sword in his right hand, while his left hand condensed into a terrifyingly sharp claw. Just like that, he went back and forth with the ironback thorn beast. He didn't dodge at all. If someone had said this before, they would have thought that person was crazy. How could a disciple of the Eight Immortal Mountain have such ability? But now, it was all in front of them. Ling Xiao actually had the upper hand in the head-on clash with the ironback thorn beast. On the contrary, the ironback thorn beast's wounds were increasing. From time to time, it would erupt with angry roars. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, became braver and stronger as he fought. In the end, he simply put away the heavy sword. He directly fought with his bare hands. Because he found that in the fight with the ironback thorn beast, the energy in his body from the blood-sucking demon beast seemed to be getting easier and easier to control. He became stronger again. The pretty boy with a red mole, who had mocked Ling Xiao and said that he would never help him, was now shivering in the autumn wind. He was afraid that after Ling Xiao killed the mutated ironback thorn beast, he would come to settle the score with him. I think the sect must have listened to slander. With Ling Xiao's strength, it's not strange that he killed the demon envoy. Gradually, some of the Orange Immortal Mountain disciples began to change their opinion of Ling Xiao. Although this opinion didn't mean much to Ling Xiao, no one liked to be scolded all the time. Ling Xiao was the same. Of course, he also wanted to be recognized and worshipped by others. After all, he was the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Empire. This was especially important. I think so too. It's already so difficult for so many of us to deal with an ordinary ironback thorn beast, but Ling Xiao is dealing with a mutant ironback thorn beast so effortlessly. That guy just slapped the two strongest people in Orange Immortal Mountain's second layer of hell to death. Most of these people are disciples in charge of support, so they have time to talk. As for Xianxia, who is fighting the ordinary ironback thorn beast in the center, she can only take the time to glance at the situation over there. But even this glance is enough to make her pleasantly surprised. She can't help but sigh in her heart. Xianxia, didn't get Jian Liufeng's favor. But now, I feel that it's a blessing. Meeting Ling Xiao and becoming friends with Ling Xiao is my greatest blessing. Thinking back to how she didn't even spare a glance for Ling Xiao, Xianxia feels that she was very laughable. In the future, she can't just judge people by their appearance and rumors. Back then, she was fooled by those bad rumors. Just as she is thinking, Ling Xiao's hearty voice suddenly comes to her ear. Miss Fei, I'm going to end the fight here first. Ling Xiao's words make everyone stare blankly for a moment. After all, Orange Immortal Mountain is only trapping the ordinary ironback thorn beast. It will take at least half an hour to defeat it. Ling Xiao is actually going to end the fight. Those who are free can't help but look over. They see Ling Xiao suddenly retreat, his hands forming strange giant claws. Then, a gloomy and terrifying aura quickly condenses on the claws. Ironback Bramble Beast, in order to thank you for helping me raise the Yiksha style to Desheng, I will use it to end your life. After several minutes of continuous bombardment. In fact, Ling Xiao has already left many internal injuries on the Ironback Thorn Beast's body. The spiky scales on the Ironback Thorn Beast's body are basically all broken. Without that defense, its ability to resist attacks is at least halved. In addition to those internal injuries, Ling Xiao was confident that he could kill this beast in one move. After saying that, his figure suddenly rushed out, and the giant claws condensed in his hands revealed the appearance of a Xianxia. The blow landed on the mutant ironback thorn beast, who was already dizzy and couldn't even tell north from south. Boom! After a terrible crash, the ironback thorn beast let out a miserable shriek. The pitiful ironback thorn beast, which was known for its defense, was pierced through by Ling Xiao's claw. Blood splattered everywhere like a rain of blood. The disciples of the Orange Immortal Mountain all let out cries of surprise as they watched this shocking scene in astonishment. The ironback thorn beast fell to the ground with a loud thud. After twitching twice, it finally stopped moving. The scariest thing about the nether spirit claw was the deathly aura that wrapped around its claws. Once entangled by this deathly aura, then death was inevitable. At this time, all the disciples of the Orange Immortal Mountain stopped fighting and looked over in a daze. They didn't know what words to use to describe what they saw. When the ordinary ironback thorn beast saw that its mutant boss was dead, it didn't dare to stay here any longer. It turned around and fled with a miserable howl. But Qingfei wouldn't let it escape so easily. She condensed her powerful soul power and attacked with a musical note. A ferocious musical note ice lion bit the ordinary ironback thorn beast's neck. Everyone, attack, quick! Qingfei knew that the opportunity had come. Because its boss was killed, this ironback thorn beast became timid and only wanted to escape, exposing its weakness. As long as they cooperated well, they could easily kill this guy. On the other side, Ling Xiao casually threw the corpse of the mutant ironback thorn beast into his storage ring. This was his spoils of war. This thing could be exchanged for a large number of contribution points. He came to the second floor of the ghost prison to find the blood pool and to get more contribution points. Now, he was basically done. A moment later, the battle over there was also over. But none of the disciples of the Orange Immortal Mountain dared to collect the spoils of war. Because Ling Xiao was here. Except for Qingfei, almost all of them said bad things about Ling Xiao. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would take revenge. This Ling Xiao was even more terrifying than the mutant ironback thorn beast. This was enough to scare them to death. What, you guys don't want this? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. With senior brother Ling here, how would we dare to take the spoils of war? The pretty boy with the red mole between his eyebrows was so obedient that he looked like Ling Xiao's little grandson. Ha 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 ha, that's the right attitude. But I didn't kill that ordinary ironback thorn beast, so I won't take it. Miss Fei, you guys hurry up and take the spoils of war and leave. I still have something to do, so I'll stay a bit longer. Ling Xiao smiled and pinched the pretty boy's cheek. Not only was the guy not angry, but he was also excitedly showing off to the other disciples. Did you see that? I said that senior brother Ling is magnanimous. See, senior brother Ling and I got to know each other through fighting. This guy was really thick-skinned. But Ling Xiao really couldn't be bothered to care about such trivial matters. He wasn't attacking him, he was just being sarcastic. He believed that these guys knew fear now. That was enough. Ling Xiao, I only want a bit of the shell of this ironback thorn beast to make weapons. If you like the rest, you can have it. Anyway, if it weren't for you today, we probably wouldn't even be alive, let alone talk about spoils of war. At this time, Qingfei walked over and said. Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony. After Qingfei removed some of the shell, he threw the ordinary ironback thorn beast into his storage ring. The reason why he wanted the ironback thorn beast's body was, of course, to exchange it for contribution points. With enough contribution points, he can exchange for more thunder elemental jade and lava elemental jade, as well as medicinal herbs and cultivation materials. In that way, his cultivation can naturally improve faster. This ironback thorn beast's entire body was a treasure. He estimated that he could exchange it for a lot of contribution points. I say, Miss Akira, have you seen enough? I didn't say you couldn't see. Hiding in the dark is really boring. Ling Xiao put away the ironback thorn beast and then looked behind a huge rock in the distance. Ordinary people can't sense that position with their internal force. Moreover, Akira's dodging skills are very good. But unfortunately, Ling Xiao has the Tai Chi Eye, which easily discovered Akira's existence. Hearing Ling Xiao's voice, Qing Feiying and the others looked in that direction curiously. They really didn't feel anything at all. The admiration they had for Ling Xiao was like a torrential river that flowed endlessly. Hee, I didn't expect your eyes to be so sharp. You actually found me. Amidst the laughter, Akira swayed her body and walked out, followed by two followers who were slightly weaker than her. My eyes are naturally sharp. Not only can I see through that huge rock, but I also see what you're wearing today. Ling Xiao looked at Akira and teased, that daffodil is pretty, but it doesn't match you. You should embroider a green foxtail, you always like to follow behind others. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Akira's face instantly turned red and she hurriedly turned around. After a long time, she returned to normal. She turned around and stared at Ling Xiao, a strange aura wrapped around her body. Just now, Akira led the disciples of Orange Fairy Mountain to carry out a mission on the second floor of Ghost Prison. Suddenly, she heard the sound of fighting here, so she came to check it out. She saw Ling Xiao fighting the mutated ironback thorn beast and finally killing the monster on the spot. To be honest, Qi Ling was shocked by the scene before her. Ling Xiao's fighting image kept replaying in her mind, like a flood, she couldn't get rid of it. Shock, confusion, dissatisfaction, she didn't know what she was feeling, but when she saw Ling Xiao, she felt a little helpless. Especially when she heard Ling Xiao's teasing words, she actually felt that she wasn't particularly angry. No, how can I like this lowly guy, not to mention, he killed my sister. Akira shook her head vigorously, desperately trying to get rid of Ling Xiao's heroic image from her soul realm. To be honest, she came to find Ling Xiao to fulfill her previous words and kill this guy on the spot. But now, not only did she not have any killing intent, but she also had a very strange feeling. Of course, the main reason was that she was no longer as confident as before. Ling Xiao could kill the mutated ironback thorn beast with brute force, but she couldn't. Although she didn't want to admit it, Ling Xiao's current strength had probably surpassed her. Why don't I let Sha Hai test this guy first? I always feel that this kid isn't easy to deal with. Akira thought of Sha Hai, and her heart suddenly felt warm. Sha Hai's figure instantly occupied her entire mind, chasing away Ling Xiao's figure. She believed that after Sha Hai became a disciple of the Eight Immortals Mountain, he would definitely receive more support. His cultivation would definitely improve greatly in a short period of time. Almost every warrior who had been promoted to a disciple of the Eight Immortals Mountain had the same experience. When they had just advanced, they would make a breakthrough. This was because the resources on the Eight Immortals Mountain were much more abundant than the resources on the Eight Immortals Mountain. Moreover, there were stronger teachers to guide them. Most importantly, once he ascended to the Eight Immortals Mountain, he would get a chance to go to the Immortal Palace to pray. If they were lucky, they could obtain the impartation of the Immortals of the Immortal Court Continent, which would greatly increase their strength. Even if his luck wasn't good, there would still be a significant improvement. Before coming to the second floor of the ghost prison, Akira had heard that Sha Hai had received the recognition of a certain immortal from the Immortal Lyceum continent and had been imparted with a secret technique and a pill. After that, he went into seclusion. He estimated that he would be able to come out in 2 days. He would definitely be able to make another breakthrough, even his own aptitude would increase. How could Ling Xiao compare to him? These thoughts only flashed through Akira's mind for an instant. She sneered, and her original panic quickly turned into calmness. Ling Xiao, what's the use of your bitter struggle? In the end, it's all for naught. Sha Hai won't let you off. He has already received the secret technique from the Immortal Lyceum continent. This time, when you leave the second floor of the ghost prison, the end will come. Speaking up to here, Akira suddenly smiled sweetly and said, however, if you are willing to be my subject and become my man, I can plead with Sha Hai to spare your life. You like me? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Only a ghost would like you, you arrogant bastard. Akira said furiously. It's good that you don't like me. I wouldn't want a woman like you even if you gave me a dozen for free. Since your Lord Sha Hai is so powerful, go back and find him. However, I still say the same thing. For his own good, don't come looking for me. Otherwise, I don't care if he is the disciple of an immortal or not, he will die. Ling Xiao sneered. You. You bastard. You think this young lady would like a guy like you? Don't daydream. You country bumpkin. Lowly wretch. Akira had never been as flustered as she was today. Usually, her performance was very calm. Let's go. In order to calm herself down as soon as possible, Akira could only leave in a hurry. Ling Xiao, I also heard that Sha Hai has received the guidance of an immortal. I'm afraid that his cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. You were able to defeat him last time purely by luck. This time, you must be careful. Qing Feiying walked over and reminded him. The one who should be careful is Sha Hai, not me. Miss Feiying, remember this, no one can defeat me after losing to me. This time, not only will I defeat him, but I will also completely destroy him, so that he will never have the chance to find trouble with me again. Ling Xiao had originally thought that after Sha Hai had profited from his misfortune, he would obediently cultivate and not provoke him again. However, that guy was obviously not so obedient. Last time, he had snatched the beast soul that he needed. This time, his cultivation had increased again. Perhaps he would want his life, right? He, Ling Xiao, was not someone who would sit and wait for death. He would eliminate Sha Hai no matter what. I believe in you. Qing Feiying gave Ling Xiao a deep look and said. You guys go back first. I still have to go further in. Akira's words made Ling Xiao even more anxious to increase his strength. He said a few words to Qing Feiying before heading deeper into the forest. A day later, Ling Xiao stepped out of the second floor of the ghost prison. There was an imperceptible smug smile on his face, but he looked a little embarrassed. During this day, although he did not find the blood pool, he killed a tyrant blood demon dragon in the second floor of the ghost prison. This was a kind of monster beast with dragon bloodline. It was stronger than ordinary monster beasts, about the same strength as the mutated ironback thorn beast. Ling Xiao used his mystic world physique, sun god martial soul transformation, and intermediate lightning battle body to finally kill it. It took almost an entire day. After that, Ling Xiao used this guy's dragon blood to create a blood pool and cultivated. Finally, the door to the second floor of hell was 90% open. Just one more step and he would be able to fully open it. Although the breakthrough was not successful, Ling Xiao unexpectedly obtained another good thing. It was the Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon Martial Soul. This martial soul was a dragon-type martial soul of the second floor of hell. He directly embedded it into the dragon god position of the 12 beast gods, adding another transformation to his 12 beast gods martial soul transformation. Of course, this martial soul could be changed again. In the future, when his cultivation increased, he could change to a stronger one. At present, this dragon-type martial soul of the second floor of hell was the most suitable transformation martial soul for Ling Xiao. The sun god martial soul was too powerful. It also needed to divert a part of its power to prevent the martial soul from going berserk. This was too difficult for Ling Xiao. In Ling Xiao's body, there was now a beast god ring more than any other cultivator. There were 12 positions on the beast god ring, and each position could embed a beast spirit. The closer it was to the user's cultivation, the more power it could unleash. The Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon Martial Spirit was just like this. In the future, he wouldn't have to expose his Sun God Martial Spirit transformation so easily. Perhaps no one knew about the 8 Immortal City, but it didn't mean that no one would know about it as he continued to walk out. After coming out of the ghost prison's second floor, Ling Xiao went directly to the Hall of Good and Evil to find someone to exchange for contribution points. Because Lin Haoyu wasn't here today, Ling Xiao went to find the deacon of the exchange office. It was just a small matter anyway, so there was no need to trouble Lin Haoyu. Oh, who was I? So it's Hero Ling, sorry for the disrespect. What does Hero Ling need? The deacon's attitude towards Ling Xiao wasn't as good as Lin Haoyu's. Ling Xiao frowned. He really didn't know how he offended this guy to make him speak so strangely. But this was just a small matter, so he couldn't be bothered to care. He said casually, I want to exchange for a beast spirit from the second floor of hell. Do you have it here? The deacon said with a smile, Hero needs a beast spirit. Of course we have it, but a beast spirit from the second floor of hell is not cheap. After the steel-armored ox martial spirit was bought by the sand race last time, the price of this thing rose to 2,000 contribution points. Although I really want to give it to Hero Ling, the sect has rules. Unless you can take out 2,000 contribution points, otherwise, there's no need to talk about it. 2,000 contribution points? How did it increase so much all of a sudden? Ling Xiao frowned. To him, 2,000 contribution points was definitely enough. He had 1,200 points left from last time, and with the things he hunted this time, it was definitely enough. But he really couldn't bear to part with it. However, contribution points were used. As long as he was strong enough, he could enter the higher floors of the ghost prison and even take on stronger missions. That way, he would get more contribution points. He gritted his teeth and said, "What martial spirits do you have? Let me see." "Great Hero Ling, did you not hear what I just said? It requires 2,000 contribution points. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but with your strength, it's almost impossible to get 2,000 contribution points." The deacon sneered. "I don't have 2,000 contribution points, but it shouldn't be a problem to look at the goods, right?" Ling Xiao felt that this deacon seemed to be targeting him. This guy's strength was far inferior to Lin Ruoxian's. He was just a small deacon of the Hall of Reward and Kindness and Punish and Vice. How could he be so arrogant? "I can't afford it even if I look at it. I might as well not look at it." The deacon didn't even move. Clearly, he knew that Ling Xiao couldn't produce anything. "Can I buy it as long as I have enough contribution points?" Ling Xiao asked coldly. "Of course, I can't target you, Hero Ling. I've always been a person who treats everyone equally," the deacon said with a smile. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was targeting Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao is in trouble this time. That deacon is from the Scarlet Fairy Mountain. Ling Xiao has a grudge with the Scarlet Fairy Mountain. Even if he doesn't have a grudge, do you think he can produce 2,000 contribution points? What a joke. In the crowd, it was obvious that everyone didn't have high hopes for Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao's current cultivation was only at the first level of hell. Even if he worked himself to death at the first level, he wouldn't be able to get many contribution points. Just exchanging for healing pills, there was not much left. Bang! Ling Xiao suddenly threw the huge ordinary ironback thorn beast on the counter. He said coldly, "How many contribution points can this be exchanged for?" "Hey, that seems to be an ironback thorn beast at the early stage of the first level of hell. If this thing's corpse was intact, it could be exchanged for 500 contribution points." There were many other disciples in the exchange office. When they saw this huge monster fall there, they were shocked and very surprised. The deacon was also surprised. "Where did you get this thing?" he asked in a questioning tone. "Someone gave it to me." "Can't I?" Ling Xiao looked at the deacon coldly and asked. "Hee, of course, of course." The deacon smiled while secretly criticizing Ling Xiao in his heart. How could this guy be so lucky that someone would give him such a valuable thing? However, since Ling Xiao brought it here, he had to help him exchange for it. At least he didn't dare to act recklessly in the open. He looked at the ironback thorn beast carefully and said, 100 contribution points. What? As soon as he said that, not to mention Ling Xiao, even the onlookers felt that it was too much. The ironback thorn beast was basically intact. Only a little of its shell was taken away. It was worth at least 400 to 500 contribution points, but this guy only offered 100. This was simply too black-hearted. "Are you sure you're not talking nonsense?" Ling Xiao's voice became cold. He really didn't like to cause trouble. However, if someone came looking for him, he would never back down. It was still the same saying. Kind people were bullied, kind horses were ridden. Wolves traveled 1,000 miles to eat meat, dogs traveled 1,000 miles to eat shit. Of course, he wouldn't be a dog. What? Hero Ling wants to cause trouble in the Hall of Good and Evil? The deacon stood there casually, certain that Ling Xiao didn't dare to cause trouble. Even if Ling Xiao wanted to fight, he might not be his opponent. He was a martial artist at the peak of the second layer of hell. Although he wasn't a reincarnation realm martial artist, he wasn't someone Ling Xiao could provoke. His voice was filled with sarcasm and ridicule, as well as a strong sense of provocation. 100 contribution points. Do you want to exchange or not? In the entire Eight Immortal Mountain, there was only one exchange office for the disciples of the Eight Immortal Mountain. Other than here, Ling Xiao couldn't go anywhere else. This guy actually dared to act so brazenly. It was enough to see how many parasites there were in the Eight Immortal Mountain. It was probably about to completely rot. Ling Xiao naturally couldn't exchange. He could wait until Lin Haoyu came back. However, just as he was about to put away the item, a voice sounded. Such a huge ironback thorn beast, and it's extremely well preserved. It's estimated to be 600 contribution points. Who's talking nonsense? I'm the rules of the exchange office. I have the final say. The deacon heard this and immediately roared. However, when he turned around to look at the owner of the voice, he stuttered. Hall Master. Hall Master Lin. You still know that I, Lin Haoyu, am the Hall Master of the Hall of Good and Evil? Lin Haoyu said coldly, in the past, you used the sand race's protection to do whatever you wanted. I tolerated it since it was just a small matter. Don't, Hall Master Lin, this subordinate was just confused for a moment. Besides, the origin of that ironback thorn beast is unknown, it's impossible for him to kill it with his strength. Maybe he stole it, how could I dare exchange it for him? That's why I did it on purpose to make him leave. The deacon rolled his eyes and actually began to slander Ling Xiao, aiming his spear at him. He can't kill this ironback thorn beast with his strength? Lin Haoyu sneered, you really won't cry until you see the coffin. Ling Xiao, I've heard from Fei Ying about what happened on the second floor of the ghost prison. Don't you still have a variant ironback thorn beast corpse? Take it out and show it to this guy. Ling Xiao smiled, then touched his storage ring. When the corpse of the mutant ironback thorn beast was thrown out, it almost filled the entire exchange counter. Fortunately, this place was designed to be big enough, otherwise, it really wouldn't have fit. It really is a variant ironback thorn beast. I heard that this guy is much stronger than the ordinary ones, it should be at the 1-star second floor middle stage. Haha, this deacon is going to make a fool of himself. Ling Xiao can even kill a variant ironback thorn beast, the ordinary ones are nothing. Amidst the discussion of the crowd, the deacon of the exchange office trembled, as if he was standing in a world of ice and snow. Enough, you can leave, our Hall of Good Reward and Evil doesn't need people like you. Lin Haoyu looked at the deacon coldly and said. He originally wanted to find an opportunity to drive this guy away, and today, Ling Xiao gave him a chance. Hall Master Lin, for the sake of my many years of hard work, please spare me this time, I won't dare to do it again. The deacon actually knelt down in front of Lin Haoyu and cried out. Scram! Lin Haoyu roared in disgust. The deacon was frightened by his ferocious aura. He stood up and scrambled away. Ling Xiao, it's all because of you that I lost this job. Just you wait, I want you dead, I want you dead. After leaving the Hall of Virtue and Punishment, the deacon went straight to the sand race to search for the sand sea. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know this. At this time, Lin Haoyu personally calculated the valuation of the 2 ironback thorn beasts for him. Ordinary ironback thorn beasts cost 400 contribution points. Mutated ironback thorn beast 600 contribution points. It added up to exactly 1,000, in addition to the remaining 1,200, he now had a total of 2,200 contribution points. Hall Master Lin, I heard from the deacon that you have a beast soul from the second hell? Ling Xiao asked anxiously after receiving the contribution points. Of course. Last time, you said you needed the beast soul of the steel-armored bull demon. I've already posted a mission. Someone happened to bring it back yesterday. It only costs 1,500 contribution points. Lin Haoyu replied. Didn't that guy say 2,000? That guy has been stuffing his own pockets for a long time. Relying on his relationship with the sand race, he is simply too daring. It is also thanks to you that I have the opportunity to drive him away. Otherwise, my external hall of reward the good and punish the evil will become a place for evil. Lin Haoyu sighed. Okay, give me the steel-armored bull demon martial soul. Ling Xiao now needed to increase his combat strength. His beast god ring would increase his strength by 10% with each additional beast soul. Although it wasn't much, if all 12 were filled, it would more than double his strength. To him, this would make him even more powerful. Besides, the Tyrant blood demonic dragon beast soul emphasized terrifying combat strength. After transformation, it could fly and have wings, although it might not be as good as the wings he had in the past. But at this stage, it was definitely enough. The steel-armored bull demon was the embodiment of the ultimate defense. Its focus was different, and it could be used against different opponents. After trading with Lin Haoyu for the steel-armored bull demon beast soul, Ling Xiao went to exchange for some soul gems and some herbs. This time, he had really used up all his contribution points. However, if the old didn't go, the new wouldn't come. As his strength continued to increase, it would become easier to obtain contribution points. He didn't feel that it was a pity. After leaving the Hall of Good and Evil and returning to his residence on Black Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao activated the array formation and concealed his aura. First, he took out the soul gems and gave them to the Yuan Venerate and Shindian. When the Yuan Venerate's soul flew out of Ling Xiao's body, Ling Xiao thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. "Master, why do I feel that your soul is much stronger than before? It's not as weak as before. It's not an illusion. It's real. Soul gems are really good things. They're really useful for soul bodies like us. I'll have to trouble you to get more similar things in the future." The Yuan Venerate smiled. "As long as my soul is strong enough, I'll be able to condense a physical body on my own." "Me too," Shindian said excitedly. No one liked to remain in a soul state all the time. After all, one's soul might be blown away by a gust of cold wind. Furthermore, soul bodies had to rely on others. Just like how the Yuan Venerate had to rely on Ling Xiao, Shindian had to hide in the secret technique sword to ensure that his soul wouldn't be destroyed. This was really too pitiful. "Don't worry. If there's a chance in the future, I'll find more and better things to strengthen your souls." In Ling Xiao's opinion, the healthier the Yuan Venerate and Shindian were, the more abundant his combat methods would be. The Yuan Venerate was one of his very powerful trump cards. It was so powerful that his enemies couldn't imagine it. Shindian was an effective means of replenishing his combat strength. Both of them were very useful. Of course, more importantly, the Yuan Venerate was his master and Shindian was also his friend. Helping his master and friends was something that he should do. "Alright, you guys enjoy the soul gems. I should also integrate the steel-armored ox demon martial soul into the beast god ring." Ling Xiao smiled, sat down at the side, and started to integrate the steel-armored ox demon martial soul. Due to the special attributes of the Tyrant Sky martial soul, it could contain all martial souls. Furthermore, it could exert pressure on any martial soul so that these martial souls wouldn't dare to rebel. Therefore, the integration process was very short. Other people might take a day, but Ling Xiao only took slightly more than 10 minutes to succeed. Steel-armored ox demon transformation, Tyrant blood demonic dragon transformation. The common characteristic was that they were very cool and comfortable. There was no need to deliberately control anything and he could fight as he pleased. The difference was that the focus was different. This way, Ling Xiao could fight in different forms when he encountered different enemies. Next, I'll continue to integrate the Thunder Origin Jade and Lava Origin Jade. Of course, increasing his strength was still very important. Due to the breakthrough in his cultivation, Ling Xiao could integrate more Thunder Origin Jade and Lava Origin Jade. There were still 24 pieces of Thunder Origin Jade left. He had already integrated 40 pieces previously. The integration process was very simple at first. However, when the number reached 45 pieces, it became difficult. Ling Xiao had to use his transformation to survive. Ling Xiao did not forcefully continue fusing with the Thunder Origin Jade, but changed to fusing with the Lava Origin Jade. When he reached the intermediate physique of 15 pieces, he also encountered great difficulty. Ling Xiao knew that as his strength increased, he could fuse with more Origin Jades. He was not in a hurry. As long as he improved in all aspects, that was enough. On the surface, he did not break through, but in reality, he was much stronger than when he killed the mutated Ironback Thorn Beast on the second level of the Ghost Prison. Just as he was about to continue cultivating and fusing with the Origin Jades, an unusually fierce aura suddenly came from outside. Shahai? Ling Xiao was very familiar with this aura. It was Shahai. But he was clearly stronger than when he met him on the first level of the ghost prison. Ling Xiao. Hurry up and come out to die, or I will destroy your broken house. Xiahai was very arrogant today, not giving any face to the Black Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao frowned, thinking that this loser still dared to be so arrogant. So he temporarily stopped cultivating and opened the door. When he stepped out, he found Ho Renfeng and Fengru lying on the ground. Fengru had already fainted. Ho Renfeng kept spitting out blood as he glared at the sea of sand. It was certain that Xiahai was the one who attacked. Ling Xiao was not familiar with Ho Renfeng, but he was his senior brother after all, so he did not make things difficult for him. And Fengru was his senior sister that he doted on dearly, but she was beaten to such a state. This made his eyes flash with a strong murderous intent. Since Xiahai wanted to die, then he could not blame him for being ruthless. He looked at Xiahai. This guy was indeed much stronger than before. Using Ling Zhao's Tai Chi to analyze, he was actually much stronger than the demon envoy whose soul had been devoured. And that was not all. There was a very beautiful lotus mark on Xiahai's forehead. It was said that this was the immortal mark that only martial artists who were chosen by immortals could have. There was a powerful immortal power hidden inside. Once released, it could make a martial artist extremely powerful in a short period of time. The only thing that Ling Xiao was afraid of was this immortal mark. Although Xiahai's strength was strong, it was not enough to make him afraid. As for the consequences of killing Desert Sea, Ling Xiao did not even consider them. If a man couldn't even protect his beloved senior sister, then he was no different from a dog. He knew that he could live a better life by enduring humiliation. Perhaps he could live a better life by sucking up to others like a lapdog. But he couldn't. He, Ling Xiao, was not the kind of person who would compromise. His martial path was tyrannical martial arts. He had to personally remove all the obstacles on the path of martial arts, not endure humiliation, and even more so not yield. Did you injure them? Ling Xiao asked as he looked coldly at the sea of sand. In his eyes, Xiahai was already a dead man. He had to let the people of the Eight Immortals Mountain know that anyone who offended him, Ling Xiao, even if they were disciples of the Eight Immortals Mountain, even if they were from the 8 great clans, he would still kill them without hesitation. Starting from the Heavenly Dragon continent, Ling Xiao had come this far. When had he ever been afraid? That's right, I was the one who injured them. Those 2 pieces of trash actually dared to stop me from destroying your broken house. If I didn't hurt them, who would I hurt? Desert Sea said coldly. It's good that you admit it. Ling Xiao looked at Desert Sea indifferently and said, tell me the reason why you're here today, and then you can wait to die. Ha 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 ha, last time I lost to you on the first floor of the ghost prison. I admit that I'm not as good as you, but now, I profited from a disaster. My cultivation has continuously improved, and I've also received guidance from an immortal. Compared to me, what do you have? Xiahai laughed maniacally. If it weren't for the guidance of an immortal, he might not have dared to come here today. After all, the previous incident made him somewhat afraid of Ling Xiao. But now, with the immortal's mark, how could he be afraid of a mere Ling Xiao? Nonsense, what exactly do you want? Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to listen to Desert Sea's arrogant nonsense. Don't you understand? Lord Desert Sea wants to fight you to the death in the arena of life and death, in front of everyone in the 8 Immortal Mountain. The one who spoke was the deacon of the exchange office of the Hall of Good and Evil. That's right, last time I asked you to fight in the arena of life and death, you refused. This time, do you still want to refuse? Our great hero Ling Xiao? Desert Sea revealed a mocking smile, as if he was trying to provoke him. You don't have to provoke me. In the end, you're just someone who lost to me. I won't be afraid of you in the arena of life and death. But if you want me to fight to the death with you for no reason, I don't have the time. I won't do something that doesn't benefit me. Ling Xiao actually wanted to agree directly. But since they were going to fight, he had to get some benefits. He couldn't let Desert Sea take advantage of him. I knew you would say that, but this kind of excuse is meaningless. I've already thought of the benefits. I heard that you like beast souls and soul-strengthening treasures. Coincidentally, I have a beast soul of the 3rd floor of hell and a mid-gold quality soul gem here. They're better than those you exchanged from the Hall of Good and Evil. If I lose to you, these things will naturally belong to you. If I win, you don't have to give me anything. Desert Sea sneered. I'd like to see what other reasons you have to refuse this arena of life and death. You're really considerate. Hearing Desert Sea's words, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel happy. He had already planned to agree. Even if there weren't any benefits, for Feng Ru and himself, he would make Desert Sea unable to use martial arts again. Therefore, this battle was necessary. Now that he had a better soul gem and a third floor of Hell Beast soul, he was even more willing to fight. That's right, you coward. Last time, you used an excuse to not go. This time, I naturally won't give you a reason to refuse. Desert Sea said confidently. If you don't dare to accept the challenge, kneel down and kowtow to Lord Desert Sea. In the future, if you see Lord Desert Sea, make a detour. This time, it was Akira who spoke. It seemed that Desert Sea had come to Black Immortal Mountain because of Akira and the Deacon's instigation. In addition, Desert Sea wanted to avenge himself, so he came directly to Black Immortal Mountain. You don't dare to accept the challenge? Ling Xiao sneered. Since you all like the arena of life and death so much, I, Ling Xiao, will accept this challenge. You agree? To be honest, Desert Sea was a little surprised. Akira, Feng Ru, Ho Ren Feng, and the others were a little surprised. Because on the surface, the current Desert Sea was much stronger than Ling Xiao. I agree. Good, kid, you've got guts. Then let's arrange for the arena of life and death in 3 days. I'll give you time to prepare. When Desert Sea heard Ling Xiao agree to the arena of life and death, he was obviously excited. Because he knew that his chance to avenge himself would soon come. 3 days, only 3 days. Why go through so much trouble? Why don't we go to the arena of life and death now? 8 Immortal Mountain, Arena of Life and Death. This was an arena that was specially set up by the sect to resolve internal conflicts between disciples. In the arena of life and death, one's life and death were up to fate. There was no need to take responsibility. At this moment, Ling Xiao and Sha Hai each stood on one side of the arena of life and death, waiting for the audience to gather. When Ling Xiao said that he wanted to start the arena of life and death immediately, Sha Hai naturally agreed. He was also worried that there would be unforeseen events as time went on. Only by completely crushing Ling Xiao now would there be no accidents. His Immortal's Mark now had an absolute advantage, but if Ling Xiao also stepped into the 8 Immortal Mountain and obtained the Immortal's Mark, it would be troublesome. Although Sha Hai didn't know why Ling Xiao would make such a stupid decision, he was very happy. He wanted everyone to know that he was going to avenge his humiliation today, so his lackeys were spreading the news of the arena of life and death everywhere in the sect. This was the reason why there were so many spectators around the arena of life and death. The 8 mountain lords of the 8 Immortal Mountain had all arrived. The Hall Master of the Hall of Good and Evil, Lin Haoyu, had also arrived. Lin Ruoxian and the other deacons had arrived first. One could even see the figures of Sha Diao and Jian Lufeng in the crowd. These people were basically here to watch the show. Ever since the establishment of the 8 Immortal Mountain, there had been arena of life and death between the disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountain. However, there had only been one time when the disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountain had won. That was when Ling Yan was a disciple of the Black Immortal Mountain. Now, Ling Xiao was also a disciple of the Black Immortal Mountain. He definitely didn't want to embarrass his good brother. Sha Hai, you're a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Why are you so obsessed with Ling Xiao of the Black Immortal Mountain? The Mountain Lord of the Black Immortal Mountain was very unwilling to see such an arena of life and death. Because in such a battle, Ling Xiao would be at a disadvantage. It wasn't fair at all. Even if Ling Xiao was lucky and won against Sha Hai, one had to know that in front of so many people, it was tantamount to giving the sand race a big slap. Would the sand race forgive Ling Xiao, therefore, no matter how one looked at it? Arena of life and death was extremely bad for Ling Xiao. It was normal for the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord to be unwilling. After so many years, he finally saw hope in Ling Xiao for the revival of the Black Immortal Mountain. If Ling Xiao were to die, it would be a huge loss for both him and the Black Immortal Mountain. The arena of life and death was a place where life and death did not matter. Mountain Lord of the Black Immortal Mountain, there's no need for you to say anything more. It was Ling Xiao himself who agreed to my challenge. Actually, if he didn't agree, this life and death battle wouldn't have been possible. He is the one who is courting death. Don't blame me. Xianxia looked arrogantly at the Black Immortal Mountain's mountain lord. Perhaps it was because his cultivation had greatly improved and he had obtained the Immortal's mark, which meant that he might be fancied by the cultivators of the Immortal Court continent in the future and be taken to the Immortal Court continent to cultivate. That was the strongest continent in the profound world. Right now, he was extremely special in the entire 8 Immortal Mountain. Once a battle to the death was established, no one other than the sect leader had the right to stop it. Of course, one side could admit defeat as well. It was naturally impossible for Xianxia to stop this life and death battle. To him, this was an excellent opportunity for him to wash away his previous humiliation. The mountain lord of the Black Immortal Mountain frowned and looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, I thought you were a calm person. Why are you so muddle-headed today? Are you a match for him? Entering this arena of life and death is the same as courting death. Hurry up and admit defeat. Perhaps it was because he was a little anxious, but the mountain lord of the Black Immortal Mountain's words were very strict and his tone was very heavy. He wanted Ling Xiao to give up on the life and death battle. Why? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Why have you become so stupid? You have to understand that in the arena of life and death, he can kill you without any qualms. No one will punish him if he kills you. However, you can't ignore the sand race behind him. Let's not talk about whether you are stronger than him. Just this relationship alone is extremely disadvantageous for you. You really shouldn't have participated in such an unfair arena of life and death. The mountain lord of the Black Immortal Mountain said anxiously. In the arena of life and death don't matter. If the sand race is afraid of their people dying, then let Xianxia admit defeat now. Otherwise, once the battle starts, I won't show any mercy. I've killed people stronger than him, people more arrogant than him, and I'm still alive and well. Ling Xiao looked at the mountain lord of the Black Immortal Mountain indifferently and said, Mountain Lord, do you really think that I, Ling Xiao, am just a young and inexperienced child? I'm a samsara warrior. My experience is much richer than yours. These words instantly stunned the mountain lord of the Black Immortal Mountain. That's right. His cultivation was strong, but he wasn't a samsara warrior. Therefore, he didn't know what Ling Xiao had experienced. He also didn't understand that killing Xianxia was nothing to Ling Xiao. If he didn't even dare to kill Xianxia, then how could he think of challenging the Eternal Palace in the future? Ling Xiao, I'm begging you. Don't participate in this battle. It's meaningless. Are you confident that you can beat him? Feng Ru's face was already covered in tears. She grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and cried out. Ling Xiao gently patted her head and said, I still have a chance of winning, but it's only about 50%. Before the battle starts, no one can say for sure if I can win in the end. 50%? Did you calculate his immortal mark? Feng Ru said unhappily. No, because I don't know what an immortal mark is. I've never seen it before. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. You're crazy. You don't even know what an immortal mark is, and you dare say you have a 50% chance of winning? Let me tell you, once the immortal mark is unsealed, Xianxia's strength will increase by at least 10 times. You're no match for him. Feng Ru helplessly said, Listen to senior sister. Don't continue this battle. You can't win. Senior sister, a man's words carry enormous weight. Now that so many people are watching, do you want me to be a coward? Ling Xiao chuckled and said, He has his trump card, and I also have mine. Senior sister, you don't know me, do you? Hearing this, Feng Ru suddenly froze. To be honest, she still didn't know how strong Ling Xiao was. It was just that after this brat joined the 8 Immortal Mountain, he had done one amazing thing after another, which simply made people dumbfounded. Could it be that this guy was still hiding some terrifying trump card? Feng Ru didn't speak. At this time, the guards in charge of the life and death arena drove away the irrelevant people near the arena. Feng Ru was pushed to the side along with the crowd. At this time, there were thousands of disciples watching the battle near the life and death arena. Of course, most of them were disciples who came down from the 8 Immortal Mountain. They heard that Ling Xiao was going to have a life and death arena with Xianxia, a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain. This was simply sensational news. One must know that the 8 Immortal Mountain was a place that represented mystery and strength. It was the true source and core of the 8 Immortal Mountain. The Black Immortal Mountain Master could not persuade Ling Xiao, so he could only watch from the side. However, the sounds of ridicule by his ears did not stop. He, Black Immortal Mountain Master, your disciple has really improved. He even dares to challenge someone from the 8 Immortal Mountain. Do you think he can win? The one who asked this was the Purple Immortal Mountain Master. In the previous ghost prison trial, Ling Xiao was in the limelight, but he was a little embarrassed. He had always looked down on Ling Xiao, but in the end, it was equivalent to slapping himself a few times. Therefore, he held a grudge against Ling Xiao. Now that he had encountered such an opportunity to ridicule someone, how could he give it up? The Black Immortal Mountain Master's heart was in a mess, but it was impossible for him to remain silent. He said coldly, indeed, Xianxia's cultivation has reached the middle stage of the first transformation second level of hell, he has also obtained the Immortal's mark. Whether it is cultivation or knowledge, he has improved a lot. There is no doubt about his strength. However, our Black Immortal Mountain's Ling Xiao is not to be trifled with. Don't forget that he has just killed the demon envoy of the Devil Shadow sect. Although the demon envoy suffered a backlash and his strength decreased, he still has the strength of a middle stage of the first transformation second level of hell. It is the same as Xianxia's current strength. Therefore, in my opinion, this battle, at least for now, cannot be concluded so early. Black Immortal Mountain Master, don't lie to yourself. The Scarlet Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord, Qi Lian, laughed loudly and said, who saw Ling Xiao kill the demon envoy? Anyway, no one from the 8 Immortal Mountain saw it. It was said that the live broadcast was interrupted at that time. Ling Xiao might have used some tricks. You should be more realistic. One is at the middle stage of the first transformation second level of hell. The other is at the peak of the first transformation first level of hell. There is a big gap between them. No matter how powerful Ling Xiao is, he can't win against Xianxia. Not to mention, Xianxia has the Immortal's mark. Qi Lian naturally looked down on Ling Xiao because she had secretly investigated recently and found out that her daughter, Qi Yan had been killed by Ling Xiao. Although it was just a one-sided statement and there was no evidence, she still had a very strong hatred for Ling Xiao. If Xianxia could kill Ling Xiao, she would definitely celebrate with the others. Not bad. At this time, Sand Eagle also came over and said, have you heard of anyone who can defeat a disciple of the 8 Immortals Mountain with a lower status? Everyone fell silent. A moment later, a voice suddenly sounded. Of course there is, but he's a taboo. The Mountain Lord of the Black Immortal Mountain said coldly. Everyone present knew the person he was talking about. Naturally, it was Ling Yan, the former sect leader of the 8 Immortals Mountain. Moreover, he was the strongest sect master in the history of the 8 Immortals Mountain. However, that person's name was not allowed to be mentioned. Thus, the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master only mentioned that person and did not mention his name. Ling Xiao is not qualified to compare to that traitor. Sand Eagle snorted coldly. Although everyone said that Ling Yan was a traitor, Ling Yan's strength was completely recognized by the entire 8 Immortals Mountain. That was why Ling Yan was terrifying. Although Ling Zhao's surname is also Ling, it's definitely impossible for him to reach Ling Yan's level. That's the only exception. Other than that person, no one else has succeeded. Qi Lian also said. The Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master did not say anything because he knew that what everyone said was the truth. Although he had just refuted, in fact, those words could not even convince himself. How could Ling Xiao be a match for Xianxia? Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master, you don't have to worry too much. Even if Ling Xiao can't defeat Xianxia, he might not die. Lin Hao Yu suddenly sent a voice transmission to the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master. I heard from Ruoxian that Ling Xiao did defeat that demon envoy with his own hands. Although he seemed to have used the power of some Dharma treasure, it can't be wrong. Moreover, 2 days ago, Ling Xiao even killed the mutated Ironback Thorn Beast on the 2nd floor of the ghost prison. That mutated Ironback Thorn Beast's strength is comparable to Xianxia's. Although beasts and martial artists cannot be compared, Xianxia is definitely several times more powerful than that mutated Ironback Thorn Beast. However, Ling Zhao's survival is definitely not a problem. Is that true? The Black Immortal Mountain's mountain master's worried expression relaxed a little. It can't be wrong. Lin Haoyu nodded. Hearing this, the Black Immortal Mountain's mountain master heaved a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about was not Ling Xiao being defeated, but Ling Xiao being killed. In fact, as long as Ling Xiao didn't die, it was enough for him. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, just play with that arrogant guy. Don't let him undo the immortal mark. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't even be able to survive. The Black Immortal Mountain's mountain master looked at the arena and prayed in his heart. Xiahai, it's about time. Those who should be here are already here. For those who don't want to come, no matter how much you advertise, it's useless. Hurry up and end this battle. I still have to go back and cultivate. Ling Zhao's voice suddenly rang out in the arena. The Black Immortal Mountain's mountain master instantly frowned. This kid, why is he deliberately provoking Xiahai? Does he really want to die? On the other side, Qingfei also appeared very nervous. Because today's life and death arena not only concerned Ling Zhao's life and death, but also her marriage. She had already signed a contract with Desert Cloud. If Ling Xiao didn't die, then she wouldn't have to marry Desert Cloud. Desert Cloud would take the initiative to renounce the engagement. But if Ling Xiao was killed by Xiahai, then she would have to obediently marry Desert Cloud. From then on, she wouldn't be able to complain at all. To Qingfei, her happiness in this life was actually all on Ling Xiao. But at this moment, she didn't know whether she was doing the right thing. She also didn't know why she was so impulsive. Was it right for her to bet everything on Ling Xiao? To put it bluntly, this battle is an act of insubordination. Ever since Ling Xiao defeated the demon envoy, he's been a little arrogant. He'll definitely fall in Xiahai's hands. Such discussions occupied the majority of the audience. Ling Xiao listened to them and felt a little bored. In the past, he wouldn't have come to the life and death arena at all. He would have killed Xiahai on the spot. Looking at Feng Ru and Bei Renfeng, who still hadn't recovered from their injuries, Ling Xiao had no sympathy or pity for Xiahai. If this problem wasn't solved, there would be more problems. It was normal that people didn't think highly of him. His cultivation wasn't as good as Xiahai's, and he didn't have something like the Immortal's mark. How could he win against Xiahai? Even those who were protecting him would think so. After all, this kind of thing was too unreliable. Ling Xiao. Last time in the ghost prison, I was bewitched by the demons and did some bad things. But you took advantage of me and almost killed me. Today, I will use my own hands to wash away my shame. Hee, your words sound better than a song. Unfortunately, no matter how many excuses you come up with, you won't be able to escape the fate of dying under my sword today. Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully and said, I once asked someone to pass a message to you. I told you that since you managed to survive with great difficulty, you should cherish your life. Don't come looking for death when you have nothing to do. It seems like he didn't pass on the message. Reckless fool, do you really think that this young master is still as weak as last time? Xiahai was unable to restrain his anger as a violent force suddenly erupted. His aura instantly rose to an extremely high level. The aura of a first transition second layer of hell was extremely domineering in the life and death arena. Behind him, a terrifying sandstorm gradually formed. At this moment, Xiahai was like a giant overlooking Ling Xiao in terms of aura, causing Ling Xiao to be unable to breathe. Yes, just based on aura alone, it's stronger than that mutated ironback thorn beast. Compared to the demon envoy, it's also stronger. Looks like there's going to be a tough battle ahead of us today. Ling Xiao felt Xiahai's powerful aura. Not only did he not cower, but he also revealed an excited expression. To him, a powerful enemy was not a terrifying monster, but a stepping stone for him to increase his strength. Almost every time his cultivation increased, it would happen after a battle with a powerful martial artist. The current him was only a step away from advancing to the second layer of hell. The door to the second layer of hell was already 90% open. Perhaps if he defeated Xiahai today, he could break through. I'll let you taste something new. Ling Xiao smiled strangely and said, Steel Armored Ox Demon Martial Soul Transformation. This Steel Armored Ox Demon Martial Soul was something Ling Xiao had just bought from Lin Haoyu. Back then, Xiahai had used very despicable methods to prevent Ling Xiao from obtaining this item. Today, Ling Xiao would use the steel-armored ox demon to defeat his opponent. Under the steel-armored ox demon martial soul transformation, Ling Xiao's strength steadily increased to the first transition second layer of hell, although there was still a small gap between him and Sha Hai. However, this gap could be completely closed in terms of technique. Up until now, no matter if his cultivation was stronger or weaker than his, there had never been anyone who had better control of martial arts and battle techniques than him. Therefore, facing Sha Hai, Ling Xiao was not afraid at all. He didn't even plan to use his lightning battle body and lava battle body for the time being. He is indeed a beast warrior, but it seems to be different from his transformation in the underground city. Lin Haoyu's eyes were filled with joy. This brat, no wonder he was in such a hurry to obtain the steel-armored ox demon martial soul. So it's to increase with Sha Hai to increase in battle to increase battle strength. It seems like I have underestimated him. With his current strength, if Sha Hai doesn't use the Immortal's mark, I may not be able to defeat him. This battle will be very interesting. Hall Master Lin, the people from the audit department are here. To you. Of. The review department was a very special department of the 8 Immortals Mountain. They were responsible for reviewing whether or not the disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain were qualified to participate in the promotion test. After all, there were too many disciples in the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. It would be very troublesome to choose based on cultivation. What the review department had to do was to do a detailed investigation of every disciple who participated in the assessment. In the end, they would confirm if these people were qualified to participate in the assessment. After all, people could die in the assessment. The 8 Immortal Mountain did not want some people to die because they were not strong enough. Are they here to check on Ling Xiao? Lin Haoyu looked at the mysterious people in the crowd and said. It's very possible. Sha Hai is already a disciple of the upper 8 Immortal Mountain. Other than Ling Xiao, there shouldn't be anyone else who needs to be assessed. The Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master nodded and said, I can see that today's battle is very important to Ling Xiao. It's true that it's important, but unfortunately, Ling Xiao will miss this great opportunity. Do you really think he can defeat Sha Hai? A piercing voice came from the side. It was Qi Lian stirring up trouble again. Lin Haoyu and the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master did not speak. They were frowning. Even though Qi Lian's words were very harsh to the ear, they had to admit that those words really made sense. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation and strength, it was really too difficult for him to defeat Sha Hai. It was already very good that he could keep his life. At this moment, the battle on the field had already begun. The first to attack was Sha Hai. Right now, he was very eager to defeat Ling Xiao and turn Ling Xiao into a corpse. Only then would he be able to walk out of the shadows of the past. To put it bluntly, Ling Xiao had already become his inner demon. Sand Race's secret technique, Sandstorm Tornado. As soon as he came up, Sha Hai used his ultimate move. At least on the first level of the ghost prison, this was Sha Hai's strongest move. As for whether it was still the same now, it was hard to say. However, looking at the power of this move, it was really more than 10 times stronger than before. How was Ling Xiao? Could he block it? Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. However, they saw Ling Xiao standing there motionlessly as if he was a statue. The terrifying sandstorm tornado instantly devoured his body. Could it be that that guy couldn't control his new power and something happened to him? Lin Haoyu stood up anxiously. It's good that he died. People who overestimate themselves are always in such a hurry to die. Qi Lian grunted coldly and took pleasure in his misfortune as he spoke. Who told you that he would die? Mountain Master Qi Lian, open your dog eyes and take a look. This cold voice came from the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master. His words were not pleasant to hear. That was because Qi Lian's repeated mockery and provocation had already angered this low-profile Mountain Master. Although Qi Lian was angry, he still looked at the arena. After the sandstorm tornado, Ling Xiao was still standing there. His majestic body was like a bull demon cast in steel armor. He held a huge sharp sword in his hand and stared coldly at Sha Hai opposite him. He's actually unscathed? Qi Lian's expression was gloomy and shocked. She did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to block Sha Hai's terrifying attack. In fact, she was not the only one. The others were also shocked. Xianxia's attack was more than 10 times stronger than before. However, it did not cause any damage to Ling Xiao. That was simply unbelievable. That move would have sucked away all the qi and blood of an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the first level of hell and turned him into a mummy. This guy does seem to have some skills. Who knows, maybe he really killed the demon envoy himself, and not the rumors that he was killed by a sand eagle. The mountain master of Green Immortal Mountain said. Humph, you're speaking too early. Don't forget that Xianxia's current cultivation is no longer the same as before. Moreover, his strongest move is no longer that move. Ling Zhao's outcome can't be any different. He can only die, he asked for it. He can't blame anyone else. Xianxia sneered. Do you really think that a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain can defeat my useless brother? In the arena, Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao coldly. There was a hint of anger between his brows. He wanted to end the battle quickly, but Ling Xiao just wouldn't die. How could he not be angry? You're not happy that you didn't kill me? What a pity. Your move is too weak. If you don't have a stronger move, you won't be able to kill me today. Ling Xiao looked at Xianxia indifferently. As he spoke, Ling Xiao was truly ecstatic in his heart. This steel-armored ox demon martial soul was really too suitable for him now. After the transformation, his entire defense had skyrocketed. He believed that even if he stood here and let Xianxia hit him, Xianxia wouldn't be able to hurt a single hair on his body. This defense could be said to be extremely abnormal. It seemed that the more suitable the martial soul was, the more powerful the combat strength it could unleash. Although the Sun God martial soul transformation from before was not bad, it was unfortunately not suitable for his current cultivation, so he couldn't unleash its true power at all. It was the same for the ancient Hell Dragon Soul, Nature Dragon Soul, and 5 Elements Dragon Soul. With Ling Zhao's current strength, he really couldn't fully control them. Forcefully using them was like using a divine weapon to cut vegetables. It was actually not as good as using an ordinary kitchen knife. He didn't know before, but now that he really tried it, he knew how good it was. Xianxia's attack was so powerful. To be honest, he was really sweating for himself just now. But reality proved that his steel-armored ox demon martial soul transformation was even stronger. Again. Xianxia was a little emotional. His body actually began to merge with the violent sandstorm. A huge sandman formed on the arena. The place where the sandman stood instantly turned into lifeless quicksand. Even the array on the arena was turned into quicksand by this terrifying effect. Ling Xiao, you're really lucky to be able to taste my strongest move. You should be proud to be able to die under this move. These words were naturally not bragging. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that when Xianxia used this move, his aura had more than doubled. The huge sandman waved its sky-covering hand and slapped towards Ling Xiao. As long as that hand touched him, Ling Xiao would probably turn into sand just like the arena. What a terrifying move. Sand Race's secret technique, Sandman. The terrifying aura, coupled with the frightening effect, caused the spectators near the ring to move away. No one wanted to be touched by any of those grains of sand, because once touched, they might be smashed to pieces and turned into quicksand. Just the thought of such a fate was miserable. Xianxia deserves to be called a genius of the sand race. He's too strong. Can that Ling Xiao block it? I don't believe it. I'm afraid he's dead for sure this time. There's no chance at all. That might not be the case. Haven't you noticed? Ling Xiao hasn't made a move yet. Some people thought that Ling Xiao would definitely lose. Some people thought that Ling Xiao hadn't made a move yet and was just purely defending. Therefore, the battle wasn't over yet. Your move is not bad. Let me make my move. The steel-armored ox demon pointed the huge sword in its hands at Xianxia and the huge sandman. Then, a terrifying sword chi instantly pierced through the void. The surrounding sand was instantly cleared by the sword chi. A terrifying sword will brood on the heavy sword and soared to an extremely high level in an instant. State of the transformative fall. Using the steel-armored ox demon's transformation, it was the first move of the meteor sword technique. The power of this move was even more terrifying than before. The moment the sword beams touched the sandman collapsed and fell to the ground. As for Xianxia, he revealed his true form and was astonished in the huge pile of sand. Don't be so surprised. It's not that I'm too strong, but that you're too weak. Although your move is powerful, it's too slow. Moreover, it's perfectly countered by the effect of my move. Ling Xiao looked at Xianxia indifferently. It sounded like an explanation, but it was full of confidence and dominance. What's going on? Xianxia's attack was easily neutralized by Ling Xiao again? This is too unbelievable. How can Ling Xiao be so powerful? That was the same question in everyone's mind. If Ling Xiao was unharmed by Xianxia's attack the first time, it could be explained that Xianxia underestimated him and did not use his full strength. But this time, not only did Ling Xiao block Xianxia's attack, but he also did it with ease. Was this still underestimating him? They were really confused. As for those who looked down on Ling Xiao, their faces were a little awkward. Especially Qi Lian, the mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain, and that sand eagle. They were all eager to see Ling Xiao killed by Xianxia. However, Ling Xiao did not let them have their wish. Instead, he neutralized Xianxia's seemingly powerful attacks time and time again. It seems that even Mountain Master Qi Lian can be wrong sometimes. The Mountain Master of Black Fairy Mountain mocked coldly. And Mountain Master of Purple Fairy Mountain, your judgment seems to be getting worse. The battle isn't over yet. You should know best how strong Ling Xiao is. Don't forget that Xianxia has an immortal's mark now, not the Sandrace's mark from before. Qi Lian snorted coldly. Of course, he was not convinced. After all, the battle wasn't over yet. Below the battlefield, Lin Ruoxian and Qing Feiying looked at Ling Xiao with a special look in their eyes. Especially Qing Feiying. She had bet her entire life's happiness on Ling Xiao. She was both shocked and happy at Ling Xiao's outstanding performance. Qing Feiying, don't be too happy too early. Lord Xianxia's immortal's mark hasn't been activated yet. Desert Cloud reminded her. He was the most indignant. If Xianxia couldn't kill Ling Xiao, he would really have to give up on Qing Feiying. This was something he was extremely unwilling to do. It was as if she was responding to him. In the arena, the mark between Xianxia's brows finally shone brightly. It was a green light that seemed to be ascending. Xianxia's cold voice sounded again. Ling Xiao, I didn't want to use the immortal's mark at first. But you forced me to do all this. Retreat. Lin Haoyu suddenly stood up and shouted, everyone, retreat. It's best if you're 1 kilometer away. Use your strongest defensive martial arts to defend. Many people didn't know what was going on, but they did as they were told. However, some people were a little foolish and bold. They listened to Lin Haoyu's words and smiled, not caring at all. But in the next moment, terrifying lightning struck within 1 kilometer of Xianxia. It was so dense that there were at least 1,000 of them. Those who didn't escape were killed on the spot. Sigh, I was careless. When the Immortal's mark is activated, it will summon the immortal thunder of the Immortal Court. Lin Haoyu sighed helplessly as he looked at the dozens of people who were killed. Fortunately, most of them had already escaped. Wait, Ling Xiao can't be killed too, right? This immortal lightning is so powerful. Will Ling Xiao be killed by it? Thinking of this, Lin Haoyu hurriedly turned his head to look at the arena. However, what he saw gave him a fright. At this moment, Ling Xiao's entire body was flickering with lightning. Not only did the lightning not kill him, but it was also controlled by him. Is this the immortal lightning of the Immortal Court continent? As expected, I can't absorb it, but I can still use it. Ling Xiao held dozens of immortal lightning bolts in his hand with a mocking look on his face. This terrifying weapon was not his own, but a gift from Xianxia. You really surprised me by being able to withstand the immortal lightning of the Immortal Court continent. However, this is just the beginning. After I activate the immortal mark, you will definitely be no match for me. Xianxia still looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Although he was a little surprised that the immortal lightning could not kill Ling Xiao, it was nothing to him. The moment the immortal mark was activated, he seemed to have seen Ling Xiao's death. At this moment, Lin Haoyu did not have time to be surprised by Ling Xiao's strength. After Xianxia released the immortal's mark, the aura he released made everyone present feel like prostrating themselves before him. Although this was not Xianxia's power, but from the immortal mark, it could definitely affect Ling Xiao in a battle. Ling Xiao, admit defeat immediately. You have lost this battle. The Black Immortal Mountain Lord quickly stood up and shouted. He could not watch Ling Xiao die for nothing. The terrifying energy released by the activation of the immortal mark was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Admit defeat? Black Immortal Mountain Lord, this is the arena of life and death. There is only life and death, no victory or defeat. Sha Hai looked at the Black Immortal Mountain Lord coldly and said, Today, either he dies or I die. Don't tell me you don't know the special nature of the arena of life and death? Of course I know, but I hope you can be lenient. Seeing that Ling Xiao has just entered the 8 Immortals Mountain and doesn't know the rules, please spare his life. The Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master had humbly requested for the sake of Ling Xiao's survival. That's fine. However, you must have him kneel and beg me for forgiveness in front of everyone. The corners of Sha Hai's mouth curled into a mocking smile as he spoke indifferently. The Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain was speechless. He knew that this was absolutely impossible. With Ling Xiao's character, how could he kneel and beg for mercy in front of so many people, although he didn't know Ling Xiao very well? However, he also knew that Ling Xiao was a guy who did not fear death. He would rather die standing than live on his knees. Lord Xianxia, kill him. Kill that arrogant and ignorant brat. Avenge my sister. In the crowd, Akira suddenly became excited. Previously, Ling Xiao had easily neutralized Sha Hai's attack. She was still a little unhappy. Now that she saw Sha Hai release the Immortal's mark, she instantly became extremely excited. This was because she knew that once the Immortal's mark was activated, Ling Xiao would die. He, Qingfei, it looks like you're about to wake up from your beautiful dream. Just wait to obediently marry me. Desert Cloud also looked at Qingfei, who had a bet with him, with a sneer. He was extremely pleased with himself. It's not over yet. Qingfei gritted her teeth, feeling extremely nervous. At this point, she really didn't know if she should still have hope. However, she really didn't want to marry Desert Cloud. She really hoped that Ling Xiao could win. Can't we forcefully stop the duel from continuing? Lin Ruoxian also asked anxiously. No, the rules of the life and death arena have been in place since the establishment of the 8 Immortals Mountain. Other than the sect master, no one can stop it, otherwise, it will be a serious crime. Lin Haoyu shook his head. I don't care about the rules. If anything happens to Ling Xiao, I will definitely step in. Lin Ruoxian gritted her teeth. Unknowingly, her expectations for Ling Xiao and her feelings for Ling Xiao had deepened by a lot. She could actually disregard the rules of the sect for Ling Xiao. You should know that breaking such rules will result in your cultivation being crippled and expelled from the sect. Lin Haoyu reminded her. I don't care. As long as Ling Xiao can survive, so what if I'm expelled from the sect? Lin Ruoxian had clearly steeled her heart. Lin Haoyu sighed. Youngsters these days were really stubborn. He looked back at the life and death arena, hoping that Ling Xiao could find a way to dissolve the Immortal's mark. The Immortal's mark? It's really powerful, but it's a pity that I chose a fool like you who doesn't understand the true benefits of the Immortal's mark. It's such a waste. In Ling Xiao's opinion, the Immortal's mark was not used for fighting, but to assist in cultivation. A martial artist with an Immortal's imprint could learn and master any martial skill much faster than before. Their cultivation would also improve faster. Once the Immortal's mark was activated in battle, it would be a waste of immortal power. In order to defeat him, Sha Hai really felt like he had lost a watermelon after picking up sesame seeds. To be honest, the Immortal's mark that was released was indeed very powerful. Ling Xiao could feel the ferocious energy pressuring him. However, this force did not belong to Sha Hai, so he did not need to fight it head-on. You still have time to talk, but you won't have a chance to do so later. Sha Hai's cold laughter sounded across the arena. Immortal power, Sandman. It was the same terrifying Sandman from before, but this time, the Sandman was integrated with terrifying immortal power. The Sandman, which was already very terrifying, became even more terrifying at this time. The moment the Sandman was formed, heaven and earth changed color, and the wind and clouds shook. The huge Sandman was dozens of meters tall, and thunder rumbled between heaven and earth. Hai, who was at the core of the Sandman, actually fainted. Because he could not withstand such terrifying power, he gave himself to the control of the immortal power. In order to defeat Ling Xiao, he was willing to become a puppet of the immortal power. Not good, Hai is out of control. Lin Haoyu stood up and looked at the life and death arena in surprise. Quickly stop the battle. If this continues, both of them will die. Moreover, this terrifying Sandman will destroy the entire lower 8 immortal mountain. Hall Master Lin, aren't you making a fuss over nothing? It's just that my good-for-nothing brother is a little stronger. Don't worry, when Ling Xiao dies, the Sandman will naturally disappear. Sha Diao stopped Lin Haoyu. At this time, he could not let Lin Haoyu stop his brother, even if he knew that his brother had indeed lost control. He also wanted to see Ling Xiao killed before making a move. But not now. That's right, Hall Master Lin. The 8 mountain masters of the lower 8 immortal mountain are all here, plus you, the outer hall master of the Hall of Good Rewards and Evil. Can't you stop a mere Sandman? Qi Lian also sneered. She did not care whether they could stop the immortal power Sandman or not. Anyway, as long as Ling Xiao was killed, she would be happy. You people will definitely regret it. If you don't stop him now, he won't be able to live when you can't stop him anymore. Do you know how terrifying immortal power is? His body won't be able to take it and he will lose all his functions. Lin Haoyu had experienced the same thing, which was why he was so anxious. However, it seemed that apart from the Black Immortal Mountain Lord and Lin Ruoxian, most people were unwilling to help him. After all, stopping an ongoing life and death duel was a major violation of the sect rules. A life and death duel is indeed cruel. Ling Xiao is most likely doomed this time. The Black Immortal Mountain Lord sighed and stood up. As a last resort, he could only break the sect rules and save Ling Xiao. It wasn't easy for him to find such an unpolished gem. He didn't want Ling Xiao to be crippled just like that. Lin Ruoxian also gripped the long sword in her hand tightly and paid close attention to the battle in the life and death arena. Once Ling Xiao was in danger, even if she risked being expelled from the sect, she had to help. She couldn't just watch Ling Xiao be killed. Lin Yang, Feng Ru, and Qing Feiying all watched this scene nervously. They were helpless against such an attack and could only pray that Ling Xiao wouldn't be killed. Sand Eagle, Desert Cloud, Akira, Qi Lian, and the others were laughing coldly and gloating. Even a martial artist at the late stage of the first transformation second level of hell wouldn't dare to take this attack head-on. The arena was only so big and was surrounded by restrictions. It would only open when one person died in the arena. Ling Zhao's movement technique was also restricted. He couldn't escape and could only take it head-on. And the result of taking it head-on was definitely death. What was Ling Xiao doing? Everyone was attracted by the powerful immortal energy Sandman in the Sea of Sand and neglected Ling Xiao. Now that they suddenly remembered, they all went to look for Ling Xiao. Is he scared out of his wits? Why is he still standing there? Everyone realized that Ling Xiao was still standing in his previous position, motionless, as if he had been scared silly. Only the heavy sword in his hand continued to accumulate terrifying power as he pointed it at the Sea of Sand. The next moment, Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. His figure turned into a stream of light as he executed the moonlight meteor steps and rapidly charged towards the terrifying Sandman. Is he stupid? You're simply courting death by crashing into the Sandman. Lunatic. At this moment, 2 figures rushed towards the arena of life and death. One was the Mountain Lord of Black Immortal Mountain, while the other was Lin Ruoxian. They all felt that Ling Xiao was in danger, so they all rushed out at the same time in an attempt to rescue Ling Xiao. However, when they arrived near the arena, they were stopped by Qi Lian and Sha Diao. The duel of life and death cannot be interrupted by you. Qi Lian and Sha Diao couldn't wait for Ling Xiao to die. How could they allow Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord and Lin Ruoxian to save him? This momentary obstruction caused them to lose the best chance to rescue Ling Xiao. Ling Zhao's entire body was wrapped in the huge Sandman. Ling Xiao. Feng Ru covered her mouth with both hands and knelt on the ground in pain. Boss. Lin Yang clenched his fists tightly, his breathing becoming rapid. No, no. I don't want him to die. Qing Feiying's body trembled uncontrollably, and her eyes were filled with tears. Sha Diao, I want you dead. Lin Ruoxian's eyes suddenly turned red, and her attacks became extremely ruthless. She almost directly dislocated one of Xiaodiao's arms. Even so, a deep wound appeared on Xiaodiao's shoulder, so deep that the bone could be seen. After defeating Xiaodiao, Lin Ruoxian rushed towards the arena of life and death. However, she was stopped by Lin Haoyu. Ruoxian, there's no chance. There's no chance. Lin Haoyu sighed and said, we've all seen the power of that sandman just now, and that was just an ordinary sandman. This time, the sandman is a mortal power sandman. Its terrifying power can already change the color of heaven and earth, and make the sun and moon dim. If you rush in, you'll also die. I know. But. Lin Ruoxian felt her heart ache. This was the first time her heart ached for a man. She didn't know what it felt like. However, this scene made Xiaodiao's expression become abnormally sinister and ferocious. Bitch, you're mine in the end. If I can't get your heart, I'll play with you until you die. Desert Cloud was almost as angry as Xiaodiao. Seeing Qing Feiying in such pain because of Ling Xiao's death, Desert Cloud was extremely jealous. Damn Ling Xiao. Fortunately, you died early. Otherwise, I would have killed you with my own hands. Just as some people were mourning and some were rejoicing in Xiaodiao's misfortune, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded in the arena. The explosion came from the Sandman's body. Accompanying the roar was a person's voice. Meteor Sword Art's third move, Star Explosion. This was the first time Ling Xiao used the third move of Meteor Sword Art. Although this move was only at the initial level, its power was more terrifying than the previous two moves. The stars exploded, and heaven and earth changed color. Ling Xiao walked out of the sky full of sand and dust. The steel-armored ox demon transformation on his body was damaged, but he was safe and sound. The Sandman collapsed. Xiaodiao fell to the ground. Because his body couldn't withstand the immense power of immortal power, it became tattered. From now on, even if he didn't die, he would become a cripple. In the Black Tortoise continent, there was no expert who could expel immortal power. Speaking of which, it was really thrilling just now. At the critical moment, Ling Xiao wrapped his steel-armored ox demon transformation with dozens of immortal thunderbolts. Then, he used Meteor Sword Art to rush out. The immortal power Sandman was indeed terrifying. Its powerful corrosive power was constantly trying to devour him. However, the dozens of immortal thunderbolts helped him a lot. It allowed him to safely use a terrifying sword move. If this sword move was used to deal with the Sandman, it naturally wouldn't be a problem. However, if it was used to deal with Xiaodiao who was wrapped in the Sandman, then it wouldn't be a problem. Xiaodiao was blasted out, and the Sandman naturally collapsed. Although it was dangerous for him to win this battle, it was definitely not a problem. This sudden reversal of the plot came a little too suddenly. So much so that many people's expressions still hadn't changed. Those who were mocking and gloating still had the same expression. And those who were mourning also had a mournful expression. Ling Xiao glanced at them. Who was really good to him, who cared about him, who had always treated him as an enemy and secretly tried to deal with him. This time, he defeated Xiaodiao in the life and death arena under the eyes of tens of thousands of people. Probably no one would dare to say that he had an unfair advantage. In the last battle on the first floor of the ghost prison, many people said that Xiaodiao had underestimated his opponent. But this time, Xiaodiao had already used his most powerful move, and even used the immortal mark, but he was still defeated by him head-on. What else could those who mocked him say? Looking at Xiaodiao who had fainted beside him, Ling Xiao lifted him up and looked coldly at Xiaodiao. You just said that this is a life and death battle, and one person must die in battle to stop, right? I did say that. So what? You're just a lowly peasant. Do you dare to kill my brother? Xiaodiao snorted coldly. Everyone heard it. If Xiahai dies, it's Xiaodiao's fault. He's probably jealous that his brother got the immortal's mark, so he deliberately stopped Hall Master Lin from stopping the duel. Now that Xiahai is in this state, there's no difference whether he's dead or alive. It's all your fault. Ling Xiao said loudly. Nonsense. How could I harm my brother? Xiaodiao defended himself. You didn't get the immortal's mark, but he did. You're jealous of him and afraid that he'll surpass you, so you want to harm him. Ling Xiao's words hit the nail on the head, making Sha Diao unable to refute. In fact, many people saw that Sha Diao had indeed stopped Lin Haoyu. He even stopped Lin Ruoxian. When Ling Xiao questioned Sha Diao, many people recovered from the shock. What happened just now? Ling Xiao actually defeated the immortal power Sandman head-on? I'm not sure. From what those experts said, it seems that young Master Sha Hai couldn't control the powerful immortal power, so it caused the power to explode. He killed himself and benefited Ling Xiao. Damn, what kind of luck does that kid have? He didn't die? He even won? Those who didn't have good eyesight could only see the surface. The truly powerful ones were the 8 mountain masters of the 8 immortal mountain. And Lin Haoyu. But they could see it. That sword was very terrifying. Ordinary martial artists at the second level of the Yin-Yang realm in the first transformation and the middle stage of the Hell realm can't block it. That's not a sword technique of the 8 immortal mountain. I wonder where he got it from. If it's just a sword technique, it's not enough. He actually cultivated the intermediate lightning battle body. That's what surprised me the most. Using the intermediate lightning battle body to control the immortal thunder and turn it into his armor. This method of using it is unheard of. He's a genius. Don't forget, there is still that steel-armored bull demon martial soul transformation with abnormal defense. This fellow is a beast warrior, there should be no mistake. To be able to use so many kinds of techniques together, I'm afraid that this kid's past isn't ordinary. I wonder if he can match up to that absolute genius from the White Tiger continent? At this moment, the 8 mountain masters, Lin Haoyu, and even Qi Lian and the Purple Fairy Mountain's mountain master looked at Ling Xiao with eyes filled with surprise and greed. Such a genius youth, no matter who roped him in, would definitely be a huge help. I really want to know about his past. This brat is too mysterious. And I keep having the feeling that he hasn't used his full strength yet. Now that the Black Immortal Mountain's mountain master thought about how he had actually planned to save him, he felt that it was somewhat laughable. Ling Xiao didn't seem to need him to worry at all. This kid was ridiculously strong. Impossible. This was absolutely impossible. Why was he safe and sound? Why? Why is the man I admire defeated by him? Akira, who had been gloating and excited just a moment ago, seemed to have gone crazy at this moment. She kept scratching her hand, and her arm was already bleeding. Sha Hai's cultivation had broken through to the middle stage of the first transformation second level of Hell, and he had also obtained the Immortal's mark. Akira thought that she could seize the opportunity to climb up the tree and follow Sha Hai to the top. But now, the cruel reality was that the man she had placed her hopes on was like a dried corpse in Ling Zhao's hands, not moving at all. On the contrary, Feng Ru, Qing Feiying, Lin Ruoxian, and Lin Yang, who had been incomparably sorrowful just now, were now overjoyed. Qing Feiying's body was still trembling. But this time it was excitement, not pain. See, Desert Cloud? Your master has already lost to him for the second time. What else do you have to say? Qing Feiying turned her head to look at Desert Cloud excitedly and said. Desert Cloud's face was ashen, and he turned his head away. He couldn't stay here any longer. Even if he stayed for one more minute, he would feel extremely embarrassed. Sha Hai had actually lost despite having such a huge advantage. Ling Xiao had actually turned the tables with a single sword strike. This sounded like a fantasy story, but he had seen it with his own eyes. At this moment, Desert Cloud was not thinking about Qing Feiying, but that Ling Xiao must die. With his current strength, he could still suppress Ling Xiao. But with Ling Zhao's terrifying aptitude, if he was allowed to continue developing, he was afraid that he would have no chance at all. This was a genius, a peerless genius, so he turned to leave. He wanted to escape, but at the same time, he wanted to find a way to deal with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. The Black Fairy Mountain Lord, Lin Ruoxian, Feng Ru, and Lin Yang all rushed toward Ling Xiao. This battle was really extraordinary. Ling Zhao's performance was really too heaven-defying. But now, they still had to deal with the rest. Give Sha Hai to Sha Hai. He's just a cripple anyway. The Black Fairy Mountain Lord's words were, of course, for Ling Zhao's sake. To a large extent, Sha Hai's current state was due to the backlash of immortal power. Ling Xiao couldn't be blamed. However, if Ling Xiao were to kill Xianxia now, the Sand Race would definitely do everything in their power to kill Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao didn't listen to him. In front of everyone, Ling Xiao turned Xianxia's body into charred ashes on the spot. This was because he knew very well that even if he didn't kill Xianxia, the Sand Race still wouldn't let him go. The result would be the same if he killed Xianxia, but he felt even better. So why didn't he kill him? Today, so many people are here. I, Ling Xiao, will say something. In the future, those who want to challenge me to the arena of life and death must think carefully. If you fight with me, only death awaits you. I don't care who you are or how powerful your background is. It's useless. He wanted to kill Xianxia as an example to others. He wanted everyone to know that if they fought with him, Ling Xiao, in the arena of life and death, they would have to pay with their lives. Otherwise, if everyone invited him to an arena of life and death in the future, he would be exhausted to death. Ling Xiao, you're dead meat. Xianxia glared at Ling Xiao and said fiercely. Instead of worrying about me, why don't you worry about yourself? Wasn't it you who instigated Xianxia to become like this? As an older brother, you really can't bear to see your younger brother doing well. Ling Xiao said mockingly, moreover, I killed him. That was within the scope of the rules. Could it be that the Sand Race wants to leave the Eight Immortal Mountain? You have a sharp tongue. You'll suffer in the future. Xianxia snorted coldly and turned to leave. In front of so many people, he didn't dare to make a move. Just as Ling Xiao said, the rules of the arena of life and death were set by the Eight Immortal Mountain. Even if Ling Xiao killed Xianxia, it would be in vain. According to the rules, it was impossible to punish Ling Xiao. Therefore, the Sand Race could only think of a way secretly. Sai, your personality is much more extreme than Ling Yan's. After returning to the Black Immortal Mountain, the Black Immortal Mountain Master sighed. What happened in the end? Ling Xiao said disdainfully, in the end, Ling Yan was forced to enter the cycle of reincarnation. He went from being the strongest sect master of Eight Immortal Mountain to a traitor that everyone despises. Repay evil with good. How do you repay good? You can't be merciful to your enemies. This is what my personal experience tells me. If the enemy is ruthless, then you have to be 10 times more ruthless. Don't be afraid of him and avoid him because he's ruthless. That will only make him more arrogant. His words had stunned the Black Immortal Mountain's mountain master. Perhaps you're right. All right, you should rest well. If there's anything, just inform me. During this period of time, I won't leave Black Immortal Mountain. I reckon that the Sand Race will send people here to cause trouble. After speaking, the Black Immortal Mountain Master turned and left. As he walked, he was still mulling over Ling Xiao's words. At the same time, the news of Ling Xiao defeating Xianxia, who had just obtained an Immortal's mark, in the arena of life and death had spread rapidly throughout Eight Immortal Mountain. After all, Xianxia was a disciple of Eight Immortal Mountain, and a disciple with an Immortal's mark. Therefore, the news spread far and wide. This time, Ling Xiao had probably become a popular figure in the Eight Immortals Mountain. Many people would probably have their eyes on him. In the entire lower Eight Immortal Mountain, his reputation had surpassed Xianxia and Akira, and was catching up to Desert Cloud. Even if he wanted to hide something like this, it was not realistic. Ling Xiao knew very well that as a tyrant, he would eventually have to make a name for himself. Therefore, he was not afraid of others watching him. It was just that he would not deliberately make it public. After the Black Immortal Mountain Master and Feng Ru left, Ling Xiao calmed down and cultivated. Although he knew that he might be facing huge trouble in the future, he had killed Xianxia in front of so many people. No matter what, the Sand Race would not let him go. Fortunately, it was the arena of life and death, and he did not break the rules. Otherwise, he would have been surrounded by now. Strength. 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 Ling Xiao's desire for strength was even more urgent. Killing Xianxia did not make Ling Xiao feel at ease. After all, Xianxia was just a disciple who had just been promoted to the Eight Immortals Mountain. Moreover, this promotion was more or less related to his identity. Desert Cloud was stronger than Desert Sea, so he did not have the qualifications. Next, he might have to face the Desert Cloud, the Sand Eagle, or even stronger enemies. Unless his strength could surpass anyone in the Eight Immortals Mountain, it would be possible for him to be completely safe in the Eight Immortals County. After calming down, Ling Xiao took out the Thunder Essence Jade and continued to fuse with it. Last time, he had fused 45 pieces. It was already very difficult for him to do so, and he had to enter the martial soul transformation state. So this time, he directly transformed into the Armored Ox Demon. Its powerful defense and sudden increase in strength made it much easier to fuse with the next lightning elemental jade. 46 pieces, 47 yuan, 48 pieces, 50 yuan. After attaining the intermediate lightning combat body, he had integrated 20 pieces of lightning elemental jade. However, nothing too special happened. He just felt that the power of thunder and lightning had become stronger. He estimated that if he wanted to break through to the advanced lightning combat body, 50 pieces of lightning elemental jade would not be enough. He would need more. However, at this time, even in the Armored Ox Demon transformation state, he felt a little uncomfortable. So he changed and began to fuse with the Lava Elemental Jade. After fusing 20 pieces of Lava Elemental Jade, there was a very difficult obstacle. Not only did his body seem to be resisting this force, but it also felt extremely painful. However, this was not Ling Xiao's limit. After attaining the intermediate lightning combat body, although he felt uncomfortable, he could still fuse with 20 pieces of elemental jade. However, just as he was about to continue fusing, Feng Ru ran in happily from outside. It seemed that something good had happened. It's good to rest. One tension, one relaxation. It's the way of civil and martial arts. Although Ling Xiao knew that he needed to urgently improve his strength, he would not joke about his life. The next fusion might be very difficult. He had to be fully prepared. Let his body reach its best state. What happened? Why is senior sister Feng so happy? Ling Xiao stepped out of the room and saw Feng Ru, who was in high spirits. Feng Ru said excitedly, "Of course it's good news. It's great news." "Oh? Then I'm all ears." Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Congratulations, you've passed the inspection of the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain. You can participate in the next advancement assessment." When Feng Ru said this, she was really happy, as if it was her good news. However, Ling Xiao said indifferently, "This is good news." In fact, he was not particularly interested in whether he could advance to the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain or not. After all, he had just become familiar with the Lower Eight Immortal Mountain and received the support of the Black Immortal Mountain Master and Lin Haoyu, the Outer Hall Master of the Reward, Kindness, and Punishment Evil Hall. If he wanted to get something, it would be more convenient. However, since he had this opportunity, he would not miss it. If he went to the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain, he could get better resources and cultivation conditions. The Immortal Mark was one of the things he wanted to get. Although he only felt the horror of the Immortal Mark during the battle with Sha Hai. However, Ling Xiao could be considered to have engraved it in his heart. In that battle, if Sha Hai had been calmer and not so eager to kill him, he might have really died. Therefore, he must obtain the Immortal Mark. Even if he could not obtain it, he must study it carefully. The Immortal Court continent was a mysterious and terrifying place for all the martial artists in the mystic world. Countless martial artists cultivated desperately just to be able to reach the Immortal Court continent. Although Ling Xiao was slightly different from them, it was almost the same. You're really taking advantage of others. Do you know that many martial artists who went to the Lower Eight Immortal Mountain couldn't sleep at night in order to get this assessment quota? Feng Ru looked at Ling Xiao helplessly and said with a wry smile, "Originally, if you want to pass the inspection, your cultivation must at least reach the early stage of the first transformation second layer of hell or the middle stage of the ordinary second layer of hell. However, your recent performance is really too eye-catching. First, you destroyed the lackeys of the Spectre sect in the Eight Immortal County. Then, you defeated Sha Hai in front of everyone. Think about it, Sha Hai is a disciple of the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain. For the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain, how could they tolerate their disciple being defeated by a disciple of the Lower Eight Immortal Mountain? Therefore, letting you join the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain is the best choice." Ling Xiao agreed with Feng Ru's analysis. This should be the whole story of the whole thing. He did not expect that killing Sha Hai would facilitate his promotion to the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain. If he had known this would happen, he would have killed Shanghai in advance. It seems that Fengru has already told you everything? At this moment, the Black Immortal Mountain Master and Lin Ruoxian appeared in front of Ling Xiao's house together. But Ling Xiao, don't be happy too early. You'll get the opportunity to take the test, but I think there's something going on here. The Mountain Master of the Black Immortal Mountain frowned, as if he was worried about Ling Xiao. I think so too. That's why I'm here to persuade you to give up. Lin Ruoxian said straightforwardly. You suspect that the sand race deliberately let me take the test? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. You're really smart. The Black Fairy Mountain Master said, you killed Shanghai, so they can't do anything to you openly. After all, the Eight Immortals Mountain doesn't belong to the sand race alone, and your reputation in the Eight Immortals County is very high. They can only deal with you secretly. And the promotion test of the Eight Immortals Mountain itself can kill people. So what? Ling Xiao sneered and said, if this is the doing of the sand race, then all the more I should take part. I'll let them suffer a double loss. They want to use this opportunity to get rid of me, so they gave me the chance to advance. Then I'll advance and piss them off. But Ling Xiao, you have to be clear. Based on the current situation, although you're not the weakest among all the contestants, you're definitely ranked outside of the top 20. Lin Ruoxian said without holding back, you think you can advance to the Eight Immortals Mountain easily just because you defeated Shanghai? That's impossible. Shanghai advanced because of his bloodline. In terms of strength, he can't compare to many of the participants in this test. Oh? Can you be more specific? Ling Xiao asked. Lin Ruoxian explained, let's put it this way. There are a total of 100 people who are qualified to take the test this time. The other 99 people are at the early stage of the first transformation second level of hell or at the middle stage of the ordinary second level of hell. Your cultivation level is the lowest among these 100 people. If it wasn't for the fact that you defeated Shanghai and showed everyone your strength, I'm afraid no one would have any objections even if you were ranked last. Your combat prowess doesn't match your cultivation, so this is also an unknown factor. But even if you can challenge those of a higher level, you won't be able to surpass the top 20. They are all stronger than the desert sea. Unless you can make a breakthrough in your cultivation before the test, you might have a chance. So that's how it is. I got it. When will the assessment begin? Ling Xiao asked casually. You know? Don't you want to ask how many people are going to advance this time? Lin Ruoxian was speechless. Is that important? No matter how many people there are, I can still advance. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Heavens, how can there be someone as overconfident as you in this world? Let me tell you, there are 100 people participating in the assessment this time, but in the end, only 3 people will be able to enter the Eight Immortal Mountain. Lin Ruoxian said seriously. This probability is quite high. Let's choose the top 3. Ling Xiao said with a smile. I'm really speechless. You should know that none of those people are easy to deal with. And in the assessment, life and death is not a matter of life and death. If the Sand Clan specially arranged for someone to take your life, you will be in great danger. Lin Ruoxian really didn't know whether Ling Xiao was careless or had no concept of fear. Facing such a strong lineup of opponents, he could actually be so careless. It was simply incomprehensible. Deacon Ruoxian, Desert Cloud is the strongest among these people, right? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Should be. If there is no dark horse, then he and Akira are the strongest. Lin Ruoxian said after thinking for a while. Isn't that right? I'm not even afraid of Desert Cloud, what's there to be afraid of? Ling Xiao said with a calm smile. Moreover, whether I'm afraid or not, it won't change the result. So why can't I face it calmly? With just a few words, Lin Ruoxian had been convinced. Ruoxian, I think you shouldn't try to persuade him. Once this kid has decided on something, he won't change his mind. He might not be able to advance. However, I think his movement technique is outstanding and he is very cunning. I don't think he will be killed that easily. The Black Immortal Mountain Master shook his head and smiled bitterly. You know me best, Mountain Master. Ling Xiao smiled. Although he sounded confident, deep down, he was indeed under a lot of pressure. If his cultivation base couldn't break through before the assessment, advancing would be a fool's dream. He didn't want to rashly rely on the power of the butterfly lady or a Yuan venerate. It would be troublesome if he was seen through. However, this huge pressure gave him a huge motivation. Ever since he had entered the samsara realm, he had encountered an endless stream of enemies. This was also the most realistic life of a martialist in the mystic world. If he wanted to continue on the path of martial arts, he had to constantly defeat all kinds of enemies or opponents. From the Shen brothers to the Zhou brothers, then to the Mo family, then to the Desert Ocean, and then to the Demon Shadow sect. He seemed to always have dealings with these so-called geniuses. It wasn't easy for him to get to where he was today. Instead, he had fought many fierce battles. It wouldn't be easy for others to defeat Ling Xiao. Forget it, I won't nag you anymore. In short, you're on your own now. Make the best use of this time to cultivate. Lin Ruoxian sighed. Since she couldn't persuade Ling Xiao to give up, she could only think of other ways to protect Ling Xiao. After saying that, she took her leave. The Black Immortal Mountain Master also told Ling Xiao the time of the assessment on the 8 Immortal Mountain. It was in 10 days. In other words, Ling Xiao only had 10 days to improve his strength. It could be said that it was extremely urgent. However, a breakthrough in cultivation base wasn't something that could be achieved just because one wanted to. The door to the second level of hell was already 90% open. Only the last step was left, yet he still couldn't advance. Even if he defeated the Desert Ocean, it only loosened a little. There was still no sign of advancement. Therefore, Ling Xiao calmed himself down and did everything that could improve his combat strength first. For example, improving the level of the Thunder combat body and the Lava combat body. After sending all the guests away, Ling Xiao began to fuse the Thunder Jade and the Lava Jade. He only knew that the Elementary combat body required 10 pieces of Origin Jade. The Intermediate combat body required another 20 pieces. However, he wasn't very sure how many advanced combat bodies he needed. However, Ling Xiao could feel that as the Thunder Jade and the Lava Jade continued to fuse, he seemed to be getting closer and closer to the advanced combat body. Once he advanced to the advanced combat body, it was equivalent to cultivating the advanced Jade grade martial arts to the martial realm. It was really incomparably powerful. Anyway, until now, among the opponents he had encountered in the Black Tortoise continent, no one had used advanced Jade grade martial arts. Naturally, this was a great advantage. The next fusion took 2 days and 2 nights. Ling Xiao had fused 64 pieces of Thunder Jade. On the basis of the intermediate combat body, he had fused 34 pieces. Ling Xiao, who had survived the pain fusion, had already recovered from his injuries. Unfortunately, there were still no signs of his battle body advancing, and the Thunder Origin Jade had been completely used up. The Lava Origin Jade had been fused with 30 pieces of Lava Origin Jade on the basis of his intermediate lava battle body. He had also run out of ammunition and food. Ling Xiao stood up helplessly, stretched his muscles and bones, and recovered his body, which had become a little sore after cultivating for a long time. Next, he planned to make a trip to the 8 Immortal City to replenish his supplies at the Sky Dragon trading firm. He had no more Thunder Origin Jade and Lava Origin Jade. Plus, he urgently needed things to strengthen his soul. Of course, he also needed to refine Thunder Spirit pills and Lava pills. The refinement of these 2 pills wasn't complicated, and their effects were very simple. They could promote the absorption of Thunder Origin Jade and Lava Origin Jade and reduce the body's pain. This was also the fundamental reason why Ling Xiao's limit seemed to be higher than most people's. Who asked him to be a powerful alchemist, who asked his master to be the #1 alchemist in the Immortal Court continent. After leaving the Black Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao went straight to the 8 Immortal City. He was already familiar with the place, so there wouldn't be any trouble. However, as soon as Ling Xiao arrived in the 8 Immortal City, Desert Cloud received a report from the 8 Immortals Mountain. Very well, I've been waiting for the day he leaves the 8 Immortals Mountain. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, I'll make sure you die outside forever today. How dare you snatch my woman? You must have a death wish. Desert Cloud had been at odds with Ling Xiao because of the desert. Later, he had lost a bet to Xianxia, and the key to that bet had been Ling Xiao. He had lost the woman he had always wanted, so he naturally hated Ling Xiao to the core. Furthermore, he had seen Ling Xiao's terrifying talent and future from the battle on the arena of life and death. He definitely didn't want Ling Xiao to continue living. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would surpass him. When Ling Xiao stepped into the Heavenly Dragon trading firm and saw Lin Fengyuan, Desert Cloud had already left the Eight Immortals Mountain. With the spies of the Sand Race and the help of the Shen and Zhou families, it could be said that he knew Ling Xiao's whereabouts like the back of his hand. "Oh, young hero Ling, you've come at the right time. Our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company is holding an auction today. If you're interested, why don't you give it a try?" Lin Fengyuan thought very highly of Ling Xiao. Of course, this wasn't just because of the relationship between Lin Ruoxian and Lin Haoyu. It was also because of Ling Xiao's unwillingness to be ordinary and the secret before Ling Xiao's reincarnation. Although he didn't know if this Ling Xiao was the same as the Ling Xiao he knew. But what if it was? He was also a gambler. What if he made the right bet? Therefore, in his heart, he had long regarded this Ling Xiao as the top genius Ling Xiao of the White Tiger continent. "I haven't participated in an auction for a long time. Of course, I'm happy." Ling Xiao had originally come to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company to buy things. Although there were usually more expensive items at an auction, the possibility of rare treasures appearing was very high. Since he was here, of course, he couldn't let him go. "Okay, then I'll choose a better seat for you. I guarantee you'll be comfortable." Lin Fengyuan smiled and brought Ling Xiao to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's auction house. This auction house had always been there. It held an auction almost every week. However, a large-scale auction like today was very rare. Unless a lot of treasures appeared at once, the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company wouldn't do this. Ling Xiao was arranged on a very comfortable leather seat in a private room. This was naturally the best thing for Ling Xiao, who didn't like to show his face often. Not long after he sat down, the door of the private room was opened and Lin Ruoxian walked in. "Did Lin Fengyuan inform you?" The moment he saw Lin Ruoxian, Ling Xiao thought of this point. Lin Ruoxian should be worried about Ling Xiao's safety, so she let Lin Fengyuan know that Ling Xiao had gone to the Eight Immortals City and immediately informed her. This woman was really attentive to him. Lin Ruoxian didn't say anything. She just nodded and looked out of the window. "The auction has begun. Don't worry about me." Almost all the auction rules and appearances were the same. Ling Xiao was already used to such occurrences. What he cared about the most was still the auction items. The auction items of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company were really extraordinary. The first few items were auctioned with a base price of about 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The final transaction price reached more than 1 million low-grade spirit stones. This place was really not a place for the poor. One had to know that in the Eight Immortals Mountain, an ordinary disciple of the Eight Immortals Mountain would only get 10,000 low-grade spirit stones a month. It would take 100 months to get such things. Of course, most of the martial artists would go out to perform tasks. The sex contribution points could also be used to exchange for low-grade spirit stones. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a disciple of the Eight Immortals Mountain would still have hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. But people who had millions of low-grade spirit stones were rare. It was almost impossible to have tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones, unless it was a pampered young master or young mistress of a big family or a disciple of the Eight Immortals Mountain. In the blink of an eye, 10 items had been sold. These were either martial arts, weapons, or elixirs, which were not things that Ling Xiao needed. What he needed now were soul items, thunder elemental jade, lava elemental jade, and various materials. He needed materials for alchemy or array formation. Of course, if there was a suitable beast soul, he didn't mind getting it. Low-grade spirit stones were just a number for him. This was the advantage of being an alchemist. Alchemy was simply a good business with little capital. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is a special kind of elemental jade called lava elemental jade. There are a total of 100 pieces. A piece of lava elemental jade is priced at 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, so the starting price this time is 20 million low-grade spirit stones. The bidding starts now, and each increment must be no less than 1 million low-grade spirit stones. As the host's voice sounded, the audience began to discuss in a mess. Ling Xiao also felt that the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company was too greedy. Although a piece of lava elemental jade was priced at 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, it was not too expensive. But the problem was that these 100 pieces were worth 20 million low-grade spirit stones. Almost none of the people present could take out so many low-grade spirit stones. Therefore, the auction instantly entered a state of stagnation. Why don't we just sell them separately? Most people don't need so many lava elemental jades. Someone suggested. And this suggestion was quickly agreed by the crowd. I'm sorry everyone, the owner of these lava elemental jades said that he will only sell them together and not separately. The host said stubbornly. Many people felt that the owner of the lava elemental jade was crazy, but there was nothing they could do about it. It was someone else's request. Then this item of yours can wait to be unsold. Akira was different today. There seemed to be a dark energy emerging from her enchanting body. Akira had changed. The man she was looking forward to was defeated by Ling Xiao. She suddenly felt that all men in the world were unreliable. Therefore, she had to rely on herself to defeat Ling Xiao. This lava origin jade is very rare. It's difficult for an ordinary person to condense the lava battle body. Therefore, it's not in demand. If you offer 50,000 low-grade spiritual stones per piece, I can take it. Why are you being so long-winded? I want this item. 20 million low-grade spiritual stones. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. It was obvious that this person was against Qi Ling Er. Who is it? Akira's body emitted a terrifying black qi. Her entire body seemed to be entangled by countless ghosts. She looked like a yiksha that had walked out of the Sunluo temple. It was obvious that this girl's cultivation had not increased, but she had cultivated some kind of special martial art that made her look neither like a human nor a ghost. What? A disciple of the Eight Immortal Mountain wants to act arrogantly in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company? Ling Zhao's voice sounded again. Although he felt the ominous energy erupting from Akira's body, he was still fearless. But he was not afraid. Ling Xiao? This time, Akira recognized the owner of the voice. She could not help but sneer. You must be Ling Xiao. But with your status, can you take out 20 million low-grade spiritual stones? It's none of your business whether I can take out so many low-grade spiritual stones. If you don't want to bid, then shut up. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Good, very good. I want to see how you're going to explain yourself to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company when you can't take out enough low-grade spiritual stones. Akira believed that Ling Xiao could not take out so much money. After all, Ling Xiao was just an ordinary disciple of the Eight Immortal Mountain. It's none of your business how I explain myself. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. He had destroyed the branch of the Spectre sect in the Eight Immortal County and obtained more than 1 billion low-grade spiritual stones. A mere 20 million was nothing to him. Moreover, he was a VIP member of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. He would get a 20% discount on everything he bought. So, the total cost was only 16 million. After Akira fell silent, no one else made a bid for the 100 pieces of lava elemental jade. Therefore, Ling Xiao bought it for 20 million. According to the rules of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, the items that were auctioned off would be removed first. They would only be traded after the auction ended. Therefore, no one knew if Ling Xiao had that much money. Even Lin Fengyuan specially ran to Ling Xiao's private room and asked in a roundabout way. It was obvious that he was worried. At this time, the auction outside was still going on. Ling Xiao was not interested in the items, so he did not bid. Instead, he casually tossed Lin Fengyuan a storage ring and said, "Take a look for yourself." Lin Fengyuan took the storage ring and sent his soul force into it. He was shocked. So many spiritual stones. He was really shocked. The number of spiritual stones in Ling Zhao's storage ring was more than the total assets of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company in the Eight Immortal County. You're not worried now, right? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Don't worry, don't worry. In order to express our apology to young hero Ling, I am willing to give you the only top member card in the Eight Immortal County. With this qualification, you will not only get a 20% discount, but a 50% discount on everything you buy. Of course, Lin Fengyuan did this because he was worried about offending Ling Xiao. However, to give the only top membership card to Ling Xiao, this kind of courage was really strong. Shopkeeper Lin is very considerate. Ling Xiao smiled. He was indeed a little unhappy before. After all, no one would be happy to be casually suspected by others. But now, seeing that Lin Fengyuan was so considerate, he did not make things difficult for him. Then the two of you can continue to enjoy the auction. I'll take my leave first. Lin Fengyuan ordered people to serve the best snacks and drinks for Ling Xiao and Lin Ruoxian. Then, he left. The spirit stones of the Devil Shadow sect have built your glory. However, if the sect finds out that you are using them like this, I'm afraid there will be trouble. Lin Ruoxian guessed the origin of Ling Xiao's spirit stones. I was the one who destroyed the Devil Shadow sect. It's not a sect mission. What's wrong with me taking the spirit stones? Could it be that the sect is shameless enough to snatch it from me? Ling Xiao looked out of the window and suddenly changed the topic. Let's not talk about this. Isn't Akira a little strange? You noticed it too? Lin Ruoxian asked. Yes, I can see that she is stronger than before. I'm afraid she is stronger than the desert cloud. But why? Her cultivation doesn't seem to have a breakthrough. Ling Xiao said with a frown. That's because she has finally cultivated the Crimson Demon battle body of the Scarlet Deity Mountain. Lin Ruoxian replied. That is a high-level battle body. Once cultivated, it is equivalent to cultivating a high-level jade-level body refining martial art. It is very terrifying. Her cultivation is not as good as the desert clouds. She is only at the late stage of the first transformation second level of hell. However, after cultivating the Crimson Demon battle body, her strength will surpass the desert clouds. The Crimson Demon battle body should have existed in the Scarlet Deity Mountain for a long time. Why didn't she cultivate it before, but now? Ling Xiao felt that this was definitely not a coincidence. That's a good question. In fact, the cultivation of the Crimson Demon battle body requires one to sell their soul to the Crimson Flame Heavenly Demon. Lin Ruoxian sighed. In the past, Akira was unwilling to do so because she was strong enough and had people to protect her. However, after you killed Desert Cloud, Akira's temperament changed greatly. That's why she took this step. It can be said that you directly caused her to sell her soul to the Crimson Flame Heavenly Demon of the Scarlet Deity Mountain. Is it my fault? Ling Xiao shook his head. No, it's just her own inner demons causing trouble. No matter who is to blame, Akira will be your biggest opponent this time. Akira and Desert Cloud each occupy one of the 3 spots to ascend to the 8 Immortal Mountain. You can only fight for the 3rd spot. Lin Ruoxian sighed. That's not necessarily true. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Akira had a high-level battle body, so why couldn't Ling Xiao have won? This time, he got 100 pieces of lava origin jade. As long as his cultivation could break through, it was very likely that he would be able to condense a powerful high-level lava battle body. When that time came, why would he be afraid of Akira? A martial artist who relied on selling their soul to become strong was already at a disadvantage on the path of martial arts. He didn't know if there were any thunder origin jade in the auction. If there were, he would have a greater chance of obtaining a dual high-level battle body. Ling Xiao looked outside, waiting for the item he wanted. The next item is also an origin jade, but it's thunder origin jade. There are also a total of 100 pieces. The starting price is 30 million low-grade spirit stones, and each increment must be no less than 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Let's begin. In addition to tempering the body, the elemental jade could also be used to arrange arrays and forge weapons. It could also be used in alchemy. It had a wide range of uses. However, most people would use it to temper their body. After all, apart from the 8 Immortal Mountain and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, ordinary small forces would not be able to get their hands on it. 30 million. Ling Xiao was still the only one who placed a bid. Many customers had no choice but to give up on this method. Ling Xiao, rashly bidding will cause trouble. You can't even afford the 20 million just now. It's impossible for you to take out this 30 million. When the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company finds the 8 Immortal Mountain, it will bring shame to our sect. Qi Ling Er's voice rang out again. Woman, you talk too much nonsense. If you want to bid, then bid. If you don't have the money, then hold it back. The people of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company did not say a word. Why are you so anxious? Ling Xiao sneered. Humph, you can be rampant now. You'll see what happens next. Akira gnashed her teeth, but in the end, she did not dare to cause trouble in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. One must know that the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's power spread throughout the entire mysterious world. A mere 8 immortal mountain could not compete with them. If she really offended such a colossus, she would be looking for trouble. Ling Xiao obtained the Thunder Yuan Jade and no longer paid attention to Akira. Qi Ling I really hate you now. Lin Ruoxian laughed. Even if today's matter did not happen, she still hates me to the bone. Otherwise, she would not have sold her soul to improve her strength. Ling Xiao said indifferently, she is very powerful, but I am not afraid. The two chatted and time passed quickly. Soon, the auction was coming to an end. After all, this was only the auction of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's branch in the 8 Immortal City. The rare items seen here did not exceed Ling Xiao's expectations. There were many items that were of the highest quality in the eyes of others. However, to him, they were not worth mentioning. For example, those seemingly powerful elixirs were not as effective as the elixirs he refined. Next up is the second last item of the auction. This item is a fossil left behind by a dark-attributed demonic beast. If one had the ability to refine this fossil, then they could use its power to open the gates of hell. This would be very helpful to Yinyang realm martial artists. At most, it would allow a martial artist to open the door to the second layer of hell. Of course, everyone knows that fossils are different from flesh and blood. It is extremely difficult to refine them. It's almost impossible not to have a divine flame. I have to tell you this in advance, lest you accuse my Heavenly Dragon Trading Company of cheating. Alright, the starting price for this dark attribute demonic beast's fossil is 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must not be lower than 100,000. Let's begin. The host had already explained how powerful the darkness fossil was. Even if it had flaws, it was still enough to drive many crazy. For example, Ling Xiao. He was currently stuck at the entrance to the second layer of hell, unable to enter. He needed a treasure like this to break through the obstacles. Therefore, not to mention 1 million low-grade spirit stones, even if it was 100 million, he would still buy it. The starting price of the darkness fossil was not low. Moreover, there would be more competitors than Thunder Elemental Jade and Lava Elemental Jade. After all, there were not many martial artists in this world who could condense a combat body, so they did not need much Elemental Jade. However, the darkness fossil was different. In the 8 Immortal City, there was a large group of martial artists waiting to reach the Yinyang realm. Once the darkness fossil was refined, it could allow a half-step Yinyang realm martial artist to open the gates of hell. It could also allow a martial artist of the first layer of hell to open the gates of hell to the second layer of hell. It was a huge temptation. Even if it had flaws, there would still be many people fighting for it. Of course, Akira was no exception. Although she was already a martial artist of the second layer of hell, the darkness fossil was very compatible with her crimson demon combat body. Qi Linger hoped that she could use the darkness fossil to improve herself. Not only did she want to defeat Ling Xiao, but she also wanted to defeat everyone who stood in her way. 1 million low-grade spirit stones. She was the first one to make a bid, and her tone was filled with the determination to win. There was also a terrifying aura. She was clearly trying to intimidate others and prevent them from competing with her. However, the people present were not cowards. 1,100,000. 1,200,000. 1,600,000. 2 million. As people continued to bid, the darkness fossil, which had a starting price of 1 million low-grade spirit stones, instantly rose to 2 million. From the looks of it, the price seemed to continue to rise. I bid 3 million. Who dares to compete with me? Akira angrily raised the price to 3 million low-grade spirit stones. She did this not on impulse but after careful consideration. Based on the current situation, the price of the darkness fossil would reach 3 million sooner or later. It was better for her to directly bid and intimidate many people. The reality was just as Akira expected. After she domineeringly bid 3 million low-grade spirit stones, many people gave up. It was not that they did not have enough spirit stones, but they did not want to offend Akira. Many people could see that Akira was determined to get the darkness fossil. If they continued to compete, they might offend Akira and not get the darkness fossil. That would be really depressing. 3 million low-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer looked around and asked, the darkness fossil is the key to opening the first 2 levels of the gates of hell. It's definitely not a loss. The scene was silent. I bid 4 million. All of a sudden, the silent venue seemed to explode. Ling Xiao's voice was like pouring water into a pot of oil, instantly causing chaos. That man just now again? Who is he? Why does he dare to go against Akira? 4 million low-grade spirit stones to buy a darkness fossil that we don't even know if it can be used. It's not worth it. He's probably a young master from some family. The crowd discussed and expressed their opinions. Although they could not see Ling Xiao's face in the private room, they all thought that Ling Xiao was a prodigal who threw money around casually. 4 million. The guest in the private room bid 4 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer revealed an excited expression. Of course. For every auction item, he would receive a corresponding commission. The higher the auction price, the more he would receive. Ling Xiao, are you crazy? Akira finally could not hold it in anymore and shouted, even if you get the darkness fossil, you can't refine it. The divine fire is not something that someone like you can have. Besides, you just spent 50 million low-grade spirit stones. How can you have more spirit stones? Stop fooling around. Fooling around? I like fooling around. I have money and can do whatever I want. What can you do? You're courting death. All of a sudden, a cloud of black fog appeared in the room where Qi Ling'er was. Amidst the black fog, there was a terrifyingly pale face that pounced towards the room Ling Xiao was in. However, Ling Xiao and Lin Ruoxian did not move. This was the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. If they couldn't even protect their VIP members, the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company would lose all face. Boom! A ball of flame suddenly burst out from the void and blasted the strange ghost face back. The one who attacked was only one of Lin Fingyuan's subordinates. Although Akira was a genius needed time to grow. True experts were generally older. For example, Lin Fingyuan's subordinate was already an old man in his 70s or 80s. Dealing with Akira was a piece of cake. After all, she was a martial artist with the cultivation of the 3rd layer of hell. Miss Akira, this is the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, not your Scarlet Immortal Mountain. If you dare to behave atrociously here, don't blame me for being impolite. Immediately, the old man's voice sounded, our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company does not like to compete for hegemony, but some people must not think that we are easy to bully. At this moment, Akira's chi and blood were churning and her face was pale. She had really suffered a loss and lost face. Originally, she had just lost control of her anger. Now that she was warned, she suddenly remembered where she was. To her, the darkness fossil was only a possibility to improve her scarlet demon battle physique. It was not worth spending too many spirit stones to compete for it. She wanted to raise the price to cheat Ling Xiao. However, after thinking about it, she shook her head. Ling Xiao was extremely cunning. If she raised the price and Ling Xiao stopped bidding, she would suffer a great loss. One had to know that she only had a total of 5 million low-grade spirit stones. If she really used all of them to buy the darkness fossil, it would be a great loss. Senior is right. This junior was impulsive. Akira cupped her hands towards the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's old man and said indifferently, I give up the bid. Giving up was one thing, but Akira still wanted to find trouble with Ling Xiao after the auction. As long as Ling Xiao returned to the 8 Immortals Mountain, she had a way to make Ling Xiao take out the darkness fossil and give it to her for free. Although Ling Xiao was famous, his foundation in the 8 Immortals Mountain was too shallow. How could he fight with her? Are you really going to piss off Akira for a useless darkness fossil? Lin Ruoxian asked as he looked at Ling Xiao curiously. She really didn't believe that Ling Xiao was such a childish person. Am I that childish in your eyes? Ling Xiao smiled and said, "It's not convenient for me to say anything unnecessary, but I can tell you that this darkness fossil is very important to me. For it, even if I have to fight to the death with Akira today, I will do it." "You sure have a lot of secrets." Lin Ruoxian looked at Ling Xiao in a daze. The calmness and capability that this young man showed, as well as that kind of ruthlessness, didn't seem like something an ordinary person could do. What kind of person was he before he reincarnated into the world? The auction ended. Ling Xiao only took a glance at the final item. It seemed to be a high-level jade-grade martial art. But that thing wasn't very useful to him now. So he didn't make a move. Instead, Akira bought it like it was a treasure. After the auction ended, Akira didn't leave. Instead, she stood outside the trading hall, waiting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. Because she was very sure that Ling Xiao couldn't take out more than 50 million low-grade spirit stones. However, in the end, her already pale face became even paler. Not only did Ling Xiao easily pay the 50 million low-grade spirit stones, but Lin Fengyuan also gave him a 50% discount. Even the 8 great families of the 8 Immortals Mountain didn't have such preferential treatment. She didn't understand what Lin Fengyuan wanted to do. But Lin Fengyuan knew it best. Even though the 8 great families of the 8 Immortals Mountain left, they were self-sufficient and rarely went to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Giving them such a valuable membership card was tantamount to a waste. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was different. This fellow was currently on the rise, and he was very generous with his extravagant spending. He never hesitated when it came to spending money. This kind of person was the kind of customer that Lin Fengyuan liked the most. Out of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, Ling Xiao was very satisfied. This time, he came to the 8 Immortal City and got what he wanted. Next, he would use the last period of time to concentrate on cultivation and wait for the advancement test of the 8 Immortals Mountain. After parting with Lin Ruoxian, Ling Xiao walked out of the 8 Immortal City. But just as he went out, he felt that he was being followed. That gloomy aura was too obvious. If it wasn't Akira, who else could it be? Ling Xiao frowned. While quietly taking out the array stone to the Black Immortal Mountain, he went to a secluded place. "Akira, have you taken a fancy to me? Otherwise, why have you been following me since I came out? Obediently hand over the darkness fossil and I can let you safely return to the 8 Immortals Mountain. Otherwise, today will be the day you die." Akira's aura became more and more gloomy. The originally fiery red aura had turned black and red, giving off a strange feeling. Ling Xiao stood dozens of meters away and could still feel the cold air entering his body. This should be the effect of the Crimson Demon battle physique. The Crimson Demon battle physique is indeed extraordinary. But if you want to kill me, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "With your speed, you shouldn't be able to catch up to me. What if we join in?" Desert Cloud, who had been lying in ambush to kill Ling Xiao, finally couldn't bear the loneliness and stood out. The reason why he showed up was because he saw Akira. Although he and Akira were competitors, they had a common enemy, and that was Ling Xiao. If the two of them joined forces, Ling Xiao would definitely die today. Desert Cloud? Ling Xiao frowned. The situation today was really a little troublesome. It was already very difficult to deal with Akira alone. If Desert Cloud, who was even stronger than Akira, was added to the equation, it would be even more troublesome. But trouble was trouble. Ling Xiao still had his own trump card that he hadn't used. He would never be so rash as to reveal all his secrets. "What, now that Xianxia is dead, you're hanging out with that dog Desert Cloud again? That's really admirable." To be honest, Ling Xiao's words were really unpleasant. But so what if it was unpleasant? When facing someone who wanted to kill you, no matter how unpleasant it was, it wouldn't be excessive at all. "Looks like you're really tired of living. Do you really think that you're number one in the lower 8 Immortal Mountain after killing Xianxia?" Akira's face was flushed with anger. "I don't know if I'm number one or not, but if you guys aren't going to make a move, then I'll be leaving first," Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. "You want to leave?" Before Akira made a move, Desert Cloud couldn't hold back anymore. The peak of the 3rd layer of hell, the strongest among the disciples of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. Wild Sand Saber Technique, Lightless Sun and Moon. Desert Cloud used his strongest saber technique as soon as he attacked. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao completely and not give Ling Xiao any chance to escape. As soon as this saber was used, the sky was filled with sand, and the sun and moon were dimmed. Ordinary martial artists could not see anything at all. Some people could not even open their eyes. However, for Ling Xiao, this was the best chance to escape. Ha 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 ha, stupid guy. I'm not your opponent today. I'll take your life in the 8 Immortal Mountains assessment. While laughing, Ling Xiao entered the teleportation array that he had prepared beforehand. Damn it, this guy actually has a teleportation array. Desert Cloud had carefully planned to ambush Ling Xiao and even colluded with Akira, but in the end, he could not stop Ling Xiao. He escaped, which means he's not as good as you. What are you afraid of? Akira said lightly. I'm afraid? I'm not afraid of him, but the problem is that this kid is too infuriating. If I don't kill him, it'll be hard to appease the hatred in my heart. Desert Cloud did not want to reveal his true thoughts. In the depths of his heart, he was indeed afraid of Ling Xiao. Don't worry, there are still 7 days before the assessment begins. You don't think he can surpass you and me in 7 days, do you? You're the top expert in the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. Don't you have such confidence? Akira said lightly. That's true. Then I'll take my leave first. I'll take his life in the assessment. Desert Cloud was very unhappy. Although he was the top expert in the lower 8 Immortal Mountain, after this year, he would be older than the assessment age. In other words, if he could not be promoted this year, he would be a deacon of the 8 Immortal Mountain for the rest of his life. The golden hoop incantation on his head made him extremely anxious. Even Ling Xiao began to fear it. At this time, on the Black Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao looked at the teleportation array that disappeared behind him with lingering fear. If he hadn't prepared in advance, he wouldn't have had time to set up the teleportation array once the battle started. Faced with Desert Cloud and Akira, there was no way he could survive unless he got help from Yuan Venerates and the Butterfly Lady. Thankfully, he had obtained the Darkness Fossil and a large number of Lava Origin Jades and Lightning Origin Jades. Next up, he could focus on his cultivation and improve his strength. He couldn't possibly run away every time he saw those two fellows, right? That was not Ling Xiao's style. After entering the house, Ling Xiao still used the array formation to shield the house. He then took out the Darkness Fossil. If this thing fell into the hands of others, it might be useless, but in his hands, it just so happened to be useful. The Samadhi True Fire, the Dark Flames of Death, and the Ancient Hellfire could all refine the Darkness Fossil. However, it was more appropriate to use the Ancient Hellfire in this place. Using the same Hellfire to open the gates of Hell should yield twice the result with half the effort. However, just as he was about to cultivate, he saw Lin Ruoxian rushing over anxiously. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and decided to stop cultivating. He couldn't be disturbed during his next breakthrough. If something happened to Lin Ruoxian, it would be better to deal with it first. You were killed? After parting ways with Ling Xiao at the Sky Dragon trading firm, Lin Ruoxian had returned to the Lin family to visit her parents. Unexpectedly, she had received a secret report that Ling Xiao had been killed. By the time she had rushed over, there was no one there. Thus, she had hurried back. Just a small matter. Ling Xiao chuckled. Thank you for your concern, Deacon Ruoxian. It's actually not that serious. Is it Desert Cloud or Akira? Lin Ruoxian asked. Both of them are here. Ling Xiao answered. What? Both of them are here, and you're still alive? That's really surprising. Lin Ruoxian looked at Ling Xiao curiously. However, when she thought of Ling Xiao's abilities, she didn't find it strange. It's just escaping. There's nothing much to say. However, I'm afraid that I'll have to face enemies in the upcoming assessment. There's no way out even if I want to escape. Deacon Ruoxian, I may have to go into seclusion for a period of time until the day of the assessment. Can I trouble you to protect me? Ling Xiao's request was made after careful consideration. Although the people of the Sand Race wouldn't dare to kill him openly, it was very likely that they would harass him and prevent him from cultivating. He couldn't give those people a chance. No problem. Lin Ruoxian agreed without even thinking. She didn't know why, but she felt that she should do so. Then I'll have to trouble Deacon Ruoxian. When I soar in the future, I won't forget Deacon's good intentions. Ling Xiao said with a smile. But in terms of cultivation, you're not as good as Desert Cloud. In terms of battle constitution, you're not as good as Akira. Now that you've been targeted by the two of them, I'm afraid that you won't even be able to compete for the third spot. Have you thought of how to deal with them? Lin Ruoxian asked worriedly. Strength. Ling Xiao only said 2 words. Because everything else was illusory. Only strength was the absolute truth. That's right, but how can I improve? Lin Ruoxian was worried for Ling Xiao, but she found that Ling Xiao seemed very calm. Cultivate. Ling Xiao only said 2 words again. That's true. There's no point in thinking so much. Cultivate steadily. With your talent, you might be able to break through on the day of the assessment. Lin Ruoxian smiled. She hated that she didn't have any way to help Ling Xiao. The key was that the time was too short. If there was more time, she could take Ling Xiao out to explore. Maybe there would be some fortuitous encounter. By the way, Deacon Ruoxian, do you know about my sister Ling Jiaojiao's situation? Before going into seclusion, Ling Xiao wanted to know about Ling Jiaojiao's current situation so that he could be at ease. Lin Ruoxian was stunned for a moment, but she didn't say anything. Is there something that you can't say? Ling Xiao frowned. He felt that the matter might not be simple. Your sister is now in high demand in the 8 great families of the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. Lin Ruoxian smiled bitterly. Since the day she stepped into the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain, the 8 great families have sent out marriage proposals almost at the same time. What do you mean? My sister is so charming? Could it be because of the sword and saber divine emperor martial spirit? Ling Xiao thought that Ling Jiaojiao's appearance was indeed good, but even so, it shouldn't be like this. The 8 Immortal Mountain didn't lack beauties. For the power behind Ling Jiaojiao, that was even more impossible. Therefore, there was only one possibility. It was for the martial spirit and bloodline in Ling Jiaojiao's body. You guessed right. The sword and saber divine emperor martial spirit is considered the strongest martial spirit in the Qin country. The 8 great families all want Ling Jiaojiao. Then, they will let their most outstanding disciples marry Ling Jiaojiao. The child born will have the bloodline of the sword and saber divine emperor martial spirit. Finally, they will extract Ling Jiaojiao's martial spirit and give it to their child. Then, the child will become a peerless genius. To Lin Ruoxian's surprise, Ling Xiao wasn't as impulsive as she had imagined. He just sat there and looked at the mountains in the distance. However, the more he looked like this, the more Lin Ruoxian felt terrified. She could even feel the oppressive killing intent from Ling Xiao's body. Was this the Sword Tribe's initial plan? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. You can say that. As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. The Sword Tribe recruited Ling Jiaojiao with such an intention. Unfortunately, I wasn't clear about it before. After looking through a lot of information, I came to this terrifying conclusion. Lin Ruoxian sighed. Treating women as birth machines? Then cruelly extracting their martial souls? I'm afraid this is no different from what the Devil Shadow sect did. They are worse than beasts. Even if the person being schemed against wasn't his sister, Ling Xiao still felt disgusted by this matter. Did the people of the sword race also send an engagement to my sister? Ling Xiao asked again. That's right. Your sister's engagement partner is Jian Lufeng. Moreover, she won't be Jian Liufeng's wife. She will only be his third wife. Lin Ruoxian answered carefully. Did my sister agree? Ling Xiao asked. Not yet. However, your sister is now in the Sword Tribe. It's like a rabbit trapped in a wolf's den. It's not up to her to decide whether she agrees or not. Lin Ruoxian sighed. What's Jian Liufeng's attitude? Ling Xiao needed to know which side Jian Lufeng was on. He needed to know why Jian Lufeng had invited Ling Jiaojiao. Lin Ruoxian fell silent. She didn't say anything, but Ling Xiao understood. The will of the sword race was Jian Liufeng's will. When he thought of this, Ling Zhao's impression of Jian Lufeng became completely negative. The good impression he had of Jian Lufeng vanished. If they want to scheme against my sister, they'll have to see if I, Ling Xiao, agree to it or not. If they try to force it, I'll destroy the entire sword tribe. Ling Xiao's eyes were slightly red, the color of extreme anger. Sigh, if I had known, I wouldn't have said it. With your current strength, what can you do? You couldn't even defeat Desert Cloud and Akira, so how could you possibly deal with Jian Lufeng? Deal with the sword race. After offending the sand race and the sword race, I'm afraid you won't be able to stay in the 8 Immortal Mountain anymore. Lin Ruoxian sighed. She knew that this would be the result, but she had to say it. She knew very well that if she didn't say it, Ling Xiao would definitely blame her in the future. So what if I offend everyone in the world? I, Ling Xiao, can't possibly watch as my sister is used as a reproductive tool and tortured to death, right? The ground under Ling Xiao's feet suddenly cracked. Traces of cold air rushed up from the ground. That was Ling Xiao's killing intent. Ling Xiao's anger. I understand. If it were me, I would feel the same as you. But the only thing you can do now is to increase your strength. As long as you can advance to the 8 Immortal Mountain, you'll have the opportunity to come into contact with Ling Jiaojiao. As for what to do in the future, it still depends on how strong you are. If you have the aptitude of Ling Yan in the past, I believe that no one in the 8 Immortal City can bully your family. Lin Ruoxian's words were sincere and heartfelt. Ling Xiao nodded his head, feeling somewhat grateful in his heart. Although he couldn't wait to immediately rescue Ling Jiaojiao and kill Jian Lufeng. But he knew that he couldn't be impulsive. Being impulsive wouldn't lead to a good outcome. Don't worry about your cultivation. Your sister Ling Jiaojiao will probably accept the engagement under the circumstances. But even so, her marriage with Jian Lufeng will still take some time. Lin Ruoxian continued, Ling Jiaojiao's cultivation is too weak. She won't be able to form a resonance with Jian Lufeng. So her cultivation needs to be at least at the 3rd level of hell to barely qualify. You just need to rescue Ling Jiaojiao before her cultivation breaks through the 3rd level of hell. There's not much time left. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. With the Jian tribe's resources, it wasn't impossible to forcefully increase Ling Jiaojiao's cultivation. Ling Xiao had to be mentally prepared. Right now, he had to increase his strength first. I'll have to trouble Deacon Ruoxian with the matter of the protector. In these few days, unless it's a matter of life and death, don't let anyone disturb me. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he stepped into the house. Sister Jiaojiao, I, Ling Xiao, swear here today that no one in this world can force you to do something you don't want to do. In the past, I couldn't protect the Moon Maiden. Now, I can't fail to protect my only family in the Black Tortoise mainland. Seeing the confidence and determination in Ling Xiao's eyes, Lin Ruoxian was a little dazed. It seemed that nothing could bend this young man's shoulders and make him give up. Stepping into the house, Ling Xiao immediately took out the darkness fossil and held it in his hand. It's time for this darkness fossil to show its usefulness. Ling Xiao's cultivation was already infinitely close to the 1st level of hell. The door to the 2nd level of hell was already 90% open. With the help of this darkness fossil, he could definitely break through successfully. He had this confidence. Primordial hellfire. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. A ball of blackish-purple flame formed in the void. After the darkness fossil was burned by the primordial hellfire, the black energy kept rising and fusing into the door to the 2nd level of hell. Following that, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the barrier he had broken through was rapidly being cleared. If there was a difference of 10 times in strength between the early and middle stages of the 1st level of hell, then the difference between the 1st level of hell and the 2nd level of hell was dozens of times. The gap between them was not something that could be easily bridged. This was also the reason why most warriors could not challenge someone of a higher level. The gap was too big. Especially the gap between the major realms, it was even more ridiculous. The reason why Ling Xiao could defeat opponents of a higher realm was because he relied on the support of many special abilities. Even that was very tiring. However, once his cultivation broke through, it would be very easy for him to face warriors of the 2nd level of hell. This was the fundamental reason why he was so anxious to break through. Ling Xiao had already used all kinds of methods to close the gap from before. Now, he was just a little bit away. With this darkness fossil, this last bit was perfectly made up for. Under the burning of the primordial hellfire, the darkness fossil kept shrinking. And Ling Xiao could also feel that his strength had already reached the peak. He was just a thin layer away from breaking through. Soon, after an unknown amount of time, the darkness fossil finally burned completely. Ling Xiao could feel that the abundant power in his body had completely condensed together. Breakthrough to the second level of hell. With a wild cry, the terrifying power in his body surged out, rushing straight to the second level of hell. The gate to the second floor of hell is finally open. Ling Xiao's expression was one of wild joy. However, good things didn't stop there. It was probably because Ling Xiao had accumulated too much energy in his body. After breaking through the gate to the second floor of hell, his cultivation almost went out of control like a runaway horse. The early stage of the second floor of hell, the middle stage of the second floor of hell, the late stage of the second floor of hell, the breakthrough finally stopped when he reached the late stage of the second floor of hell. The crazy expansion of energy also calmed down. Ling Xiao looked inside himself in surprise. He didn't expect that he would reach such a cultivation level with just one breakthrough. Akira, Desert Cloud, just you wait. I, Ling Xiao, will give you a big surprise. Cultivation breakthrough. Ling Xiao didn't get carried away. He still sat there cross-legged and began to stabilize the few realms he had broken through. Although it was a good thing to break through several realms at once, it had its drawbacks. That was, the foundation would be unstable. Only by repeatedly tempering himself at every stage could he truly stabilize it. Fighting was the best way to temper. However, right now, the most important thing was to calm down and familiarize himself with the power of each realm. This was the most important thing. He didn't know how many days had passed since he started cultivating. Anyway, he had already told Lin Ruoxian to inform him when the day of the assessment came. Therefore, he didn't need to be distracted. He just needed to focus on cultivating. In the next 2 days, Ling Xiao kept fighting with his twin martial souls with various cultivation levels to stabilize each realm. On the 3rd day, he finally stopped and took out the 100 pieces of Thunder Elemental Jade he had obtained at the auction. The breakthrough wasn't enough. He wanted to take advantage of this breakthrough to integrate more Thunder Elemental Jade and Lava Elemental Jade to strengthen his Lightning Combat Constitution and Lava Combat Constitution. He could feel that his 2 combat constitutions seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough. It wouldn't be long before they were promoted to an advanced combat constitution. At that time, Akira's Crimson Demon combat constitution would be nothing in his eyes. He now had 100 pieces of Thunder Elemental Jade and 100 pieces of Lava Elemental Jade. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to successfully break through after so many years. Perhaps it was because of his breakthrough in cultivation, coupled with his experience of fusion, and the Thunder Essence pill that he had refined himself. Ling Xiao's subsequent fusion became incomparably easy. Previously, he had integrated 34 pieces of Thunder Jade on top of his intermediate Thunder combat body. And this number made him feel as if he was infinitely close to breaking through. 35, 36, 37, and even 38 Lightning Elemental Jades were fused with ease. There was almost no pressure at all. One had to know that the benefits Ling Xiao received from raising his cultivation by 1 level were much greater than others. It was not only because he was a samsara warrior. It was also because of his profound world body. His physical strength could only be released when his cultivation reached a certain level. Otherwise, it would destroy his body. Therefore, when he made a breakthrough in his cultivation, the increase in his strength was almost explosive. This was something that no one else could compare to. When he reached the 39th piece, he encountered a bit of difficulty, but it was still a daunting experience. Only the 40th piece allowed Ling Xiao to experience the terrifying feeling of being bombarded by lightning. When he integrated the 40th piece of Thunder Elemental Jade, the sky seemed to have changed color. Lin Ruoxian, who was standing outside the house, looked at this scene in surprise. She thought that the weather had changed. However, the lightning in the sky kept blasting towards the house where Ling Xiao was. It was as if they wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew that the advanced Thunder combat body was already a little in touch with the laws of heaven and earth. For those who controlled the laws of the Immortal Court continent, this was absolutely not allowed. Therefore, they wanted to kill Ling Xiao. However, no matter how powerful the laws of heaven and earth were, they still had to rely on heaven and earth. Ling Xiao possessed a profound world body and controlled the royal heaven Queen Earth, so he faced the ferocious lightning attacks. Not only did he not retreat, but he also turned into a giant and pierced through the wooden house to fight against the lightning in the sky. This scene was blocked by the huge array formation, so Lin Ruoxian didn't see it. However, she could feel that something was happening inside the array formation. Did Ling Xiao break through? How could there be such a terrifying movement? She was now both worried and anxious. After about 10 minutes, the lightning dissipated and the sky returned to normal. Lin Ruoxian didn't relax because she didn't know how Ling Xiao was doing. The advanced thunder combat body is really terrifying. It already has some ability to control lightning. Ling Xiao could feel that he had finally succeeded in condensing the advanced thunder combat body after spending a total of 90 thunder elemental jades. At this moment, he was ecstatic. Master, now that you have the advanced thunder combat body, I think you can learn the thunder burst art? Xianxia suddenly came out and said. The thunderstorm art was a kind of secret technique. It was an extremely powerful lightning-type secret technique. It was a high-tier jade secret technique. In order to cultivate the thunder burst art, one must first have a physique that wasn't afraid of lightning. The elementary thunder combat body and the intermediate thunder combat body couldn't be cultivated. Only the advanced thunder combat body could be cultivated. Of course. Was Ling Xiao stupid not to learn such a powerful secret technique? He immediately obtained the Thunder Burst Arts chant from Xindian and began to cultivate it in the form of the advanced thunder combat body. The cultivation of secret techniques was different from martial arts. The key was soul power and the chant. These 2 points were not a problem for Ling Xiao. From the beginning to the elementary level and then to the intermediate level, Ling Xiao only used 1 day. Although the Thunder Burst art was only at the intermediate level, its power was even more terrifying than the complete meteor sword technique. This was the terrifying part of the advanced jade secret technique. Maybe it was the huge pressure that gave him the crazy motivation, but he felt that he was in a very good state now. He could learn anything and never fall behind. It had been 4 days since he started cultivating. There were less than 4 days before the advancement test. Ling Xiao didn't plan to stop here. His thunder combat body had already reached the advanced level. Then his lava combat body must also reach the advanced level. After all, with the experience, the advancement would be faster and more stable than before. The result was just as Ling Xiao expected. He only spent half the time. On the basis of the intermediate lava combat body, he used a total of 40 lava origin jades. He finally broke through to the lava combat body. The moment he broke through to the lava combat body, the sky changed color again. However, it was different from the previous thunder and lightning. This time, it was raining fire. This caused Lin Ruoxian to be both shocked and at a loss. However, he was sure that Ling Xiao should be fine. If there was something going on, then he would have stopped cultivating already. If the thunderstorm technique was the most terrifying secret skill against an enemy, then the lava storm would be a large-scale killing secret skill. Ling Xiao had never practiced an advanced jade-grade secret skill before he reincarnated. It could be seen that the resources of the Black Tortoise continent were much better than those of the previous 3 continents. When he raised the lava storm to the small success level, Lin Ruoxian's voice came from outside the door. Junior brother Ling, the assessment will begin tomorrow morning. I have some errands to deal with today. Have you finished your cultivation? Yes. Secret skills were the same as martial skills. The proficiency needed to be improved through battles. Fighting with his own twin martial souls was not as effective as fighting with an enemy. His cultivation could be said to have come to an end. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the first transformation, second layer of hell. After using the beast soul transformation, his strength would be close to the early stage of the first transformation, third layer of hell. Coupled with the advanced lightning body and advanced lava body, he could easily defeat a warrior at the early stage of the first transformation, third layer of hell. Although Desert Cloud's cultivation had reached the peak of the third layer of hell, he was just an ordinary warrior. Ling Xiao was confident that he could deal with him. As for Akira, he did not care about him at all. What Qi Ling relied on was the advanced Crimson Demon battle physique. But he had two advanced battle bodies at the same time. Neither of them was weaker than Akira's crimson demon body. Desert Cloud. Akira. You want to kill me and make it impossible for me to pass the assessment of the 8 Immortal Mountain, very well. Then I will let you fall into the Azura Hell and never be able to raise your heads again. This was not the first time Ling Xiao had done something like this. Qi Yan'er and Sha Hai were the same. Now it was Akira and Desert Cloud's turn. After advancing to the 8 Immortal Mountain, he could get closer to Ling Jiaojiao. At that time, he would be more familiar with Ling Jiaojiao's situation and it would be easier to rescue her. Unlike now, he was completely in the dark. This was how Ling Xiao had risen in the past. As the saying went, a general's success was built on the bones of 10,000 people. With his rise, there would inevitably be many so-called geniuses who would become his stepping stones. They had become airy white bones, building a ladder for him to ascend to a higher realm. The Dark Ones, one of the 8 great clans, were in charge of the assessment. This was also the rule of the 8th Immortal Mountain. Every 8 years, a cycle would take place. The disciples who were promoted to the 8 Immortals Mountain, except for the warriors who originally belonged to other clans, were all from the Dark Clan. For example, Desert Cloud was a member of the Sand Clan, so he was still a member of the Sand Clan. Akira, on the other hand, wasn't a member of the 8 houses, so it was only natural for her to join the Dark Ones. Ling Xiao was the same. The 8 great clans represented greater power and strength. Everyone who joined the 8 Immortal Mountain wanted to squeeze their way in. The disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain were the true core of the 8 Immortals Mountain. Many of the sect's secrets and most of its resources would be open to the disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain. This was something that the disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain couldn't compare to. Because of this, all the warriors who joined the 8 Immortals Mountain had the 8 Immortals Mountain as their goal. As for which clan they joined, it didn't matter. What was important was to step into the 8 Immortals Mountain. Unfortunately, most of them would be eliminated. Some might even die because of it. This was the bloody reality. Ling Xiao came out of seclusion a day earlier to obtain more information. After all, the following assessment wasn't just a test of strength. It would also be a battle of wits. With enough information, it would be easier to survive. On this day, the Black Immortals Mountain's Mountain Lord came personally. He even brought Ho Renfeng and Zhou Tong. Both of them would be participating in this assessment. After all, in terms of cultivation, they weren't bad. When Zhou Tong saw Ling Xiao, he was more or less afraid and stood far away. Ho Renfeng was more direct. Ever since Ling Xiao beat up Sha Hai for him, he treated Ling Xiao as a good friend. This person's personality was very direct. He was a typical martial arts fanatic. Although he wasn't a reincarnation realm warrior, his cultivation had already broken through to the early stage of the 3rd level of hell. He could be considered one of the best in the 8 Immortals Mountain. The moment he came up, he patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and said, "I just broke through. Last time, you beat up Sha Hai for me. This time, let me protect you." Ling Xiao smiled noncommittally. He appreciated Ho Renfeng's good intentions. However, with his current cultivation, he really didn't need it. Of course, it wasn't very nice to reject someone's good intentions. So he didn't say anything. Thinking back to when he first stepped into the Black Immortals Mountain, Ho Renfeng's strength was definitely something that Ling Xiao had to look up to. Even though he was a reincarnation realm warrior, at that time, he was still far from Ho Renfeng. As for Zhou Tong, it was the same. At that time, he hated Zhou Tong but couldn't do anything because his strength was inferior. However, today, Zhou Tong avoided him like he was a demon. It was probably because of the shameful things he had done in the past that he was afraid. Among the 3 of you, I have high hopes for Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao, your cultivation isn't enough now. There's still a long way to go, so it's enough that you can participate in the test. At least you've gained some experience. When you come again next year, you'll have even greater hope. Actually, the Black Immortals Mountain Lord knew that whether it was Ho Renfeng, Zhou Tong, or Ling Xiao, it was basically impossible for them to pass this test. He only hoped that these 3 disciples of the Black Immortals Mountain could keep their lives. As long as they didn't die, there was still hope next year. Especially Ling Xiao. His shocking talent was extremely shocking. He believed that as long as he had enough time, Desert Cloud and Akira wouldn't be his match. However, the Black Immortal's Mountain Lord felt that it wasn't possible. Ling Xiao only smiled at the Black Immortal's Mountain Lord's words. He didn't refute. Because there was no need to. He was hiding his true cultivation now. The cultivation he showed was still at the peak of the first level of hell. It was normal for the Black Immortal's Mountain Lord to feel that he couldn't pass the test. When the real test began, he would naturally reveal his true strength. There was no hurry now. He knew that many people were mocking him behind his back. They didn't think highly of him. For example, Qi Lian, the Purple Immortal's Mountain Lord, Sha Diao, Jian Lufeng, and the others. But so what, did he, Ling Xiao, need these people to think highly of him? Slapping faces was his forte. Mountain Lord, can you tell me the specific rules of the 8 Immortals Mountains test? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. The Black Immortal's Mountain Lord nodded and said, it's good to understand the rules. Although you definitely won't be able to pass the test, if you want to survive, you can't not know the rules. You've all participated in the 8 Immortals Mountains test, right? The rules are actually similar, but it's more complicated. It's just more grand. This test is also divided into 2 stages. Celestial Demon Mountain? Celestial Demon Peak? Ling Xiao felt that these 2 words were somewhat interesting. That's right. There's a Celestial Demon Mountain dozens of miles away from the center of the 8 Immortals County. Celestial Demon Mountain was occupied by powerful monsters and celestial demons hundreds of years ago. It's very dangerous. Your first task is to break through the obstacles set up by the celestial demons and monsters and finally reach the peak of Celestial Demon Mountain, which is Celestial Demon Peak. Black Immortal Mountain Master explained. That's it? Ling Xiao was a little curious. Such a task didn't seem too difficult. Don't be happy yet. Celestial Demon Mountain is more than 8,000 meters high and covered in snow all year round. It's extremely cold. It's the favorite trial ground of the 8 Immortals Mountain disciples. The harsh environment, powerful monsters, and celestial demons create the terror of Celestial Demon Mountain. Black Immortal Mountain Master reminded, the strongest celestial demons and monsters on Celestial Demon Mountain have reached the peak of the 3rd level of hell or the early stage of the 3rd level of 1 star, which is about the same as the 3rd level of Ghost Prison. The monsters don't matter. The key is those celestial demons. They have intelligence, so you must be careful. I understand, Mountain Master. Ling Xiao nodded. Celestial Demon Mountain was definitely not a good place to make Black Immortal Mountain Master so nervous. There's another troublesome thing. The test of trampling Celestial Demon Mountain is not a one-on-one battle, but a group of 5. Black Immortal Mountain Master added. What? Hearing this, Ling Xiao immediately frowned. He hadn't been in the 8 Immortals Mountain for long, so he didn't know many friends. If he participated in the test alone, he might have a chance to succeed. But if he formed a group, it might not be so. And what's more troublesome is that to pass the first test, all 5 people in the group must reach Celestial Demon Peak alive. If one person dies, it's considered a failure. The Mountain Lord of the Black Immortal Mountain threw another bomb that made Ling Xiao unhappy. He was simply deliberately making things difficult for a newcomer like him. Who could he form a team with? Ho Renfeng, Lin Yang, and Qing Feiying. But even so, he was still short of one person. Could he ask Zhou Tong to make up the numbers? That was impossible. Zhou Tong was already at odds with him, so how could he possibly wholeheartedly help him? Who knows, they might even deliberately seek death and ruin his assessment. It's a little troublesome. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. How do we determine the victor? Whoever reaches Celestial Devil Peak first will win? Ling Xiao asked. There was no point in fretting over the matter of forming a team. It was better to figure out what they didn't know first. No, according to the rules, as long as you can reach the Heavenly Devil Peak within 3 days, it's fine. The key to victory is the soul locking token. The Black Immortal Mountain Lord shook his head and said. What is the soul locking token? Ling Xiao asked curiously. The soul locking tablet is a special magic treasure of the 8 Immortals Mountain. As long as you drip a drop of blood on it and then wear it, it can display the disciple's physical condition. Every one of the 100 disciples participating in the assessment will have one. What you need to do is to try your best to snatch the other people's soul-locking tokens. In the end, the 4 groups with the most soul-locking tokens, which means 20 people, will enter the second stage of the assessment. At this point, the Black Immortal Mountain Lord specially reminded Ling Xiao, don't kill people rashly because the soul-locking token will record everything. It will be very troublesome. Of course, there are exceptions under special circumstances. After all, you have too many enemies. If others want to kill you, you won't be willing to surrender. I can still understand this. What if I encounter danger and want to ask for help? Ling Xiao asked again. It's very simple. Your soul-locking token has the function of releasing a distress signal once. If you confirm that you can't continue the assessment, release the signal. At that time, the experts in the sect will naturally go to rescue you. Unless an unforeseen accident occurs, you shouldn't die. Do you have any other questions? The Black Immortal Mountain Lord asked again. Ling Xiao thought for a while. He already had a basic understanding of the assessment of trampling the Heavenly Devil Mountain. In short, the first stage was about the martial artist's social relations and teamwork. Although individual ability was very important, it was definitely not the most important. Because as long as one person in the group was eliminated, the whole group would be eliminated. Not only did they have to ensure that the members of the group were intact, but they also had to obtain as many soul-locking tokens as possible under this condition. To think that the people of 8 Immortal Mountain could come up with this kind of assessment. It was really difficult. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was not always a loner. He also had friends and had once led an army to battle. Teamwork was not a problem for him. In particular, he knew formations, which were crucial to increasing the combat strength of the group. This first stage seemed difficult for him, but in fact, it was the exact opposite. It was as if it was tailor-made for him. I don't have any other questions, but it's probably a little difficult to form a group. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. I've considered this for you. Qing Feiying, Lin Yang, your eldest senior brother Bei Renfeng, and you, a total of 4 people. You just need to find one more person. Zhou Tong has already joined another group, so he can't be in the same group as you. However, what's interesting is that the Qingwan flower of Green Immortal Mountain has become a loner. Perhaps she can join your group. When the Black Immortal Mountain Lord mentioned this Qingwan flower, he seemed to be frowning. Lord, if you have something to say, just say it. Ling Xiao said. Since he wanted to ensure that he could pass this assessment smoothly, he had to understand all the members of his group. Bei Renfeng was straightforward and a martial arts fanatic. Qing Feiying was his friend, and her strength was quite good. Moreover, he seemed to have some unresolvable feelings for her. He hoped that it was just his imagination. Lin Yang was his good brother. Although his strength was not as good, his loyalty was the highest. He really did not understand what this Qingwan flower was like. This Qingwan flower's aptitude is only second to Desert Cloud and Akira, and her strength is close to those two. However, you also know that geniuses are more arrogant, and this Qingwan flower is even more so. In Green Immortal Mountain, she is almost a loner and has no friends. Her most common saying is, teammates are burdens. She doesn't need them at all. The Black Immortal Mountain Lord smiled bitterly. It sounds like she has been tricked by her teammates before. That's why she has such a psychological shadow. She probably despises the few of us. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Maybe she just despises you. The Black Immortal Mountain Lord smiled bitterly and said, Lin Yang's current cultivation is higher than yours. He has reached the late stage of the second level of hell. Although you are a first transition martial artist, you are only at the peak of the first level of hell. I'll say something that might upset you, but other than your friends, no one else is willing to team up with you. These words did sound quite cruel. However, Ling Xiao smiled. The contempt of others was his motivation. He wanted to let everyone know that only those who followed him, Ling Xiao, had a chance of success. And those who looked down on him would definitely be slapped in the face. Ling Xiao actually liked to see those who looked down on him dumbfounded and helpless. The second stage is simpler and more direct. After the final 20 people are decided, the original team will be split into 4 groups. These 4 groups will be decided by drawing lots. One person will be chosen from each group. In the end, these 5 people will challenge each other in a cycle. The top 3 will join the Dark Tribe of 8 Immortal Mountain according to the results of the challenge. The Black Immortal Mountain Master explained, but Heavenly Devil Peak is not an ordinary place. There is a fragment space there that is very strange. The location of the final battle can be any kind of harsh environment. Adaptability and strength are both important. So, Ling Xiao, you don't have no chance at all. As long as you make good use of the environment, you can still advance. It was obvious that the Black Immortal Mountain Master was comforting Ling Xiao. As the Mountain Master, he couldn't possibly discourage his own disciple. However, his comforting tone was a little too obvious. Everyone present heard it. Clearly. If he can advance, roosters will be laying eggs. Zhou Tong finally couldn't help but say this. Although it was a little unpleasant, it was the true portrayal in many people's hearts. No one thought that Ling Xiao could advance to 8 Immortal Mountain in the end. Even those who truly supported Ling Xiao felt that it was impossible. After all, although Ling Xiao's aptitude was outstanding, his strength was too weak. No matter how smart he was, in the end, the assessment still depended on strength. Of course, Ling Xiao had to admit that if it was before his breakthrough, perhaps this idea was right. At that time, even he felt that it was impossible for him to advance. But now, everything was different. His cultivation had continuously increased to the late stage of the first transformation second level of hell. He had also cultivated the advanced lightning battle body and the advanced lava battle body, and grasped the advanced jade grade secret technique. His strength was much, much stronger than before. It was simply incomparable. Just wait to be dumbfounded. I, Ling Xiao, will shock all of you. Secretly smiling, Ling Xiao's mood suddenly relaxed. Once he became stronger, the pressure would not be so great. Seeing Ling Xiao so confident and relaxed, the Black Immortal Mountain Master couldn't help but be stunned. He had taught many disciples, but Ling Xiao was the only one he couldn't see through. Perhaps this person really had some secrets that no one knew about. If that was the case, it would be a huge surprise. His heart was suddenly filled with anticipation. Perhaps the advancement test this time would be extremely exciting. Lin Ruoxian also seemed to have the same misconception and expectation. Hai Renfeng patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and laughed, "Don't worry, junior brother. Your senior brother has already taken the test a few times, but I still haven't passed. This is your first time participating in the advancement test. Even if you don't pass, you can come back next year. With your talent, you will definitely be stronger than Desert Cloud and Akira by next year." His long-winded words were actually sincere. Ling Xiao smiled secretly. He was considered lucky. Other than Qing Wanhua, the rest of his teammates were trustworthy. This time, not only did he want to advance, but he also wanted the other 4 to successfully enter the second stage. At the second stage, he couldn't help even if he wanted to. Alright, there's nothing more to say about this test. Tomorrow morning, the 3 of you will follow me to Scarlet Immortal Mountain. All the participating disciples will gather there and be divided into groups. The Black Immortal Mountain Master left after he finished speaking. He didn't want to delay Ling Xiao and the others. Scarlet Immortal Mountain was the strongest mountain in the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. Therefore, every time the disciples of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain gathered, they would start there. This had never changed, even if Ling Xiao appeared in Black Immortal Mountain. It also couldn't change the strength of Desert Cloud and Akira. Unless Ling Xiao suppressed the 2 of them in this 8 Immortal Mountain test, perhaps Black Immortal Mountain would still have a chance to raise its head. After the Black Immortal Mountain Master left, Lin Ruoxian also left. These few days, she helped Ling Xiao protect him and didn't have a good rest. This time, she had to go back and have a good rest. Hai Renfeng, Zhou Tong, and Feng Ru left one after another. When Ling Xiao returned to his room, he did not cultivate. Instead, he slept soundly. He wanted to be in his best condition. For Yinyang realm martial artists, sleep was something they could do without. However, Ling Xiao still liked to sleep for a while because he found that his body's functions recovered dozens of times faster than when he woke up. The next morning, The Black Immortal Mountain Master came to find Ling Xiao as promised. He also brought Hai Renfeng and Zhou Tong to Scarlet Immortal Mountain. The distance from Black Immortal Mountain to Scarlet Immortal Mountain was not short. However, for a Yinyang realm martial artist, it didn't take long. After about 30 minutes, the four of them arrived at the foot of Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Please inform the Black Immortal Mountain Master that he has brought his disciples Ling Xiao, Hai Renfeng, and Zhou Tong to Scarlet Immortal Mountain to participate in the 8 Immortal Mountain test. Even when facing the martial artists guarding Scarlet Immortal Mountain, the Black Immortal Mountain Master was very polite. To be honest, he was the Mountain Master, an elder in the entire 8 Immortal Mountain. These martial artists guarding the gate were only at the middle stage of the second layer of hell. As long as he wanted to, he could easily kill these people. However, he didn't do so. Therefore, there was a saying in 8 Immortal Mountain, Black Immortal Mountain Master Yi Wuxing is a coward, a coward. Was Yi Wuxing his code name or his name? No one outside knew. It was just that everyone called him that. This name was also considered the name of the most useless elder in the entire 8 Immortal Mountain. Many disciples who hadn't even reached the Yinyang realm dared to mock and ridicule him behind his back. Dark Knight Formless had never said or done anything. He was like a deaf person who couldn't hear or see these things. The attitude of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain disciples proved this. One of the disciples was at the early stage of the second layer of hell. The Mountain Master of Black Immortal Mountain could easily crush him like an ant. However, this person looked at Yi Wuxing arrogantly and said, Black Immortal Mountain Master, I'm sorry. The gathering place has changed. We have to go directly to the Heavenly Demon Mountain's Heavenly Demon Outpost. His attitude was very cold and arrogant, as if he was superior to the Mountain Master of Black Immortal Mountain. I see. Then let's go. The Mountain Master of Black Immortal Mountain frowned, but he didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he called out to Ling Xiao, Ho Renfeng, and Zhou Tong and prepared to leave. Mountain Master, I want to go to the outhouse. I'll catch up with you later. Zhou Tong suddenly said, feeling very uncomfortable. Go. The Mountain Master of Black Immortal Mountain still didn't ask any more questions. After Zhou Tong left, Ling Xiao couldn't hold it in anymore. Mountain Master, you know that those disciples guarding the gate are talking nonsense, and you know that Zhou Tong going to the outhouse is just an excuse. He should be going to Scarlet Immortal Mountain, right? But why didn't you say it? He questioned a little unhappily. So what if they know? It's obvious that Qi Lian deliberately ordered them to say that. Do you want me to kill those people? And then kill my way to Scarlet Deity Mountain? I've already made such a mistake. Sigh, forget it. I'd better not talk about it. Let's go. Anyway, I know the way to Demonic Mountain. It's not far. They're just going to take the immortal boat of 8 Immortals Mountain. It's just more comfortable and faster. In the end, we still have to go to the demonic outpost. The Mountain Master of Black Immortal Mountain seemed to have some unspeakable difficulties. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, but he didn't force him. Instead, he suddenly smiled and said, Mountain Master, my personality is different from yours. I, Ling Xiao, don't like to be taken advantage of. If those bastards dare to lie to us, I'll beat them up. After saying that, without waiting for the Mountain Master's reaction, Ling Xiao had already walked toward the 4 disciples guarding the gate of Scarlet Deity Mountain. Kid, you'd better not cause trouble. Otherwise, whether you're a disciple of Black Immortal Mountain or not, I'll cripple you first. Seeing Ling Xiao walk over, the first disciple said disdainfully. The second disciple sneered and said, to tell you the truth, the immortal boat is on Scarlet Deity Mountain right now. Everyone else can enter, but you people from Black Immortal Mountain can't. Of course, Zhou Tong is an exception. The third disciple scolded, why are you telling him the truth? This kid is born in the year of the dog. He'll bite. The fourth disciple laughed out loud. Don't worry, their Mountain Master is a tortoise. This disciple of his must be a tortoise too. He definitely won't dare to do anything. Besides, what can he do? He's just a martial artist from the first level of hell. The 4 of them echoed each other like a group crosstalk. They didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. Even the Mountain Master of Black Immortal Mountain, who was nearby, scolded them directly. Moreover, these people spoke the truth casually. It was obvious that they didn't take Black Immortal Mountain seriously. They didn't just look down on Ling Xiao. They didn't even take the Mountain Master of Black Immortal Mountain seriously. In the eyes of this bunch of bastards, there was probably only that old witch Qi Lian in their eyes. Ling Xiao knew that the old witch, Qi Lian, was scheming against him, but he didn't expect that she would even dare to make a fuss about something as big as going to the 8 Immortals Mountains examination. Good, that was King great, Qilian, go ahead and do it, let's continue. This time, if Akira can pass the test, you can slap my face, I've already given you face. Did that old witch Qi Lian ask you to do this? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Impudent. You actually dare to disrespect your elders and offend your superiors by scolding the Scarlet Lotus Mountain Master? Brat, you must be tired of living. I was just worried that I wouldn't have a reason to teach this brat a lesson. Perfect. After saying that, 2 of the 4 guards rushed towards Ling Xiao at the same time. He attacked without saying a word. Moreover, they were facing Ling Xiao, who was going to participate in the assessment of the 8 Immortals Mountain. If they were just guards, they naturally wouldn't dare to act like this. They were doing this because they had the backing of Qi Lian. They felt that there wouldn't be any problem if they crippled Ling Xiao just like that. Ling Xiao was waiting for them to attack. If they didn't attack, he really didn't have a legitimate reason to fight back. 2 useless dogs, how dare you attack me, Ling Xiao? I'll smash your mouths. Ling Xiao roared. Not only did he not retreat, but he also charged forward in the face of the enemy's attack. He wasn't afraid of the 2 guards at all. When the Black Immortal Mountain Master saw this scene, he was about to attack, but he suddenly stopped. He even stopped Shi Renfeng, who was rushing out. His eyes flickered with a strange light. With his cultivation, he could naturally see if Ling Xiao would be at a disadvantage in the battle. Should he save him? Boom. Smack, with 1 punch and 1 kick, Ling Xiao was actually able to cleanly knock down the 2 guards who had rushed out. However, the 2 guards obviously didn't learn their lesson. Not only did they not learn their lesson, but they also shouted. Brothers, let's attack together. The Mountain Master said that if we cripple this guy, we will all be rewarded. Originally, there were 2 people attacking Ling Xiao. Now, there were 4 of them. 2 of them were at the advanced stage of the 2nd level of hell. The other 2 were at the intermediate stage and the beginning stage of the 2nd level of hell. With the 4 of them working together, even Qi Renfeng would have a headache. Ling Xiao, whose cultivation level was lower than his, should have been beaten up. However, it was completely different from what Qi Renfeng imagined. Ling Xiao didn't even do much and didn't use any martial arts techniques. He just took a few steps forward like a shooting star. Then, the 4 guards flew out again. Everyone's mouths were filled with blood. Everyone's face was swollen like they were stung by a bee. Their heads were round like balls. 20 slaps for each of them in an instant. This brat seems to be hiding something. An excited smile appeared on the Black Immortal Mountain Master's face. How many years had it been? He had rarely been so excited. That's impossible, Mountain Master. 20 slaps per person? How fast would that be? Ho Renfeng was dumbfounded when he heard this. Renfeng, listen up. During the test, follow Ling Xiao's lead. Do whatever he asks you to do. Don't doubt him. Trust him. At least you won't have any problems in the first round. As for the second round, you can only leave it to fate. The Black Immortal Mountain Master suddenly said. Although I don't know what you mean, I understand. Qi Renfeng was such a person. To put it bluntly, he was brainless. To put it nicely, he was honest. If he believed someone, he would always believe it. He would never doubt it. Even if the Mountain Master asked him to die, he wouldn't refuse. However, this kind of person was a fool. He was often able to make true friends. The Black Immortal Mountain Master was his teacher and friend. Ling Xiao also treated him as a friend. This was his unique charm. F*CK, it's different from what we agreed on. How is this Ling Xiao easy to deal with? Bastard, I've been tricked. I still have to go on a date with my junior sister tomorrow. My face is almost like a pig's head. I regret it so much. That's nothing. I'm just a pretty boy, and I just happened to hook up with a rich woman. Now, the meal that was right in front of my mouth is gone just like that. With this face of mine, she probably thinks that she's met a ghost. F***ck, isn't this a scam? No one told us that Ling Xiao's skills are so good. That terrifying palm wind. I didn't even see it, let alone catch it. It was all a blur. The thing that the four of them regretted the most now was provoking the demon Ling Xiao. Not only did they not get the upper hand, but they were also beaten up. As the saying goes, don't hit people in the face. However, this kid just had to hit them in the face. It turned their pretty faces into a mess. It would probably take a long time for them to recover. The four of you. Spare us. Spare us, Lord. It's us four trash who failed to recognize Mount Tai. We were the foxes who bullied others with the might of the Scarlet Lotus Mountain. But there was nothing we could do. That's what the Scarlet Lotus Mountain Master ordered us to do. It's good that you know how to bully others with your power. I specialize in killing dogs. Don't let me encounter something similar in the future. Otherwise, the four of you can forget about living. Ling Xiao said coldly. At this moment, the Black Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master walked over and said calmly, Ling Xiao is indeed a little impulsive to hit someone, but don't you think it's too much to ignore me? Go back and tell your Mountain Master Qi Lian that I, Dark Knight Formless, am not dead yet. Hearing the Black Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master's words, Ling Xiao was really touched. Because he understood that the Black Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master was taking the responsibility. This way, Qi Lian would shift her attention to him and not Ling Xiao. After all, he was stronger than Ling Xiao and had more power in the Eight Immortal Mountain. After saying that, he walked away without looking back. Ling Xiao and Qi Renfeng followed behind. Ling Xiao, you're hiding something, right? After walking for a while, the Black Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master suddenly asked. That's right. Ling Xiao nodded. To those who supported and loved him, Ling Xiao felt that he could reveal some secrets. That's good. I'm looking forward to it. Although the four of them are not qualified to participate in the Eight Immortal Mountains test, that's because they're too old. The fact that you can defeat them is enough to show that you're strong. This time, you'll have to shoulder the responsibility of the team leader. Whether it's your eldest senior brother, Lin Yang, or Qing Feiying, you have to take good care of them. As for that Qinghuan flower, just don't let her be eliminated. However, she shouldn't be eliminated so easily. This was the first time the Black Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master felt that Ling Xiao had become the backbone of the Black Fairy Mountain. Although Ling Xiao's performance was outstanding, he always felt that he had the temperament of a child. He was not very stable and his strength was really not good. But now, perhaps it was time for Ling Xiao to gain some benefits. In the future, if you really become a disciple of the Eight Immortal Mountain and step into the Dark Tribe, then come find me. I forgot to tell you, I'm also a Dark Tribe member. Dark Knight Formless suddenly said. This disciple will bear that in mind. Every master of the lower Eight Immortals Mountain was an elder-level figure. Naturally, they also belonged to the 8 clans of the upper 8 Immortals. Alright, let's set off immediately. Although my flying bat is slightly slower than that immortal boat, it should be able to make it in time. As they spoke, the three of them saw a huge ship flying over their heads. Although it was called an immortal boat, it was more like a giant flywheel ship. On the giant ship, there were many places to rest. Naturally, it was much better than the flying bats. However, Ling Xiao was not envious. Riding on the flying bat was also a form of cultivation. However, Ling Xiao felt a deep sense of disgust towards Qi Lian for targeting the Black Immortal Mountain. In the past, because he had killed Qi Yan and stole the Thunder Elemental Jade from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao did not want to bully this old woman anymore. But who knew that he wouldn't bully others, yet others insisted on chasing after him to deal with him. First, it was Akira, and now it was this boring trick. Ling Xiao was a very vengeful person. He would not let the other party have an easy time after playing with him like this. Mountain Master, you won't object if I deal with Qi Lian, right? On the flying bat, Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Deal with her? How? The mountain master of the Black Immortal Mountain was stunned for a moment before asking. Then you don't have to worry about it. In short, I will definitely make Qi Lian bow her head obediently when she sees us in the future. She might even kneel down and kowtow. Ling Xiao said with a smile. It seemed like a good idea to have an elder-level maid. You'd better be careful. Although I know that nothing I say can change your mind, I used to be as carefree and as proud and confident as you. But after that incident, sigh, it's really sad to talk about the past. It's better not to talk about it. This was the second time Knight Formless suddenly paused on the same topic. Obviously, it was a scar that he did not want to open. That scar was too painful for him, so much so that he did not want to touch it at all. Since he did not want to talk about it, Ling Xiao naturally did not ask. Hai Renfeng just sat there and looked at Ling Xiao curiously. He was not stupid, he was just straightforward. The mountain master asked him to follow Ling Xiao and listen to Ling Zhao's arrangements, so he began to observe Ling Xiao. In the face of the upcoming assessment and even talking about Qi Lian, Hai Renfeng was extremely nervous. He did not dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. But Ling Xiao always seemed to have a card up his sleeve. He did not feel nervous at all. He did not have the slightest bit of respect for Qi Lian. Junior brother Ling, how many secrets do you have? But forget it, I'm not used to thinking anyway. Since the mountain master asked me to follow you, I'll follow you. Hai Renfeng looked at the constantly changing scenery in front of him and simply gave up on thinking, which he was not good at. After all, he had a headache when he thought. The ferry boat had long disappeared. It was obvious how fast it was. However, the flying bat also arrived in the vicinity of Demonic Mountain about 3 hours later. That's Demonic Mountain? Ling Xiao looked at the mountain peak in the distance in shock. This mountain peak was extremely strange. It had a main peak, and it was surrounded by 13 peaks that were slightly shorter than the main peak. The entire mountain looked very strange. The main peak was covered in snow all year round and was abnormally cold. However, the 13 peaks each had their own characteristics. Some had thunder and lightning, some had dark winds and rain, and some had blazing suns. In short, none of the 13 peaks were the same. Do you know that if you want to reach the main peak, you have to pass through the 13 peaks? There's only one path to the peak. When the time comes, you have to be careful. The harsh conditions here are simply terrifying. Don't take it lightly. When they were about to arrive, the mountain master of Black Deity Mountain specially reminded him. Understood. Ling Xiao nodded. He would never reject the sincere kindness of others. Also, at any time, saving your life is important. If you really can't, just ask for help. Don't feel embarrassed. Renfeng, you're the same. You only have a chance when you're alive. Once you die, you'll have nothing. The mountain master of Black Deity Mountain added. Ling Xiao nodded. That was natural, but he would try his best to avoid such a situation. Because once he asked for help, it was equivalent to being eliminated. That was really not what he wanted. It was still early, but Demonic Mountain was gloomy as if it was night. The sunlight was blocked by a thick layer of fog. One could only vaguely see a lonely outpost under the haze. The outpost was not large, but it could accommodate hundreds of people. In the past, the outpost was very quiet. Only the martial artists guarding here would feel the desolation of being alone. But today, it was unusually lively. The lights were brighter than usual, and he could even hear the laughter and the sound of cooking and cutting inside. It seemed that for the people at the outpost, being able to take the annual assessment of 8 Immortals Mountain was as grand as a festival. Let's go. Dark Knight Formless controlled the flying bat to land. At this moment, they were still a few hundred meters away from the sentry post. That was because the sentry post's attack range was within 300 meters. Everything in the sky would attack. Stop. When the mountain master of Black Immortal Mountain led Ling Xiao and Tian Renfeng to the sentry post, someone on the archer tower stuck his head out and shouted. He held a sharp bow in his hand and wore blood-red armor. His strength was quite impressive. His cultivation was already at the peak of the second layer of hell. The key was his terrifying killing intent. It was obvious that it was accumulated through years of killing. Who are you? Quickly report your names. This is the sentry post of 8 Immortal Mountain. Outsiders are not allowed to come close. As the cold voice sounded, the sharp arrow was already aimed at Ling Xiao, Dark Knight Formless, and Tian Renfeng. Please wait. I'm Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master, Dark Knight Formless. I brought my disciples Ling Xiao and Tian Renfeng to participate in the entrance examination of 8 Immortal Mountain. Dark Knight Formless was still very polite to everyone. He spoke politely and definitely wouldn't offend anyone. His voice wasn't loud, but it was very clear. As long as the other party wasn't deaf, it was impossible for them not to hear him. Of course, perhaps his attitude was too good, so it didn't have any deterrence. If it were any other mountain master, they would probably have scolded him sternly. Humph, where did this thief come from? Do you think we're easy to fool? Half an hour ago, the immortal boat had already arrived at the sentry post. All the participating disciples of 8 Immortal Mountain were resting inside. Even if you want to lie, find a better reason. Get lost, otherwise, I'll attack. The archer on the sentry post snorted coldly. Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master token is here. It can prove my identity. Dark Knight Formless still didn't get angry. Instead, he took out his own token. Perhaps he felt that the other party was responsible, so it wasn't wrong to do so. However, he was being polite. But the other party's arrogance was even stronger. Mountain Master Qi Lian has already said that everyone from 8 Immortal Mountain has arrived. If anyone else comes, they're thieves. Do you want to die? The archer suddenly released the bowstring in his hand, and a sharp arrow pierced through the air. The arrow was wrapped in a terrifying Yin Yuan force and it whistled in the air. Although this arrow could not hurt Dark Knight Formless, to be treated in such a manner, any other mountain lord would be furious. However, Dark Knight Formless merely waved his hand lightly and swatted the arrow away. The arrow quietly disappeared into the void. Qi Lian is the mountain lord, and so am I. Wouldn't it be a bit too much for you to act rashly without looking at the token? Even a clay figurine would get angry. Faced with such treatment, it was impossible for Dark Knight Formless to not be angry. Ling Xiao could feel that this person was trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. Bullshit. Kill him. Someone shouted angrily, and dozens of arrows flew over, not giving Dark Knight Formless a chance to explain. At this moment, inside the outpost, a pair of eyes were observing the situation, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a sneer of schadenfreude. This person was naturally Qi Lian. Ling Xiao had offended her Scarlet Immortal Mountain. She wanted to make the entire Black Immortal Mountain unable to raise their heads. You offended your superiors and attacked the Mountain Lord. You deserve death. Kill. Ling Xiao did not have a good temper like Dark Knight Formless. If it was said that it was the other party's fault for not allowing them to enter at the start, then at this moment, it was clear that the other party was being unreasonable. Dark Knight Formless had already taken out the token for them to check. Not only did they not check, but they also attacked. They were so unreasonable. Ling Xiao could not hold it in. With a roar, he suddenly rushed out from behind Dark Knight Formless like a ghost. In the perpetually gray environment, his speed was so fast that it was strange. A series of terrifying cold lights flickered in the night. Then, more than 10 corpses were thrown down the city walls and arrow towers. Ling Xiao did not show mercy. Not only was he ruthless, but he was also decisive. Because he knew very well that if he showed any mercy, he would immediately be surrounded. These people were not to be trifled with. Although their cultivation levels were not necessarily high, they had been fighting on Demonic Mountain all year round, so their combat strength was not weak. Ling Xiao dared to attack because he had something to rely on. He knew that Dark Knight Formless was very strong. He also knew that his actions were in accordance with the rules of 8 Immortals Mountain. Dark Knight Formless was an elder. These people dared to shoot him, which was a capital offense. Whether it was someone secretly spying on him to frame him or use the rules of 8 Immortals Mountain to punish him, it was impossible. He could feel the bottom line in Dark Knight Formless' heart. This person looked very cowardly. Very tolerant. But even the most honest person had his own bottom line. When others crossed this bottom line, the honest person would also turn into a terrifying beast. Sigh. Seeing Ling Xiao's clean and efficient killing method, Dark Knight Formless did not know whether to laugh or cry. From this attack, it could be seen that Ling Xiao had hidden a lot of his strength. However, although it was satisfying to kill people, it was somewhat troublesome. Impudent! How dare you kill people from demonic outpost? Just as Ling Xiao killed more than 10 martial artists from demonic outpost, a sword light pierced through the air. The sword light was ruthless, and it was obvious that it did not want to give Ling Xiao a chance to live. However, Ling Xiao had long been on guard against someone attacking him. Although this sword light was very terrifying, and he could not block it at all. But dodging was not a problem. His figure flashed, and he directly appeared behind Dark Knight Formless. When the sword light arrived in front of Dark Knight Formless, it did not stop, as if it wanted to kill Dark Knight Formless as well. But the moment the sword light touched Dark Knight Formless, it disappeared. Just like the arrow that disappeared earlier. What? In the void, a cry of surprise sounded. Only then did Ling Xiao see the appearance of the person who came clearly. It was none other than Sand Eagle. This Sand Eagle should be a disciple of Eight Immortals Mountain who was responsible for the safety of the assessment members. There were probably others who came with him. Dark Knight Formless, are you trying to rebel? You actually connive at your disciple to commit murder? Sand Eagle actually called the Mountain Master Black Immortal Mountain by his name. It was enough to see how arrogant he was. However, Dark Knight Formless did not care about this. He only said indifferently, if I kill them, what's the point of them killing me? Sand Eagle was speechless. Only now did he remember that Dark Knight Formless' status was much higher than those people who died, much higher than him. Let's go. Dark Knight Formless did not say anything else. While Sand Eagle was in a daze, he led Ling Xiao and Ho Renfeng into the demonic outpost. In the demonic outpost, there was the largest building. It was originally used to hold military meetings, but now it had become a temporary gathering place for the participants of the assessment. There was delicious wine and food on the table. The participants of Eight Immortals Mountain and the Mountain Master who led the disciples were all there to enjoy the delicious food. Just as the atmosphere was lively, the door was pushed open. 3 people walked in from outside. End of chapter 23-26. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.